Control of Your Free Time by Laura Vanderkam. And, do you ever wish that you could gain control or, take control of your free time or just your time so that you have free time and, maybe spend time doing more of the things that you really enjoy?
English poet John Milton depicted the devil as Lucifer, an angel who started a rebellion on the grounds that God is too powerful. Kicked out of heaven, this charismatic rebel becomes Satan and declares that he'd rather rule in hell than serve in heaven. Milton's take inspired numerous depictions of Lucifer as an ambiguous figure, rather than a purely evil one. Milton's Lucifer later became an iconic character for the Romantics of the 1800s.
Hello everyone and welcome back to English with Lucy. Today we are going to talk about self-introduction, the answer to that dreaded question, tell me about yourself. Now, to some of you, this topic may seem very basic, but learning to introduce yourself properly is incredibly important. You might need to introduce yourself without any forewarning, so you need to be prepared. You may need to introduce yourself in your English class or in a job interview. You might need to introduce yourself at a new
treated as a pawn in international politics by both the French and the English. America's first foreign issue to deal with was the French Revolution, which began in 1789. Many Americans, including President Washington's Secretary of State Thomas Jefferson, supported the French revolutionaries as it echoed their own revolt against the British monarchy. Washington and his Secretary of the Treasury, Alexander Hamilton, were hesitant to get involved in the foreign conflict because they did not believe the new nation was strong enough to fight a war. To make matters worse, the French Revolution eventually sparked another war between France and England. In 1793, President Washington issued a proclamation of neutrality.
Secondly, it had to balance a relationship with the English-speaking world, and by that he meant the United States, but also what were then called the White Dominions, places like Canada and Australia, for example. And it also had to balance those two things with its relationship with the European continent. And Churchill talked in terms of a united Europe, which was a Europe that was united for others, not for the UK, but the UK had a relationship with and was invested in. What we've seen subsequently, and since Britain joined the European
when they translate from French to English, and you code it up in what are computer versions of sentences. And if you do that right, so is the idea, then the machine will have that human expertise. That's the symbolic AI approach, right? That human intelligent behavior is a problem of knowledge. If you give the machine the right knowledge, it will be able to do the problem. But there's a different trend. It says, look, forget about trying to tell the machine how to do it by giving it the knowledge. Just show the machine what you want it to do and get the machine to learn.
And welcome back to English with Lucy. Here's a question for you. When you learn another language, when you start to learn English, what is one of the first topics you want to learn about? Apart from swear words. Food and drink, obviously. You tick them off, you learn the basic vocabulary, and then you forget about them. I want to bring them back. Today we're going to learn food and drink, C1 to C2, advanced level. You may have seen I've just done this with daily routines. That was so fun. We're going to do it again, but with food and drink. In the daily routine,
learn English better through watching a series. So, let's get started. Step 1, choose the right TV show. There are two things to think about when watching a show. The first step is to choose a TV show that matches your English level. Consider shows with slower dialogue, clear pronunciation, and simple plots, especially if you're a beginner. Funny shows like sitcoms are often good for this reason. But also, pick a show that matches your interests. If you enjoy it, then it will motivate you to keep watching.
Time is the most used noun in the English language. We can't get through the day without talking about time all the time. I think about how we use time when we actually talk about it. If you say, meet me at 7 p.m., no one panics. No one says like, oh my God, what are you talking about with these esoteric concepts about 7 p.m.? You know, we all know what to do operationally. Time, in some sense, is just a label on different events in the universe. The universe happens over and over again at different things we call moments, and time helps us tell the difference.
Show you one of my favorite tools when it comes to practicing English and especially English pronunciation and fluency. Okay, let's take a look. So go ahead and go to youglish.com. Youglish.com. And what this is a tool that YouTube has provided us where you can go and look for different accents and find videos that show that accent. So you can do the US accent, American English accent, you can do a British accent, or you can do an Australian.
Here, you notice right away all the English. Every crawl is like more than 40% just English. German, DEU. See, the index is here, you know, it's about 6% every time, which doesn't sound like a lot, but yeah, it's kind of a lot. But look here, 2023, FIN, Finnish. A lot of pages, but it's just 0.4% of the entire scan. This bookstore, it's got an inventory problem.
A lot of the focus is on only a very small set of languages. There was a paper that stated that
to explain to you why you need to use transcription in English if you aren't doing it yet. See, English is not a phonetic language. This means that if you look at a word, you can't instinctively know how to pronounce it. In a lot of languages, there are certain rules that really help you. Like in Spanish, you just need to know a couple of things, but generally you can pronounce a word that's in front of you because you don't have like the same letters pronounced in 20 different ways. But that's the case with English. In English, when you look at a word, you can guess how to pronounce it. And over time, you're going to get...
Let's go. Hi, I'm your business English coach, Christina, and welcome to Business English with Christina, where you become better at English and better at business. And before we get into today's lesson, did you know that I have a very exciting 5-day challenge starting very soon? It's going to be 5 live videos, you and me, with my favorite 5 smart and surprisingly simple tips to help you boost your English now. It's totally free, so don't miss it. And you can sign up for the challenge in the link down below.
Vikings. First they raided, then they invaded, and they defeated the English kingdoms until just one remained, Wessex, the wealthy kingdom under the control of Alfred the Great. Alfred was nearly captured at a Christmas feast in 878 when the Vikings launched a surprise attack, but he escaped to some marshes, burnt some cakes, so the story goes, and drove the Vikings out. He then started calling himself the King of the Anglo-Saxons, but King of England? Not quite. You see, the Vikings were still in charge of great chunks of England when Alfred died.
Just like kind of boring, middle of the road English. I mean, it's London, I guess. I've weirdly been told that my American accent, which is just what comes out when I do an American accent, I've been told I sound like I'm from Ohio, quite consistently. I don't even really know what that means, but I do know that Chris Columbus, who directed the first 2 Potters, I think he's also from Ohio. So maybe in some way I am just kind of mirroring the American accent I heard the most growing up, but my own accent is just boring, boring English. Who, Daniel Radcliffe? Who does Daniel Radcliffe support? I'm assuming this means, you know, in terms of sports and not like emotionally. I have become
and have some serious overlap with English morality plays. They're allegorical dramas concerned with virtue and vice. Autos were supposed to focus on the mystery of the Eucharist, or communion, and how bread and wine become the body and blood of Christ. But topics varied a lot. Trade guilds staged plays at first, then cities took over, hiring professional troops and encouraging playwrights to create new scripts. In Madrid, which became the capital of Spain in 1560, 3 or 4 autos were produced every year, usually a mix of new plays and revivals. The plays were performed using elaborate
more stressed. Generally, in English, the latter word in such phrases is the word that gets most of the stress. Now, another interesting thing to look at is how it sounds. So a lot of times these words are connected not just in the meaning, but also in the sound of the words. What do I mean by that? You'll notice that in a lot of cases, the two words begin in the same sound. For example, black and blue, safe and sound, live and learn, mix and match, drink and drive, trick or treat, right?
To add to the complications, most Germans didn't speak any English, and the British didn't speak German. The language barrier was hampering rescue coordination. The American intelligence officer was a German linguist, but just as he arrived, British Army firefighters were rushing into the building. As they entered, the roof collapsed, trapping them and killing them instantly. The local German fire brigade finally arrived with their trucks. The American intelligence officer translated between the British Army and the German fire brigade as they struggled to fight the fire together. The cold temperatures meant that fire hydrants were.
And as an English teacher, we get to open that up for students, and we get to invite them to see those two perspectives and to celebrate both perspectives in our classroom.
Yes, that's from the first English lesson you ever took, and you were expecting an advanced English pronunciation lesson today. Well, let me tell you, you're not going to be disappointed, because it's starting out basic, but we're going to get advanced, very advanced, pretty soon. Let's go. Now, have, of course, you can contract it. I've got a pen, but there is more. What about in questions? Have you got a pen? You know that. But, and here's where it gets difficult, when native speakers are...
All right, let's go on to common English frustration number 2, which is, I want to speak, but I don't have anyone to speak with. Well, good on you wanting to speak in English. You know that it's important, but how can you really find someone to speak with? Well, the solution is you can learn English and speak in English right now from home. Yep, it's true. In 2022, the YouTube English lessons that you loved the most were part of a speaking series where you got the chance to practice speaking with me.
Whereas with English, that's not good enough. With English, there's a feeling that I have to be almost like a native speaker. Hi, Jennifer.
Hi, Steve. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you. No, I'm looking forward to talking to you. You do very important work. You teach English, and in particular with English, you often hear about people who are afraid to speak or think they don't speak very well, and yet these are people who have spent years and years with English. And so I ask myself, there's more resources available for learning English than any other language. So why is it that these people still feel not satisfied with their level in English, in your opinion?
Time you step outside of English to take Chinese, the language that you think you're learning because you know the words, suddenly a hat is a man and the moon is a girl, and you think, why? It starts with making a division between things that are flat and round, or things that are male and female biologically in some cosmology. But then culture changes, the sounds change, nobody's thinking that way anymore, but you've got these labels that stick to things. And next thing you know, the table is a girl, and you can handle it. The baby can handle it, the toddler can handle it. By the time you're a teenager, you start to realize
world. In English, we can use the same word for two different feelings. If someone says, I'm sad, do they mean crying in the corner or depressed, tired, and staying in bed? Those are both sad in the same way that the sky and ocean are both blue. But if a child only knows the word sad, they've not heard of despondent or listless or morose or ennui, well, the underlying emotions are still different. They can still tell whether someone's grieving the devastating loss of their cartoonishly large lollipop or whether they're just tired and generally down. Having the different words is really helpful for expressing yourself, but they don't determine your ability to.
Is the root of our word in English, vocation. And in the world in which I was born, vocation was very narrowly equated with work and job title. But we are not called merely to be professional people. We are called to be friends, neighbors, family, citizens, lovers of the world. And just as there are callings for a life, there are callings for our time.
In English, what is the structure of a sentence? What? Sentence structure. Oh, I really don't want to talk about grammar. Oh, come on. We're doing a lesson. What do I need? I don't know. A subject and... A verb. A verb, good. And what else? An object. An object. Please get an ambulance or something. Yeah, an ambulance. Great idea. I'll phone a helicopter or something. But first, that sentence.
With the experts at English Heritage to learn more about how Roman baths ran. A site cared for by English Heritage, and I'm joined by one of their properties historians, Andrew Roberts. Andrew, great to see you.
Hi.
And what a site.
Paper books, and I like to vary that content online and paper. Even books in English. For example, the professor whom I mentioned at the beginning, Stanislas Dehaene, I saw him online, but I also bought the book. I've mentioned before Daniel Willingham, Outsmart Your Brain, but I also end up buying the book. So I think it's important in reading to use the advantages of online learning, but it's also a good thing to read paper books. And it's a good thing to read a variety of sources on the same subject, rather than trying to beat yourself up in trying to remember this word or trying to remember this date. If you read 2 or 3 different books on the same subject,
which is available in English y en Español. We'll start with basic questions, like what's the purpose of an IEP? And then we'll move into specifics, like how IEPs can help with behavior, as well as academics. And what to do if you disagree with a school. This show is for all kinds of parents, whether your child has had an IEP for a while, or if you're just starting to wonder if something might be going on, like ADHD or dyslexia. We have info for parents of younger kids and older kids, and kids who are learning English as an additional language. So if you want to learn about IEPs and how they can help kids thrive, I hope you'll join me this season for Understood Explains. Listen to
and fear and disgust are basic level categories in English. Now, on the one hand, people have argued, well, language is just the tool that's used to communicate the experience. Yet, enough research has been done over time to suggest that the words do have different meanings in ways that are important culturally. The evidence suggests that only about 22% of languages around the world have a word that is roughly similar to the English language word fear. And really only 13% have a word.
But the English text states that the Rangatira cede to Her Majesty the Queen of England all rights and power of sovereignty.
Those big differences, one version saying you ceded sovereignty, the other one saying actually you get to govern yourselves and look after yourselves. You know, it's quite fundamental really in terms of how things rolled out across our history.
Within a Maori worldview, within a Maori philosophy, it's not actually possible to suddenly decide to give up that sovereignty to someone else.
The British proceeded to
likely to use it for the nurse vowel in English.
I just arrived from Germany.
But what is my main concern? My main concern is have to learn how to
In Germany, Austria and Switzerland, people speak different varieties of the German language. But most of these people will share the same characteristic accent features when speaking English. The speaker in the next clip is a
ask, because in English it's sort of crept in. Oh, that must be a scary thing. And things aren't scary. People are scared. It's different. The thing is just the thing. Whether you choose to be scared, some people are afraid of spiders. Some people are afraid of mirrors. Some people are afraid of open spaces, confined spaces. But that's just your reaction to a thing that exists. You can choose to be afraid or not. And if it makes you afraid, why? Why does this make me fearful? Maybe there's a danger there I shouldn't be confronting. I am never going to be a tightrope walker.
And therefore it's hard for them to recognize it in English. As a result, this completely changes the meanings of words. Compare. Ear, year. Oak, yoke. In English, the y consonant is found at the beginning of many common words. Do your best to practice words with this sound as often as possible to learn to recognize and pronounce it correctly. Nice. Time to
Later, when people started translating the Bible into English, they adopted the same practice. Instead of spelling out the divine name, they translated it as Lord, spelled in all capital letters. Okay, you got that? Good, because there's more. Ancient Jewish scribes wanted to prevent anyone from even accidentally saying this name aloud when you read the Hebrew Bible. And so they came up with a visual device to remind you to make sure you say Adonai. They took the 4 consonant letters of the divine name. These letters correspond to our English letters YHWH. Then they inserted the 3 vowels from the word Ad.
But obviously it also sounds exactly like the English word flesh, and a lot of this collection, whilst touching on fencing and also arguing and fighting, is to do with the body and queerness. It is the meeting point of all of these things, and it's also about being bilingual as well, and I mean that in 2 different senses. So the literal sense, so speaking Chinese and also speaking English, and speaking those languages in different areas of your life. And she uses Chinese letters throughout this collection to illustrate that in a similar way to Raymond Antrobus using.
If that person is familiar with British English expressions, maybe they won't feel like you're being rude, but I recommend in the US, do not say, I can't be bothered. You might hear this in British English, but in the US, don't use this to decline an invitation. I can't be bothered. It is not an Americanism. It sounds quite odd in the US. All right, let's go to our next category. What should you do when you want to tell or ask someone something briefly? Well, some people just live with their husband. Some people raise kids together. Some people raise...
This lesson today is all about natural English expressions that you can use in everyday conversation. I've got 13 idioms that will help you to express doubt and uncertainty, which is really useful, right? Because we don't always have all the answers, do we? I don't care who you are, you don't know everything, you don't always know exactly what you should do. So these expressions are going to help you in those moments. And we'll focus on 3 different situations where these expressions will be useful for you. Firstly, when you're still thinking
into the wilds of the English countryside. It's absolutely fascinating, and it has similar themes to English Animals by Laura Kay, but it's written in a very different way, because in English Animals I felt really up close and personal with all of the characters. In this book, I do feel like we get to
No, Rachel, but there is this divide between reader and character. It is like we are observing her and studying her as she studies the wolves. It's almost like we're doing some kind of, not experiment, but definitely a study as if she is a wild creature herself. So I enjoy.
Lucky us, I can write a book with a title like Stuffocation in English or Ontspullen in Dutch, and instead of people thinking these are ridiculous made up words, they get it because we all have too much stuff. So what I believe in, and this is all backed up by science, I should probably mention that, is that what we need to do is have a revolution in our thinking, shift our thinking from being materialistic to being experientialist. Instead of thinking best place to find happiness, identity, status and meaning is in things, in stuff, in material goods.
Here to help you speak English with clarity, confidence, and to feel freaking proud about who you are and how you sound in English. So be sure to subscribe and click the bell to get notifications. Let's begin. As an English learner, you must have asked yourself in the past, what is the best way for me to improve my English? Should I start with grammar first? Should I focus on pronunciation? It's all about vocabulary. Phrasal verbs. If you master phrasal verbs, you got it covered. I just need to go out and speak for 6 hours every single day with native speakers. No, I should speak with non-native speakers only. I should take a private teacher. It's all about joining online.
Perfectly positioned on that border, he spoke English and Gaelic. He could use a sword on this side of the Highland line, and he could use a pen on that side of the Highland line. He reared cattle and drove them south to market each year. But more than that, he'd collect other folks' cattle and drive them with his own. Traders in the south would commission him each year to deliver a certain number of head of cattle. He'd source them up in the Highlands and then he'd take them south, receive payment and duly pay the Highlanders whose cattle he'd sold.
His mother and father were immigrants with an English and Scottish heritage. He had a Scottish nanny. He traveled extensively across Europe. He was friends with noted author Sir Walter Scott, who was indeed Scottish. So it's not hard to imagine that Irving was exposed to Celtic culture. We could also give credit to Irving's other possible European influences, like Tam O'Shanter by Robert Burns and The Wild Huntsman by Gottfried August Berger, both poems that have supernatural horse chases. Basically, Irving took the concept of a headless horseman from the Dullahan and added elements that would make it more frightening for his target audience, Americans. Irving uses the name of an actual town in the United
Independence. I want to round up every English person in Scotland and shoot them. No. If by that I think Scottish decisions should be made in Scotland, that Scottish people should be able to control their own economy, their own political decisions, their own defence decisions, their own foreign policy, their own welfare decisions, then aye. And we actually have to start probing what is meant by nationalism. This isn't a nationalist movement. This is a movement for self-determination. Scottish nationalism, as we understand it.
A significant part of this poem and edited and translated it has the following English rendering of those verses. My body has passed from my control and has fallen to her share. I am a body in 2 pieces since the lovely, bright and gentle one is gone. She was one of my 2 feet, one of my sides, her countenance like the white thorn. None belonged to her more than to me. She was one of my eyes, one of my hands. She was half of my body, the fresh torch. Harshly have I been treated, O king. I am faint as I tell it. She was the very half of my soul. The poem contains many charming details about their relationship, that they had 11 children.
No one in English Parliament directly represents the American colonist, but nonetheless the Parliament claims that it virtually represents the American colonist, just like it virtually represents various other constituencies in England itself.
When they said there should be no taxation without representation, they were citing a fundamental principle of the Enlightenment, that one had fundamental rights that inhere in the individual. Rights to one's property, one's liberty, and one's life, which cannot be infringed upon unless...
English there.
It's always challenging for me to organize myself in terms of a curriculum vitae in print, and certainly to do it verbally, because what I'm most passionate about are the ways in which ideas, people, events are linked in ways that don't owe any obedience to categories or academic silos. This is reflected in how I teach, it's reflected in what I teach, and it's very much reflected in my creative process as an artist. When I think of my
teacher and one named Susan Bedford, an English teacher, they got together and they made an explicit promise to each other that they were going to create an academic event as memorable as prom. Now let's remember, prom is the night when teenagers rent stretch limos and later vomit on each other. So this is a tall order we're talking about here. And I'm here to tell you, they succeeded. Their event starts with the author William Golding, who wrote the classic book Lord of the Flies, which paints a pretty bleak picture of human nature. It suggests that we are all savages at our core, under a thin veneer of
book. And there are sounds in English that you probably don't even hear right now because you haven't trained your ears for English. And all the grammar rules and pronunciation rules, most of which have exceptions. Now, some rules are useful and can help you learn faster, but rules are just a description of a language. You don't want to learn a description of English. You want to become a confident, fluent speaker of natural American English. So, for all of these reasons and more, I created English Hacks so that you can.
And with the advice and guidance of English Heritage, now Historic England, our conservation department did some investigations in the southern Alps.
The removal of some later overpaint led to the revelation of part of Robert Jones's original scheme for the room, which took the form of large silver palm leaves radiating across an apse ceiling. It was decided that this was sufficiently interesting that it should be pursued as a restoration project. This was done by recreating the decoration.
The historic inventories list this piece as a piece of English silver, largely because they believed that it was a model of the White Tower, that is the inner keep of the Tower of London itself. Of course, when you look closely at it, you can see that it doesn't bear any resemblance to the White Tower. This piece became associated with the crown jewels, which were newly remade for the coronation of Charles II. And so it has remained on display with the crown jewels ever since.
Things that the New English brought in.
Children's literature has always had an educational emphasis then, Lorraine.
Yes, it has. And Plato was one of the first to talk about it in the Republic, or our first recording of thinking about children's literature as having an educational emphasis, when he wanted the stories that children read and hear to be ones that gave them direction for the utmost excellence of character. And so we've got that sense of literature teaching children how to be.
Towards the German system, although actually the original system in English, we think, was more like the modern German system, where really what you get is it am I. And no one ever suggests now in modern English that you should say that. What we've been looking at in particular in our recent work is not just the effect of number variation, but where the two noun phrases differ in person. It's been something that's been observed particularly in the last few years. People have been documenting differences in syntactic behavior between first and second person.
Violate any fundamental condition in the grammar of English. But as Strunk goes on to talk about passives, he gets vaguer and vaguer after that rather dishonest beginning, and starts saying things like the habitual use of the active voice makes for forcible writing, many a tame sentence of description or exposition can be made lively and emphatic by substituting a transitive
teaching of English. Literature, we must remember, is something that gives our students wings. It talks about things that matter to young people. It gives them the possibility of being part of an alternative world and a possibility of taking off in an unknown area that they have never experienced before. So it's important, I think, for our young students today who are digital natives, whether it's on screen or in print, that they don't let literature go the way of the dinosaur, that our wider educational community and that our publishing industry,
like a little sausage and cheese pizza on English muffins. It's just fun to be in the kitchen. Christmas is beautiful, but it can be stressful. You have to be very brave sometimes to go home. You have to be very brave sometimes to welcome your family because, you know, every family's a mix of everything. My kind of enjoyment recipe at Christmas time is anybody can do it. Light a candle, find some music, either on the radio, online, or if you know, on your phone with a...
You speak English, this poem is in English, and yet you have no idea what it means. A lot of poetry begins as a secret and covert activity. So poetry is sort of a diary without the lock, a diary that you want people to read. The poem often has two subjects, the starting subject and then the discovered subject. I was as sure as a boy could be that this useless, worthless thing I wove out of boredom would be enough to make us even. The poem wants to leave the object and go beyond it into something.
And when I started speaking again, it was in full English. One of the first phrases I said as my parents showed me my orphanage photos was, "Sarah, sad." Children who are adopted often put up emotional walls to protect themselves from being hurt again. I certainly did this. And like many transracially adopted children, there were many moments growing up where I wished that I was white, like the other kids around me. Other kids made fun of my eyes and nose. Now, the 80s styles were particularly brutal to
In English, we tend to call people creatives if they have a certain job, like designer or architect or artist. I hate that term. I think it's offensive and exclusionary. Creativity doesn't belong to a certain group of people. A lot of my work with physicians and medical students is just reminding them that no matter what profession that we choose, we can make meaning, find beauty in the hard stuff, and create. This is medical student Pablo Romano.
My parents immigrated here from Mexico many years ago, and when I was in college, they passed.
At dawn the following day, the C-54 reached the English coast and executed a perfect landing.
This was a sample from an audiobook called The Glass Cage by Nicholas Carr. It's an audiobook that looks at the future of automation, exploring things like robots, self-driving cars, and digitized medicine. This book, along with many others, is available as an audiobook on Audible, so you can listen to it on the go, no matter where you are. On top of that, you can get your first audiobook, a 30-day free trial, and 2 Audible originals all for free by visiting audible.com/primalspace or texting primalspace.
Tectomy washed, it means yes is love in English.
But it could get even harder to talk about consent here.
The government's proposing a new law dubbed the paedophile law. It makes it a crime to talk to children about sex. Effectively, it bans sex education.
Lack of education is resulting in stigma attached to victims of rape and violence. They are not knowing their rights, they are not reporting.
I was called a paedophile several times. I was also called a murderer. I was threatened on the streets, verbally and physically.
For teaching children about sex?
Yeah.
Was that if people don't pronounce these words the way an English dictionary
says you should pronounce them in received pronunciation, then you are not intelligent, you are not professional, and you are not educated. I never intended to convey or spread that toxic message, but I did convey it, and I need to apologise. I am so sorry to everyone who felt hurt by that video, and I'm so sorry to everyone who has ever been made to feel unprofessional, uneducated, or
Senior year of English, we were writing essays analyzing poetry. Freshman year of college, we were writing movie reviews. And the teacher didn't even like me. She thought I was a slacker because I was never paying attention. I didn't take community college seriously, but it was so easy, I was still getting amazing grades. On the third semester of community college, I took a public speaking class. Now, I might be an introvert, but I don't have a problem with public speaking. That's part of my job now. I took the class because it would be an easy A, and I needed a communications credit for my major. I wanted to be a math teacher, and you may not have noticed, but they publicly speak all the time. So I take the class, I'm like the best person in the class, right? And for the final, we had to...
I mentioned in one of my previous videos how to use English and make friends in English, that when you find something in common with someone else, don't lose that piece of information. Tell them that you have something in common. So if you also like gardening, or if you had a garden 10 years ago, okay, share this information so that you can connect with them. Yeah, I used to have a garden and I worked really hard on it, and then when the day came to pick all of the tomatoes, I went outside and the deer had eaten all of them. This is a true story. It was very sad. But it's a way to connect because you have, maybe you're not a... Now, phrasal verbs are groups of words in English made up of a verb and either one or two particles. Now, a particle can either be a preposition, like on, or an adverb, like together. To learn more about phrasal verbs, make sure you watch this video here, because here I share my top tips for learning phrasal verbs, but I'll also link to it at the end of this lesson, so you can keep watching.
You have inserts in English in major US
So this is what this was. They had an
right?
insert and it said something like, the title was just straight out of the Chinese Embassy's website or something like, Shenyun is a blasphemy to performing arts or something like that. And it was published in the Washington Post, in the Wall Street Journal, the London Telegraph, anywhere from Melbourne, Australia to Nashville, Tennessee, all over the place, same time. And it was disguised as a regular article. So if you're just reading, oh, here's an article about Chinese culture and Shenyun, oh, interesting, the Washington Post doesn't think it's a good show. But this is actually just something straight out of, the Politburo from Beijing. So you really have to be, but if you're looking carefully and
with Castiglione and Thomas Mallory's Mort d'Arthur. But Henry VIII was the last English king to joust, while Henry II, King of France, was killed at a tournament in 1558, when the whole thing fizzled out, as the Reformation and Counter-Reformation led to the European wars of religion. Of course, none of these romantic ideas was ever intended to benefit the mass of the oppressed people whose labour maintained the warrior caste. Richard the Lionheart believed in all of this, and was a great and successful warlord to boot in the Holy Land.
English literature and literary theory.
I really enjoyed my whole experience of language learning at Warwick. The literature aspects of the degree and the language aspects in the degree never felt separate from the rest of the content. Almost as soon as you get to the stage of being able to deal with texts in the original, those texts are immediately being linked to work that you're doing in translation with other students in your regular lectures.
I chose language subjects because I'd never done them before. So my first year I did ancient Greek, and I did that for 2 years, and then I did Latin in my last year. Having that was a privilege, and I was really lucky to do that, and I loved it.
At Warwick, I created and I'm leading 2 modules.
Birthday guy, and this guy would come around in a shopping cart and he'd honk his horn, spoke no English, and my dad would go out there and order, and it was 2 corns for $1, and I'd sit there on the curb with my dad and we'd eat it. For me, that's my cultural experience, my connection. But again, when you live all these things, that's just kind of part of who I am. I didn't realize that I was different per se. There were some things that I saw growing up with my dad that, looking back on it now, just not something that drugs really impacted my family.
It was about a sort of very upright English couple trying to get through a dinner party, and their guests not only came too early and on the wrong night, but when they were all together in the room, they found that none of them could talk coherently, and that their language sort of flew apart the minute they tried to say something. And to me, there was something so colossally familiar about this, because I grew up in a very literary family full of poets and biographers. And I can't say, as my family always, that the conversation made great sense. It was very earnest. And so when I saw this play with the Smiths and the
That year, Liverpool won their 18th English League title, and they would not win another one until 4 days ago. I didn't really become a Liverpool fan until later, when the Premier League came to American TV in the early 2000s, and by then, Liverpool were a bit down on their luck. In fact, at one point, they were close to bankruptcy. But oh, Hank, over the years, I have imagined so many times how it would feel to win the Premier League. I have imagined where I would be at the pub in Indianapolis where I watched the games with other Liverpool fans, at Anfield maybe, watching it happen live. But I didn't imagine what would actually happen, which is that Liverpool would win the league.
From one of my English teachers at Lower Merion named Mr. Fisk. He had a great quote that said, "Rest at the end, not in the middle." That's something I always live by. I'm not going to rest, I'm going to keep on pushing now. There are a lot of answers that I don't have, even questions that I don't have. But I'm just going to keep going. I'm just going to keep going, and I'll figure these things out as we go, right? And you just continue to build that way. So I try to live by that all the time.
And as an English student, it seemed obvious.
I think Beardsley would have actually got it. I think, he was very well aware of the idea of how much is it real, how much is it just fantasy.
The idea of kind of fluidity and gender and sexuality as movable, that's something that we see in Beardsley, that's something that we see in the work of drag kings and queens, with contemporary pop stars playing with masculinity and femininity. And I think dandies say things for effect. They say things to get a reaction.
Beardsley came up with wonderful ones, like, I caught cold by...
Queen Victoria's chief cook, Charles Elm Franticelli, was English, but he received his culinary training in France. His culinary credentials strengthened his reputation and helped sell his cookbooks. Royals may not be culinary experts, but they are arbiters of cultural taste. Number 3, different socio-cultural values. Courtly love, a medieval tradition idealizing a sometimes chaste love between knights and married noblewomen, originated in France. By the 14th century, courtly love was idealized in English royal courts as well. Neither French nor English lovers in the 21st century idealized chaste romantic love. However, sex and infidelity are regarded differently in British Taiwanese Navy. Abbreviated as the ROCN in English, the Taiwanese Navy is small in comparison to the main players in the Pacific, but what it lacks in number of ships, it makes up for in offensive punch. Its primary mission is to defend the Republic of China, and its perceived main threat to that mission is the People's Republic of China and its growing maritime capabilities. Its fleet is almost entirely foreign-built, with ships provided by the United States, France, and the Netherlands, and its main focus is on anti-ship and anti-submarine warfare. It operates submarines decommissioned from NATO navies and a fleet arm air based on land. They've also begun construction of their own submarines. No fewer than 1818 was the first year in a new series of English-led polar expeditions which continued for most of the 19th century. Among them was an expedition led by Englishman John Ross, which included a counterclockwise navigation around Baffin Bay. This also had the effect of opening the waters up to whaling ships. Though the Northwest Passage eluded him, as it did so many others over history, the boon to the whaling industry was immediate, and whalers from Great Britain and the United States were soon delivering the fine oil for illumination to ports around the world. By 1820, the effects of the year with no summer were relegated to history, a part of family lore in which elders described to children the weather events of the Corsets are also responsible for adding to the lexicon of the English language. The term straight-laced connotes upright morals, whereas corsetless loose women implies the opposite. It should also be noted that men are equally guilty in the dangerous quest regarding physical standards of beauty. Number 1. Crinolines. By the 1960s, crinolines, also known as panniers or hoop skirts, had reached the height of popularity for women of all social statuses. The garments also had an alarming tendency to catch fire, giving the term fashion victim an unfortunate literal meaning. The skirts were designed to exaggerate women's hips with a flattering silhouette and typically consisted of a steel-reinforced petticoat layered in fabric. Across the English Channel from France to London. Built directly into a hill, the V3 operated by a multi-charge principle where secondary charges were detonated inside the long barrel in order to further propel the artillery shell. Initial trials of the V3 took place in May of 1944 when the cannon achieved a range of 55 miles, that's 88 kilometers, and again in July they achieved 58 miles or 93 kilometers. Two of these cannons were built, but only one of them saw any action during the war. From January the 11th, 1945 until the 22nd, a total of 183 rounds had been fired on the recently liberated one of the planet's most active volcanoes. According to experts, it is the only active volcano on the European mainland. Mount Vesuvius, best known for the eruption that completely destroyed Pompeii, erupted in 1944. Number 8. The largest and smallest country in the world. Europe is home to both the smallest country in the world, Vatican City, and the largest, Russia. According to the CIA World Factbook, Russia's area comprises 17,098,242 square kilometers, while Vatican City's area is only 0.44 square kilometers. The Vatican City state is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, the only site to encompass an entire state. Number 7. The Merry Ceremony in Romania. Cemeteries are often sad.
And the fact it wasn't so bad, particularly if it's in English. So those are, I think a lot of part is the fellowship and the trust that people who come to this know we're not trying to pull anything over on you. These are the facts.
So
Take
it's fun.
them and, and if these facts don't quite fit what you think, then why don't you do something about it? And that's why it's so important to me to learn.
So it's important to note that it's also fun and fellowship.
Oh, absolutely.
Because I think it's a very, very important, I can't think of the word in English, adnodd, resource. See, bilingual.
Early at it. It wasn't like I was a genius in English or anything like that.
Yes.
So along the way, self-doubt was an incredible thing. It was like, really? Is this really what because there wasn't that much positive reinforcement coming back.
Yeah.
So that was a really hard one for me in my long journey. And I think it is for a lot of people that you're just not sure.
Yeah. And I think that's an interesting point in terms of that distinction. Like, I know there are several people in my life who were very clear since the time they were little of the thing that they wanted to do. And eventually
bestsellers. An English noblewoman is taken captive by a Viking lord, and after spending some time together, they slowly fall in love. A different English noblewoman is taken captive by a Viking lord, and after spending some time together, they slowly fall in love. A Danish noblewoman is taken captive by a Viking lord, and after spending some time together, they slowly fall in love. A French noblewoman is taken captive by the Danes, and then rescued by a Viking lord, and after spending some time together, they slowly fall in love. A Saxon noblewoman is taken captive by a Viking lord, and after spending some time together, they slowly fall in love. A Viking woman is captured by a Saxon lord, and after spending some time together, they slowly fall in love. Ooh, little reversal of roles there, I say. There
headline, you kind of think it's a British English kid and a British Muslim kid, but actually they're both British Muslim. And these are the types of headlines that we've been fed. So I wanted to kind of cement that as a part of showing the kind of evidence of what's been happening really. And with regards to the quotes in the book, these were separated. So one section would talk about masculinity, another section would talk about 9/11 conspiracy theories. And I wanted to keep it anonymous because I wanted it to be more of a
out to be Milady de Winter. Cardinal R tells her that the Duke of Buckingham has sent English troops into the French war on the side of the King's enemies. To stop this, he wants Milady to travel to London and inform the Duke that the Cardinal has evidence of his affair with the Queen, and is prepared to out her and have her arrested as a collaborator, counting on the Duke's devotion to his mistress to force him to withdraw his armies from France. If this fails, he charges Milady with the task of arranging for the Duke's assassination instead. As payment, Milady demands the heads of both Constance and D'Artagnan, who she says she can prove has visited and collaborated with Englishmen. And, I mean, she's not wrong. The Cardinal agrees to this and her final request, which is a letter.
He's a professor of English and the director of the New York State Summer Writers Institute. Welcome, Professor. Congratulations on this book.
Thank you so much.
It's one in a trend that we've hosted on The Open Mind. Bill Egginton, The Splintering of the American Mind. Our viewers and readers of our transcripts on The Open Mind are familiar, no doubt, with Jonathan Haidt's work in the same arena. But I just wanted to challenge from the outset the title, the premise, or at least ask you to flesh it out a little bit more. Because can there be such a thing as a tyranny if tyranny is an omnipotent
Behind the roleplay of English lay a rainbow of multiculture, embedded in 150 languages, a magnetic workforce of young, skilled passengers attracted to Central. Our labour is a major asset, mostly overlooked. I love this place, where crazy reigns above from unknown altitudes. When depression creeps up like adulthood, trying to purge the fight out of you. Places like Brixton, with no church in sight, sits the soul food served from a live band.
With Egypt, where this scene is actually set, that is very reminiscent of an English countryside. So this picture is something that obviously had more meaning in the sort of specific site for which it was probably made, and certainly the site in which it hung in the 17th century. Now, the picture hung across another painting by Orazio today in Bilbao, and beneath a glorious ceiling, an elaborate ceiling decoration also by Orazio. So it's a sort of ode to Orazio, this whole space belonging to the Queen. And this ceiling painting was his last great sort of commission in London. He died very shortly. Recce.
Converting from the English system to the metric system. Things that are nice and precise and factual and easily stated. But things that are a little bit less sharply stated, like how you open a door, machines don't understand the first thing. So there's actually a competition right now for opening doors. So somebody uploaded data sets from 500 different doors, and they're hoping that robots will experiment with all 500 doors and they'll get it. But what's more likely is they'll get to door 501 and they'll actually have a problem, or at least door number 601. So every ordinary person in the West has opened a bunch of doorknobs and
you took a very specific sort of linear progression in English and math. It's probably 60-minute sections on each subject. In high school, you probably took a year of biology, you took a year of chemistry, you had a year or two of foreign language, right? That is, in a sense, the framework that was laid out in 1893 for what school should look like. In fact, the recommendation of the committee, they unanimously agreed that every subject should be taught to every student in the same way and to the same extent, regardless of destination. So in other words, right, every subject should be taught in the same way.
Using very quaint English expressions here. There's a certain store, there's a bush, or whatever, just things that you're very familiar with. So the first thing you've got to remember is, I don't know, I have to take my suit to the dry cleaners. And I've got to do that tomorrow. So I make an image. You have to make a bizarre image of that thing. So say a suit that is so clean, it's sort of gleaming bright white that you can barely look at it. And you attach that to this image of the mailbox. So you imagine someone's pulled that, like dressed up the mailbox in a gleaming white suit, or is trying to stuff it in, but the light is shining out of the little slot.
That's a bunch of English colonists who are vastly outnumbered by their enslaved African workforce. And they want to be defended by the British Army. So they're forever indeed asking for a standing army to be in the islands to defend slave plantation owners against their own slaves who are constantly rebelling. And that is to some degree the same case in the southern colonies on the mainland. In the north in particular, and particularly in New England, the idea of a standing army is the worst form of political tyranny. And this
It passed through 2 more English collections, and then it was acquired by the gallery from the Earl of Suffolk in 1880. And about that time, I'll say a bit about its conservation. The panel was thinned and given the cradle, this kind of support structure, shortly after its acquisition. Now, cradles are often very problematic, but in this case, the panel has remained stable, and the cradle hasn't caused any major structural problems. The painting may have been cleaned a bit at this time, we don't know. There are references to removing some varnish on the surface in connection of dealing with treating the surface for so-called fogging or bloom.
Story they read in 9th grade English that day, or explaining how Newton's laws of motion work. But I also have students who go to the homeless shelter or to the group home. They go to the car that their family is sleeping in right now. They come to school with trauma, and when I go home every day, that goes home with me. And see, that's the hard part about teaching. It's not the grading, the lesson planning, the meetings. Though sure, those things do occupy a great deal of teachers' time and energy.
They're eager to learn English, and their children serve in the US military all over the world. Now, these are, of course, arguments that we hear every day. Immigrants and their advocates use them as they confront those who would deny immigrants their rights or even exclude them from society. And up to a certain point, it makes perfect sense that these would be the kinds of claims that immigrants' defenders would turn to. But in the long term, and maybe even in the short term, I think these arguments can be counterproductive.
I've been an English teacher, an attorney, a video game creator, and now a toilet paper salesman selling millions of rolls of toilet paper a year. Life is about finding the intersection of what you really, really love with what you're really, really good at. As simple as it sounds, it's really not that easy to find. After a brief stint as an English teacher, I went to law school and ended up becoming an attorney at a really big law firm here in New York City. Like most Americans, for the next 2-3 years, I was holding on to my job for dear life, working really late hours in a job that I thought maybe I was good at, but certainly not one that I really, really loved. I then came upon that epiphany that it takes years of
In English, that's hurry sickness. When we have to make fast decisions, autopilot brain kicks in, and we rely on our learned behaviors, our reflexes, our cognitive biases to help us perceive and respond quickly. Sometimes that saves our lives, right? Fight or flight. But sometimes it leads us astray in the long run. Oftentimes when our society has major failures, they're not technological failures. They're failures that happened when we made decisions too quickly on autopilot.
Very urgent. We're looking for an English teacher to start teaching next week in Busan. Basically, the pay was a little tiny bit better, the hours definitely better, and the location right in the center of Busan, which is where all my friends live. So immediately, you know, on my break, I spent like the only few minutes I had emailing him back saying I'm interested, you know, like I'd like to do an interview. And they actually wanted to see me in person. So, you know, like the next, I think it was like 2 days later, I went in for an interview. I went to meet with the director and the assistant director, and I told them, you know, like, yeah, I'm looking for a new job. You know, it didn't really work out at my school, and they asked me why. And I was...
The city is strongly bilingual when compared to other Canadian cities, and English and French are both spoken here commonly. It is one of the liveliest areas in North America, and there are plenty of things to see and do all over this sprawling city. Before we get into the top 10 things to do in Montreal, we've included links in the description to various discount codes and links to resources of things to do, so make sure you check those out. At number 10, explore the Old Port. The Old Port is a historic port of Montreal that sits along the waterfront and stretches for over 2 kilometers along the St. Lawrence River. The port dates back to 1830, but since then, it has been redeveloped.
The understatement and a lot of the irony of English comedy, of English writing, and I've been aware of this actually for a very long time, it's almost like a weight which I cannot quite carry. How the social structure is soaked into the bones and into the language. I don't mean it's snobism. I think it's just ways of negotiating what there is. And I've always kind of felt, this is a slightly romanticized thing, that essentially I'm a Budapest tenement building in a London suburb. It's kind of, you can see, you can do it, you can put the building there.
The encouragement of English heritage, now historic England, was very important. They really thought that a full restoration of the saloon would be a feasible project. And this restoration has been possible partly because of the number of in-house staff working on it. I mean, you know, Anne Sowden, who is now retired, devoted hours and hours and hours and hours of her time, which if we were paying for an external contractor would have sort of bankrupted the institution. She had also developed an awful lot of in-house expertise, which an outside contractor might not have.
The English army was bigger, better equipped, and more experienced. However, they lost to the fiercely determined Scots. The Battle of Bannockburn is an incredible interactive adventure that will change what you think about Scottish history and shake you up with a realistic 3D battle experience as you come face to face with soldiers, knights, and pages on both sides of the conflict. Witness the sights and sounds of battle, take your place in the battle room, and see ancient battle strategies, weapons, and armor. Harnessing state-of-the-art 3D technology, visitors can experience medieval combat like never before to learn about this crucial event in Scottish history. The centre also contains an award-winning cafe and gift shop, Created in the 18th century, the English Garden is a large public park in the centre of Munich, stretching from the city centre to the northeastern city limits. At 370 hectares, this expanse of lawns, tree groves, pasture, waterways, and a lake is one of Europe's largest urban parks. There is 78 kilometers of hiking and jogging trails, a Japanese tea house, many traditional beer gardens, and much more for visitors to enjoy. At number 4 is Allianz Arena Tour. Visitors can get behind the scenes at this major sports venue, perfect for football fans visiting Munich. The Allianz Arena boasts a capacity of 75,000 and laid out in the French and English style, with shady nooks, pools, and fountains, the shaded walkways provide a sanctuary from the powerful sun. Number 7 is Carrera del Darro. Beneath the Albaizin district is Carrera del Darro, a street that traces the course of the little river Darro as it flows through the city where the old walls would have been. The street is nice for a scenic walk and can taper to just a couple of meters wide in places. All the while, you'll have splendid views of the river and the lush vegetation on its banks. At number 6 is Sacromonte Caves Museum. This fascinating museum is located in a set of caves where visitors can explore the diverse geography.
My name is Marcy Rendon, my English name. My Ojibwe name is Awanakwe. I'm originally from the White Earth Reservation, but I have lived here in the city since 1978. This stack of books and this stack of books are all books that I have something published in. I write novels, short stories, I write creative nonfiction, poetry, I write the lyrics for songs for classical composers. I mean, what I say is I'll write anything that pays, because
And acoustics, with a knowledgeable English-speaking guide. Number 7 is the Central Market of Valencia. Mercado Central is a public market located across from the Silk Exchange in central Valencia. Built in the 1920s, the Art Nouveau market is one of the largest in Europe and has beautiful stained glass and mosaics adorning the domes of the iron structure. With over 1,000 stalls piled high with the best seasonal produce, this is an amazing place to visit for the sheer variety of food and the impressive setting. At number 6 is the City of Arts and Sciences Museum. The City of Arts and Sciences is an entertainment-based cultural one of the UK's major landmarks. The Palace Pier pushes out into the English Channel for half a kilometre at the bottom of the Old Stein Through Fair. It opened in 1899, and for most of the 20th century was dominated by a theater. Since then, the Palace Pier has been an amusement park over the water, with fairground rides, traditional games, and arcades. The pier is free to enter and great for a stroll. At number 6 is Drusillus Park. Just 30 minutes from Brighton, Drusillus Park is widely known as the best small zoo in England. It offers a fantastic day out and includes hundreds of exotic animals, from monkeys and meerkats to penguins and pandas. However, the animals are only half of elegant English Baroque architecture and is one of the smallest cathedrals in England. Fascinating both inside and out, the cathedral is home to some remarkable treasures, including the inspiring stained glass windows. Open on most days of the week, there are free guided tours offered on some days. Number 7 is Birmingham Botanical Gardens. Located southwest of the city, the Botanical Gardens are the perfect spot to enjoy the beauty of nature. First opened over 200 years ago, the Botanical Gardens are home to outstanding natural heritage, which is preserved in the garden's 4 spectacular glasshouses that cover everything from tropical rainforest to desert landscape, and much more. The castle's English-style park features centuries-old trees, ponds and grottos, and even bats in the ice cellars. The popular 19th century maze is a labyrinth of fun for all the family that's been confusing people since its construction in 1873. At number 8 is the Market Square. Bruges' premier square is definitely the central hub of the city and buzzes with life as everyone mingles between the horse-drawn carriages, shops, and street performers. The most prominent buildings on the square are the Belfry Tower and the Cloth Hall. However, in all 4 directions of the square, there is unique architecture. Take a walk along the famous Promenade des Anglais, so called because it was created by the English, who in the late 18th century would often spend their holiday along this lovely stretch of coast. The walkway, a pretty division between the sea and the palm trees, was built in 1820, and today can be enjoyed as a place for a leisurely stroll or some relaxing sunbathing on the deck chairs dotted along its edges. At number 2 is Musée Matizé. The Matizé Museum, housed in the striking 18th century Villa des Arenas, has one of the largest collections of his works in the world, and visitors are able to get a sense of the wide range of his talent by the waters of Vancouver Harbour and English Bay. The park has a long history and was one of the first areas to be explored in the city. Families will find plenty of family-friendly activities here, including an outdoor water park and a separate heated outdoor pool. The park also boasts 4 playgrounds and a miniature train that snakes through more than a mile of forest. With beaches, totem poles, an aquarium, botanical gardens, and tennis courts, there is plenty to keep everyone occupied. Number 3 is Vancouver Art Gallery. Set against the backdrop of British Columbia's natural majesty, the Vancouver Art Gallery has been bringing modern and contemporary.
I had occasion to interview his English publisher, Colin Haycraft at Duckworth's, and he told me that in 1982, so this is 9 years after it was published, the first edition of the hardcover had been 1,500 books and it had still not sold out. Gives you some idea. So Oliver at that point was really a voice in the wilderness, and his response, in part, was to fall into a 10-year writer's block. He had a new book he wanted to write about an accident he'd had, a leg accident in Norway. I'll talk more about that tonight. But the point is that he...
Situated next to Hyde Park, St. Mary's Cathedral is an English-style Gothic church constructed of honey-colored Sydney sandstone. The church is a symbol of the spiritual origins of the city, as it was the first Roman Catholic church in Australia. Today, St. Mary's Cathedral is one of Australia's most beautiful and significant buildings. Number 3 is the Sydney Sea Life Aquarium. Sea Life Aquarium has one of the world's largest collection of Australian aquatic life. From sharks and dugongs to stingrays and seahorses, discover 14 themed areas on a journey through the aquarium, as well as regular wall-mounted tanks and ground-level enclosures. This impressive the moat was leveled off, and the 4-kilometer belt was planted with English landscape gardens. The green belt of Planty Park rings the whole area of Krakow's historic Old Town. Pathways weave this way and that, past sculptures and babbling fountains, and cafes spill onto the sidewalks. At number 2 is St. Mary's Basilica. Built on the foundations of an earlier church, St. Mary's Basilica has been casting shadows over Krakow's Market Square since the 13th century. It's one of the most magical buildings in this fairy tale city. The 14th century stained glass windows and colorful wall paintings fill the interior with light and color, and the richly detailed blue star vault of this nave is stunning. The side of the Hofburg was created in an English style with a relaxed tree population. In contrast, on the Ringstrasse side, the park was constructed in a French Baroque style with a highly detailed and precise planned garden, which is a lovely place to linger and enjoy the gorgeous flower displays, fountains, hidden monuments, and art installations. At number 7, explore the Imperial Palace of Hofburg. Vienna's Imperial Palace, the Hofburg, was for centuries the seat of the Habsburgs, rulers of Austria, until the end of World War I. There are 18 separate wings here, all designed by. Number 7 is Landeshaus, or in English, the Armory. Landeshaus is one of the world's biggest historical armories. The armory's purpose was to have weapons ready to defend the province from invaders. Today, it contains over 30,000 items of arms and armor, and is full of racks of weaponry, such as spears and pikes, with shelves full of rifles and pistols. The historic armor and weapons here are well preserved, and visitors can immerse themselves in the extraordinary atmosphere of the armory, just as it was centuries ago. At number 6 is the Clock Tower. Standing on the fabled
And just remember that when a native English speaker is speaking very slowly or in a formal setting, they're more likely to pronounce the endings of these words, these plosives, Facebook, task, and that's what's happening. And let's actually look at the word week right now on Forvo and Youglish. I'm interested. Let's go back to Forvo. We'll put in week up here. 5 pronunciations of week in English.
Week.
Ah, you hear that? So
in this American English pronunciation video, we're going to go over 5 tips to improve your listening skills. In this video, I'm going to go over 5 tips, 5 tricks, 5 secrets to improve your English listening comprehension skills. If you pay attention to all 5 and spend time every day, not long, 15, 20 minutes, there's no way you won't improve dramatically. If you get bored working one way,
work into something a little bit more like English, and help it be a little bit more interesting. But also, at the end of the day, if people don't have the attention for a 5,000-word essay, then they don't have the attention to play the kind of part that a serious citizen ought to play in thinking about these questions. We can't simply change that, but for those who do, we can offer them more than they might get in a traditional policy white paper that requires a lot of expertise, more than they'd get in a kind of general reader magazine article that is just trying to keep them turning the pages.
In Japanese, November 2006 in English, it is revealed that Tenchi himself is the avatar of a greater being, known simply as Kami Tenchi, the god of heaven and earth. By transcending the dialectic, Tenchi recognizes himself as both god and man, and accepts the connection to the divine that his Juraian ancestry gives him. In this way, the creators of the anime have somehow tapped into and, dare I say, surpassed the biblical archetype of.
They use what's called a planchette in English, or Fuji in Chinese. They actually write in sand messages from the gods. Very interesting how they do that. Maybe we'll give them a link to that. The guy had been studying to do this, and it was sort of taking over in his daily life, and it had gotten out of control.
A user named Coach Atlas says that they'd love to hear about your relationship with Bill Hamilton. How did you meet? What was your Dharma discussion like? What was Bill like? Did his brand of Dharma affect you at all?
Oh yeah, that's some good oral history. Bill Hamilton is one of the
doing.
It's a fantastic opportunity to practice English and practice speaking without having someone else to speak with. It's a really great way of practicing the present continuous as well. I am boiling the water. I am adding the rice. Maybe go a bit more advanced and say, oh, I'm just adding a pinch of this because it adds an element of flavour, honestly. Go all out. You could even record yourself. Maybe that's too far for some people. But this is just about using every opportunity you have to speak English. Tip number 9 is remember to prioritise fluency over accuracy. Take a book that you have already know, but when I was teaching Spaniards English, they never knew how to pronounce it because it's quite a complicated spelling. It's this one. How do we say it? It's squirrel, squirrel, and that earl, people with Chinese as a mother tongue, that might be a really difficult one because and ul often get confused. So squirrel, squirrel. 2 syllables there. The next one, number 7. This one. We've got that sound again. When talking about these brands, if you'd like to take your English a step further, then I really recommend Audible. When it comes to improving your pronunciation, sometimes reading just isn't enough, but listening to audiobooks really shows you how each word is pronounced. So there's a link in the description box. You can click on it and you can sign up for a 30-day free trial and a free audiobook. And I've got some recommendations in there for audiobooks read with a British English accent and also an American accent as well, so you can choose whichever is more relevant for you. That being said, let's get started with the video. Now the first one is you can learn English, German, French and Spanish, but on this occasion they're only running the marathon for English and German. Normally you have to sign up on a subscription basis, meaning that what you pay for is what you get. But every now and again, I think they lasted one at the beginning of the year, which I helped promote as well, which went really well. They do a language marathon. Now, you know that I don't promote cramming and learning languages really quickly. The best way you can possibly learn a language is by doing it little and often. And one English class, so many fantastic English YouTubers or English TV programs. The world is your oyster. Go for it. It can really transform your productivity, as it did with mine. Now, number 5 is something that can improve your grammar, your vocabulary, your pronunciation, your speaking, your listening, your writing, your reading. It can genuinely improve everything. And this is identifying where you are lacking. And this is something that you will have heard me mention before in videos, but I'm reiterating it and repeating it because I think it's so important. Everyone, and welcome back to English with Lucy. Today I have another pronunciation video for you. I'm going to be going through all of the English place names that are really hard to pronounce, and I'm going to be letting you in on some secrets. Yes, I'm going to be giving you some rules, and if you take note and if you learn them, hopefully pronouncing English place names should be a lot easier. And to make it a little bit more fun and to allow you guys to laugh at yourselves, I've made it a quiz. So you can comment below with your score. I'm basically going to give you a little bit of time to guess the pronunciation before. For this definition, we would say degree in the UK or major in American English. We do not use career for this definition. So a correct sentence with career is, I started my career making teas and coffees, and now I'm the head of operations. That's correct. An incorrect example would be, my career was very challenging and I was relieved to graduate. We should say my degree or my major was very challenging and I was relieved to graduate. Number 2, the second word that's and fast native English speakers. In this lesson, I've got 3 listening activities for you to do, so please have a pen and paper ready. Let's start with exercise number 1. This exercise is all about showing you the importance of vocabulary. Many listening exams will have a gap fill exercise where you're given a passage of text and you have to listen to an audio and fill in the gaps. The same goes for natural, fast English conversation. You may understand the majority of the words, but you may miss some key words that are essential to understand. And the same goes for your English. Practice makes perfect. The last proverb is actually my personal favourite, and it's about determination. It is, where there's a will, there's a way. It means that if you want to do something enough, then you will find a way of doing it. Nothing is impossible. There is always a way. I used to say this one to myself a lot because when I started the English with Lucy YouTube channel, I had no idea how to work a camera. A funny story is that my dad lent me a small amount of money to buy a camera and a tripod. It's not good English, but it is colloquial conversational English, and you will hear it and you probably will want to learn to use it, because saying I want to and I'm going to all the time can be pretty tiresome. Quickly, before we get started, I just want to remind you that if you really want to take your English up to the next level, you're going to need to talk and practice with native speakers, and there is a fabulous platform that will help you do this, and it's called italki. Now, italki is a website. In American English, they say a tempest in a teapot. A tempest in a teapot. That sounds much more posh. Teacup, teapot, much more tea. This means great outrage or excitement over a trivial matter. For example, I don't think the apocalypse is coming. I think it's a big old storm in a teacup. Number 13. In British English, we say a drop in the ocean, a drop in the ocean. And in American English, they say a drop in the bucket, a drop in the bucket. It means a very small or insignificant amount compared to the amount. Alright guys, those were your 10 beautiful English words. I would love to hear the words that you find beautiful, so please put them in the comments below. If you like the video, don't forget to share it and connect with me on all of my social media. Flattered that English people were trying to learn their language, because obviously they had come to England to learn our language, so it was quite a nice exchange. Look around you, see if there's an Irish pub or some sort of British restaurant, or if you're learning French, a French restaurant, etc, etc, and you can make a really fun evening of it. Obviously it's best to have a partner in crime that's also learning that language, but you could always ask your dinner partner, do you mind if we do this in a foreign language? I'd just really like the opportunity to practice. Number 5, great for daily practice, is set all of your electronic devices. So I'm talking your TV, your phone. I got some really good advice. He says, speak English with your close friends. Yeah, you can speak English with people you trust. He also says to imagine yourself in different daily situations in which you have to speak English. Again, it's that talking to yourself technique that I mentioned before. Paco says the more he speaks with natives, the more confident he feels. And yes, it's the immersion again. Roy says get a girlfriend who's a native speaker. Yes, if you can manage that, that's fantastic, but make sure you're with her for the right reasons. Hector says speak slowly at first and then build up. Or you can say, if you think sorry for my English is fine. I look forward to seeing what you have to say. Now, number 4. You guys always knew I was going to mention this one. It is practice, but I want to say practice, but don't learn. You can tell when somebody has practiced a presentation or rehearsed a presentation, and you can also tell when they've learnt a presentation. The difference being that a practiced presentation is organic, it's genuine, it flows, and it's it's trustworthy. You can trust what that person is in the US and in other English-speaking countries as well. So they're pretty universal, but they're seriously, seriously useful. So let's get started with the lesson. Quickly, before we get started, nah, kidding, not today. Let's get started with the lesson. Number one, my first expression using have is to have a laugh. To have a laugh. Now, to have a laugh means to kid around or to be joking, or to have a joke can be said as well. So if I say to you, are you having a laugh? I'm essentially saying, are you joking? I'm on my English with Lucy Facebook page. Loads of you join in every week and it's really good fun, and I like seeing the same names coming back every week. So if you want to become a regular, join in now. Don't forget to connect with me on all of my social media, and I will see you for another lesson very, very soon. Mwah! Hello everyone and welcome back to English with Lucy. In this vocabulary lesson, I'm going to give you 20 commonly used business English nouns and then loads of collocations that can relate to them. By the end of the lesson, you'll have learnt over 150 business vocabulary collocations. I will give you the definition if the collocation changes the meaning of the noun or if I think the combination is particularly complicated. Let's get started with the lesson. Hello everyone and welcome back to English with Lucy. Today, after all of your requests, I'm doing a grammar video. And I wanted to talk to you about something that even I, an English teacher, struggle with sometimes. It's something I have to use every single day. It is punctuation, and I have always really struggled with apostrophes and when not to use them. Apostrophes follow loads of rules and I see them misused all of the time. I know that sometimes I might misuse them as well. Hi guys, welcome back to English with Lucy. Just a little tiny baby video for you today. I want to talk to you about 3 little tiny phrases that all mean roughly the same thing that you really should know if you're thinking about taking a Cambridge exam anytime soon, because I've seen them come up time and time again, and normally my students are pretty clueless or have no idea about what they mean. So the 3 phrases are to be keen on, to be fond of, and to be a fan of. Hello everyone and welcome back to English with Lucy. So today, after the success of my 100-word pronunciation video, I thought I would bring you something even bigger. So today I'm going to talk you through 100 phrases that you can use in everyday English conversation. As always, we will be focusing on the British English pronunciation, but these are phrases that can be used anywhere. If you speak a different dialect of English, I encourage you to write in the comments below what you would say differently. It's really interesting and helpful. Personality and character in English, and I'm going to help you with your pronunciation. Before we get started, I'd just like to mention the sponsor of today's video. It is italki. If you haven't heard of italki before, it's a huge online database of both native and non-native speakers who give one-to-one lessons 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can learn English and over 100 other languages from anywhere in the world as long as you have a stable internet connection. It's a really affordable way of learning a language, much cheaper than offline academies and in-person. By country, I mean English spoken in New Zealand is very different to English spoken in America, for example. So you need to be able to recognise more or less everything and diversify your English. Focusing on that word variety again, I want to talk to you about resources. For my next point, I want you to ask yourself a question. I want you to answer it to yourself honestly. How much time do you actually dedicate to practicing and improving your listening skills? Answer it honestly. Most of the students that I ask say around 1 to 2 hours, and even then they might be things that we have in English. This is a huge problem for British people, is ending a conversation, because normally the other person wants to continue it and it's very hard to convey that you want to leave. Well, I have 3 lovely phrases to help you with leaving and ending a conversation in a polite way. Number 42, a great one to say is, well, it was lovely chatting to you. Well, it was nice chatting to you. Normally started with, well, it was lovely to talk to you. Or 43, a word we always use is right, and then followed. I remember living in Spain, I could see English people coming over to Spain and speaking slowly, but still using words like wanna and gonna and don't ya, like connecting all these words together and not understanding why people weren't getting what they were saying. They had no idea. They were trying to be clear. So people just need that reminder, and you have every right to ask someone that. So dominate the conversation. Another part of this tip is you ask the questions. You can make sure that the conversation stays on track. It stays on the
in that for English, you know.
The same sentence in a couple of different ways with different tones of voice.
And it means something completely different.
Completely changes it.
Yeah.
And that can really be confusing for students.
Well, it can be confusing when you're trying to speak and get your message across, but when you're listening, you know, you miss so much information if you don't understand that. So it's really important.
Another thing for me is the set phrases, like the expressions. But this is the same for learning any language. I remember when I was learning Spanish, hearing really weird phrases, and you either know them or you don't. You can't just guess.
Yeah.
Really struggle with listening in English. I always, when they do their exams, I'm sure you've seen this as well, speaking will be quite high, reading and writing will be really high, but listening is always the bit that they struggle on. And it's because you can't read the lips, you can't read the body language. And then also the voice on the telephone gets a bit distorted. So how can my students feel more confident on the telephone? Because it's an essential part of life.
The telephone calls are hard, aren't they? That whole thing that we can't see the other person.
You can't see their reaction, so you don't know whether they like. I will be speaking clear English, but please remember to switch on the subtitles if you're struggling to follow. You can also reduce the speed of the video to slow me down. Additionally, I have placed a glossary of key vocabulary used in each video in the description box. Right, let's get started with the first lesson in the course. In this lesson, I'm going to be talking to you about how you can write a perfect CV, also called a resume in American English. It's not just English. You can speak to qualified native teachers. Also, there's the option to have non-native and non-qualified, and they will do one-on-one video lessons with you. It's a buy one, get one free on lessons. So when you sign up and spend $10 and buy 100 italki credits, they will credit your account with a further 100 italki credits, meaning you basically get a lesson for free. It's an excellent offer, so make sure you check out that by clicking on the link below. Right, let's get started with the lesson. Just a quick warning, a couple of the words that I'm going to talk about could offend some people, or maybe you don't want. Right, who's been watching English with Lucy since the very beginning? When I started my channel, I used to make videos with little quizzes at the end, and I thought it would be really nice to do one today. So I've set up a quiz. There are 10 questions. You can put your answers in the comments if you like. 1. Could you repeat that? What you said. Could you repeat that? What you said. Number 2. He got in Soho, London. He got business English. I've tried Lingoda myself and I was blown away by the experience. All of the teachers are qualified native speakers. You can take classes at your convenience, anytime, anywhere, as long as you have a stable internet connection. Group sizes are really small, with an average of just 3 students per class. You study a structured curriculum and all of your learning materials are provided. This sprint starts on the 7th of January 2020 and lasts until the 5th of April 2020. You have to participate in phrases in the English language. No offence. Is there a more offensive phrase than no offence? When somebody says no offence, but, you know they're going to follow that with something offensive. It's just the way people are. So I have 11 alternatives for you that you can use to give criticism politely. So this video is perfect for improving your vocabulary, but if you want to improve your listening skills and your pronunciation skills even further, then I highly recommend the special method. Explain. Take a book that you have already read in English or a book that you would like to read in English. I've got lots of recommendations down in the description box. And read this book whilst listening to the audiobook version. Reading alone will not help your pronunciation because English isn't a strictly phonetic language. How a word is spelt or written might not give you any indication as to how it's pronounced. If you listen to a word as you read it, your brain will start to make connections, and the next time you read that word, you'll know how it's pronounced, and the next time you hear that word, you'll know how it's spelt, how it's written. This works with English, it works with any other subject. Work to the other person's concentration time. Have a little whiteboard, do a little session, time's up, have a break, swap. Both of you benefit from it because you're learning because you're being taught, and you also learn because you are teaching. By thinking as both a student and a teacher, you are looking at information from both perspectives, so it can be amazing for your brain. When I look at grammar now, I think, how can I make this easier for my students to understand? And subconsciously, I am also making of English with Lucy. Not that many people. I had very few. It took me a couple of months to get to 1,000 subscribers. But my second ever video was a video called How to Learn and Remember Vocabulary. The video is a little bit disorganized. It was my second video ever. I was 21 years old and I was eager to get onto YouTube and share this knowledge that I had. But the video's done really, really well. But looking back at the video, there are some updates that I would like to add on. Because fruit, vegetable or nut in English. I'm going to start off with more beginner vocabulary and move up towards advanced. Before we get started, I would just like to thank the sponsor of today's video. It is Lingoda. Lingoda is an online language school where you can learn English, Spanish, French, German and business English 24 hours a day, 7 days a week from anywhere in the world as long as you have a stable internet connection. You learn with native, qualified teachers, and when you complete enough courses, you'll get a CEFR certificate. Quickly, write it down in English, and then I forget about it. And I keep on doing that throughout the day. So you're constantly on the lookout. Do I know that in Spanish? Yes, I do. Left it. Do I know that in Spanish? No, I don't. Write it down. You might end up with 5 words at the end of the day. You might end up with 20 words at the end of the day. It depends on your level and also where you are. By doing this, you are training your brain to become accustomed to thinking about things in that second language, and it will help you towards fluency. Then you're also creating a list on your phone to write in English to you. We speak fairy language. And the letter was signed from Nina, which was a fairy that lived in my garden. And communication between Nina and I continued for 2 years. Yes, I would write a letter to Nina the Fairy almost every night. Sometimes I went a while without writing and then I apologised, and she would always reply. Sometimes my letters would get a bit wet and she would say that she had to put some magic on it and clarify my writing. I wasn't really that bothered if it landed. Improve your English vocabulary, and it's going to help you sound more like a native. Before we get started, I'd just like to thank the sponsor of today's video. It is Lingoda. Lingoda is an online language academy. They've got loads of real qualified native teachers that will teach you in both group and private online lessons. They have French, Spanish, German and English. I've tried it out for myself and I really do think it is excellent and incredibly affordable. You sign up on a monthly basis, so you get your subscription package, which tells you how many group classes you have. You can learn English and over 130 other languages from anywhere in the world, anytime, as long as you have a stable internet connection. It's an incredibly affordable way of learning a language, much cheaper than an offline tutor or a language academy. So many people message me and ask me how they can meet and talk to native speakers because they want to practice. italki is a really good option because yes, they have the qualified teachers, but they also have community teachers who will practice conversation with you. They've given me an offer to pass on to you. You will receive... It was very, very English. I'm back now with another really exciting advanced pronunciation video. This video is going to show you how you can speak more quickly, and it's also going to help you sound more like a native speaker. So it's a really, really important one. Before we get started, I'd just like to thank the sponsor of today's video, Lingoda. This video is going to help you with your speaking and your listening, but if you want to take it a step further, why not try Lingoda? I've done a full review video, which you can look at by clicking up here. But basically, it's an online language. Next time you read something, if you're reading to practice your English, let me know which person you choose in the comments, because I think it will be quite funny to see who everyone chooses. Now, the next tip is for people who just really aren't satisfied with their reading comprehension. If you feel like you are underperforming in exams or you're not getting the most out of reading for pleasure, this tip's for you. I want you to step back from your reading and evaluate what's going wrong. Why? Why are you dissatisfied? In order to find a cure, you need to find... In American English, they are also really inclined to say ew, ew, sometimes followed by gross. And because we have a lot of American movies and TV shows in the UK, now our children are starting to say ew, gross and gross. In fact, I think I remember saying it as a child and my mum was saying, don't say that, say yuck, you're British. When we in the UK see something disgusting, we're likely to say, if we don't make the noise, we could say, how disgusting. Words in the English language, it's a weak word, avoid using it. Another word that I've discussed extensively before on my channel is very. Very is an intensifier and you should use a powerful adjective instead. Fairly, really and quite should also be avoided in the same way as very. Another word that many career advisors will tell you to avoid is just. It means only or simply. For example, I just wanted to check if you've received my application. It implies that it shouldn't be prioritised. Instead, most common irregular verbs in English, and I will do another video on the next 25, so 26 to 50, very, very soon. But I think it's better for you guys to do it in short bursts. You're not going to remember suddenly 150 words, so best to stick with 25 right now. That's 3 lots of 25. I hope you enjoyed the lesson. Just a reminder, if you liked this pronunciation class, then you will love my free live pronunciation lesson. It's every Sunday at 4:30 London time on my Facebook page, English with Lucy. that's shy when you're already fluent in English, and you can make them feel better and tell them about your ridiculous experiences. Number 6, meet and talk to as many different people as possible. In your life, you are going to meet so many people that you will never ever meet again. So if you do embarrass yourself in front of them, if the worst does happen, it doesn't matter. You might think about it again, they might think about it again, but if you don't ever see them again, it doesn't matter. Take the opportunity to speak with strangers, to go out and meet people, to talk to as many different. To improve your English listening skills, you can get a free audiobook on Audible. The link is in the description box. Connect with me on all of my social media, my Instagram and my Facebook, where I hold a weekly live pronunciation lesson every Sunday at 4:30. Goodbye for now. I will see you soon for another lesson. Mwah! So there you have it, your definitive guide on how to read dates in English. I hope that was useful for you. I hope you learned something. Don't forget to connect with me on all of my social media. You've got my Instagram and my Facebook, where I host a free live pronunciation lesson every Sunday at 4:30 GMT. Don't forget to give this video a like, and if this is your first time visiting, make sure you subscribe. I will see you soon for another lesson. Mwah! Take a book that you have already read in English, or a book that you would like to read in English. I've got lots of recommendations for books and audiobooks down below in the description box. And as you read that book, listen to the audiobook version at the same time. Reading alone will not help with your pronunciation, or your listening for that matter. English is not a strictly phonetic language. The way a word is spelt or written in English might not give you any indication as to how that word is pronounced. That's why pronunciation in English is so hard for my students. But if you listen to a word, which meant in Old English a ball of thread. This is because a ball of thread could be used to guide somebody out of a maze or a labyrinth, so that was a clue. So that is where clue comes from. The next one, jargon. That is a good word, isn't it? I love saying jargon. And jargon comes from the old French word jargon. I hope I've said that correctly. Meaning twittering, like birds. So basically, when someone's using a lot of jargon, they're twittering like birds, it's not really understandable, and they're saying a load of rubbish. Okay, the next. Today we're going to be discussing telephone English. If you work in an office or want to work in an office, chances are you'll have to answer the telephone, or at the very least take a telephone interview. In this lesson, I'm going to give you lots of vocabulary and set phrases that you can use on the telephone. I'll give you some tips on making yourself understood on the telephone, and I'll give you some telephone interview tips. Right, let's get started with the lesson. On YouTube for more free English lessons. Okay, so what makes the verb to take so special? Well, the answer is it's what we call a light verb. It's also known as a dilexical verb as well. And other verbs in the light verb group are have, give, make, do and go. You might remember that I've already done a video on make and do. And light verbs are verbs that, when used on their own, they have very little meaning, but when partnered with another noun, they have much more meaning. And there's specific nouns that go with specific light verbs. So today I'm going to talk you through all of the nouns and situations. Hello and welcome to English with Lucy. It's been a long time since I last made a video using my whiteboard. So today is going to be a really useful lesson. It's going to be all about the verb to get. Oh, Very important news, I now have an Instagram along with my Facebook and obviously my YouTube channel, which is right here. And for my Chinese followers, I've created a Weibo account as well, and you can communicate with me on there. Now, I warn you, I don't speak Chinese, so I'm finding it quite difficult, but I don't want you guys to feel like I don't appreciate you, because the way a word is spelt in English or written in English doesn't really give you much indication as to how it's pronounced in English. But if you listen to a word as you read it, your brain will start making connections, and the next time you see that word, you'll know exactly how it's said, how it's meant to be said, how it's meant to sound, and the next time you hear that word, you'll know exactly how it's spelt and written as well. It is such an effective method, and the best part is you can get one free audiobook, that's a 30-day free trial, that we use in British English and in American English. This lesson is going to be really good for building your vocabulary. It will help with your reading, it will help with your writing, it will also help with your speaking and your listening, because you'll be able to understand what natives mean when they say these idioms. I know loads of you are desperately looking for ways to improve your speaking, pronunciation and listening, and there's one thing that I'd like to mention. I know a lot of you are using it already, but I really recommend Audible. Audible is Amazon's provider of audiobooks. My advice to you is search for a book read in a British accent. I know that a lot of you are learning English right now with the intention of one day becoming fluent, so it'll be really nice to keep a record of these things and work towards achieving the next one. Before we get started, I would just like to thank the sponsor of today's video. It is Skillshare, and if you haven't heard of them before, they're an online learning community with thousands of classes of all different topics. You can learn about marketing, languages, cooking, craft skills. Honestly, there are lessons for absolutely everyone. There are loads of free classes, but you can also sign up to premium membership, which for great audiobooks to help you improve your English. Right, let's get started with the video. Fact number 1, tea is by far the most popular drink drunk by Brits. Maybe you knew this, but apparently we drink 165 million cups of tea every single day. Bananas. I've drunk no tea today. It's not my favourite, I don't hate it, I'll have it if I'm offered, but yeah. Number 2, on our main TV channels, that's channel 1 and 2 and quite a few others, they're run by the BBC and we don't have any adverts. This is because we pay a licence fee. You can learn English and over 130 other languages from anywhere in the world, any time of day, any day of the week, as long as you have a stable internet connection. It's an incredibly affordable way of learning a language, much cheaper than an offline tutor or a language academy. So many students write to me and ask, how can I meet and talk with native speakers? Well, italki is a really good option because not only do they have qualified teachers, they also have community teachers who will practice conversation with you. They've given me a special offer to pass on to you. You can get $10 worth. Describe the weather in English. We're going to start off quite basic and move up to more advanced vocabulary. I'm going to guide you through seasonal weather, hot weather, cold weather, wet weather, windy weather, and I'm going to give you verbs, nouns, adjectives, and idiomatic expressions. Idioms. We're also going to do a little bit of basic grammar at the beginning, but very easy, don't worry. Before we get started, I would just like to make a recommendation. This video is going to improve your vocabulary and your speaking skills. Working as a private English teacher, a lot of people wanted conversation lessons, and they would come in and say, I just want to talk, which is great. But I had a small handful of students that really knew how to improve their conversation skills, and I actually learned from them. I had a couple of students come in and say, I want conversation lessons, but I want to practice my stories. And this was great. They would come in with a handful of stories that they would tell on a daily basis, maybe where you're from, why you're living in London, something funny that happened to you on your holiday, something that they like to. If you want to speak better English, you should carry on watching. Carry on means to continue. Then we have come on. Come on, if you don't hurry, we'll miss the train. In this case, come on means hurry. The next one is find out. I need to find out when the train leaves. I need to discover or become aware of when the train leaves. Then we have get on or get along. These mean the same. I get on very well with my flatmates. For example, subscribe to English with Lucy. That's a really good CTA. In this part of the lesson, I'm going to talk to you about 10 business idioms. These are slang expressions that you might hear in the workplace or read in emails. Let's get started. Number 1, at the 11th hour. This means at the last minute. For example, he submitted the file at the 11th hour. Number 2 is to get the ball rolling. This means to start or to get started. For example, let's get the ball rolling on this project. Now, arguably, one of the most difficult parts of learning English is the pronunciation of the many vowel sounds. So, the first part of this series is going to be all about the different vowel sounds that we use in British English. Quickly, before we get started, make sure you connect with me on all of my social media. I've got my Instagram, my Facebook, my Weibo, and of course my YouTube channel. And as I've mentioned before, I have a Patreon site where you can sponsor me and earn some really nice rewards like Skype lessons and... Hello and welcome back to English with Lucy. Today I'm going to talk to you about 7 idioms that you can use to politely tell somebody that they are an idiot. So in simple terms, idioms for describing stupidity. We Brits like to beat around the bush to avoid talking about something unpleasant or uncomfortable. Many of us live in constant fear of offending people. However, that does not mean that we won't throw in an under-the-table insult disguised as a seemingly harmless idiomatic phrase when we think that you're being a total buffoon.
Stan. There's a sign in Arabic and English warning intruders against going into the area. The local tradition that this is where the golden calf was is so strong that if you approach it, you'll be suspected of searching for gold. According to the Bible, the worshippers of the golden calf say, "These are your gods, O Israel." This verse indicates that there are multiple depictions of bulls as the Israelites are worshipping the golden calf. On the top of the stand where the golden calf would have been placed, there is a circular indent where the rock has been worn down. It's
in English. I'm really excited because I'm going to Madrid next week, my old hometown, the place where I did my Erasmus. I went to Universidad Complutense de Madrid, and I am the official host for Pangea Platform's Unleash 2017, which is a huge celebration of young talent. We've been having the final meetings. I am so excited, and it's going to be my first time ever presenting and hosting a big event. So I'm really nervous, but really excited. If you want to read anything about it, find out some more information. Now, originally in Old English, the only correct way was often. Often. But now many people pronounce it often. Often. And Cambridge and Oxford dictionaries both accept this pronunciation. I am actually more inclined to pronounce it often as well, simply because it's something that my parents said. So both are absolutely fine, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Big kiss to all my Lucifers, and I'll see you again for another lesson very soon. Hello everyone and welcome back to English with Lucy. Today I've got a very different video, but it's been extremely highly requested. A lot of you have been telling me that you don't understand British humour, or that you would like to understand British humour. So today I'm going to talk you through British humour, help you to understand it a little bit more, and give you some phrases that you can also use to participate in British humour. So our sense of humour can do two things. It can make people feel excluded because they don't understand what's going on, and it can also make people feel offended because it can be, or it can... Sorry. So anyone that's been to England before will know that the English just love saying sorry. We say it when it's not necessary, we say it when it is necessary, but it's part of our culture and it's what we consider to be polite. So this lesson is going to tell you about the many ways in which you can say sorry, and then also different situations in which you should say sorry. And we'll talk about some slang ways that you can say sorry, and then what to do if words just aren't enough. Before we get started, I'd just like to remind you that if you want to really practice your English, then you should sign up to italki, which is a fabulous website with your English speaking and pronunciation. If you'd like to further improve that, I really encourage you to check out Audible. There's a link in the description. You can get a 30-day free trial, that's a whole free audiobook, and I've got some recommendations for books with British English pronunciation. I've got an American English pronunciation one as well, so don't miss out. Right, let's get started with the video. So, the first name that I'd like to talk about is actually a Hispanic name, and it is Joaquin. Joaquin, like the Joaquin Dev. So in Spanish it should be Joaquin, but speakers of English generally tend to pronounce it as Joaquin. To show ability, I can speak English. It can also be used to suggest a possibility or give an option. For example, you can call him tomorrow. It can also be used to show impossibility, that can't be her, and it can also be used for a request. Can you help me? Could, on the other hand, can show past ability. I could do trigonometry 5 years ago. It can also be used to ask a polite question. Could I call you? It can also be used to show possibility and impossibility. She could be here or she couldn't be here. And it can also be used to make else the opportunity to correct your English or give constructive criticism on your answers. You can start off by saying that feedback is welcomed. The first interview question is, can you tell me about yourself? This question seems so simple, but frequently candidates fail to prepare for it. You don't want to say too much, but you don't want to say too little either. What you should prepare is a clear and concise answer that builds a connection between you and the interviewer and shows why you are the perfect person for the job. The formula for answering this as well, really. But if you want to take your English to the next level, then I cannot recommend italki enough. I've been working with italki for over a year now, and so many of my students have had such fantastic results. It's an online language learning platform. You can learn basically every language there is, but you're here to learn English, so I imagine that's what you want to learn. And italki has thousands of native teachers at incredible prices, and they can help you become more fluent more quickly. You can book yourself in for a conversation lesson or a planned lesson any time of the day. French and German are now closed, so if you want English, you need to hurry. For full information on how to enter, you can click on this time of the video here. That's when I will be explaining everything. Let's get started with the lesson. So the first festive phrasal verb is to look forward to. To look forward to. And this means to be excited or pleased about something that is going to happen. So, I am really looking forward to eating Brussels sprouts on Christmas Day. If you don't know what Brussels sprouts are, they are tiny green cabbage-like things. Back to English with Lucy. Today I'm going to be giving you 12 phrases using the word all. But before we get into all of that, see what I did there? I'd like to thank the sponsor of today's video. It is italki, and if you've never heard of italki before, it's a huge online database of both native and non-native teachers who give one-to-one video lessons 24/7. You can learn English and over 100 other languages from anywhere in the world as long as you have a stable internet connection. It's an incredibly affordable way of learning a language, much more affordable than doing a one-to-one with an offline teacher and why I think it is one of the best tools for improving your English. It's an online language academy with real, exclusively native teachers, and you can have a mixture of group and private lessons, and they can basically teach you anything you want. If you want to practice green idioms, you book in for a private class and you can practice green idioms. So that's it for today. Don't forget to connect with me on all of my social media. I've got my Facebook and my Instagram. And also check out the blog post where you can find out loads about St. Patrick's Day and also some really good St. Patrick's Day vocabulary as well. As with all English concepts, there are always exceptions, and I will talk about those after I've explained the most important parts. So things that we can create from scratch. A coffee or tea? Shall I make you one? An offer. I'd like to make you an offer. Can I make a suggestion? Alright, but only if you make me a promise. Also, I think I've made a mistake. I'd like to make a complaint. Who's making that noise? For example, studying English is hard, but in the long run it will be worth it. Number 9, in the nick of time. This, like the 11th hour, means at the last possible moment, at the latest possible moment. For example, I made it to the bus in the nick of time. I only just made it. Number 10, the ship has sailed. This means that an opportunity has been missed. I wanted to apply for the job, but the ship had sailed. I missed the opportunity. I ran out of time. And the last one, in next to no time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to English with Lucy. I've got a very, very useful lesson for you today, so please keep watching. And this lesson is all about adjectives and their corresponding prepositions. I've had so many requests for this video, so this is for you guys. Now, before we get started, I'm always being asked questions on all of my social media about how people can improve their fluency, practice their conversation, and speak with natives if there are no natives in their area. Well, I have a if you want to learn the British English accent, and I've got some recommendations for American as well. Let's get started with the lesson. The first one is this one. So the official pronunciation of this name is Siobhan, but obviously you can name your baby whatever you want to name it. So if you want to call it Siobhan, that is absolutely fine. It's a lovely name as well. I think I actually had more Siobhans in my year at school than I did Siobhans. But yeah, you can call it what you want, but it's commonly mispronounced, so be careful. The next one is a gorgeous name. I absolutely love this name. It is this one. Recommendations for different levels of English down there as well. Right, let's get started with the lesson. Okay, so I've got 10 car brands in total. Let's start with the Italian ones. The first one, this one, a lot of people call it Alfa Romeo because it sounds like Romeo and Juliet, but it's an Italian brand, so it should be Alfa Romeo. So it's not Alfa Romeo, it's Alfa Romeo or Alfa Romeo. The next one, not such a common brand, but I have heard it referred to as a Lancia, and it should be Lancia. Mistake made by speakers of American English, but it's not grammatically correct. Number 7, I think I need to down and rest. I think I need to down and rest. Is it lay or is it lie? It's lie. To lie down means to recline, and to lay down means to establish, like a rule or something, to lay down the law. I need to lie down and rest. Number 8. You can learn English, Spanish, German and French, and you have real face-to-face video lessons, both with private tutors and with groups as well. You sign up on a monthly subscription package basis, and they've given me a very special offer for you. You can get €50 or $50 off your first month at Lingoda, All you have to do is click on the link in the description box and use the code Lucy2. Right, let's get started with the lesson. Now the first one. What am I talking about if I talk about the birds and the bees? So I might say something like,
and to another episode of my British English pronunciation series. Today we're going to talk about another diphthong, and this one is the O. Before we get started, make sure you connect with me on all of my social media. I've got my Facebook, my Instagram, my Weibo, and of course my YouTube channel. And you can also sponsor me on Patreon, and you can earn some really nice rewards like Skype lessons and handwritten letters. Okay, so O is a diphthong, and it is formed of...
We just like to complicate things in English. And the last stunningly beautiful advanced phrasal verb, number 25, is to jot down, to jot something down. This means to write or note down very quickly and briefly. For example, I highly suggest you jot down these 25 stunningly beautiful advanced phrasal verbs. Yes! Right, that's it for today's lesson. Your homework. As if you think I would forget about that. There's always someone in the class who reminds the teacher that there's homework when they've forgotten.
Hello and welcome back to English with Lucy. We're now going to continue with the British pronunciation series. Firstly, before we start, remember to connect with me on all of my social media. I've got my Instagram, my Weibo, my Facebook, and of course my YouTube channel. And then I also have a Patreon account where you can sponsor me and earn some nice rewards like Skype lessons and handmade cards. So let's get started. Today we're going to talk about another diphthong, and this diphthong is ear. So if you don't remember from last class, a diphthong...
The word Torah is usually translated in English as the law because it has all of these laws in it. And as you read through them, you wonder, am I supposed to obey some of these, all of these? I mean, what's the purpose of the law?
Well, that translation is kind of confusing because while the Torah has laws in it, the book itself is fundamentally a story about how God is creating new kinds of people who are fully able to love God and love others. And when Jesus taught about the Torah, he said that he was bringing that story to its fulfillment.
So walk me through the story and how it's fulfilled.
So the story begins with God
very hard to writer in the English language. And here's Steve with his Harris Hawk Margot. Hi Steve. What do they both have in common? Let me explain. So, what is falconry?
Falconry is defined as the art of using a trained bird of prey flying at quarry. It's catching your dinner using a bird of prey.
It's been around for thousands of years, and it was so popular back in the 16th century that Shakespeare started using it in his literature. He was such a prolific falconer that everyone started using his phrases. So much so, these expressions are ingrained in the English language today.
Also in a language that is not English, and the notion that a book kind of exists once it's exists fully once it's translated into English. It's of course not what I think, but there's a kind of feeling. And there used to be the same feeling in Latin America when you wrote from outside Spain and your book came out or not in a Spanish publishing house. If you were a Mexican writer or an Argentinian writer or a Peruvian writer and your book was not published also.
I'm deciding whether to study English literature or maybe philosophy. And I say, no, study management. Go and be a lawyer. Come and do some of the hard technical skills, then come back and see us. Because what we really need at the School of Life, what I really need around me, are not another poet or another philosopher. We have enough of those. We have tons of those. What we really need are people who are sympathetic to what we do, but with extremely hard-headed technical skills. And this is what we're trying to do that is new. And I always try and surround myself with people who are not necessarily particularly from a humanities background,
on. They didn't speak English, they didn't speak Italian. It was an Italian ship, and at one point they panicked and they decided they're going to hijack the ship. There were 4 of them, and it was a doomed enterprise from the beginning. They hijacked the ship and they had all the passengers gathered together. They started to panic because they tried to get the boat to land in different ports. The U.S. was radioing all the ports in the Mideast, don't let them land. We don't want to let the hijackers have a safe haven and get away. And after they were denied entry at
French and English academies centered on the depiction of historical and mythological events rich in moral instruction. And so the artist of classical representation condensed complex stories into pregnant moments, as they were called, that a viewer could absorb and comprehend. Perhaps because he remembers the 60s so acutely, Marshall has typically avoided depicting that era's history directly. He never did manage to paint the fast food clown above a burning Watts. Or he depicts far away historical events he never
classic. That's why I've read it in multiple English classes at multiple points in my life, and I really wanted my own copy. And then I also grabbed My Grandmother Asked Me to Tell You She's Sorry by Frederick Bachman. I've never read anything by Frederick Bachman before, but I have a bunch of his books on my Goodreads TBR, so this was like $2 at the thrift store. I grabbed it. I know nothing about it besides the fact that it's about Frederick Bachman. I know nothing about it besides the fact that it is by Frederick Bachman, and I really want to get into his work. So grabbed this. I also love the cover. I think it's really lovely. I love all of Frederick Bachman's covers, though. I think that they're all really beautiful. Next up, I
went to his high school who didn't speak English very well, and I think he felt incensed about that they were changing kind of the fabric of his school and the fabric of his community. I believe he had a Hispanic friend in high school that he later told he couldn't be friends with because of his Hispanic heritage. Then 9/11 happens, and in the mood of the mood of the country back then, if you recall, is everybody's kind of banging the war drum and we got to take the fight to Al-Qaeda, etc. In Santa Monica, there was
English equestrian artist. So he loved English art, and that formed the basis and the inspiration for the creation of his collection of British sporting art. He was also a fox hunter and a horse breeder. He lived in horse country in Virginia. So the collection of British sporting art was really a personal statement for him, a reflection of who he was and what he was interested in. And when he met and married Bunny, he married a pure Francophile who was absolutely absorbed in all things relating to French art from the 19th and 20th centuries.
Biohacking is a new word in the English language, added actually in 2018 to Merriam-Webster's, and believe it or not, I'm in the definition. If you don't know what biohacking is, it's the art and science of changing the environment around you and inside of you so that you have full control over your own biology. What are you going to do with that control? Hey, you want to get swole? Go for it. You want to lose 100 pounds the way I did? You want to make your brain work better? You want to get higher quality but less sleep? You want to have tons of energy at the end of the day? You want to be a better painter, better athlete, better human being? It doesn't matter. It's your energy, your biology. You can do whatever you want. This is the tool set for that. Here are 5 things you can try today that are local.
Want to hear how they can help the English department. They want to know what the vision for the campus is and how they can have a transformative impact on the campus. Some of the projects that will be central to this campaign are really projects for the campus. They're adding 100 faculty positions, adding graduate fellowships, trying to strengthen our science and engineering facilities, supporting the undergraduate experience and particularly undergraduate diversity. So those are some of the themes that we're currently road testing.
Not that this made academic English any simpler for my students to understand. A boy in my class faced a different problem, the second barrier. He was an entomologist by birth. He just loved bugs. So naturally, from my assignment, he went straight on to the Journal of Asia-Pacific Entomology and try to download a paper entitled Task Allocation in the Tunneling Behavior of Workers of the Formosan Subterranean Termite, because he wanted to learn more about termites.
Korea, when you say the word quality, it's the same English word, but in Korea, when you say quality, what you mean is it's brand new. In Korea, that's what it means. Quality means brand new. And he said in Japan, when you say quality, that means it's perfect. It has no mistakes, not the tiniest scratch. That's what quality means in Japan. And he said in China, when you say quality, you mean it gives you status. So he said, you got to understand the cultural context. Even if we all learn English as this common language, there's still this cultural translation that changes the meaning of everything. So, next thing. Okay, first.
How my ancestors, never knowing a word of English, can put together a phrase, a simple remedy, a gentle anecdote for a little brown girl's salvation tonight. Let them tell it, brown girl. When they teach you about Hunam in the blue-eyed classrooms of your schools, do they ever actually tell you that you are beautiful? Or do they just show you what it is? Do the pictured women in the Hall of Fame faces in the showcases displayed look like you? Are the halls as deep and as wide as a woman's spine? Do the arms of your study halls...
English dictionary. Trumpet. Favorite podcast in the podcast pantheon.
Guilt and shame, and guilty feminists, just anything with the word guilt in it.
Favorite artist?
Renee Magritte.
Favorite artistic moment in the history of all art?
In the history of all art? You.
What's your favorite British idiom?
Never look a gift horse in the house. In the house? In the mouth?
Favorite American idiom?
I'm just going to circle back.
Biggest difference between American and British humor?
I think
this immediately. Perhaps they didn't speak English particularly well and didn't notice that, the word island appeared on the name of the place that they were trying to drive to. But I think you could forgive that. But you would think that once it came to actually trying to drive on water, they would know it was time to overrule their machine, right? Apparently they didn't. I think this was probably quite embarrassing when someone had to wade out to come and help them. Definitely embarrassing when they had to abandon their hire car. But most embarrassing of all was about half an hour later when an actual ferry sailed past. But the thing is,
translated into English with a single word, which is important because all of the presumed universal emotions happen to be English categories. And they also don't exist in the language that is spoken by the Hadza, which is Hadzane. And then what we did is we invented expressions for these emotions. We just made them up. And in this case, we were using vocalizations, although we have a version with faces, but we were using vocalizations because it's a complicated story, but we were basically replicating.
He ignored the fact that some test takers didn't speak English, so answering a question like, how many are 60 guns and 5 guns, could be difficult. He ignored how some people were barred from receiving an adequate education, which meant some puzzles like this one could be quite challenging. He just assumed the scores reflected the innate intelligence of different races. And because of this, he wrote that black people were so much less intelligent that America should worry about racial admixture, which would incorporate the Negro into a racial stock and taint the population.
And that English teacher actually took her home, and she's lived with that English teacher ever since. She graduated valedictorian, and she's sitting in my class as an accounting major, but she hates accounting. She's just doing it because it's safe. It's just something that, she thinks it'll pay the bills, she won't be homeless again. But she's wondering, what am I going to do? And then there's one other student I'll tell you about. She's like the perfect student. She's amazing. She does all this great work. I mean, she's like 2 steps above perfect every time I see her work. And one day at the end of class, she just hands me a note and she
groups.
English settlers still wanted to make money off of this venture, so they began to look to alternative ways of making Virginia profitable. And that came in the form of tobacco. But a major problem with growing tobacco is that it requires a ton of labor, and the laborers needed the agricultural skills to turn the crop into cash. Because they had already met with sustained resistance from native populations, English settlers looked to other potential labor sources, enslaved Africans and indentured British laborers. There are some important distinctions to make between these two groups. First, indenture was a contractual agreement with fixed
In the most perfect English said, "Goodbye, my beautiful sister." Thank you.
Even in English, we sometimes don't use the past tense to express a past event. Once we start appreciating that languages share the same concepts, that, for example, all languages express the concept of time and can do so with equal success, well, then we can start to celebrate, even marvel at the diversity of ways in which they do so. Now, what if we weren't comparing languages, but we were comparing different dialects of the same language? So have you figured out which dialect of English I speak? Not only do I pronounce things in certain ways, I also use certain expressions.
And I had to attend English as a second language course. And I was that weird kid that considered squid guts and curry rice to be an exciting meal instead of the typically American hamburgers and hot dogs. I was not the all-American girl. I have spent my life trying to find my place in the world as a third culture kid, trying to find prescribed acceptance that would offer me a defined place and a defined role. I have lived in more places than I can count in my lifetime, all to places so culturally different, even within the boundaries.
Generic English.
Most difficult.
Irish.
What's something you always travel with?
This.
Pretty obvious, yeah?
Yeah.
What's your favorite stamp in that passport?
New Zealand.
What's a stamp that you're dying to get in that passport?
India.
What was it like hosting SNL?
It was an absolute dream come true.
So when you board that plane, window seat or aisle seat?
Window.
Best habit?
Writing in my journal before bed.
Worst habit?
Biting my nails.
What's the best advice you've ever received?
Be nice to everyone and make your own cup of tea on set. Come in.
Century. In that century, the English art critic and social reformer John Ruskin pointed out that the medieval building industry had once left its builders room for a huge amount of creativity, evident in the way that these craftsmen had had fun carving gargoyles, grotesque animal or human faces, in distinctive shapes high up on cathedral roofs. The stonemasons might have had to work to a fixed overall design, and their toil was not always easy, but the gargoyle symbolized a fundamental freedom, seen in many kinds of pre-industrial.
No.
So it's just English?
Sí, y un poquito de español, con fluidez.
If you were a DJ, what would your name be?
DJ Booth.
When have you felt genuinely starstruck?
By President Barack Obama.
You interviewed President Obama?
Yeah, I did. How did that happen?
What is he like in person?
Even better looking.
Which YouTuber inspires you?
Ooh, I would have to say the one I'm dating, David Dobrik.
What's something you could tell me about David?
Oh, he has great taste in women.
Do you have any siblings?
2 of them. My mom made me 2 sisters, but I'm the youngest.
What's the best part about being the youngest?
Ooh.
Coconut.
Is there an English word that you still struggle with today?
Worlds. Is that good?
Oh, I totally understood that. And what's something in Portuguese that I'll definitely struggle with if I tried?
O rato reu a roupa do rei de Roma, rainha de raiva reu o resto. Cata? Yeah.
Favorite movie?
The Bicycle Thief.
Last movie that made you cry?
Coco.
Favorite Disney character?
Moana.
What's the most memorable career moment that you've had so far?
Being part of the opening ceremony in the Rio Olympics.
How many shows have you walked in your career?
Around 500.
Wow, and how many covers have you been on?
And she learned English from watching American soap operas. She told me how disappointed she was when she got to Europe that the food didn't look like it looked on MasterChef. And when she was on the boat on the dangerous crossing from Turkey to Greece, she listed the Romanov emperors to try and relieve her stress. I also met some of the widows on those beaches in Lesbos, on the Greek islands, who, despite the fact that they were very poor, would come and greet the refugees landing, bring them food and dry clothes and drinks.
It was owned by the celebrated English bass singer, Bartleman. It's wonderful to have even that little bit of lineage about the instrument, because quite often these days you only know very, very little. It made absolute sense for Dragonetti to leave it to Prince Albert because he played on this instrument to him in a concert that was part of a series called The Concerts of Ancient Music that was directed by Prince Albert. It's a very curious instrument that doesn't really fit into any particular box.
Then I remembered that he was 4 and barely spoke English. So I reverted to 2 words he definitely knew. Ice cream. You try without training wheels, I'll buy you ice cream. Here's what happened next.
Right here, yes! Yeah! Come on, look at you go! Look at yourself! Good job!
So this is the kind of helping.
Landscape painting is considered a kind of quintessentially English or British genre of painting, but is in fact introduced into Britain in this period through artists such as Jan Sibrex, who arrives from Antwerp in the 1670s, a kind of founding father of British landscape painting. Sibrex concentrated in views of country house scenes and country house portraits, bird's eye views of the English landscape. This painting shows the country house and estate of an English banker and goldsmith called John Coggs. And we can see here a bird's eye view of a house and an estate.
Part of the intervention I want to make is that Eastern English-style riding and English-derived horses, namely thoroughbreds, also had a profound impact in shaping dominant American culture, especially, I want to argue, where women are concerned. It's in those decades following the Civil War that white middle and upper class women start entering the sport of riding in large numbers. By the 1880s, those numbers are large enough.
Was a regular English teacher in China. This is not a coincidence. I truly feel that the best and quickest way you can find your own story is by becoming a teacher, and preferably in a community completely different to yours. Because it is only in that experience, when you push your limits, when you are physically exhausted, when you redefine all of your priorities, your values, it is in that moment.
Say it. In French, over 15, but in English, just 1. We use the same word to describe how we feel towards our partner, as well as how we feel towards our morning Melbourne latte. But let's be honest, the emotions around love are not only temporary, but can be explained by basic science. What we call moods or feelings, science calls neurochemicals. Sexual drive is dopamine and pheromones. Romantic love is oxytocin and serotonin, and once attachment kicks in,
mathematics and to Stanford in English literature because I had a double major and I didn't know what I wanted to do.
Well, the upshot of it was, remember I was on the debate team and we had managed to win a series of debates, and I wound up at Harvard in late January of 1966. I thought, well, I should go into the philosophy department and tell them I'm here and see if they've got my application and what they think. The philosophy department at Harvard was as then and is today in Emerson Hall. I went upstairs, and who should be sitting there but Van Quine and Hilary Putnam, two of the great philosophers at Harvard. I introduced myself, and they said, oh.
I speak French and German and English.
Your experience is very important at Google, much more than what school you went to. So we can.
Did you hear that, Mom and Dad? Mom, Dad, did you hear that? Cool. Yes.
Yeah, thank you both so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Thank you.
English ain't my first tongue. Where I come from, forms are born in a nothingness so divine, it encompasses everything here. Spirit speaks from the deep, and women see with 16 eyes here. Everything has an answer. Love, bring back love, bring black love, bring back black love, bring back black love. No matter the question, love, no matter the time, love, no matter the question, love, no matter the time, love, no matter the question, love, no matter the time, love, no matter the question, love, no matter the time. Life. It's like black life, no matter. Question.
A house that pours out all English. And Joe was like, I'm gonna have a weed plantation and this and that. And I forgot how this came up. And I remember Chuck D, and this is good for nerds and clean minds. And you don't gotta drink, you don't gotta smoke, you don't gotta sleep with a lot of women, you don't gotta have more cars than everybody, and gotta have jail. Chuck, I remember we was talking about weed and stuff like that, and we was going around the room, and it came to Chuck, and Chuck just 22 years old. He just basically said, man, I never got high a day in my life. Now, this is how naive I was. I'm standing with my 40-year, and just imagine if you could hear my thoughts when he said that. How the fuck do you rhyme that good? And I went back to my...
And then by senior year, I won the English award in my high school. And so it was, there was definitely a kind of a significant journey that happened in a very short period of time during my youth.
Well, it goes to show the power of recognizing a strength.
Yes.
Something that you can do, even if there are other areas that there are challenges. And that's why I was really interested to hear you tell that story, because I think so many of us can be in an environment where perhaps we're not good at everything. And we can start to have that self-talk that we're deficient, we're not good enough, we don't belong.
That young men tend not to major in English for the same reasons most women don't major in computer science. They compare their notions of who they are to their stereotypes of English majors and decide they won't fit in. All this meshes with my own experience. Even though I felt more comfortable in a t-shirt and jeans than a dress or a stylish suit, after 4 years of majoring in physics at Yale, I experienced so much pressure to dress and act like a man that I began to feel extremely uncomfortable about my identity as a woman. Working as an intern at Oak Ridge National Laboratory in Tennessee, or attending a conference on
trick, all right? But one way or another, use those audio guides. They come in English, and they are either included or at a reasonable price and excellent. I work very hard in my teaching to produce an app that is full of free tours. And I really want to stress this because this will save you $50 a crack when you're in Europe. I've got audio tours, must have 40 of them, for all the great sites, museums, and walks in Europe. I've worked on this really hard. Tens of thousands of people are going to the Pantheon, they're going to the Orsay Gallery, they're cruising the Grand Canal in Venice with me in their ears. And it's so nice. It's just the tours that's in the book already. Speaking people, English-speaking people, and one button for everybody else. Now, if you were to go to an ATM machine in Basque country, you would find the same 4 buttons on the top, wouldn't you? You'd have Basque first and Catalan fourth, but you'd have the same 4 buttons. And the Basque people would expect to have Catalans, and the Catalans would expect to be on it because they've got a solidarity together. They are fellow victims of the tyranny of the majority. They are fellow nations without states, you see. And I think it's very exciting to gain an empathy for those struggles and what it must take to. The main thing is you don't want to be attracted to the big sign in English on the most expensive square in town that says no frozen food. That's a tourist trap, just like that. They're paying way too much rent. They're just trying to snare naive, green, rich tourists. And you see here 4 different languages, a printed menu offering every menu item you could imagine. Everything about it is wrong. You want to find the local mom and pop place that's serving local specialties with the season. They say in much of Europe, eaters can identify the region.
I mean, best ever in the English language, possibly competing with Churchill, but I think King gets him. Best ever in the English language. But he gave a speech in Detroit that was kind of high. And he got to this point where he was trying to talk about this dream, but Mahalia. Now, you can listen to that speech too. I mean, it's all on the internet. The Detroit refrain, the I have a dream refrain in the Detroit speech falls very flat. Doesn't work. But Mahalia.
Catholic high school, who got an English degree from UC Berkeley, despite not knowing any English when he was born for the first 4 years of his life, ended up writing a play in college for an English class assignment, who then went to law school at UC Davis, got licensed as an attorney, couldn't find work, applied to Google, didn't get the job, somehow ended up with an unlikely, irreverent, odd career, or hobby, according to my South Asian family, as a professional.
Did you write it in Swedish or English first?
English.
English.
But for the Swedish publisher. And I had to translate my own book into Swedish because I write better in English than I do in Swedish now. And then for the American version, we actually extended it. I wrote a lot more. So then I had to rewrite again in English. So I kind of wrote 3 books this past year. But it's been a big process. Making a book is not just writing and then handing something in and then you're done.
No.
No. It would be nice if that was the case, but it's not.
So you told me the biggest challenge. Now I'd like to know, this is actually my last question, then we'll open it up, is...
Well, we take all comers, English majors, non-technical people, and we start doing SQL queries using the SQL sandbox. So it was an engineering thing to build this little SQL sandbox. It wasn't tricky, but it really had to look right for the users. That was one of the big innovations we had in this MOOC, in the edX course. This is sort of if you can see this is a simple query, and you can see some of the results. You basically run a query, and you get a bunch of results in a table, and you can even push a button to download the full results. In this case,
and I said, he don't even speak English. So, you know, I said FTP to Arnold Schwarzenegger. And then I go to a boxing match, and who sits down right next to me? Arnold Schwarzenegger. And I'm like, I look at him, I go, this is going to be uncomfortable. And then I said, you know, I make fun of you in my stomach. Yes, I know that dude. You're talking about the FTP. I know what that is. He was governor, and then they showed me on TV, and they cheered. They showed him, and they booed, and then I...
in plain English. So I've talked to John Medina at the University of Washington. Great book called Brain Rules, how the brain, how persuasion works. And he introduced a lot of these concepts where he talks about dopamine is like a stamp on your brain that makes you pay attention. So when you have this rush of chemicals, cortisol, mostly though dopamine and oxytocin, and Paul Zak is studying oxytocin, it forces your brain to pay attention. This is important. There is a reason why you remember where you were, during certain big events like a 9/11 or some.
So I really, when I graduated from college, I was a double major in English, creative writing and women's studies. And I knew that I wanted to dedicate myself to writing. I knew that this was going to be a years-long apprenticeship. It wasn't something, I never, bought into this false notion that like, I'll just sit down and, spend the next 6 months writing a book and then that's, then I'll be done. I knew that it was going to be a long slog. And so I decided
interests across from, history, philosophy, and English to biology, physics.
So
and
not
astronomy.
just for a science major, but for...
This is for all of our students. I mean, right now it's a pilot, so we're just beginning with several hundred students in this semester. But this course will provide for students a sense of what it means to graduate into a world in which data and data analytics is going to be critical to everything they do. It doesn't matter what they do, some kind of computation and some kind of data is going to be critical to it. So in a way, what we're doing by this is to introduce into our common
connect with the locals, with these fluent English-speaking people, and understand what matters to them about culture and their country. And your trip will have an added dimension and become much richer for it. Traveling in France, getting around the country, is really about as good as it gets. France is home to Europe's state-of-the-art bullet train system, connecting all the major cities at 200 miles an hour, whisking you from left to right to up to down. And remember, the country is only 700 miles across anyway. You can cover a lot of territory thanks to this technology. That's the good news. The bad news is you have to reserve these high-speed trains in France and frankly anywhere in Europe. It's about
It's not related to any other European language. German is more closely related to English and Spanish and Turkish and even Sanskrit than it is to Hungarian. That's how different it is. Hungarian also is a little related to Finnish and Estonian. Those folks have a similar origin. Let me just give you an example. If you go to the Czech Republic and want to say hello, you would say dobrý den. Dobrý means good, den means day. Dobrý den. In Czech Republic, that's dobrý den. In Poland, you would say...
What you don't want to look for is a big English language sign that says no frozen food on the most expensive square in Rome. Everything's wrong about this. With a menu that's printed so it's the same all year long in 4 languages. Wrong, 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 right? Too much rent, too many cliches, too much of a focus on tourists. What I want is a handwritten, small menu in 1 language. Handwritten because it's shaped by what's fresh in the market this morning. Small because they're just cooking up what they can sell profitably for a good price. And in 1 language, the local language, because they're targeting not tourists.
Brought forth. Again, the English department's going to tell you that's a mixed metaphor. Fathers don't bring forth children, mothers do. But childbirth, it is a hard and bloody thing. And Britain, it did not simply say, oh, go away, old chaps, and have a good time. We had to fight a long and bloody war to win that independence. And a new nation. New not in the sense that I got a new baseball cap.
Don't care if they can't speak English. The point is that they need to be ready in that context. The second reason we say no is if someone thinks it's a job. This isn't a job, this is school, so the pay isn't that high. But we're going to go to bat for you in every way possible to cut, the cost of living down so that you can afford this opportunity. And we'll even give you free housing, right? So if they think it's a job or someone just comes in, not ready, we're going to say no. But everyone else we say yes to. And I'll make this clear, we don't ask about someone's offense. It's never a question. What did you do? We don't care.
For every kid, like that actually resonated across the country. And if we simply were talking about English and math standards in the debate, we would have been fine. And there would have been no controversy around it. We would have just been able to go forward and make this part of what's going on in American education across the country. I also think the idea of being state-based was the right play. Every state has a different context, so the idea that every state would ever adopt the exact same standards is actually not possible. There are things in state context, Montana, for example, wants more on American Indian education.
A lot of English language learners or concentrations of those, you're going to get more dollars than you would have prior to that.
And foster youth as well.
And foster youth as well. So it's not, you're not adding more dollars to the system right now. We wish we were, because we're underfunded as a whole. But what we are doing over time is saying we're shifting some of these dollars to those kids who need it most. So it's by need rather than all kids equal, because we know all kids don't start equal. As far as
what is to stop districts, and Jeremy, this is as much your question as Jay's, right, is what's to stop districts from just
folks, professors of English literature, historians of linguistics coming and editing Wikipedia, and that's what makes it such a great balance of general purpose expertise and deep expertise. And so anybody can really engage in that. I think to perhaps your other point about the accountability to the mission, one of the things that Wikipedia is, it's also very self-reflective. It's very transparent. Every single edit that has ever been made, you can go back and take a look at for every article that's ever been written, all the way back to the very first edit. What this means is
of years, and one of them is in relation to English language learners, especially in our larger districts. It is an expensive student to educate, and they need very special supports. So we see some districts, Fargo in particular, truly struggling with the costs associated with English language learners. So we're hoping to increase that funding to get to the students and to the districts where these students are learning. Mm-hmm.
Would that be a new reality for North Dakota, that we have more people coming to this?
So they weren't collected by the English curators, they were packaged up for them. One of the aspects of this is the way it's documented. So when Caitlin and I were working on something called the John Ray Collection, it started to seem to me that curators are imposing these extraordinary orders on their collections. So they've got nothing to do with the chronology. In this case, it's got everything to do with their notion of what the significance of things are. So in this instance, it's quite interesting that Joyce is cataloguing the...
So as an English major and a journalism major, I am a self-proclaimed lit nerd, just a little bit. And so for the past couple years, I haven't been able to get a book off my shelf. Dust has been collecting, to say the least. But now I finally get to invite local authors from our region, both Minnesota, the parts of the Dakotas, and Iowa, come in and we get to talk about their books. So I'm talking to local authors about poetry, about crime, about their own memoirs. And our audience members get to explore the local authors with
is that we can accomplish that whether they speak English as their first language or English as their second or third language. Somehow or another, I think we've gotten away from the belief that we can do that for every student in Washington, D.C. and in America. In fact, I think education reform, whatever that means, has gone wrong. We don't know what problem we're actually trying to solve. We're trying to increase test scores, or we're trying to...
And you had postgraduate work in English literature?
Yeah.
At
University College London.
Right. And you've written a novel.
By Scribner, yeah. No, my baby, what I recommend to people, yes.
And so you've got I guess I'd call it a kind of, I always think, frankly, the novelists are where you learn the most about.
Yeah, I do too.
Like about the people's inner life.
I did one of these roundup reviews, and it got people angry at me back when
I was 11 years old when my English teacher pulled me aside during class and said, "Atia, don't you feel ugly compared to the other girls with that thing on your head?" I don't feel ugly. In fact, I feel rather beautiful. I was 12 when one of my good friends decided to take it upon herself to apologize on behalf of whatever cruel being out there had forced me to put this on my head, whether that was my dad or my mom. For the record, it was me, so I guess she was apologizing for me. I was
he wanted, and he was an Irish-English music critic. So Tony Manero was a construction of an Irish-English music critic who wrote a story for New York Magazine, which was bought by Hollywood. But what I was thinking about
thank you. That was worth the interview.
But I was thinking about it recently because I have a son in high school, and I watch shows through him and things that I would have missed. And he has informed me that one of the cult classics of high school kids right now is Freaks and Geeks, Judd Apatow's show, which is an excellent show. Right. But what amazed me, it was a show that launched the career of James Franco. And,
On Telestory English, she founded her own media organization, Media Roots, and sits on the board of Project Censored, one of the largest research groups in the country. Abby's empathy, passion, and editorial independence makes her a unique and relatable voice to those seeking honest, independent media.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone, for that. And first of all, thank you so much for the Venus Project for hosting me at this amazing event. And happy birthday to visionary Jack Fresco.
This is actually English. This is Latin, but this is English. But it's really hard to read. And in order for learners to actually make substantial progress in this, they have to get into this in some way. So what to do? The first solution is the sort of easy or basic solution, which is to give people a deep background on medieval culture. And we did this basically with videos and multiple choice assessments. So basically, Elaine would talk about where manuscripts are produced, why they were produced.
My first class was English 101. We knew that we were in college because she was no holds bar. She gave it to you how I would get it in a John Jay classroom on campus. We didn't want to fail, not just for us, but we didn't want to fail for the future classes. We wanted to be that foundation. So when people said, he was incarcerated for such and such years, but he has a bachelor's in this. He went on to get a master's in this. He went on to get a doctor in this. There's many.
That matters. And so I can't just say like, oh, well, you speak English, therefore I'm going to claim you for my nation, or I have a historical relationship with your people, therefore, you're part of my nation, right? That which is part of the Russian propaganda. Or existential truth, fancy name, but something like, I decided to go out and make a revolution at risk to my own life. Maybe I have a right to that story of my life. But what happens if somebody else is able to say, with control of the media, that never happened? In fact, there were just CIA puppeteers. What happens to my truth about my life, right? What happens to the million people who actually did risk their lives? What about the volunteer Ukrainians?
Drawn from English common law practice in the colonial period, where what they were worried about was direct interference in particular cases. So you needed to make the judges independent so that the governor, or president, or legislature couldn't say, I know he's innocent, I want him convicted anyway, and if you don't do it, I'm going to throw you out of your job or cut your salary. So we made this very independent court. Now judicial review emerges, and it's like, oh my God, what are we going to do? How are we going to control the court? We know how we can control the other branches, we can vote them out, but what can we do about the judges? And so we cobbled together a system in practice using things that probably weren't thought of as having this purpose, but that are legit.
Teaching Chinese to English language learners, and my idea was gamify it. It's basically have voice recognition technology, and have you say something. You confront an obstacle in a game, and you have to communicate the words, orally, and the computer would fix it. I thought that would be a great way to teach, to teach language. The high school teachers we consulted with didn't want to even touch it, So it's going to be a long time.
for. It may not be in English. It might be French, you know. Might be German. Fear, right? I don't care what they call it.
Isn't that
but
self-evident by definition?
Oh, but all I'm saying is that's what self-evident means. You see, self-evident means something so obvious no rational person could disagree with it. Okay, so now I ask you, the words in the Declaration of Independence, which I just quoted, was this self-evident to the authors of the Declaration of Independence?
And it was kind of an English restoration comedy, stylized comedy of manners type of thing. And I sucked. I was terrible in it. I got really stuck early on in the rehearsal process, and I always have had this issue, this character defect of just wanting approval and wanting people to like me. But so I got cast, and I had these thoughts of like, oh, I could get a Tony nomination, and I could get a great New York Times review. And
science training. I somehow, as an English major, managed to avoid any math and science subjects all through college, and I didn't pass calculus. But the answer is really simple. The reason I wrote this book is because it was a story that was so inspiring to me, so exciting and so captivating that I couldn't let go of it. And that's what I'm here to talk to you about today.
It's just where you go for math and English. And then I went to the counselor and I said, I want to be an engineer. Then he looked at my scores and he said, no. And I said, what do you mean no? He's like, well, your scores are not high enough. So let's look at the survey program. It's 2 years and you can do this. And I said, no, I want to be an engineer. And he refused to help me. And so I was the keynote speaker at HCC one year and I shared that story. Because that's wrong. You don't do that to kids, but that's how strong it is, I think, in terms of, you have to overcome some of these issues that people telling you things that you can't.
Passes. The tradition is 800 years of English common law and American common law. That is something that every single one of us is aware of those constraints.
Justice Lemons, do you have a view on this sort of critique that commentators often make?
Well, I think one of the dilemmas is defining what legislate means. I agree with Justice Mims that we all come to the issue with the idea that the legislature has certain prerogatives that are theirs. Similarly,
it just launched in English, subtitled in Hindi. And so they have that as the primer, but now they're doing an Indian Shark Tank with Indian and sharks. And in Brazil, they ran the American show. Now they do a Portuguese version of Shark Tank with Brazilian sharks. And so I'm going to Brazil in January to do a tour across Brazil as the American shark coming to network with the Portuguese sharks.
Language other than English, Hebrew, or Mandarin. What language do you speak? What language do you speak?
Portuguese and Japanese.
Portuguese and?
Japanese.
What do you speak better, Portuguese or Japanese?
Portuguese.
Okay, but you can speak Japanese, okay? And your name again is?
Daniel.
Daniel, would you mind coming up here? Have a nice round of applause for Daniel. Daniel, stand over here so you'll be closer to the microphone. Right. First of all, thank you very much for coming. This is a surprise for you, isn't it?
It is.
Yes. Now,
it's actually a core value of Google to not just serve English markets, not just serve developed markets, but to serve all markets as much as possible. And that's what I mean by serving tens or hundreds of millions of people in 190 countries, in 60 languages.
It's the same answer, but I'll phrase it differently. No, and I mean that genuinely, that
I love the ambition. So the ambition of Google is to serve, maybe from what you're saying, all people on the planet. And what I would say is, if serving a subset of those people meant serving the rest of them had to be worse.
The 9-year English Civil War resulted in a king losing his head, the Church of England losing much of its influence, the monarch losing power to Parliament, and 11% of the total population of England, Scotland, and Wales losing their lives through either plague, war, or famine. With the English crown severely weakened, the unpopular King James II, a Catholic, was unable to stop his Protestant son-in-law, William, the leader of the Netherlands, from invading. After King James fled to France, Parliament accepted his daughter and son-in-law as co-regents only after they signed the 1689 Bill of Rights. A century after the fall.
English language sci-fi is terrible, it's rote, it's boring. In the Eastern Bloc, we had the good stuff, and we need to make sure that it's exported properly. It's already been well translated, it just needs to be better spread. So Stanisław Lem and the Strugatsky brothers are the ones who come to mind. I hope to hear other suggestions from you. What sets Eastern European sci-fi apart is that these are people who grew up in difficult circumstances, experienced the war, and then lived in a totalitarian society and had to express ideas obliquely through writing. So there's an actual understanding of human experience and the limits of utopian thinking that is completely absent from the West.
And in the English language, this metaphor, falling is really the main way that we talk about that experience. And I don't know about you, but when I conceptualize this metaphor, what I picture is straight out of a cartoon. Like there's a man, he's walking down the sidewalk. Without realizing it, he crosses over an open manhole and he just plummets into the sewer below. And I picture it this way because falling is not jumping. Falling is accidental, it's uncontrollable, it's something that happens to us without our consent. And this
what most English people kind of believe, I think. It hasn't changed a whole lot. What Darwin said was, actually, that's not really how things are. Shock horror. They're much more of a network. So Darwin was really the beginning of the idea of ecology, actually. He was the first person who realized that things were connected together in very complicated meshes, and that to change something over there, change something over here, and that both of those changed something down there. So he was sort of the first ecologist, in my opinion. This model, as you...
There was this eccentric English professor. And he said one day he was shopping with his wife for a bedspread. And he says his wife thought they absolutely needed the $500 bedspread. And he thought this was the most foolish financial decision they could ever make. He says, there we are in the mall. And we start to argue. She argues back, I argue more, and so on, he said, until we got into a really heated conflict in that mall. And then he says, but just for a moment, my eyes averted those of my wife. He said, I saw there was a circle of onlookers.
I think of the man in Benghazi with his sign in English, a message he wanted all of us to hear. It said, Chris Stevens was a friend to all Libyans. Chris Stevens was a friend. That's the message these four patriots sent. That's the message that each of you sends every day. Civilians, military, to people in every corner of the world. That America is a friend, and that we care not just...
They had built an English-speaking help desk, fake overlays to the banking website, and this was so flawlessly executed that they were moving between $500,000 and $1.5 million per attempt into their criminal coffers. Now, these criminal organizations operate like highly regimented, legitimate businesses. Their employees work Monday through Friday. They take the weekends off. How do we know this? We know this because our security researchers see repeated spikes of malware on a Friday afternoon. The bad guys, after a long week.
So he speaks Farsi, he doesn't speak English, he's translating it directly, and to him he's saying, damn that.
And I thought, well, have I ever said damn something? Have I ever thought, damn those teenagers? Well, yeah, I have. And, do I really want them to die and burn in hell for eternity? No. It's just after midnight. Turn down the music. Damn those teenagers. So when we travel, we gain a little better appreciation of what is the baggage that people are carrying when they respond to us. Think of the baggage we have in our country after 9/11. We're a mighty nation of 300 million people.
It's not just an English problem. OECD this year released some figures looking at numeracy in young people. And leading the way, the USA, nearly 40% of young people in the US have low numeracy. Now, England is there too, but so there's 7 OECD countries with figures above 20%. And that is a problem because it doesn't have to be that way. If you look at the far end of this graph, you can see the Netherlands and Korea, they're in single figures. Okay, so there's definitely a numeracy problem that we want to address. Now, as useful as studies like these are, I think they
so that we'll figure out our longitude. But rather than relying on that, English Parliament issued a challenge, and they said, anyone who can solve this longitude problem, we'll give you a big prize. And it turned out it wasn't an astronomer, but a watchmaker who figured out if they could make a very accurate chronometer that could keep time very accurately at sea relative to the home port, you could calculate your longitude. And that's what solved the problem there. Now, the thing about challenges is they're not just, if they're done right, they're not.
In English, more than 200%. 95% of students now graduate in 4 years. And just as impressive, many of you are leaving here with more than a diploma. You're already certified as nursing assistants and EMTs and home health aides and preparing to become IT associates. And with the credits that you've earned, some of you are already on your way to a college diploma. And as Ted said, our students deserve the best, so we can help them become the best.
It's not English work, it's anyone from around the world who can walk in and take ownership of it. That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's like so important.
Yeah. And it's being safe, and it's and it's safeguarded for the nation. And
as the meaning changes and works become pony and then become better again and slip into nothing and come back there,
so
it's still packed well.
Yeah. So thank you, and so thanks to all of you for coming as well. So just stick around, and Ryan will be here, we'll be here, and thank you.
Of the quotes, which means it's really just an aesthetic of English. It has nothing to do with the number of arguments in this program. So this comma is outside of the double quotes. And then return 0. For now, let's just sort of take this one on faith for today and just know that when functions are done executing lines of code, they should generally return some value. In this case, just because main must return an int. That's just the way the language C works. So because nothing went wrong, feels like this program's fine, I just hard-coded in return 0. But in contrast, and I'm going to write this in pseudocode now, much like Joseph did when we did the socket.
Century English thinker John Locke. This is where he was born. Locke believed that we are all born as tabula rasa, or a blank slate. He argued that all knowledge is obtained through experience. He rejected the concept of innate ideas, the view that we're born preloaded with certain information, like what's good versus what's bad, or what is the nature of God. Locke thought that we are born knowing nothing, and instead all of our knowledge comes to us through sense data. But one place where Locke agreed with Descartes was in the idea that just because your senses tell you something, that doesn't mean you can trust it. After all, sometimes your senses give you false information, like when you think you see or hear something that's just not there. Descartes' response to this
arguments in support of making English the official language of the US, a classically conservative political position, we found that they weren't much better at this. 59% of them made arguments in terms of one of the more conservative moral values, and just 8% invoked a liberal moral value, even though they were supposed to be targeting liberals for persuasion. Now, you can see right away why we're in trouble here, right? People's moral values, they're their most deeply held beliefs. People are willing to fight and die for their values. Why are they going to give that up just to agree with you on something that they don't particularly want to agree with you on anyway?
The English viewed the Scots as hopeless cheapskates, while the Irish were written off as drunks and spendthrifts. The Dutch have a long reputation for being tight with cash. Ben Franklin himself popularized the rhyme, "The thrifty maxim of the wary Dutch is to save all the money they can touch." In America, Yankees, members of old families of New England, were both admired and reviled for their legendary thrift. Scandinavians, Germans, and Japanese were tagged as parsimonious by American writers, and Westerners used up a great deal of ink describing the frugal ways of Chinese living in China and abroad. Why have so many ethnic and national groups been cast in the role of the world's tightwads?
And by the way, I was a political science and English major, and you need to know how to communicate, and I love the liberal arts, so this is no offense, but we've got enough lawyers like me. We need more engineers. We need more scientists. Generally speaking, we're not doing a good enough educating kids and encouraging them into these kinds of careers. We're particularly bad when it comes to girls. And my whole thing is, somebody said I was a sports fan.
Any more than it would be an idea for someone who loved the English language to begin addressing strangers in Shakespearean dialect. The answer is to create housing developments in the best architectural idiom of our times. Places like, for example, the exceptional Accordia housing scheme in the suburbs of Cambridge, to which, unsurprisingly, no one objected. Solving the housing crisis requires that we get better at grasping the nature of the problem we're facing. The issue isn't stubborn selfishness. It's a longing that we shouldn't build unless we can build beautifully. Crack that, and no one will mind the felled trees too much, and mortgages will come down too.
Weeks in English without knowing it, because someone was telling you about the algorithm on which some computer process is based. Well, that is a distortion of his name, Al-Khwarizmi. It's transliterated into Russian, which is not quite right, but Al-Khwarizmi. And when his book was translated, his book on algebra, the title is Algebra, by the way, when it has a subtitle, a compendious book on
economists would pass for plain English. So not really articles for laymen, but articles for non-specialists. So an article that any economist or economics grad student could read. And so I said, oh, that's interesting. And then he and I dreamed up the idea for a column in that journal that I ended up starting to write, called Anomalies. And for 4 years, once a quarter, I wrote.
He's very, very famous English. So he was a performer. What was his band? It was
Take That.
Take That with Robbie Williams,
band,
right?
It was Robbie Williams. Robbie Williams.
Yeah. And now writes on his own. Anyway, so he knows what he's doing. And so Taryn came in, and apparently he said, oh, okay, if you want to go into the booth, you ready? And Taryn goes, yeah, do you want me to do it in like an 80s style? Or kind of, and Gary's like, 80s style?
Oh no, what was I?
And Gary's like, okay, like not knowing. He goes, I'm just wondering if this guy can sing, let alone sing in an 80s style. And he said he went in there, and Matthew Vaughan said to Gary, he goes, Gary, he's better than you. and it was phenomenal.
And Gary said, yeah.
That include English First Peoples 11, English First Peoples 12, First Peoples Math. And these are resources that are available online, and they validate the ways that Indigenous content can be linked to provincial curriculum. There is also a greater range of schooling options for Indigenous learners in the Canadian education landscape. So, for example, Aboriginal focus schools have been developed within provincial school boards, and I'm thinking here about the Joe Duquette Secondary School, now known as Oskakyak, the Vancouver.
I took a lot of art history and English literature. There's no reason Columbia should have taken me. But someone in Uris Hall woke up to the fact that women could be successful in business and they should at least be given a chance, that it was the right thing to do. And voila, I was in the class of 1970. So thank you, Columbia Business School. Which brings me to my second reason. I am grateful that they never asked why I wanted to go, because the answer was ridiculous. I went.
Live in the developed world, the English-speaking world, but a lot of y'all might be wondering, well, what about the rest of the planet? And all of these are examples, pictures we get from, for the most part, other volunteers, NGOs, taking either the entire platform or offline versions of it or just the videos to villages all over the planet. And each of these are pretty incredible stories, but probably the coolest one is the one in the top right. I used to give talks like this and say, who knows, maybe one day this will be used in Mongolia, just imagining kind of the furthest place on the planet. And then a few months later, I got an email from Mongolia. And it was from that young girl there, her name's Zaya, and she sent an email but had a link to a
Fluent in Hebrew, Arabic, and English, Miller served as an Arabic linguist in the Israeli Defense Forces Intelligence Corps and has also worked as a translator and teacher. His opinion pieces have been published in publications such as the Wall Street Journal and the Jerusalem Post. And he regularly appears as a commentator on Israeli politics for Al Jazeera, BBC, CTV News Canada, and Sky News Arabia. As always, I must remind you that audio and visual recording is strictly prohibited at the Athenaeum. Please join me in welcoming Elchanan Miller.
So I went back to teach English and to teach leadership in an orphanage, to reconnect to my history and my family. And I was living inside the walls of this Catholic church in an orphanage. And I was certain that I was an atheist, and even more certain that I was a budding nationalist, right? And that the violence that was happening from the Tamil Tigers was necessary. And in those years, I lived with girls who were born into a war, who were part of a war, who were left by the war. And I was blindly supporting.
Is translated into English, they want to bring all this sort of eccentric lyricism that they think that Russians speak in. But in fact, people say very blunt things, but they try to say them in poetic ways. So allow the actors to act the ripples and just write as if you're throwing a stone into the pond, and the actors will be the ripples. And I think that's Andrew's really taken that into this. I mean, there's a lot of overlapping dialogue that's incredibly rhythmic and true to the way we all actually speak, which makes it feel much more modern. But it's quite blunt.
What was the reason, Richard, to put it in the
Wire Service, China Daily, the English language? They get these jobs and they're idealistic and they really try, like I was saying today earlier to journalism, they will go out and they will report a story and they'll say there's an explosion at a chemical factory, and it turns out that this factory was illegally producing some substance. They'll go write their story, send it in, and then they wake up the next morning and there's nothing in the paper, and it turns out it's their own editor who spiked the story. So they're doing good work. You're just not seeing it. It just
you arrive and everybody seems to be speaking English, but then you realize Indian English is like a whole different language all its own. For example, there are a lot of people I was working at a consulting firm at the time, and people kept, using this phrase S&M, and it took me a very long time to realize that this was sales and marketing, which is considerably more benign than what I imagined. So I'll read to you from this passage about linguistic confusion.
You taught literature or English. Yeah. So there are those who say, teach the content. That grounding in cultural nuances and proficiency, why is that necessary just to communicate the content? But for a person who may not be of that culture, or somebody who's coming from the outside, myself included, I had to learn that information to be able to convey that to my young people before I felt like I could effectively communicate the content. But why is that necessary? Why is that so important in terms of being an effective communicator and teacher?
Yeah. So, James, I'm actually not even going to speak to
With thousands of ships dotting the English Channel in the early light of D-Day 1944, it created an awesome spectacle. The gigantic armada of Allied military might, gathering off the coast of Normandy that day, was the greatest mass of force the world had ever seen. And it would spearhead the liberation of Europe that morning. It would dramatically reverse the course of a long and deadly war. The only thing we could ever imagine more dramatic than that incredible D-Day spectacle would be a vast army descending out of the sky.
Want to work hard and be capable and have basic skills like reading and writing English, so high school graduates, but you also have to come from a very poor background. And we would actually screen out people who came from wealthier backgrounds who might otherwise get a job. So I worked on the business plan for about a year and a half, and I submitted it to a competition online in the Netherlands for this new category of social venture. And lo and behold, they sent me an email several months later saying, "Congratulations, you've made it to the semifinals. Come to Amsterdam." And I had kind of forgotten at that point that I'd even sent.
Last fall, as a September issue of the English Journal, the full issue focused on using sports literature in the classroom, whether it was baseball, basketball, what have you.
And yet, I remember as a kid, you know, don't go that far back, but you got the Jack Armstrong and your All-American Boy from the previous generation, and then you got the Hardy Boys, and then you got all this kind of stuff. But then, I mean, I remember trying to read Hub Van Bid Kid Adieu. Remember that one, the Ted Williams
it's
thing?
on the list right here.
From John Upton. And I
Yes.
remember thinking, even as a kid, I was thinking, well, this is a little
hadn't been translated into English, and so my VP colleague said, what's this, no, what's the number 8, what's the label? And the guy said, oh, a Sinopec guy said, oh, that's the projected number of fatalities. He said, excuse me? And he said, yeah, based on a project this big with this many man hours, we would expect 8 fatalities. And my colleague said, the target is not 8.
Printed 12 million times in English and has been published in 37 languages. So we've got quite an accomplished, well-read individual with us today. Other books are The Third Side, Getting Past No, and The Power of a Positive No. But that's just like a small bit of who Bill is. And I don't know if, for those of you who I sent the link around to his page, I'll try not to bore you or try not to go on for too long, but
and because I had my bachelor's in English, I started to write about my exploits and tell stories. And this led to, eventually to climbing sponsorship. I actually convinced some companies that they should sponsor me, including the North Face. That would really kind of transform my whole life. It allowed me to travel the world and have these incredible adventures all over the globe. And also do some really sketchy, awesome stuff like this. This was in the Ukraine.
Accused of high treason for having collaborated with the Normans and English, he was captured in 1088 and by order of the king, dismissed as Bishop of Compostela. Luckily, there are times when history corrects the errors of men and presents us with exceptional characters. And there is no doubt that this is what happened in that time.
A lot of jewelry, very good English, clearly from the upper class, and they sat and talked to the Dalai Lama for about 45, 50 minutes. And they asked His Holiness all sorts of questions about how do you retain your happiness? You've had a difficult life. How do you smile? How do you laugh? What is this thing called global peace? Can we ever achieve it? How would we do it? What is this thing called compassion? So on and so forth. So they asked the Dalai Lama some of the big questions of the day, which often...
The English poet John Milton once wrote, "They also serve who only stand and wait. They also serve who only stand and wait." Standing and waiting is hard, especially when it's day after day after day after day. So to the families, you're a remarkable group of people. There's no group of women or men more driven by an innate sense of loyalty and responsibility than the women and men we honor here today. You're a rare breed. You're all
approach to rights from that adopted by English courts. The Abu Qatada case usefully illustrates that the Strasbourg court's approach is not alien to that of our judges. The European Court of Human Rights in that case adopted the facts and much of the legal assessment common to the judgments of the Special Immigration Appeal Commission, the Court of Appeal and the House of Lords in this country. On the key issue of impact of torture on the fairness of a hearing, they preferred the approach of our court.
Interview in Italian and pretend like he didn't speak any English because I kept wanting to call him Will Guidara. Will Guidara.
Thank
Will
you.
Guidara is from New York. He's the general manager of 11 Madison Park, and since joining Union Square Hospitality Group in 2001, Will has worked at some of the group's finest establishments, including Tabla, where I work too, Cafe 2, Terrace 5, and the Modern at the MoMA, and now as general manager of 11 Madison Park and co-owner. Together, Daniel and Will are responsible for 11 Madison Park's magnificent Art Deco dining room, which provides an ideal backdrop for some seriously delicious and artful cuisine. Please join me in welcoming to Google New York.
One who had to learn how to speak English really fast. And what does that mean? If you're a translator like Francisco here, who does a great job translating, if you're a translator, that means that when you get stuck on a word, your brain is trying to look for that word that's going to translate that meaning in its entirety. And I know that Al is chuckling in the front because when you're a kid and you're trying to translate between Spanish and English, or whatever language, you are put on the spot to be able to translate things perfectly.
For the people who speak mostly Creole and are still learning English. She helps the D and F students figure out how to get C's and B's. And you need an awful lot of resilience to take a student from the very bottom up to the middle. I mean, it's fun to work with the people who are going to be your A and A plus students, but that ability to say, I'm going to make every student a little bit better, even if they're not going to be stars, is extraordinary. So resilience is crucial for them. I think resilience is crucial in almost any job. Hedge funds spend a lot of time trying to figure out who can bounce back from bad investments. And there are lots of people who can make money in a bull market, but it's a much more distinctive element.
A brilliant English teacher of literature and composition, but her lessons transcend the subjects. She helps us to understand. With every lesson, she shares her heart and mind wholly and without fear. And in her sharing, she gives her students a special gift, the freedom to share ourselves as well. In another letter, you acknowledged a surprising inspiration. His knowledge and contagious enthusiasm actually made me appreciate Shakespeare's abstruse phraseology. He opened my mind.
Nonetheless, the English Court of Appeal in the British Goldfields case of 1899 held that if the judgment debt was provable, the costs debt would also be provable. This issue was revisited by the High Court in 2007 in Foots and Southern Cross Mine Management, a decision taken on appeal from Queensland. In that case, His Honour Justice Chesterman delivered a judgment against Mr Foots for breach of fiduciary duty. After the judgment was delivered, but before any order for costs was made, Mr Foots petitioned for his own bankruptcy.
He said, well, I could tell by your English. I could hear you all the way out here. So that's the beginning of the trip. As I move forward in the trip, I mean, I have a lot of, I'll show you some pictures of the Upper Missouri Wild and Scenic. But when I was up in Montana, it was the windiest time of the year, and some people told me that it was the windiest year they'd had in 50 years up there. So I made it through the Upper Missouri Wild and Scenic, which was, if you've never been there in a boat or even in person, just by yourself.
We have higher math test scores, we have higher English test scores than ever before. But think about, close your eyes and think about what was promised. That if you use this kind of test and sanction, top-down test and sanction, essentially just shake those teachers up, and because, you know, and just tell them what to do, and test them based upon student test scores, and they will be so shooken up, kids will soar. Right? That was basically the theology behind, particularly Race to the Top, and frankly, the theology behind some of No Child Left Behind.
Teach. So I had English teachers and Spanish teachers and journalism teachers who in another time would have been senators and Pulitzer Prize journalists and diplomats, but they all taught me and my brothers and my friends. We lived in a neighborhood that had a good school. We lived in a neighborhood where we could walk to school and get exercise. We lived in a neighborhood where there were doctors and physicians and easy access to the health care that we needed. We lived in a neighborhood with a rich and robust social fabric. And that social fabric served as a buffer for the Black community, people who could go out and they knew who the people
feel a sense of a place where they could learn new skills, learn English, and it was out of that moment with the recent immigrant community in the decade of the late 60s, early 70s that the Youth Center was born.
And from its beginning, the Hispanic Latino community here in this area was incredibly diverse. When you talk about people coming from the Caribbean area, you're talking about different cultures, different sensibilities, bound together by perhaps a common language, but still, even in small, there was an incredible diversity.
It's a strange poverty of the English language, and indeed of many other languages, that we use the same word, depression, to describe how a kid feels when it rains on his birthday, and to describe how somebody feels the minute before they commit suicide. People say to me, well, is it continuous with normal sadness? And I say, in a way, it's continuous with normal sadness. There is a certain amount of continuity, but it's the same way there's continuity between having an iron fence outside your house that gets a little rust spot that you have to sort of sand off and maybe do a little repainting, and what happens if you leave the house for 100 years and it rusts through.
Chalk, he teaches English and maths, and he offers hope to that next generation. But Woolley should also have hope. It shouldn't just be that he has to pass it on to the next generation. And I think this situation that we see around the world, of protracted refugee situations, does not have to be inevitable. So with my team in Oxford, we've embarked on research looking at the economic lives of refugees, trying to rethink refugees as a potential resource, rather than this view that they have to be a cost and a burden. And we chose to start our work in Uganda, not because it's represented
English, you know, because that's what we're always brought up on, because of test, exams, etc. So social studies and civic education tends to be pushed to the side. So I feel like it should be encouraged in the school systems, because majority of our youth are in school, of course, and then from there build outside programs. So, you know, from there, you know.
Yeah.
So
So I
Come on.
yeah. So I agree with Ayana,
All right.
because since I went to Kenwood too, that was the kind of
our culture, which has no equivalent in the English language. The best way we can describe it is a combination of words, things like an extreme humility, or an extreme grace, or an extreme politeness. And really the only way I can get you to understand how deep this goes is to give you an example. If two guys were to see each other in the street, it'd be very common for one to walk up to the other one and say, "Mokhlesetam," right? Which that means I am indebted to you. To which the second guy would respond back, "Chalketta town," which means I tear my shirt open for you.
Arts institution until recently with the English National Opera, partly as a creator, so I'm the exec producer of one of the big screenings, the cinema screenings projects, and have worked in art that has been made around data. I was proud to play a small part in the Don Mas Privacy production not long ago. But I sort of came to the conclusion in the end that what really matters is what we do with this data, whether it influences our decision making. So I was very interested to potter around the country and talk to leaders and practitioners in the field about this and about how they tackle the quantity of data that's available, how you then analyse that data so it tells you anything, tells you stories, what insights you draw from that, and then
used in the oil field and in mining. It's a tube in English units. It's 2.5 inches in diameter and 4.5 feet long. And it has a crude funnel soldered on the top or brazed on the top. And according to him, now look, I wasn't there and the guy was a storyteller, he's a raconteur. They would usually stuff the torpedo with dynamite, but sometimes they would pour liquid nitroglycerin into this thing, this tube. I mean, if it blew up, that's it. You wouldn't even know it. You wouldn't even know what happened. You'd just be powder.
I would try to answer in my broken English, and they would just laugh. And I know they were not trying to be mean. They were just trying to understand who we were and make a correlation with the world they knew. We could either be like them or like characters out of a book filled with adventures like Aladdin or The Jungle Book. We certainly didn't look like them. We didn't speak their language. We were different. And when you're 7 years old, that hurts. But I had my little sister to take care of, and she cried every day at summer camp. So I decided to put on a brave face and embrace everything I could about the
team. And I do speak proper English. I was criticized for not liking watermelon or Kool-Aid, among other things. And on the one day that I did decide to eat fried chicken at lunch, a friend turned to me and said, "So you eat black food too?" And this type of blind prejudice and stereotyping expands far beyond simply race. That label could just as easily say gay or Muslim or female. In fact, I'm sure you've all heard the cliche phrase, "That's so gay," and reference
as color and the parts that can read English if you're a native English speaker, and those two are in conflict. So the ACC, anterior cingulate cortex, says danger, danger, we got to resolve this conflict, and then the prefrontal cortex, lateral prefrontal cortex, is brought in to resolve this issue. All of that takes a lot of time. So that feeling of effort you have, it took you longer the second time, this gives you a sense of both what cognitive control, what effort feels like, and also the limitations of it. Because it's hard, you're actually a little bit fatigued after you do that once. So in doing a Stroop,
so he's English, of course. And he says, "Nor is the reproach by any means unjust, but the few remarkable books which were formerly written in America have been made the most of. The Federalist," he says, "is the most important of these." So Stephen is saying that we Americans just sort of can't stop talking about the Federalist, and he wrote that 150 years ago, and we're still talking about it. And I think there's a real question about sort of what could justify this. So what, if anything, justifies us recurringly obsessing over this?
And then we're translated into Spanish and then English, and the poetic eye and the poetic imagination of our new generations in the 60s, in this case, where many of my friends and I came to be poets. And that's Jose Montoya, the great poet, the great muralist, who, once again, is not known at large. And yet if you go to Latino, Mexicano, Chicana communities, and you say Jose Montoya, they go, "Yeah, Jose Montoya." So we're saying, yeah, Jose Montoya.
You know, half of them don't speak English, which is fantastic. So when they're just standing there, and then once the light hits them, they're like, "This is them." Then the light hits them, they're like, It's like you're seeing them appear. It's so crazy. This is gorgeous. And so this is actually, again, from the carpets. They're like, this woman, her name is Mijo, and she's amazing. She's
doing the thing where I would tell my sisters stories at night, and I would be English. I'd play the witch, and what do you think, my pretty? I'll tell you. And they were like, wow, this is really intense. We're just trying to go to bed, you know. But then later on, in terms of actual public performance,
yes.
The first time I kind of branched out, I was doing something that felt safe. I was doing like the spoken word, hip hop. You know, you talk like this at the mic so that your words have a certain rhythm. You know, like that type of thing. And that was popular in the 90s.
Yes.
And then I realized I had these other voices that really wanted to come forth.
Well, English literature is Canada, Australia, New Zealand, UK, and Ireland. And so we have book dealers in those places and plans set up, but I'm also reading other materials, looking through new books, and deciding what we should get. So.
One of the things that the digital reference team does is to offer regular outreach programs on different subject areas. So we offer a monthly orientation to the Library of Congress's online resources, and I provide a few of those presentations a year, and that gives me an opportunity to highlight some of our poetry.
I'm sorry to have to share with you the basic English translation of Exodus 22:18, which is any woman using unnatural powers or secret arts is to be put to death. That pretty much covers every woman I know. When Massachusetts establishes its legal code, the first capital crime was idolatry, and the second was witchcraft. Just so you know, blasphemy comes next and murder only comes after blasphemy. In the years since those laws had been codified, New England had indicted about 100 witches. Massachusetts, however, had hanged only 6. So beside the mystery,
even though I was new to the United States and new to English, some of my teachers refrained from telling me that certain words, thoughts, ideas, and dreams were unavailable to me. I am an accident of literacy because all those things that could have happened to me did not, in part because of struggles that others have fought and continue to fight today. I always tell people when they ask who my best writing teachers were, that they were the storytellers of my childhood. My grandmothers and aunts, who were not all readers, some of them were not even literate, but they carried stories like treasure.
Is captured by the English translation. Buyer beware. Came down with the flu so you can't fly to Cancun? Sorry. Your dad refuses to wear his birthday sweater. Oh well. The super sweet snakeskin boots are actually neither super nor sweet nor maybe even snakeskin. And you're telling me this because? Well, what about the other pole of customer service? The customer is always right. Waistbands snapped on your shorts? Just return them. Not ready for the Uber yet? We're happy to wait. Need a friendly associate's help to try on a dozen jackets you have no intention of buying and like an espresso and parking validation while you wait?
Pretty, wealthy English girls were raised, only she was told to consider herself an American, and much more importantly, to marry one. Her relationship with John Quincy is central to this book. It was sometimes passionate, sometimes tender, sometimes fraught, beginning with their courtship. In 1798, when they wed, he made it clear that he was committed to his country, and in marrying her, he was committing her too. She tried at once to conform and resist it. After their wedding, she and John Quincy went to Berlin, where he was tasked with negotiating a treaty, and she with negotiating a royal court.
With some of the books that we teach in our English courses. For me, I really think that it would be so fun to pair this with the Odyssey. I read the Odyssey in 9th grade in high school, and I taught the Odyssey to various grades when I was a teacher, and it would be cool to have that kind of pairing. So that's what I think. I don't know where I'm even looking right now. I know you're out there, but it's, but I'm you know I really appreciate that question because I think it's important to think about it as a living, breathing part of our lives, and that's what young adult literature is about for me. So I appreciate that.
Can I ask a completely irrelevant follow-up?
Yeah.
It's actually from the Old English Thor's Day. It's Thor's Day. And that's just one example of many days and dates and occasions we have that are named for ancient gods and goddesses. Monday is the Moon's Day for the worship of the moon. Wednesday is named for Woden, perhaps better known to us as the Norse god Odin. Saturday is Saturn's Day for the pagan deity Saturn, or Cronus, the father of Zeus. The month of January was named for the deity Janus. Our month of March is named after Mars, the Roman god of war, and so on and so on and so on.
And by 2004, flash mob was in the Oxford English Dictionary. At this point, the American Bar Association, which is not the vanguard of cool, they have a whole page on their website dedicated to flash mob law. And the first flash mob was completely lame. I think 200 people convened in a department store to look at a particular rug and say they were trying to buy a love rug for their group apartment. But they got cooler. So you've seen them on the internet. If you haven't participated in one, there's lots of singing.
And as English speakers in today's world, the world is very accommodating of that. They make it very easy for us to indulge in our instinct to just bail out when we get linguistic stage fright. So what do? Well, the short answer is we learn to check our shame at the door. We learn to embrace this loss of control, enjoy the fact that we've been more or less involuntarily given a second childhood in a new language, right? So if we can do this, then we have learned to shift our job, reframe our job to
pocket of one, and I found a printed card in English which read, "An American Classic. In 1941, the burnished patina of an all-American baseball glove inspired the founder of Coach to create a new collection of handbags from the same luxuriously soft, glove-tanned leather. 6 skilled leather workers crafted 12 signature handbags with perfect proportions and a timeless flair. They were fresh, functional, and women everywhere adored them. A new American classic was born."
So, meet Jessica. She's 22 years old, she studied English. She's going to graduate from college this year with $25,000 in student debt and $4,000 in credit card debt. And she's going to end up, if she is lucky, and I repeat lucky, with a job right out of college, well, she'll make $35,000. That means that she will take home every month approximately $2,300 in take-home pay. So I'm going to walk you through 5 decisions that Jessica's going to make, some that she's aware were bad decisions, some that she's not, and it helps you better understand how she ended up in a situation that most of America.
I am a professor emeritus from Nichols College in English. I have a few trivial questions to ask. First of all, I'm interested in wives and mothers, and you didn't. I'm also interested in. I wonder whether his mother. You talked about his father's, the 2 fathers' influence. Did the mother have any influence upon him at all? Was he a spoiled child, or was it the poverty that put an end to that?
Because again, they spoke English and could articulate the Kurdish cause. On the other hand, they lived the hard and rugged village life of the Zagros Mountains, and you can just picture little Bayan here nibbling bread with hardened soldiers and them loving her like a little mascot. This is sort of the culture that she grew up with. Zagros Mountains, beautiful but hard and treacherous. This is the native homeland of the Kurds. They're called mountain Kurds, in fact, by those who try to be a little bit insulting, but it's actually true. Her father, unbelievably influential, helped to build what we now know of Iraqi Kurdistan when more freedom came.
Southern words from the Dictionary of American Regional English. Now, most surprising was just how bad a computer was at identifying Southern regionalisms, only about 5% correct. So the human component is celebrated in this work. A collection of his works in a book, when open to 83%, reveals a portrait of the author. This art and research walks the line between culture and data in a way that challenges us. And I see my art as kind of sketches in how we relate to information, but they also fuel my imagination.
Racially biased. As an Irishman, he hated the English so much he didn't have much emotion for anyone else. But he did have a sense that black people were inferior. And when we said to our parents and grandparents, how would you feel if tomorrow morning you woke up black? They said, that is the dumbest thing you've ever said. Who have you ever known who woke up in the morning that turned black? In other words, they were fixed in the concrete mores and attitudes they had inherited.
Times. Now, she tried and failed 4 different times on her fingers on paper in English and Spanish. 2, 4, 8, 12. Natalie was 16 years old and in the 9th grade, and she's not alone, not by a long shot. I teach at a high school with a student population of near 3,000. It's one of 30,000 high schools across the U.S., so you have to imagine how many Natalies are out there. Now, I've seen the best of our school system, and I can say that our best students can compete with the best students from around the world. In fact, when looking at the PISA results that compares our students to other countries, we currently rank in the 20s. Yet, if we disaggregate...
But I started having blood pressure that was stupid high, like, you know, the English voltage, you know, like 220, even on blood pressure medicine. And I have 2 young children. I'm an old dad. My daughter was born when I was 50, so I'm 61 now. And my life expectancy, the actuary tables were crashing down, and the doctor said that I had to get a stomach sleeve. It was a wonderful moment, because it then gave me the option to go crazy. If you're going to surgically do something to me to stop me from swallowing, that means I don't have to worry.
Supposed to do. I even speak English the way that I'm supposed to. So I took it as a compliment. So now I work for the airport, and in that job, I spend a lot of time with politicians, movers and shakers, people who made the rules, who like the rules, and want you to follow the rules, which works for me because I'm a rule follower. So I learn the rules, and I follow the rules, and I play the game. I do what I'm supposed to do. And so I'm taking all of this into consideration as I plan for my talk this afternoon.
And I was writing my manuscript back in the English countryside, and I wrote something very disparaging about the NSA, very rude about the NSA. And I watched my computer as my paragraph was remotely deleted from right to left, kind of like that. And I just thought, what the fuck? This went on for 5 or 6 times over a period of 2 months, to the point where I'd actually leave notes from my mystery editor saying, look, I'm really not very happy that you like this, that you're doing this, please don't delete stuff. And if it had been Hollywood, you know, I'd have got a mysterious sort of...
Hello, I'm Vicki Cooper from the GRCC English Department. I'm an associate professor here, and I have the honor of interviewing Dr. Consuelo Ward. Dr. Consuelo Ward is the author on Healing Black Girl Pain, and she has more than 20 years experience as an educator, speaker, facilitator, consultant, trainer, and coach on diversity and inclusion topics. Dr. Consuelo Ward, yes, welcome.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Glad to be here.
Yeah, I'm happy to have you here. I have to start off with your poem.
But I went to a small comprehensive school, and the head of the English department had 2 loves. One was rugby and the other was rowing. And he asked me if I would like to try the sport of rowing at sort of the age of 13, nearly 14. And to me, great, once a week during the games lesson, I could go out, leave school, and go out on the river. Unfortunately, after 2 or 3 weeks, I started going down every day after school, and it sort of became my life in some ways. And at a very young age is that from rowing at Marlow Rowing Club, it's not that far away from here, about half an hour's drive from where we are now, where I still live, is that
In the English Civil War in the 1650s, we saw further demands for the people to be represented in a different way, to be represented at Parliament, and to remove this divine right of kings and monarchs to decide and dispense justice on their whims. And we saw this again in the colonies, in the US when they declared independence. The French, when they published The Rights of Man and the Citizen. And this citizen piece was important. People were laying down the rights that they felt as humans they deserved from the state and from each other.
1,500 team members, one location in Manila, providing support in English only. I'm proud to say that 11 years later, we have what I believe to be the best team in the business process outsourcing industry. Our 25,000 team members serve some of the world's most iconic brands across high-tech, retail, gaming, e-commerce, healthcare, travel, finance, and telecom, from state-of-the-art facilities in North America, Central America, Europe, and Asia. Our recent $1 billion enterprise value is
translating this thing into plain English. And Larry replied, "Ah, plain English, no." It's a lesson, especially with recent news. If you refuse to treat Congress like children, they're going to act like it anyway. In that spirit, I'm going to do my best not to mince words, and let me say that I am truly honored to be here. I want to emphasize that because of what I'm about to say next. This is a gathering that has drawn an incredible, disparate array of elites from government, the media, academia, and the corporate world. But you
she had on. When she started school, she didn't speak any English. She caught up to other kids by reading newspapers and watching PBS. And she became a good student. Her father worked in landscaping. Her mom cleaned other people's homes. They wouldn't let Astrid apply to a technology magnet school, not because they didn't love her, but because they were afraid the paperwork would out her as an undocumented immigrant. So she applied behind their back and got in. Still, she mostly lived.
And there's a little, there you can see it. I'm very proud of that. By the way, I got an F in English. And at today's academic currency levels, I think this is an E and an F or a B and a C, right? I would have thought so. Something like that. And I am incredibly grateful to this university for giving me the chance to study here, because in fact my qualifications, the level of my qualification wouldn't have allowed me to get here, and I pleaded with the course director to give me a shot. She did. She said yes, thank God for that, and I came on the course. And I was
translate it in English, and it's still a huge sold-out success. Someone gets the bright idea in 1922. Let's transfer this to Broadway. And the entire cast is arrested for obscenity on opening night. It's still kind of a footnote. This was the first production on the American stage where two women kissed on stage.
And that was the basis
that
of
was the obscenity charge?
That was the obscenity charge. But the truth of the matter, if we look at God of Vengeance as something that's really a cultural, social, political event that
counting systems ready. They're in English, followed by German, followed by Spanish, followed by French. You save the French for last. And I had songs, I had a playlist in my head. It's not through headphones, in my own head, of 65 songs. And I couldn't wait to get into the dark in the middle of the night, because that's when Neil Young comes out. And it's odd, isn't it? You think you'd be singing Leonard Cohen's Hallelujah out in the majesty of the ocean, not songs about heroin addiction in New York City. But no, for some reason, I couldn't wait to get into the...
That's because the English professor and novelist who wrote it doesn't want to make him an English professor. They just decided to make him something else. I just don't think they'll...
Why do the humanities folks get such a bad rub here?
Well, I mean, I think partly because the people who write them are humanities folks. I mean, I don't think there are that many chemists writing novels, and if they did, maybe they'd write about chemistry. I don't know what the guy who wrote the book about Knudsen, the physics professor, what he was. I know nothing about him, but that interests me because it is a professor, a physics professor. And there's another subgenre that, about administrators, about college presidents.
Temptation is hard. As the 19th century English economist Nassau Williams Sr. said, to abstain from the enjoyment which is in our power, or to seek distant rather than immediate results, are some of the most painful exertions of the human will. If you set goals for yourself and you're like a lot of other people, you probably realize it's not that your goals are physically impossible that's keeping you from achieving them, it's that you lack the self-discipline to stick to them, right? It's physically possible to lose weight. It is physically possible to exercise more, but resisting temptation is hard.
His services as a tour guide for free English lessons from the American or Western visitors, and that's how I learned English.
Clever.
And I can't help but think that some of our fish tank spilled into his, to use that analogy, that he picked up some of that American gumption, but still operating in a very Chinese system.
I'm going to argue that, in fact, language has a great deal to do with creativity and culture. And I don't mean that in a trivial sense at all. I mean, when I was living in Germany, I remember deciding to read all the children's stories in German to find out.
The place to boost your English and boost your career. In this video, I'm going to show you 5 very common business idioms Americans use to talk about getting results. You ready? Before we jump in and get started, there's a bonus idiom. Jump in and get started. It means before we begin. So, before we jump in and get started, here are the 5 idioms.
As Camper English, a journalist friend of ours, put it rather derogatorily, the New York bartenders just pour things out of bottles, and that's what they know how to do. Whereas you guys use fresh produce and know how it changes from season to season, week to week, to day, and that changes the way you make cocktails, so it's all about freshness. That has changed a little bit over the years. There's a kind of a sameness now. Everyone makes the same cocktails wherever you go in America. But there's still a little bit of that in San Francisco, isn't there? Yeah.
We just have so much accessibility, so we get spoiled that way, and I think
work in pastry, like my dad didn't know very much English. And he would, we were hoeing sugar beets, and that we were getting paid by the acre. And my dad would always ask, well, how many rows are in an acre? So they tell him whatever many rows. And by this time I was already in junior high school, and I was learning math. I was always good in math because when as a little kid, you're picking by piece rate, you're counting all the time. So I knew numbers pretty good. And so I said, well, I learned to how many square feet there were in an acre. And
investment in English local transport networks, where small investments can often offer big wins. £220 million additionally to address traffic pinch points on strategic roads, £450 million to trial digital signalling on our railways to achieve a step change in reliability and to squeeze more capacity out of our existing rail infrastructure, something I know the Leader of the Opposition will welcome. And finally, Mr. Speaker, £390 million to build on our competitive advantage in low-emission vehicles.
New to the English teaching profession. The reason I chose Birmingham is because of the reputation of the university, and also because I'm a local student as well. My family live in Birmingham. But I know if you go online and you read through the profile of the university lectures, they have a very strong background in research, and that's one of the reasons that attracted me to this course and to this university. The great things about doing this course at the university is the fact that you get to meet lots of international students, students from China, students from Japan, South America.
Otherwise, the book's in plain English, but you have to think about that. The rules of science. We start with a testable idea or hypothesis. Sometimes that hypothesis is not right. We make systematic measurements, analyze the results, then pull the findings and conclusions together to give us and to synthesize a carefully documented and discussed story that is published after approval by at least 2 informed peers for everyone to read. Simon's a bit bothered by the fact that often when we look at the data, we change our hypothesis. The actual way a scientific paper, as Peter Medawar pointed out, another medicine Nobel.
English is English, right? But then there's how Australians say things, there's how Americans say things, there's how they say things in the UK, and they're big statistical models that don't necessarily map really well to any particular accent because they're quite complex statistically, but that's how you sound. And then so you choose the thing that sounds most like you. And then there's the language model. So at the base level, if you choose a US model, you're going to get US spelling coming out of it. Yeah. The other models will give you UK spelling, but in Australia, for example, we've actually done, when the models are prepared, there's a corpus used that is based on Australian text.
So I called the English professor and asked her to send me the portfolio with his papers, and I was looking through that and the other papers that his roommate had turned in, and there were 3 more direct matches. So I had to call him back and I said, strike 2, you now have 2 choices. You may either withdraw today, right now, or I'll have to turn you into student conduct for a hearing, which you will lose, and you will be dismissed, and it will go on your academic record that you were expelled for cheating. I never had a student choose to go through the process because I always had the document right in front of me that showed
simple English prose that allowed these stories to catch fire. And now you're dealing, the president saying, it works, it's legal, I authorized it, but you're a little uncomfortable, so I'm going to change it. It allowed people to get uncomfortable, and perhaps for some programs, if correctly explained, they wouldn't have been uncomfortable about.
So let's stay on this topic for a moment, which I'm glad you brought up. As you know better than I do, NSA used to stand for no such agency, right? It was so secret that its existence wasn't even acknowledged. And yet now you've described this media environment, and we all know we live in a digital environment where it's very hard.
The other side of the world where they speak the Queen's English, in case you don't recognise the accent. This is how the convicts from down under speak. That's just what we have done to the British accent, and we've made it more posh than it already was. You Americans just threw the tea overboard and said, see you later. So, you know, that's typical America. We'll do it our way, thanks. And so us Australians are still under the monarchy. But anyway, I love Pastor Rick and Kay so dearly. I got so fired up listening to what you all are doing through the peace plan in Rwanda, and I just need her English, but I understood her. She says, my kids have come home from school and I have to leave to give them lunch. And I thought, I can't believe this. I'm in surgery and somebody is telling me about a conflict between work and family. And then I thought, there's no woman in the world who's more understanding than I am about that particular issue. So I said, yes, of course, I understand. And thought to myself, actually, the fact that she was a mother and going home.
In English imports. At that time, 1988, imports were like 3% of the US market. The other 97% was national brands. Today, 26 years later, imports are like 13% of the US market. Craft beer is 10%. And the 2 big national brewers, AB InBev and Miller Coors, have been pushed back to 74%. So actually what's happened is better beer, meaning imported beer and craft beer.
In English, sells in Bangkok at a much lower price. He writes to his parents, send me a few. And they sent more than a few, actually, and he began to sell them. And after a while, he made quite a lot of money. And the publisher got a little bit annoyed and sued him. Now, does he have the right to do that or not? And the answer lies in a few words, very incomprehensible, in a long statute. And it's not the answer so much that interests me, though I had a great interest at the time. But I walk into my office and I discover.
We taught them some English, and they showed us their favorite Abraham Lincoln quotes on their broken cell phones, and it was all, everything was just a cool moment together. I couldn't believe I was hanging out with a little kid in Havana and he was reading me in Spanish his Abraham Lincoln quotes. But there was just this beautiful multi-generational pride and joy and spirit as we welcomed the new year. And the dad was so proud to have Americans in his place, and not any sort of negativity, not any sort of you're rich and we're
fondly. He has a unique approach to life, very English, and he was a fantastic asset, and I'm hoping we'll get him along for another session in the near future. That brings us to tonight, which is the 16th of March. Who spotted the date error on the title slide, by the way? Thank you, sir. I corrected it in one place, please note, but I didn't fix it in the other. That brings us along tonight. And we've got, we had over 100 people sign up, and I think we've probably got a fair proportion of those have come along tonight as well. So thanks very much for coming along. It's been overdue, and I hope there'll be many more of these as well. So just to re-emphasise, if you want to see any of the previous events, they have been recorded, and they will.
And chemistry and English, and that's exactly what I did. But there was actually another really important event, which was when I was in year 12, the University of Sydney runs a school for high school students, some international students, some Australian students, and I managed to get myself invited to this school, and it was on inner and outer space the year I went. And we had Alan Shepard, which was fantastic. We talked about why women hadn't been recruited to go into space at that stage. But there was a lecturer who talked to us about cosmology.
To Paris. And yes, I know the English Channel's in the way, but I took the ferry from Dover to Calais. Anyways, when we got into Paris, it was very late at night. I didn't have any cash, any euro on me. All I had was British pounds. And I couldn't find a cash machine at the bus depot. So I got into a taxi and was trying to, convey to the taxi driver that I didn't have any cash. Could I pay with my visa? He said, no visa. And he took me to my hostel and said, don't worry, it's free, gratuit. Well, that was awesome. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I got to my hostel.
And he then sketched a history of English portraiture from Holbein through to Lawrence. He seemed to think that Lawrence was the last great portraitist in the English tradition. Dwyer popped up and said, when did he die? To which the witness said, I think he died in 1832. I think, in fact, he died in 1830. He also identified what he called the great caricaturists, Rowlandson, Gilray and Hogarth. Barwick then asked MacDonald whether he knew the sitter, Joshua Smith. He said he did. Smith was then called.
Couldn't speak English. Dover, New Jersey.
Spoke Hebrew?
No, I wasn't speaking Yiddish,
Russian?
But I was speaking Russian. But there was something when I moved to Edison, New Jersey, the kid, Eric Godfrey, Robbie Turnick, they were playing football, and they made me a Jets fan, and it was my first American thing. And my mom, everybody had a Jets jersey, and I wanted one. And my mom, we couldn't afford stuff like that. It's not what immigrants do. You don't go out and buy a $30 Jets jersey. So my mom knitted me one. And so I have it. It's my prized possession. It's literally my prized possession. And I've created a fairy tale in my mind somewhere.
But this really taught me, this young English girl, right? Bloody from Chelsea as well, if you don't mind, yeah? Anyway, she comes and she just opened her, she listened, she did her job, she's amazing. But in the space of a very short time, not only did she get the lens that we were operating on, she started to create those strategies and those pathways, made my job so much easier. And every moment she'll say something, like we're trying to get Noel Pearson at the moment. If you're listening, Noel, bloody hell. Anyway, chasing artists is really hard.
Manchester United became the first English club to become European champions.
Today, the club enjoys a global fan base in the millions. Learn more at the National Football Museum in the city centre, or better still, time your visit for a match at Old Trafford, Manchester's theatre of dreams since 1910. Manchester may no longer be England's industrial powerhouse, but it's a city that's never stopped dreaming. Right across the city, daring new projects, innovations and ideas continue to capture the world's attention. In this city of first,
the seat of royal power and English law, and crucially, the place where Parliament met. St Stephen's Chapel, Westminster, was one of the most splendid ecclesiastical buildings of its day, decorated to celebrate the victories of Edward III. But it also enjoyed an afterlife of unique political significance, and this is the crunch for us. In 1547, as a result of the Reformation started by Henry VIII, St Stephen's was dissolved as a place of worship and refurbished as a meeting place for the House of Commons.
Second, I do not care whether English is your native language. My only interest in terms of language is that you leave this school speaking and writing English as fluently as possible. The English language has united America's citizens for over 200 years, and it will unite us at this school. Furthermore, I would be remiss in my duty to ensure that you will be prepared to successfully compete in the job market if you leave this school without excellent English language skills. We will learn other languages here.
When we die, the grown-ups around me at the time answered with a typical English mix of awkwardness and half-hearted Christianity. And the phrase I heard most often was that Grandad was now up there looking down on us. And if I should die too, which wouldn't happen, of course, then I too would go up there, which made death sound a lot like an existential elevator. Now, this didn't sound very plausible. I used to watch a children's news program at the time, and this was the era of space exploration. There were always rockets going up into the sky, up into space.
The White Cliffs of Dover overlook the English Channel. Ever since ancient Roman times, those traveling from the continent to Britain set their sights on these famous cliffs. If they were enemies, troops based here fended them off.
Today, the crossing between the port of Dover and France is a shipping thoroughfare. Ferries and freighters shuttle passengers and an endless stream of trucks back and forth. France is just 23 miles away. There it is, within sight on a sunny day. Southern England sits upon a foundation of chalk.
The question of English votes for English laws, the so-called West Lothian question, requires a decisive answer. So just as Scotland will vote separately in the Scottish Parliament on their issues of tax, spending and welfare, so too England, as well as Wales and Northern Ireland, should be able to vote on these issues. And all this must take place in tandem with and at the same pace as the settlement for Scotland. I hope that this is going to take place on a cross-party basis. I've asked William Hague to draw up these plans.
Word, if you can think of an everyday English equivalent. And finally, a sixth rule, which is very, very Orwell. Break any of these rules sooner than say anything outright barbarous. Today, I'm sure, and some of you will have noticed, I've broken several of the Orwell rules in what I've said and how I've said it. But the Orwell 6 are our gold standard. The decencies and effectiveness of our politics and our democracy, and therefore our liberty, depend upon us aspiring to them with humility and determination.
Of blanched spinach. Is it English spinach? Is it Malaysian spinach? So I thought, this is the idea I'm going to incorporate with the Warrigal greens. So we serve steamed vegetable dumplings at Billy Kwong, and we fill the dumplings with, instead of Malaysian spinach, we fill the dumplings with Australian spinach and fresh black fungus and fresh silver beet. Why do I do that? A, it's because it's absolutely delicious. It works. It needs to be in context for me. It works. And secondly, I am an Australian. I am in Australia. I want to use Australian produce. I want to offer my customers the flavour of Australia.
And he just swam the English Channel in a Speedo. And he meditated the whole time. So, you know, people are using mind training, meditation, and other things to push into abilities that right now, today, one could say are limited to the few. But with the advent of things like transformative technology, there's the ability, the possibility, the potentiality of these extraordinary states, abilities, and conditions to be available.
These terms are usually translated into English as law and laws, but I will try to show that that translation also significantly misses the point in Josephus, even distorts. In his remarkable defense of the Judean way of life and against Appian, the only term used to describe that way of life is nomos. This lecture then will begin, therefore, with an examination of what Josephus means by nomos, a task easily and profitably accomplished.
Because it's the only word in English that comes close to naming what each baby brought into the room. Every newborn was as singular as a snowflake, a matchless mashup of biology and ancestry and mystery. And then that baby grows up, and in order to fit into the family, to conform to the culture, to the community, to the gender, that little one begins to cover its soul layer by layer. We're born this way, but...
I started writing fiction. I was interested in using kinds of English that weren't universally comprehensible, or at least are a bit peculiar. So my first novel is in the voice of an interior designer who uses lots of interior design jargon, and I was interested in the sort of distinctiveness of that voice. And my second novel has got because my family are doctors, my second novel is very much in the mind of a doctor. And I was interested in that special language that doctors know that allows them to describe the world and understand things about people that, you know, people who just speak ordinary English like me can't do. So I kind of frantically mugged up on lots.
Be kidding me, you want me to major in English. The vocational goal. Pinker's goal, which Brooks called the cognitive goal, basically learning stuff. Learning subject content or better, the intellectual skills that go along with some particular subject area. And then the third goal, Brooks, I think, called the moral. That's not a word that works too well for me. People traditionally would also talk about character education. Also doesn't work so well for me. But I think we all understand what that means.
Do you know, actually, I think American popular music does this. I had an English friend who came, when he said he came to the United States, he wanted to go to Highway 66 because of Bob Dylan's album, as in contrast to the Beatles and Abbey Road. I mean, where is Abbey Road?
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
There's a way in which our musical imagination is very much rooted in place. I think that's the great strength, and I agree with you. It helps a lot.
Yeah. I also thought I'd wind eventually back to the question.
No, unless we want to talk music. I love
grammar, in this case English grammar. There are valid ways in which I can combine them, and other ways that are not valid. That recognition, that structure, might be enough to help guide us a little bit. But it's not quite enough for us to be able to give any meaning to what's being said here. To do that, we'll have to rely on some amount of semantic processing. That is, we're going to have to look at underneath what each of these words actually carries as a
studying English and philosophy. And sort of on the note of maintaining and preserving
the personality or the sort of dimensions and the nature of each university. Here at Georgetown, for example, we have such a rich Jesuit tradition that we're steeped in those kinds of values. And I think in thinking of modernity and research and progression, we can still maintain an anchor by tying that to the traditions that where we started from. You know, you mentioned that some of these higher education schools started as divinity schools. So I'm wondering if you could touch a bit more on how we can work with the idea of modernity that
sentence, arguably the second greatest sentence in the English language. The first is obviously, I love you. But after that, you'd be hard-pressed to find a better statement, a sentence. Because the guy who wrote that owned more than 100 human beings and didn't see the hypocrisy, the contradiction, or see fit in his lifetime to free any of those human beings, and set in motion an American narrative symbolically, but also literally, that is constantly struggling to deal with that. And as what's going on today, it happens to be Charlotte or Tulsa, but you know, a year and a half ago, it was Charleston or North Charleston, or
that they understand English, that they have read a book before, and that they have listened to a recorded book before. And, unless it is a children's book, that they are not children. So the delivery does not have to be very slow and painstaking in order not to confuse them. Every comma or quotation mark does not need to be honored with a pause you could drive a truck through. The sentence, Steven Soderbergh next directed Ocean's 11, starring George Clooney, Brad Pitt, Andy Garcia, Julia Roberts, Matt Damon, Bernie Mac.
Young people, so they usually don't speak English that well, so it's limited for the Polish speakers mostly.
And so do you have the ability to query, can you go to Google HR and say, give me a list of all the people who speak Polish so I can ask them to help?
There is a group here, and it was like open question whether you want to participate in it, do just minor things, and I volunteered. Because that's not my idea, it was someone else.
It was someone else's, so it was that self-selection, post the project and allow people to self-select, with which the right channels works very well. And just from one person before we close who is not, Will, are you doing a 120% project?
I particularly want to thank Eric Schaefer and Zhu Xuanhao for that extraordinary English and Chinese introduction. That was a powerful symbol of everything that I want to talk with you about today. See, by learning each other's languages and by showing such curiosity and respect for each other's culture, Mr. Schaefer and Ms. Zhu and all of you are building bridges of understanding that will lead to so much more. And I'm here today because I know that
when she started school, she didn't speak any English. She caught up to other kids by reading newspapers and watching PBS. And she became a good student. Her father worked in landscaping. Her mom cleaned other people's homes. They wouldn't let Astrid apply to a technology magnet school, not because they didn't love her, but because they were afraid the paperwork would out her as an undocumented immigrant. So she applied behind their back and got in. Still, she mostly lived in the shadows until her grandmother.
It's a phrase taken from a wonderful English psychoanalyst called Donald Winnicott. He had a lot of parents who would come to him and say things like, I'm so worried, I'm not a good parent, my child has this problem or that problem, etc. And he came up with a wonderful phrase. He said, you are most likely to be a good enough parent. And it's a relief from our otherwise punishing perfectionism. The good thing is that none of us are perfect, and therefore we don't need perfection. And the demand for perfection will lead you to only one thing, loneliness. You cannot have perfection and company. To be in company with another person is to be negotiating.
I mean, education for English language learners, for example, has been added to the Elementary Secondary Education Act, and scads of little programs intended to promote this reform or alter that behavior or so forth. So every one of these has produced unhappiness as well as happiness, left and right, and has produced unintended consequences big time. I mean, I think the best known example from NCLB was its solemn declaration that every child in America would be proficient in reading and math by the year 2014. That was understandable.
By and about F. Scott Fitzgerald in the English language, starting with my high school library, the public library, the UCLA library, and so his poster was on the wall. This very same year, my mother read a biography of Woodrow Wilson called When the Cheering Stopped by Gene Smith, which was the first book to talk about the very active role the second Mrs. Wilson had in running the White House after he had suffered his stroke. And so up went Woodrow Wilson's poster on my wall. And then I had a third one up there, Adlai Stevenson, who was a great hero of mine, who died.
Which have started to use English as their computer language rather than Japanese characters. So that was the first time. Perhaps then the second time was when my son started to work in the company in the 90s and 2000, that we have to build a real company now, not just a way for me to support myself and my family. So that was it.
What do you think?
And we conducted our entire conversation in English, which he confessed to me he learned from reading all of Dan Brown's novels and from listening to American rap. We also spent some nice moments of laughter and fun with his beloved brother, Ashraf. But I'll never forget what he told me when we ended our conversation that day. He said to me, "If I am not a student, I am nothing." Hani is
brilliant writer. He has a command of the English language, second maybe only to Jefferson among our presidents. But it's not like he invents these ideas. He has this knack of formulating in a brilliant way general opinion. He has his finger on the pulse of Northern public opinion, and he communicates with ordinary Northerners in a very direct and effective way because he somehow has this, his political antennas, and he knows what's happening in the general, trend of public opinion. I'm always asked what would have happened if Lincoln had not been killed. Of course, we don't know, but
What you may not have realized is that English is actually an outlier. It is the only Germanic language that requires this. For example, most other Germanic language speakers feel completely comfortable talking about rain tomorrow by saying "Morgen regnet es." Quite literally to an English ear, it rained tomorrow. This led me to, as a behavioral economist, to an intriguing hypothesis. Could how you speak about time, could how your language forces you to think about time, affect your propensity to behave across time? You speak English, a futured language, and what that means is
with over 3,000 relatives who are entitled to the title of prince. In a recent English case, the Court of Appeal decided that just because you were a prince of one of the parts of the Royal House of Saud did not entitle you to any immunities when travelling in the United Kingdom. And I think the same position would be taken by the courts here. A more difficult case is what about somebody like the president-elect during the period between the election in November and taking office in January? Or, for example, His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales in the United Kingdom, who now carries out many of the day-to-day functions of the monarchy.
Of English. Absquatulate is a perfectly good word of English. Mugwump is a perfectly good word of English. So the words don't have to sound normal, they can sound really silly. Why should you make words? You should make words because every word is a chance to express your idea and get your meaning across. And new words grab people's attention. They get people to focus on what you're saying, and that gives you a better chance to get your meaning across. And a lot of people on this stage today have said, in the future, you can do this, you can help with this, you can help us explore, you can help us invent.
She could barely speak English when she came to Australia. Her mentors helped her become a doctor, and she took out Young Queenslander of the Year in 2008. She's an inspiration, right? This is so not smooth. Anyway, this is me, right? But I'm also the woman in the red clothes, and I'm also the woman that was in the abaya at the beginning. Would you have chosen to mentor me if you'd seen me in one of those other versions of who I am? Because I'm that same person.
Entry, because you're looking at the least word of English. This book was inspired by a couple of things. One, actually, I'd seen a book in French called De la Connerie, which was about kind of the equivalent word assholism or something like that in French. And then in 2005, back then I was writing for the New York Times Week in Review section. I was writing about talk radio and political discourse.
Information. You're going to swallow a pill and know English. You're going to swallow a pill and know Shakespeare. And the way to do it is through the bloodstream. So once it's in your bloodstream, it basically goes through it and gets into the brain, and when it knows that it's in the brain in the different pieces, it deposits it in the right places. So it's ingesting.
Have you been hanging out with Ray Kurzweil by any chance?
No, but I've been hanging around with Ed Boyden and hanging around with one of the speakers who's here, Hugh Herr, and there are a number of people. This isn't quite as far-fetched. So 30 years from now,
we will check it out.
I don't know, giving Julius Caesar English lessons in the key to the Library of Congress. It would change his day, all right? That's one thing. Another thing that's for sure going to happen is that it will calibrate us. We will know that we're not that miracle, right? That we're just another duck in a row. We're not the only kids on the block. And I think that that's philosophically a very profound thing to learn. We're not a miracle, okay? The third thing that it might tell you is somewhat vague, but I think interesting and important. And that is, if you find a signal coming from a more advanced society, because they will be, that will tell you something about our own possibilities.
I've been following English rugby since the days when, believe it or not, I played rugby myself as a teenager. I've been interested in what they're doing, following them. I knew the backstory. The Australians knew their backstory, and those two were going to clash. The Americans in Atlanta had no backstory at all, no interest, didn't mean a thing. I might as well go out on the street in St Andrews and say that, I don't know, Duke have beaten Caltech at basketball or something. You know, people just aren't terribly interested in St Andrews. I'm sorry about that. What's the backstory? The backstory for so many people, both inside the church and
was called bad English. He could speak bad English with every accent. He could speak it with a Danish accent. He could speak with a French accent. Wherever he went, people found it. I can't quite get what you say like that. He would mumble. He was a wonderful man. And in his 60s, even in his 70s, at his institute in Copenhagen, bright young grad students from around the world wanted to work with him. Einstein's famous for saying, "God does not play dice with the universe." God does not play dice with the universe. Niels Bohr said to him, once Niels Bohr had accepted the evidence from quantum mechanics, once Niels Bohr had looked down at these new things, these quantum results, Niels Bohr said to him, "Einstein, stop telling God what to do. You know, looking at the universe."
Unemployment. If you're an upper middle class English person, you call unemployment a year off. And that's because having a son who's unemployed in Manchester is really quite embarrassing. But having a son who's unemployed in Thailand is really viewed as quite an accomplishment. But actually, the power to rebrand things, to understand that actually our experiences, costs, things, don't actually much depend on what they really are, but on how we view them, I genuinely think can't be overstated. There's an experiment I think Daniel Pink refers to.
Today, I finally went to English after getting things straight with my previous instructor. He requested that each student sign a contract that stated these conflicts for me. Number one, you may not dispute any grade he gives you, not even ask, because he is more experienced and he knows his stuff. And number two, if you can't answer a question in class, he will ask you to leave and be counted absent for that day. You may only have 3 absences before you must drop. So those were the two that upset me. I can't believe someone like
In English, fear is something we conquer. It's something we fight, something we overcome. But what if we looked at fear in a fresh way? What if we thought of fear as an amazing act of the imagination, something that can be as profound and insightful as storytelling itself? It's easiest to see this link between fear and the imagination in young children, whose fears are often extraordinarily vivid. When I was a child, I lived in California, which is, mostly a very nice place to live. But for me as a child, California could also be a little scary. I remember how frightening it was to see the chandeliers.
Writing, and I always loved English classes, and my parents both worked in publishing, so it always felt very familiar and comfortable to me to be near magazines and books and sort of printed matter, which is fascinating to be here at Google. But I always loved combining my love of food with my love of writing, and at whatever age when you start writing like book reports, like middle school, that kind of, like I wrote about like what Huck Finn ate. Like it was always about food. I was always writing about food. And then I went to college in New York on the Upper West Side. I went to Barnard, and being in New York, as you all know, kind of gives you this sort of entry point to lots of things that you might not have.
Surgery test. It's an English test. Let me bring it to you locally. I work at the Cambridge Hospital. It's a primary Harvard Medical School teaching facility. We have more than 100 translators covering 63 languages, and we spend millions of dollars just in our little hospital. It's a big labor-intensive effort. If you think about the worldwide burden of trying to talk to your patients, not just teaching surgeons, just trying to talk to your patients, there aren't enough translators in the world.
Time, answered with a typical English mix of awkwardness and half-hearted Christianity. And the phrase I heard most often was that Grandad was now up there looking down on us. And if I should die too, which wouldn't happen, of course, then I too would go up there, which made death sound a lot like an existential elevator. Now, this didn't sound very plausible. I used to watch a children's news program at the time, and this was the era of space exploration. There were always rockets going up into the sky, up into space, going up there.
The two funniest sentences in the English language are, "I'm from the government, and I'm here to help." But I think last year when governments did step in, people were quite glad that they were there, that they did act. But now, a few months on, however good politicians are at swallowing frogs without pulling a face, as someone once put it, they can't hide their uncertainty, because it's already clear how much of the enormous amount of money they put into the economy really went into fixing the past, bailing out the banks, the car companies, not preparing us for the future. How much of the money is going into concrete and boosting.
Then you have children for whom English is a second language, or whatever they're being taught in is a second language. In the UK, that's more than 10% of the school population. And finally, after Susan Cain's wonderful TED Talk in February, we know that introverts find it very difficult to relate when they're in a noisy environment doing group work. Add those up, that is a lot of children who are not receiving their education properly. It's not just the children who are affected, though. This study in Germany found the average noise level in classrooms is 65 decibels. I have to really raise my voice to talk over 65 decibels of sound.
Job of sourcing non-English talks. We're on it.
Hi, my name's Zach. I was wondering if you had any advice or things to say about stage fright, if you learned to speak with stage fright, or try to get the stage fright to go away, or whatever it may be.
Yeah, so absolutely. I mean, I think for me the first thing is renaming that fear in your mind and making it an asset. I mean, fear is there for a reason. It's to persuade you to act, to avoid that fearful thing coming true. So use it as.
But as an outsider, as a brown, Asian, English-born Sikh living in Scotland, of English, Indian and African descent, I was able to use storytelling and my own story to communicate the connections between racism I experienced as a kid to the sectarian divisions I was witnessing as an adult. Our projects evoked memories and used stories actively collected from people affected by the sectarian troubles. And when these participants, including individuals, communities, and the wider culture sector, museums and libraries, arts organizations, with support from political leadership, began to invest and recognize the value of the storytelling process in healing.
Behind me is a British, if not an English, delicacy. It's ripe blue Stilton. Liking it is incomprehensible to people from other countries. Every culture has its own special food and national delicacy. If you were to come from Iceland, your national dish is deep rotted shark. Now, all of these things are acquired tastes, but they form almost a badge of identity. You're part of the in-group. The second thing is the sentence.
I started learning English when I was 15, and so it's kind of odd that I'm writing, right, in my third language. This is a question that I get asked all the time. And I think the answer is a combination of, it's just based on like the way in which my life has, the turns that it's taken. So I remember I was writing in French when I was little. I started writing when I was about 9 years old. And that may seem a little surprising until you realize that a huge portion of Moroccan literature is in French because of the sort of colonial history behind that.
That resulted from the 17th century English Civil War. Now, I'm not advocating for civil wars or anything, but in this particular case, it was useful because before the war, the British Crown had put a lot of regulations on the economy, complicated licenses, royal monopolies, etc. But during the turmoil, it couldn't enforce them, which made for freer markets. Another factor was a remarkable increase in agricultural productivity in the 16th century. As food prices started to rise, it became profitable for farmers, both large and small, to invest in agricultural technologies that would improve crop yields. Those higher prices for grain probably resulted from population growth.
As the greatest English language novel, while The Guardian describes it as a book which is more discussed than read. And its flagrant disregard for its players, readers, might be why I've heard so many lamentations from friends who just aren't able to continue Homestuck. But this doesn't change the fact that Andrew Hussey has undertaken a creation of unrivaled proportions on the internet, the very source of our, quote, shrinking attention spans. He successfully challenged the very common assumption that internet audiences don't want a challenge and won't stick around if one arises. And while for some that might be true, there are still plenty more who are willing to put up with all of the time shenanigans that Hussey can summon. And
want a graduate degree in history or English or political science, you actually have to know something about history, English, or political science to get admitted. So I kept looking, and to be honest, that's how I found law school. It was very clear. It was very clear to me that you don't need to know anything to go to law school. And so I signed up for that, and I'll honest, I ended up at Harvard Law School, sitting in a classroom, 2 months into it, disillusioned. Because I went there to deal with racial problems and poverty problems and justice problems, and it didn't seem like anybody was talking about race or poverty. And I could not find my way. And
I went to Vietnam to teach English in '97 in Ho Chi Minh City, the College of Social Sciences and Humanities. I may go back in the next year or so, but I wonder about the facts that I found there. Ho Chi Minh was reported to have met with, at the age of 19, as a leader of an immigrant or expatriate Vietnamese group in Paris. He went to see Woodrow Wilson asking for support for the Vietnamese Revolution and presenting a constitution.
And in doing so, he revitalized the English landscape tradition and made it a very sort of expressive genre. And it's something you can see in this painting, The Men in Road here, with this sort of breaking storm of light. You really get a sense of a world in chaos, in maelstrom here, gripped by this modern industrialized war. Well, Lorna, this is the Singer Sargent Gallery, and this is William Orpen's
That's what we did, and we realized also it's a maths and English exam. Neither of us were native English speakers, so we went and got the dictionary out that night. It was maybe 11 o'clock at night, and opened the first page, and the first word, quinquagenarian. Anybody know what that is? We're like, oh dear Lord. It's somebody who's between the age of 50 and 59 inclusive. We decided, fine, that's enough. We're just gonna go to this. But I did get into MIT. I'm not very proud of how I got into these universities. I actually got into 12 top.
Did not rise up though, and by Wednesday, English reinforcements outnumbered the revolutionaries 20-1 and closed in on the city, concentrating their attack on the GPO from field guns mounted at Trinity College once the rebels' headquarters at Liberty Hall had been destroyed. The shelling destroyed O'Connell Street and the surroundings, and by Friday, the GPO was in flames, and Pierce gave the order to surrender. By this time, 450 people, many of them civilians, were dead and over 2,500 wounded. Dublin was in ruins. 3,500 people were arrested.
English in public schools on Long Island once commented, the problem with the public schools is that they're public. And what she meant by that was all the other things that flood young people's minds, etc., and keep them distracted. Then I learned here from the first time the problem with the private system in New York City and probably everywhere. So would you comment on this problem, which some more, which
humanities in general. I remember the first English class I ever took was like the most amazing thing to me. And I started getting interested in philosophy because I loved asking questions.
Where is your soul? What do you see?
The way I describe being a student musician is just sort of like being an athlete. So I travel on the weekends to play different shows, different gigs. I practice every day, so it's also like being an athlete where, 2 to 3 hour practices, just music and
to learn English, to use computers and internet. All through 1980s and 1990s, China started its economic engine. This is the typical story happening in China at that time. US multinational Coca-Cola started a factory in China. McDonald's started the first store in Beijing. US giant Ford started a joint venture with a Chinese automaker. My dream at that time was to work for one of the joint ventures set up by the American multinational companies in China.
Here is that 19th century English students at the Sandhurst Military Academy, the upper class, were on average a whopping 8.7 inches taller than their compatriots at the Marine Society Boys, the lower class. In the United States, things were quite different, with the average man in 1850 attaining a height of about 5 foot 7 inches, that's 170 centimeters. In fact, on average, people in the US remained taller than their European counterparts from the Revolutionary War through World War II, with a slight dip during the Second Industrial Revolution. It is thought that American height dominance during this period was due to having a relatively resource-rich environment.
2 centuries before that, the English poet John Milton has the archangel Raphael explain to Adam in the Garden of Eden that the creatures of the universe think in 2 different ways. There is discursive thinking, which is what humans mostly do, and then he says there's something else called intuition, which is mostly the way angels think. On occasion, humans get a chance to think like angels, but it happens rarely. This opened up a whole new vantage on Greek divination for me. It started to look less like an outlier and more like the tale of a long and consistent arc of human cognitive history.
In this case, it's English. Let's say he's an English-speaking baby. So he knows that it's subject, verb, object. So as English speakers, if we see something like this, or like that, or like that, Not good. Something wrong. Because we know that the word order should be subject, verb, object. We don't have a choice here. However, there are many aspects of language where we do have a choice.
The English Civil War was just over. The smell of gunpowder was still hanging in the air. Our headless king, Charles I, was still lying on the scaffold. We badly needed a form of democracy that we could make work. And we faced a huge, huge problem. There were too many people spread out of too vast a country, too busy, too ungovernable to directly rule. We needed something else. And one man, now often forgotten, a man called Henry Parker, he had the answer to this. And in doing so, he authored a system of democracy which will be familiar to everyone in this room.
Now, you know, that's obvious for the English language. I'm trying to say that a lot of other things, like our moral sense, like our religious behavior, like our technology, actually are of a similar character. I go right back 2,000 years to the start of this to get inspiration from a wonderful Roman poet called Lucretius, who wrote a poem called De Rerum Natura, on the nature of things, around the time of Cicero and Caesar. He died while writing it because it seems to be unfinished. The poem disappeared for 14 centuries because the Christians didn't like it. It was
I was talking to a 9th grade teacher who teaches English in California. And on the curriculum, mandated by the state, is that he teach the book Romeo and Juliet by Shakespeare. And he tells me the first 2 pages of Romeo and Juliet, this is his favorite thing to teach. It is his favorite day of the year. It is the day he looks forward to more than anything else, because the first 2 pages of Romeo and Juliet are full of dirty jokes. And he knows that he is going to get every student laughing and giggling, and there'll be the one student who's
scared of the English guys. Then one guy goes, "Freedom!" And everyone goes, "Yeah, freedom!" And they go running into battle with picks and axes and stuff like that. Why? Because courage is contagious. And when you show courage, you may just be surprised how many people come out of the woodwork and out of the shadows at your work, at your job site. They're just waiting for somebody to be a leader. Does somebody have enough courage and character and confidence in God to go, whatever?
Few of them spoke English, and they had to adjust to an army diet that was very different to what they were used to. Coming from a culture accustomed to going barefoot, they struggled to adapt to wearing combat boots. But the biggest problem they faced was a lack of immunity to European diseases, which was made far worse by the cold climate of France. We must not forget the contributions.
Prince Francis Bacon was an English statesman, orator, philosopher, and scientist, generally considered to be the father of the scientific method, which is a hallmark of modern scientific conduct. Bacon carefully stressed the importance of inductive reasoning based on the observation of nature, careful testing and measuring, and seeing whether or not the observed phenomena fit the data available. In this sense, he is one of the most impactful figures of all time, because this methodology is universal in the sciences to this day. Bacon was so brilliant that skeptics of the authenticity of Shakespeare often posit Francis Bacon.
The word disruptive in the English language, and so there are a lot of people who call anything that is a dramatic improvement or a breakthrough, we call it disruptive, and that's not true. So almost always disruption is built within the business model of the technology, of the enterprise, not by developing the best technology. It's typically, you can take a technology and deploy it onto the California freeway or on a cornfield in Iowa.
In the Middle East and later in the West Indies, slave-grown, slave-cultivated, mainly by English and French colonies. A British naval blockade during the Napoleonic Wars cut France off from a source of sugar. France no longer could get access to its very cheap sugar in the West Indies. And so Napoleon offered a prize for anybody that could come up with a domestic source of sugar in Europe. People tried potato, people tried turnip, but eventually selection in beet for higher levels of sucrose resulted in a plant in the 18th century called the modern sugar beet, a very large brown root that was
in Cotulla, Texas, in a small Mexican-American school. Few of them could speak English, and I couldn't speak much Spanish. My students were poor, and they often came to class without breakfast, hungry. And they knew, even in their youth, the pain of prejudice. They never seemed to know why people disliked them, but they knew it was so, because I saw it in their eyes.
Professor in the English department here at Chapman University. I teach the undergraduate poetry writing classes and also graduate poetry writing classes. The reason that I'm interested in poetry is that it's one of the most human things we do. We turn to poetry in times of crisis, when we're grieving, for instance. We also turn to poetry when we're celebrating. So it's part of who we define ourselves as and who we want to become, and that kind of power just fascinates me. The goals I have for my students:
put all of your faith in God. I think those may be the three most dangerous words in the English language. Just have faith. This idea that, don't count on yourself. Don't rely on yourself to make things better. Just put your faith above, in the higher power. If you have the power to control your destiny, then go do something about it. And I've unfortunately seen too many stories of parents whose kids are sick and the kids die because the parents just prayed that they would get better. Or people who thought that, that they're single and they want to meet somebody. And so they pray to God that they will meet somebody else. When a better
parapet right into the bunch of us and killed or wounded practically the whole of us, English and German alike. Before they attacked again, they brought up some trench mortars and knocked 7 bells out of us, then swarmed into the trench. By that time, there were only a handful of us left on our feet, and all, I suppose, wounded. I got another wound from a stick bomb, which put a bit of metal into my thigh. Before I collapsed, I tried to give the surrender signal and hope I succeeded, thereby in saving a few lives. We had done our best. Captain Charles Miller. And as the war progressed, the raiding groups on all sides became more.
These two wandering around an English idyll in these kind of clothes, but nonetheless I think it's a juxtaposition, the idea of the cult of sensibility, the idea of nature, the idea of liberty, all these kind of political, social and cultural contexts that are brought to bear in terms of the power of this painting. So I just want to sort of move on to the fact that just very briefly, this idea of Gainsborough and the old master tradition. I mean, I think probably many of you might have looked at this painting and thought, it's just a portrait of two people, it's rather grand, it's rather lovely, but hey-ho. The thing is, I think the subtlety of the way that Gainsborough utilises the old masters does need teasing out, because actually it's part of his ambition.
Should speak.
Well, when people coexist that way, right? I mean, maybe something as simple as salsa is more popular than ketchup nowadays, but when people have that very fundamental understanding of the way someone lives that's different than them, that comes from a different place, and you begin to have something that connects you or binds you to them, that is working against hate. Because that is also what you're describing as the root of the hate that is existing in this country.
College English. So I saw an ad in the San Jose Mercury, a little one-line ad for something called Microsoft, which I had never heard of.
Really? The beginning days of Microsoft.
And with Microsoft, they wanted editors. So I sent them a resume, and they flew me up to Seattle. And actually, one of the first things they did is they put me in a car with a realtor, and they drove me all over the Redmond, Washington area, showing me houses, which were about half what they were in California. and just barely manageable for us on what would be my salary. So I took the
English brings me flowers stolen from a grave. English texts me, slips in as emoji, attaches selfies not suitable for work. English has rules but accepts dates last minute. English makes booty calls. English makes me want it. When I was younger, my parents said, "Keep that English out of our house. If you leave with that miserable, don't come back." I said, "God willing," in the language of the Inquisition. I climbed out my window.
Locke's two treatises on government, which appear in 1689, a crucial moment in English political history, just 1 year after the Glorious Revolution that established a lawful, constitutional, limited kingship, and the year of the Bill of Rights, a great charter of liberties, enacted in 1689. So Locke's vision of a contractual agreement between individuals to create a state is the beginnings of the modern tradition of liberalism.
Something good or benevolent. Another term that I think is junk English is sustainable. Well, if you think about it, sustainable just means centralized planning. It means some centralized group of bureaucrats or politicians are going to decide whether some economic activity that someone wants to engage in is permissible. So sustainable means centralized planning. Another popular term is living wage. What does living wage mean? It really means price controls. All a living wage is some artificial floor established by the political class on what you can sell your wages for. It's no different than if the political class came along and said, you cannot sell your house for less than $100,000.
Read it in Aristotle's Politics as meritocracy, a horrible English word that was coined in the mid-20th century that means rule by those who are deserving. Aristotle's version of aristocracy means rule by those who are most morally virtuous, because for Aristotle, those who are truly excellent are the ones that deserve rule in a political constitution.
Words or something. It's online a couple different spots. Politics in the English language, so great. I mean, what he distills in that few words is really interesting. But he used the term meaningless words to describe political jargon. And it surrounds us today. Words that are abused until they lose all value or meaning, either as a description or an epithet today. So here I'm quoting him. He says, and this is 1946, mind you, the word fascism has now no meaning except insofar as it signifies something not desirable. That sounds applicable.
Because again, there are things you can't think in English that you can think in Dakota, and that's important. You know, I think we have things that are important for sustaining our own communities, but I think there are also knowledges in indigenous languages that can help sustain the world. It's an impoverished view of the world to just be operating in English and some other major world languages.
Absolutely. Final question, I know we're running out of time. Because this is a course on the anthropology of current world issues, we often ask our interviewees to comment on whatever is a big issue in the world at the moment. I've heard you speak a couple of times compellingly about
society that this had created within English society. And Mandeville mocks this sort of almost hypocrisy, wealth combined with nervousness about wealth, in the fable of the bees. In the fable, he tells the story of a hive of bees. Now, bees, going back to Aristotle and beyond, have always been a sort of symbol for humans because bees are the most conspicuous social insect. Bees are an amazing creature that
I don't try and pretend I'm not Jamaican or Welsh or English. I say they're all true. And sameness is blandness, right? We want that diversity of thought, and we know that those of you that will be in business studies or academics will know that we say that diversity of thought creates innovation, it creates dynamism, it creates, it's what the world is made of. So I want that in Bristol. And we have that in our wider population. And I think that the role of our universities, our faculty and our students are absolutely essential to making sure that we have that in Bristol. And like I said, that diversity is not just racial, it's ethnic, it's
on what that means in English. There's basically many models running at once with different starting points, and we tend to average over those.
So that the subseasonal forecasting then becomes challenging because you essentially have to try to merge or extend your physical models beyond what the predictive capability are for the precipitation and temperature.
So the limitations of these current methods is in terms of the skill and reliability, being able to provide information that is actually useful in terms of making decisions on.
Really interesting, and it causes me to think, so really, how does a professor of English approach oral tradition?
Oh, carefully. That's one of the first things that I think you've got to consider, is that not all stories were meant to be told in all environments, and we try to be very cautious about not appropriating something that folks didn't imagine was going to be used in the way that we're going to go on and use it. But as it turns out, a lot of writers are absolutely borrowing from oral traditions in what it is that they're doing. And so to study that writing, we have to understand something of the cultural context. When we start looking back at that,
the Latin terms animus, anima, words that mean soul. And that leads then to our English word animate or animated and all of its cognates. So what does soul mean in this sense? Something that is ensouled is fundamentally distinct from something that lacks a soul because it's an animate thing or a living thing. So there are different kinds of souls depending upon what kind of living thing we've got in mind. Plants have souls, right? Vegetative entities have souls. They have nutrient or nutritive souls that account for their growth.
And every Finn can recite the Kalevala, whereas a minority of Americans and English people can recite Shakespeare. So the Finns have a healthy national identity focused on their language, their culture, and also their history and what they've been able to overcome. There are countries that have excessive national identity. There are, for example, people who would regard Germany during the 1930s, during the Hitler era, as having had excessive national identity. Today, it seems to me that Germany has a healthy national identity. Germany's national identity is.
Read Celtic or medieval Latin? Do you read any medieval vernacular languages, such as Old French, Old English, or Anglo-Saxon? Do you appreciate the story of Beowulf, the tales of King Arthur, or other works of medieval literature? What most interests you about medieval culture? Does medieval European history have any special meaning for you? Do you attend or participate in the annual medieval fair? What is your favorite book related to medieval Europe? Have you read how the Irish
English class is defined by, what's love really? History class is defined by what is a democracy when you get right down to it. These disciplines are defined by controversies, and I would say rather than having a special class on controversy, that our teachers should be prepared to engage it as it arises in the disciplines that are defined by it. I do think that there's a danger whenever you engage in a controversial question of indoctrination. That is, of the teacher foisting her or his opinions on the student. And frankly, this is another reason.
I'd like to close with a story about a high school English teacher that my brother and I both benefited from. Her name was Mrs. Dowd, and we each had her for AP English. Mrs. Dowd was a pretty phenomenal teacher because not only did she ensure that all of her students were prepared for the AP English exam, and not only did all of her students develop a love and appreciation for literature, but she was also a maverick in her use of technology in the classroom. She found ways to integrate technology to drive student learning, to make it more personalized, to help us to collaborate.
It's true. So I'm going to give you some examples from English. These are not all of them. There are other phonemes that turn out to be good or bad sounding, but these are some examples. The first good sound is j, like in joy. Another one is ya, like in yes. And then we have p, v, and I, like idea. These are all significantly associated with positive words. There are also bad sounds. For example, d, s, like ugly.
Language. About 30% of English words are derived from French, 30% from Latin, and 30% from the Germanic languages. This isn't going to help you very much if you're learning, say, Russian or Japanese. However, one interesting side benefit from learning such a different language is that you acquire new ways to express an idea. For instance, the Japanese term wabi-sabi refers to the beauty in imperfection. There is no denying, if you speak English, you can get by in many places. But to be a true citizen of the world, you'll want to be able to say bonjour.
This, because I speak English, I know the healthcare system in the United States, and this was a difficult situation for me. What if you lived in the United States, you didn't speak English, you didn't know our system, you didn't know how things worked? How would that be for you? We have people that advocate for refugees in our community that help to educate them on how our healthcare system works. Helping
much like an F. Now, a poem survives in an Anglo-Saxon manuscript. We call it the Old English rune poem, and that tells us all of the meanings of the various runes. Now, the poem was actually written down sometime after the rune on this sword was carved, but if it preserves anything of the meanings of the runes in this earlier period when this sword was made, then its meaning is actually quite instructive. The ash is extremely tall, precious to mankind, strong on its base. It holds its ground as it should, although many men attack it. Now, I think that the relevance of a verse like that is quite clear to
hero and a man, so long as English history is read. I remain, dear madam, yours very truly, John Williams, VC. And there we have it. We chose to display these letters and the photograph together with the medals as the star object at the bottom of the showcase. It really helps to bring that person's story to life for a whole new audience. And having these objects brought to the British Museum where this gentleman worked was a very, very nice connection to make. And I think it's a very, very powerful story to tell. And illustrative of the fact that although medals are small,
languages or our ancestral languages to English and French, used in schools, literacy programs, libraries, youth centers. And so I'm reminded of the narrative frame repeated in each of the 5 Massey lectures delivered by Indigenous storyteller and writer Tom King in The Truth About Stories. These lectures, which are more like stories and are certainly in book form and available online, are very helpful as they demonstrate the fundamental differences between Indigenous and non-Indigenous storytelling in their themes, structure.
I was really lucky again in that I had a 12th grade English teacher who saw that I was listening, that I was thinking, that I was writing, not turning in homework. And she was like, so I need something to grade. I was like, well, I have this poem. And she came back to me a little while later and she was like, okay, so forget this class and all of your makeup work. You're going to do the literary magazine and it's going to be great. And I did, and it was. And, and because of Catherine
They put me in like this remedial English program.
because of my behavior, my grades. It was like a group of like 7 of us, and we were, we had to read the book.
Little Quentin.
We had to read the book The Contender and write a report on this. Now, mind you, this was I went to Sudbrook, which was a very prominent school in Baltimore County.
Okay.
I'd already had to prove myself to be worthy of being a student. So if I've already proven myself, then why am I being placed in some remedial class, right? I was told that I would never be much. I was told that, oh, you're never going to be successful. Like all through my life.
He grew up on a farm, unable to speak English until he went to school, and he only left the farm because he had a very bad heart, which meant that he couldn't be a farmer. He went to college to become a minister. It was the only thing that was understood as a possible thing to do outside of farming at that time. He went to college, he went to seminary, he went to graduate school, he taught for many years at the Yale Divinity School. And while he was teaching theology, he took me periodically to Battelle Chapel at Yale while I listened to the sermons of a William Sloane Coffin, who had just returned from Selma, Alabama, who was reflecting both.
Definition of the offence contained in R against Gray, a decision of the English Court of Appeal. The offence was defined in the following way: any act done or writing published calculated to bring a court or judge of the court into contempt or to lower his authority. Now, notwithstanding the vagueness of this definition, prosecutions for this offence have largely involved scurrilous and abusive attacks on judges, but not always. Gray itself was an example of abusive remarks. In the course of reporting at a trial for obscene libel.
Our most significant art does not come from any English or British production line. It comes from individual talent, reaching to their particular history and circumstances. Reacting to their particular circumstance and history. That's what we do so well. Much of our national culture has been created through the insight of those who once stood outside, who've come to Britain from other countries, or those whose perspective and voices have not always been included in the mainstream. For example, who made A Canterbury Tale, that most English of films? Powell and Pressburger, of course. The latter.
We transcribed it into English text. We sent the text to a computer, a big data analytics computer in Nairobi, where we analyzed the messages for social sentiment, for emotions. We put that into a heat map to tell the government how their messages were affecting the population and how they should change their messages to be more effective. And it really was a great solution. Unfortunately, it didn't go into Sierra Leone until late October. And we weren't really convinced that that was going to be enough to help stem the tide of the outbreak. So we began working on other solutions.
America, but rather just the US and the UK because of the English language and the role that the English language plays in shaping the kind of overall global discourse. However, more and more what we're seeing is that particularly the US and the UK have fallen a bit afoul of the kind of normative constructs that we tend to think of for a normal country, given the populism that is gripping both countries politically. In fact, you can't really speak in a united way about Western civilization. Canada acts in many ways that are very similar to Western Europe. And countries like Germany and France have a very...
They know how to speak English, good enough, and they don't even attempt to venture on, and I can understand it. But the good news is to get the benefits of a native speaker at a native speaker level, you don't have to go through mastery in the academic sense. In fact, you can skip this step altogether. So, if you think about it, there are many native speakers who do not have an in-depth knowledge of specialized fields or a sophisticated vocabulary, so that's not really what is required. So how do you do?
American, I speak English, I'm a mom. And these tribes typically should bring us together, make us feel safe. But they also isolate us completely from the rest of the world. They separate us from everyone else. And in that moment, I felt horrible. What's wrong with me? Why? And then I realized, wait a second, he's teaching me the one thing I care most about, which is the one thing that binds us all together, the one thing that makes us feel connected, our humanity.
And many of the degrees in English, and those countries are run by adults. They're great. Go there. Also, I also went to community college for 2 years. Community college has a bad reputation for no particular reason. Community colleges are great. So people should consider going to community college and then transferring to a 2-year university. There's nothing wrong with that. Just, we're all doing our best. Find a cheap way that works for you. And if you can get a visa to leave America and stay left, then do that too.
Right? It's not the case that by just sort of looking at English, at the structure of English, we can work out deep facts about the nature of reality, or at least it's not obvious that we can do that. Whereas it seems that by just looking at the structure of mathematics, we can find out these deep facts about the nature of reality. So I think if mathematics is just merely a language, it makes this relationship between mathematics and the world, things like the cicadas, the honeybees, actually much harder to understand. So that's going to push you towards another unpopular view, this idea that these mathematical facts are out there, that they're there to be discovered. Okay, so let me just sort of summarize what we've had a look at.
Approached me about coming to teach an English conversation class for them. I also had a student group who had a conservation club come and ask if I would also participate in their events. Now, the Conservation Club was very interesting because we went on monthly trips through Jordan, and David was able to go along on these trips with me, so we were able to explore and discover many more things about Jordan that we never would have been able to see on our own. We went to places that are not very well known, even by Jordanians themselves.
Greek, but in English, Jesus is saying to us, come join. Don't just watch, get involved. The Bible deserves our attention because it's a message that is speaking directly to us. The message of the Bible is one that offers us a way to make a big leap from our own story to the ongoing, everlasting story of God and God's people. So how do we make the most of the Bible? The Bible can be a daunting read, and it can feel that as soon as you get started, you lose yourself in complicated laws and confusing stories. When Jesus
people on it, none of whom spoke English, no running water, no electricity. It was everything that I'd wanted in my service. On top of it, I was given this amazing house that was right on the beach. Of course, everything was perfect until that morning, when I was awoken with a bang, bang at my door. I jumped out of bed wondering, what on earth could this be? Tonga is known as the Friendly Islands, and since I'd arrived, I've been treated like nothing but an honored guest. And here somebody was trying to bang down my door in the early morning. Bang, 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 it came again. I rushed to the door to find out what was wrong, and to my surprise, I found the owner of the house.
No, eventually Matt came back, and after a long while, and he called out to me in English in a very strained tone of voice, like a hysterical tone of voice, and it was so crazy, the tone, that even through the language barrier, because they don't speak English, they speak French and local language, these Togolese friends of ours could hear that something was wrong, and they said, Christina, what happened? Is Matt okay? And I said, look, I don't know. Give me a minute, I'll go find out. So I went to speak with Matt privately, and it took him a long time to spit it out what exactly had happened to him. And finally, he admits what happened while he was gone for so long. He fell into the latrine.
And here were 250 children performing a play in Burmese and in English about power and corruption. Nothing political there. Well, nothing overtly political. In fact, nothing overtly political about any of this work. But, and this is my first point, creative public projects. They don't need to have a massive budget, but what they can do, if they're done well, is create moments, shared experiences. And these shared
of the extent to which English law is a closed or an open system. Are we a closed people looking only inward, or are we an open people, open to all of these influences from outside?
In case you're wondering, our English word blood comes from a root that means swell, gush, or spurt. Lovely. And in turn from a deeper root meaning thrive or bloom. Blood was associated with the spring and the element air of the four classical elements earth, air, fire, and water. It was associated as well with the liver. Makes sense. And was considered to have the qualities warm and moist. Again, makes sense. The next humor, yellow bile, was called by the Greeks kitrini chole, the word chole giving us choleric, the temperament associated with yellow bile, and also distantly related to the word yellow. Bile.
English, I'd say, hey, do you speak English? And right away that got the person knowing, okay, this guy is a foreigner, I need to speak more slowly, and it got us started in a conversation that let me think about what I was going to say. So for you, whatever the situation is, think it's a social situation, you want to know what you're able to say in any circumstance to approach anyone. Now, there's not just one thing. I actually have a video on a handful of things that you can use to start conversations, but one that is widely usable is this. Hey, I don't think I've met you yet. I'm Charlie. And then you shake their hand, and of course you say your name. That you can use in networking events, in bars, at parties.
Tim, good English name, is it? Or not? It's a German name, okay. Tim, what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw this ball to you like that, and I want you not to catch it, I want you to head it back to me like that, okay? Can you do that? I mean, Germans are supposed to be good at football. I think they won the World Cup once, I'm not sure. Here we go. Yes, very good, okay. Don't sit down yet, Tim, I haven't finished with you. This time I'm going to throw it again, and when you head it, I want you to say the word Kühlschrank.
A Hungarian who loves English named Zoltán Köveksis, he says the dead metaphor account misses an important point, namely that what is deeply entrenched, hardly noticed, and thus effortlessly used, is active in our thought. This is where I stand. Folks, you hear politicians say, some folks want to shut down the government. Well, that's a very friendly word, but let's say he doesn't agree. He's using it sarcastically. He may mean to be friendly, but in fact it's a sarcastic word with an edge in it. So we need to be aware of what our language is saying.
That asks, what does it mean to be English? And what is the state of the country? And in the play, the state of the country was that it was divided, really divided politically. And that's a bit like now. And what's interesting about our All Women of Colour production is we've said, the flag of England, who does it belong to? In the nation. And our suggestion might be that it belongs to the whole nation, everybody that built it. And so for once we thought we'd tell the story of England with
Vagina, the single most misused word in the English language. This is one of the laws of cliteracy. It's intentionally hyperbolic, but unfortunately is more true than I wish it was. Vagina is a Latin word. It means sword holder. Vagina, medically, technically, only includes the opening. This term is used almost universally in doctors' offices. It's also used in feminism to sort of advocate, but it's a term that that ignores the clitoris, which is
One of my favourite words in the whole of the Oxford English Dictionary is snollygoster, just because it sounds so good. And what snollygoster means is a dishonest politician. Although there was a 19th century newspaper editor who defined it rather better when he said, a snollygoster is a fellow who seeks office regardless of party, platform or principle, and who when he wins, gets there by the sheer force of monumental talknophical assumpnacy. Now, I've no idea what talknophical is. Something to do with words, I assume, but it's very important that words...
And in our work have conducted campaigns in Arabic, English, French, Creole, and Spanish. When we talk about the issue of refugees, we often focus on the official statistic of 65.8 million forcibly displaced worldwide. But the reality is much greater than that. By 2050, there will be an additional 140 million people who are at risk of being displaced due to environmental degradation. And today, that is today, there are nearly 1 billion people who already
means disabilities do not limit possibilities. That project gave disabled kids opportunities to learn something beyond the outdated curriculum. The inspiration came from my experience as a high school exchange student in the United States, in Colorado to be specific, as part of the Future Leaders Exchange program, during which I was able to participate in a workshop conducted for disabled exchange students by Mobility International USA. So within the framework of the workshop, we were taken to a forest, and so the instructors made us climb a very, very tall tree and walk on a
this treaty. The English commissioners' names are on the left and the Scots are on the right. And it goes over onto the next page. Here you can see the articles and the act side by side in the Parliamentary Archives search room.
Using the English transliteration of Suestra, which is the Arabic version, and it would automatically write it for me, so thank goodness for technology. There are so many daunting words in almost all languages, either because of their spelling or because of their meaning per se, but still that's not an excuse for us to not learn them. Life is a school, they say, and there are various elements that
circle. And if I'm in my high school English class and I've got some characters and something that I'm teaching in a literature lesson, then I'm going to pull out of those characters and say, hey, how about these two characters and how they did problem solving? What do you guys do when you're stuck against something, you're not sure how to read a cue? How do you problem solve that? Every opportunity, if I'm a math teacher in the 5th grade and my kids are getting frustrated, I stop for 5 minutes and say, hey, this is frustrating. What do you do when you get frustrated? Who do you ask for help? How do you know that person will be there? And what happens when someone says, no, I'm not going to help you? These are endless opportunities.
But the word love in the English language is fairly sloppy. You may have noticed this. We say, I love my children and I love ice cream. And those are not the same. So I went in search of a better definition of love, and I came up with this parable from the Eastern traditions that says, love is a bird with 2 wings. One wing is wisdom, the other wing is compassion. If either wing is broken, the bird cannot fly. And it gave me goosebumps. It was the best of the head, wisdom, with the best of the heart, compassion, coming together.
They're written by the
assess it. Let's not sneak it into a sophomore English paper with a C- that says you should learn somehow responsibility this way when they're not really connected. Let teachers teach what they teach. Let them build knowledge in students. And let's not sneak in responsibility as this hidden curriculum that's assessed differently by everybody. Couple things. Homework, right? Homework is a holdout. Homework doesn't mean, if we fail to give homework, that students won't think or act outside our class. It simply means we don't force them to do it away from us, right? Some families...
If you're good at English, but not math,
you can't compare yourself or your math skills with someone who's great at math, because that would make you feel like a failure, when in reality, it's just that you're better in another field. You have to consider all the factors and all the circumstances before considering yourself a failure in comparison to someone else. Developing these three components of self-compassion has shown to be immensely beneficial, as mentioned by Professor Neff in her journal, who stated that people with self-compassion not only have higher levels of life satisfaction,
Being dyslexic or an English language learner impacted your ability to use a product. She went to meetups, and though she was the shyest person on the team, this was something that she was actually excited to get up and give presentations about to the team or to complete strangers. And in a year of working together, I'd never seen her so committed or so passionate about anything. And for her, it wasn't all about empowering entrepreneurs. She'd found some deeper personal meaning in the work itself. So
So back to English. What do you care about? I mean, what do you really care about? No, I mean underneath that, beyond that, what do you really care about? Because what you care about actually determines where you end up, where you're coming from upstream. What you're doing right now in your life is like the end of the pipe. And it's a trickle sometimes of what this huge river is that's inside of you, of meaning and of commitment and of yearning for something in the world. So we work with people to help them.
And that's why the English language is trash. So impressed with anyone who speaks it in addition to a language that makes sense. So good job. But by any measure, life is really, really good, but I haven't moved on. And I hate that phrase so much, and I understand why other people do, because what it says is that Aaron's life and death and love are just moments that I can leave behind me and that I probably should. And when I talk about Aaron,
So I might have an English literature essay due the next day, and I might be shampooing my hair when all of a sudden this line pops up in my head. Despite his high status, Othello, the tragic hero, eventually falls to his doom due to jealousy, his greatest hamartia. And I'm like, yes, this will make a top-notch literature sentence. So I quickly finish showering, get my clothes on, seat myself at my table, pen and paper in hand, ready to write that golden essay. And I reach into my head to find that line, only to find lyrics to a Michael Jackson.
I'm sorry, it's C-3PO. The butler is an English slave. Or you basically have the robot gone wrong, the slave gone wrong, Terminator. The Japanese then build very different robots. This is the Pero. It's a care robot that you give to older people, and the robot responds to their touch, to their voice. Honda and Sony both have a history of building a very approachable kind of companion robot. This is the Asimo from Honda, and here's the Aibo from Sony, both in the Robot Hall of Fame. When the Americans build a robot, they build this.
Now, English scholar, Dr. Catherine Blakeney, says that it's tempting to classify characters into these groups, right? It's severely misleading, it's subjective, it's variable. And when you use terms like hero, villain, anti-hero, anti-villain, it's important to take into consideration what circumstances affected these people's actions, what society and culture do these people come from, and finally, how our own associations, our principles, our prejudices affect our interpretations, affect our perspectives. I mean, what really does make a hero or villain?
Including the Vercelli book, which is the oldest book of English, the Black Book of Carmarthen, the oldest book of Welsh, and some of the most valuable earliest Gospels located in now what's the former Soviet Georgia. So spectral imaging can recover lost texts. More subtly, though, it can recover a second story behind every object, the story of how, when and by whom a text was created, and sometimes what the author was thinking at the time he wrote. Take, for example, a draft of the Declaration of Independence, written in Thomas Jefferson's own hand.
Does she speak English? You nodded. I stepped away. Right before your mother answered, I thought of my own mother. I saw her drop the phone, scream, go limp, evaporate, incinerate, disintegrate, combust, liquefy, and disappear. The who and where must come first, I knew, before the what and why. She answered, my name is Andrea. You don't know me. I am on the corner of Mississippi and Tejon. I am with your daughter, and she is fine. But
and hopefully you remember your high school English class, right? So abstract language are ideas, right? Like freedom and education and family and allyship and activism. They're concepts. You can't touch them. Whereas concrete language is anything that you can see, hear, taste, smell, or touch, right? And I feel like an enormous part of the work that I do as a poet is trying to think of creative ways to make abstract things, like say a political issue, concrete, so that the audience doesn't just understand it on an intellectual level, but can feel it and internalize it. My favorite example of this is how
the message that this 8-year-old was bad at English. In other words, I needed a human approach. I've been teaching deaf and hard of hearing students in the classroom setting for almost 10 years. I am perhaps a bit unconventional. I stopped counting my personal children's book collection at about 1,200 books. I recently dyed my hair purple for a student talent show. And one time I spent 15 minutes acting out various scenarios to try and help my students generate the words dead.
At the time, he didn't speak English very well, so machining didn't require a lot of speaking, but a lot of technical skills, so he thought it was a good suit for him. He ended up graduating top of his class, scoring a 96% on the final exam, where the final average was only a 56%. My mom, she went to Ingram High School in Seattle and then went on to graduating at North Seattle Community College and became a certified medical assistant. In 1990, when tensions between...
Sure, there's no such thing as correct English. But couldn't people who come to Fargo from the outside just learn to say bison? Shouldn't Rachel Jeantel just have learned to speak a little whiter for court? Can't young women stop vocal frying long enough to get through a job interview? And shouldn't young speakers just speak formal academic English all the time? Well, it would be very easy for me to answer yes to all those questions, because I am a white male, college-educated English teacher from Fargo.
After that, we came back to my house and studied for an English test that, if I'm being completely honest, both of us did miserably on, because who can study with their friends? We were too busy giggling and not actually studying the entire time. Later that night, my mom told me that I was a really good friend. But I don't think I did anything special, because I believe that that is what friends should do for each other. A good friendship is based on kindness and compassion. Later that week, Cameron came to me with a crazy idea. She wanted...
There's no direct translation into English. There's no precise word that defines it in English. So people usually define it by using illustrative examples to describe what it means. The classic example is the guy who murdered both of his parents and then asked the judge to pity him because he was an orphan. There's another example of an old lady who was selling matches on the street corner for 10 cents a box. Every morning, a nice young man would pass on his way to work and drop 10 cents into her box. Never took any matches. He was a nice guy. He wanted to help her out. He didn't want to take her matches. This carried on for 5 years. 5 years.
Was in English, and very few people in the audience could speak English. So they were reading French and Arabic super titles. It was presented at the Damascus Opera House, and it was certainly the largest audience I had presented that monologue to. Now, during this 45-minute speech, the man I was portraying was confessing to a stranger in a hotel room that he had killed his infant child because he believed that such a tragedy would prevent him from being fired at work.
That have been identified as the English disease. Skin disease, scrofula, homosexuality during the 19th century, and more recently, football hooliganism. Well, the good news is scrofula is now easily treatable, homosexuality is nothing to be ashamed of, and football hooliganism even has been transformed into a political movement called Brexit. But the real English disease, in my opinion, is sarcasm. It's our less exotic version of malaria. When I moved to Latvia 10 years ago, I really hoped that I could escape.
She can't speak English and she can't navigate a phone tree. And she can't show up on time for an appointment because she doesn't have a car, she takes the bus, and she takes care of 3 kids plus her disabled father. So we have no appointments. She shows up when she wants, but usually waits less than 15 minutes to be seen. She then spends as much time with us as she needs. Sometimes that's 40 minutes, usually it's less than 5. She loves this flexibility. It's how she saw doctors in Somalia. And I love it because I don't pay staff to do scheduling, and we have a 0 no-show rate.
I went to Army schools, spoke English, of course, and identified primarily as American, but I spoke German fluently, played with German kids after school all the time, and spent a lot of time with my German relatives. In fact, I was extremely close to my German grandmother, Omi. So, back to college, when I studied engineering, I also studied German literature. And even though I was back in the States, it ignited my love for Germany again. And so I made a promise to myself that if I ever had kids...
And it's the word that I'd like to translate from karkasar to English. Replenish is a philosophy. It is a philosophy of giving more than you're taking. Later that year, I was invited by the Center of Environment Planning and Technology to collaborate with them and to do some research on smart cities. India's got 100 smart cities, and CEPT is at the forefront of that research. And whilst I was invited there was something really bizarre about that photograph behind me. It's normal.
English really needs this word, by the way. Fingerspitzengefühl, just remember that, okay? So Paul, our content manager, sent the most impressive cover letter I've ever received. He also researched me enough that he knows I really, really love a good GIF. So he didn't send a joke, but he sent a GIF. Of course I hired Paul. And then there's Emerlyn, her application was a website. And super thoughtful, but the best part is that there was a section with 8 facts about her. Of course I hired her. But then this one took the cake. You're looking at a...
And translated into English, she said, I didn't know that this sort of thing, meaning the loss of my legs, could happen to white people too. And that one phrase changed my entire journey. That one phrase helped me recognize how I could use my story to empower other people to look at challenges differently, to get people to see people with disabilities differently. And on top of that, I thought maybe I could use this to give back on behalf of this organization called Free the Children and Me to Eat. And so when I came back to North America, I couldn't go back to my normal life.
Was not only studying English literature, pursuing a PhD, but she also worked on campus at UNB's Center for Students with Learning Disabilities. She suggested very gently to me that I get tested for learning disabilities. I had never heard of learning disabilities before, and so as I was trying to get my head around this, she was coming to a conclusion all on her own. Why did I look so familiar? Well, it turns out I've led a rather public life. My husband is a former Canadian provincial premier.
And I started a blog, first of all in English, about my life in Poland, and then I started to blog in Polish, mainly as a way of testing my written Polish skills, which are still a bit ropey, but luckily we're not checking that today. And one day, on the 11th of November 2014, I sat down to write a blog in Polish about Poland. I didn't know what I was going to write. And instead of a blog, a poem just came out of me. I didn't plan to write it. I know that I wrote it, but I can't say that it was entirely written by me.
Czym jest Polska? Tradycja, historia, jedność, szacunek dla starszych, gościnność, kombinowanie.
Understand me, but another meaning of the word inspiration in English is to take a breath in. You inspire and then expire, and that's an analogy I'm going to work with, as well as the bubbles, because we've blown our inspiration into the bubbles. One of my other responsibilities in the hospital is trauma surgery and resuscitation. And the first thing that we do when we come across a victim of trauma is we assess them for breathing. First thing, we look, listen, and feel for breathing. And if the patient is not breathing, we don't do anything.
I mean, take the name, the word in English, history. It is his story. So I have decided to update history with her story, and I'm going to start with the original woman in tech, Ada Lovelace. Now, Ada Lovelace was the world's first computer programmer. She wrote the world's first.
There's just no good English equivalent or translation for this crazily complex concept. Thankfully, because my Mandarin was good enough and I had a rough understanding of the nature of base, the shopkeeper and I talked Buddhist philosophy and political principles for quite a while, and I got a fantastic deal on my tiny, shiny Buddhas. Yes. So satisfying. And there are thousands of these ideas out there, concepts that are untranslatable, unknowable.
Terra indígena jagana shimang minawa jabwe kwe indígena anishinaabe mang. Makwan dudem, gojijing and dunjaba, skigmizigig hiseso apina gitsbishka. My name is Tara Hauska. I'm Bear Clan from Couchiching First Nation. I was born under the maple sapping moon in International Falls, Minnesota. I'm happy to be here with all of you. Trauma of Indigenous peoples has trickled through the generations. Centuries of oppression, of isolation, of invisibility has led to a muddled understanding of who we are today.
French Revolution, pamphlets in the English Civil War, pamphlets before the American Revolution. I've got a whole load of examples. Anyway, the question then is, if social media is commonplace throughout history, what happened to it? Why haven't we noticed this before? And the answer is that we went from this kind of environment, where people are sharing stuff along social networks. In the 19th century, we switched to this kind of model. And this is where a small number of people are delivering a message very, very efficiently to an enormous audience, but in an impersonal way. So this starts off with the steam press and with mass circulation newspapers, and it then goes on to radio and TV and that sort of thing. And they allow a very, very small
of something, or an English teacher who let you film a commercial, or an AP history teacher like mine who had us write our own words to Billy Joel's "We Didn't Start the Fire." Yeah, you all know the one. And then we had to sing it for the entire class. And I'll never forget what I learned doing that. What our teachers do in our favorite lessons actually builds new pathways in our brain and physiologically makes it easier to remember those two things, biology and drama, or history and music, or logical learning and visual learning, and it makes that lesson easier.
He spoke little English, but he was very charming. On his left arm, he had a tattoo of the singer Marilyn Manson. On his right leg, he had a tattoo of Winnie the Pooh. It was a rather strange experience. I was there to hear his story, and it was a story that I would never have believed had I not myself spent 8 months in the year of 2014 in Ukraine covering the war between Moscow and Kiev. Now, at around the same time, in August 2014, Vitaly found himself in St. Petersburg.
So he's a rich Southern English gentleman, very smart guy. He was a mathematician. He had leisure. He had leisure, smarts, and money. So he was in Italy one fine summer, trying to sketch this lake landscape with this device called a camera obscura. You put paper on top of the little diagram there, and you trace it all out. The lens focuses on what you're looking at, and then he took the paper away, and it was garbage. It was just squiggles. It didn't come out at all. And he thought, well, why can't I just get this dumb machine to do it for me? I just want the photons.
Who find your discussion of Hegel in English difficult, but because Spanish is their native language. Well, there's actually plenty of content in other languages, right? If you want to, so students are going to look for this. They're going to look for Chinese or Arabic or Spanish language sites that have short summaries of your content. And I would argue it's not a bad thing. This, for example, is this is called Crash Course. This is a very, very popular, highly funded, again from the Gates Foundation.
Simplest app, one that just sends out a little ping, always at the same volume and length to communicate.
By the way, they're also closed captions, so they're ADA compliant, unlike yours.
I taught English and history to children and adolescents in public and private schools. As a professor at Teachers College, I have taught courses on leadership to almost 4,000 educators from the United States and countries throughout the world. What we have learned from these educators, no matter what age their students or where they teach, is how deeply they care about their craft and their students. No matter how many years they have taught, they continue to reflect on their practice, to stand back and analyze their teaching. What went well?
And I started grad school at night to get a master's in English Lit, and my first professor was a guy named Michael Krasny, who you might know, from public radio. Michael Krasny is a lucid, articulate man. And I will tell you that in 3 months of those classes, he introduced us to concepts as far and wide as cognitive dissonance and Schadenfreude and intentional fallacy, agnosticism, relativism, solipsism. And those concepts that he drew with an architect's perspective.
You can't do this, but this is where it says in a normal English, Matthew chapter 7, "Do not judge, or you too will be judged. For in the same way you judge others, you will be judged. And with the measure you use, it will be measured to you." So let me tell you a little bit of a story. My grandfather, who's now in heaven, was part of a church south of Chicago, and he personally felt this, not the church itself, that a Christian man should not have a beard. I don't know the exact reasons behind it, but here's the problem. My dad grows a beard in like 8 seconds. And if you ever played with the Play-Doh set, where they put the Play-Doh in it and you push down the barber chair, that's like how fast his beard would grow. He has a 4 o'clock shadow. This takes
really not educated.
Really? Does she even speak English?
That's not me. I'm not like that. You call it an honest mistake. Science calls it a blind spot. Our unconscious mind is a mysterious and powerful thing. It makes 90% of our decisions without us even knowing it. Our brains are overloaded with 11 million pieces of information every second. Yet we can only process about 40 of them. So we're wired to make cognitive shortcuts, using past experiences to make assumptions. And
I was going to volunteer and teach English, but the homes there had no addresses. There's like almost no Wi-Fi, and I didn't have a phone, and I didn't know how it was all going to work out. My second week in Guatemala, there was this big party being held for Semana Santa, which is one of the holiest holidays in Guatemala. And the whole town gathered, and they were blasting Spanish music and Enrique Iglesias, and people were dancing like there was no tomorrow. And despite my awful dance moves, I was moving and grooving and having the time of my life. And that night, lying in bed, I couldn't sleep. But I realized that this was the first time.
And between her broken English and my broken French, we were new to the country. I figured out, je suis malade. She was sick. Okay, pivot, plan B. So I go to the butcher, make my way to the market. You know, my typical MO at the butcher in Luxembourg was to look, scan the window, point to the piece of beef I want, and then hold up how many. And so I'm in line, New Year's Eve, kind of a stressful day. The butcher does not look pleased. He looks especially grumpy. And I'm just there, I'm panicking because I don't see the lamb chops. And the line gets closer, closer.
And for hundreds of years, the English would mock his failure, wearing his face every 5th of November. Two years after V for Vendetta's release in 2008, the mask was adopted by the hacker group Anonymous as they carried out cyber attacks against corrupt governments and corporations. In 2011, when the Occupy movement burst onto the streets of New York, Guy Fawkes was everywhere.
English look for privacy. No personal or intimate questions or comments. Or if you absolutely must go there, couch it in subtle humor. Brazilians, they always say this. They always say, we look for a good person. We look for someone with gente boa, a person who actively seeks ways to help others without being asked. There are so many behaviors, some similar, some different, some contrary, all driven by these three.
He's learning to speak English, he's learning to walk straight, and he's learning to keep his pants on. He and every 2-year-old I've ever met is the embodiment of love of learning. And I want to just tell you a little bit. We knew that there were problems starting a long time ago. It was a generation ago, 1983, when the National Council on Excellence in Education put forward their report, A Nation at Risk, which said terrible things about education. Terrible things about education.
Ish, predominantly white and predominantly English speaking. For a fun demographic brain teaser, consider this troll-made image, designed by a troll to troll the trolling demographic, essentially making it the inception of trolling. Over the years, I've encountered a number of difficult questions about my research. One of the most persistent and persistently challenging is the question, why study trolls? There are a few unstated assumptions embedded in this question. The first assumption is
her language with, because my parents, they're not very good with English. It wasn't like a cold or a flu where you get some tablets and then, like, you know, a week later, you're cheery and you're fine. Out of the blue, one time in class, I just had a poem come into my mind and I had to write it down. It just came to me, like it wasn't like I was trying. Other times, I would just feel so impulsive that, like, you know, one time I remember in class I decided, my fringe is too long, I gotta chop it. And I just brought out my scissors and started cutting my fringe in the middle of class.
And in English, I could write all these stories. At first, my writing skills were very weak, and my stories were a bit weird. But I loved it. It just gave me this rush I had never felt before. It gave me a feeling like I had pure adrenaline running through my veins. And writing made me happy. When I write, all my problems, all my frustration and the stress, it just disappeared. I couldn't explain it. And by the end of the year, I was happy. I even became...
I have an English literature degree, so I've read widely. That's why I'm sitting here trying to think, whose estate am I going to piss off by not mentioning various people? But I think probably what inspired me most to write, Carl Sagan would be one that I would say would be a huge influence to me. As a matter of fact, probably the most important influence, one of my favorite books, aside from Cosmos when I was a kid. I remember asking for Christmas, like, I want Cosmos, and my parents were looking like, that looks really boring. It's thick. And I loved it. But also Demon Haunted World by Carl Sagan, which is a super relevant book now. I see you nodding your head, and it really is.
I completed a double major in English and history, a minor in writing, a concentration in women's studies while working 2 part-time jobs on the side. My resume was perfect, but I was a wreck. I had a panic attack in the bathroom during a final exam. I graduated with stress and anxiety-induced health problems. I survived. But this isn't just my story. The next generation of women leaders, they're ambitious.
I mean, listen, I love the English and the Germans. I'm just saying, this isn't that hard. It's not rocket science. It requires some political will. So today we're taking action to change that. My administration has already made the largest investment in apprenticeships in nearly a decade. We're going to build on that momentum with $175 million in grants to 46 apprenticeship programs all across the country. And here at Macomb, together with Grand Rapids Community College,
numbers to back it up. As you can see, the average in-seat attendance for a student failing English and math at this school was 48%. Almost half the attendance of a student passing both of those courses. As data specialists, we are at times handicapped by the numbers we see, and it is quite easy to forget that there is a real live young person attached to these numbers. Which brings me to our case study. I want you to meet Darwin.
I teach English and journalism.
Excellent.
Yes, thank you. And in those 37 years, I've been lucky enough to have very good health care coverage. And my concerns currently are for those who do not. And I guess my question is, if every American who needed it had access to good mental health care, what do you think the impact would be on our society?
well, you know, you raised the... You know, mental health has always been undervalued in...
Thai is not as commonly spoken as, say, English. So your minimum efficient scale, the odds that you have a competitor coming in there are lower than if you created, say, English language content. And then you also get cultural preferences. You know, for example, beer travels. Beer can, often be exported. I mean, when I was in Macau last week, Carlsberg all over the place. It's a crappy beer, I don't know why, but Carlsberg seemed to be doing well there. Beer travels pretty well. Spirits travel pretty well. Candy and snacks don't. The snacks you grew up with, the candy you grew up with is what you will probably eat the rest of your life. You try to sell Hershey's in the UK.
The job.
Omar Ahmed learns English during the day before the late shift at Tyson. An immigrant from Ethiopia, he was surprised that the production line never stopped.
I think every day they kill like 2,600. At the first time when I came, I say, what happened? The cow is not finished. Every day like 2,600. That is a lot. When they finish, no, still there is good. That is amazing for me.
Omar uses his job to send money home to family in Africa. He likes Lexington. It's
An author and Concordia professor of English is Karen Babine. And Karen, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
We're talking before we got on the air, but first, tell the folks a little bit about yourself, your background, where you're originally from.
I come from Nevis, Minnesota, which is about 100 miles east of here in Lakes Country, and grew up there. Went to Concordia for my undergrad. Bounced around the country a little bit, did a master's degree in Spokane, Washington, taught in Ohio for a while, did my PhD.
they might respond in plain English. Now, it's true that parrots love to mimic sounds, including the human voice. There's one parrot I heard about who liked to watch TV, and all of a sudden began incessantly asking, does Hammacher Schlemmer have a toll-free number? But there's other parrots who know and mean what they're saying. And one of them was Alex, the African gray. He lived with Dr. Irene Pepperberg, who was his trainer and researcher. She taught him more than 100 words.
Like, is it like the same pretty much?
When I'm like
when you're like searching for like.
Yeah, so they have like a recruiter. They have a recruiter link that you can go to. It's actually kind of neat. It's kind of nice, is because it shows me how many times I've viewed people, if I've sent them messages.
Is that the pro version?
It's not the pro. It's the recruiter for small businesses.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's pretty. It's a nice little tool. I get a lot. You get a number of in-mail contacts, and I try to send people just. I try to be short. I used to send long emails, and now I'm sending a lot shorter emails. Okay. I'm getting more response.
Nothing but brain impulses. That was in the Telegraph, the English Telegraph newspaper, Friday, June 20th, 2014. There's a division of atheism within the scientific community, and its supporters appear to be at war with one another. One group, the most vocal, considers religion and spirituality to be little more than delusions, and seems to believe that a truly strong-minded person will have no need for spirituality. This view seems to be based on the idea that religion can be reduced to an echo of our dependence on our parents when we were very young.
Even an English professor from an elite university. You get what the geneticist Jeff Harrison at Oxford used to call, although I'm using his words a little differently, used to call big magic and high sorcery. That's how he described statistics. Big magic and high sorcery. So that Oprah Winfrey, some of you know this story, working in South Africa, can be told authoritatively that her background is Zulu.
France, for example, that are used to using tools in English, it has to be available in French, right? Like if we imagine a company outside of tech using it, like it has to be available. So that was step one. Mm-hmm. Make the product available in French, tell the French people about it, be in the publications, talk to journalists like you, and then see where people are using it, how they're using it, how's it spreading. And then step two would be essentially, okay, now we need to market in that local country. We're probably going to need a presence there, and now businesses are starting to use it. We can sell to those businesses. We can start to,
Ogden invented Basic English, was taking English and reducing it to 850 words that would be easy for anybody to learn. The guy who created Simon Templar, the saint, created a language called Paleo-Neo. The guy who created the board game Careers created a language called Loglan. J.R. Tolkien created lots of languages for all these mythic races, then wrote poetry in those languages, and then wrote histories about the people who were making up the poems, and used all of that as material in his epic novel, The Lord of the Rings. Tolkien
who had been this English teacher and had set up the yellow pages, the online yellow pages of China. And he had this idea for this big marketplace. It seemed quite improbable to most people. And in fact, he was known as Crazy Jack. And I'm sure many of you are guessing that this is Jack Ma, who just took Alibaba public. So yet another example of why crazy is a compliment. I want to step back and share a little bit about how I got here. So I grew up outside of Boston in a traditional family. My parents met as high school sweethearts in Rhode Island. My dad
creates an English acronym. It's like, okay, cool. So Icaros means interplanetary kite craft. Acceleration, so it's cool. I mean, it's cool. So it was a good solar sail, but it was tested and it worked, but now it's in this really long orbit around the sun. It's not, not really flying useful or intended mission right now. But the Planetary Society, did I mention them? We're building our own solar sail. It's built. Yesterday, it got put in the UltraSat, which is a combination of small satellites.
I have a lot of immigrant clients who don't speak English very well.
And does this reflect also the number of children in foster care?
Yes.
Predominantly of color?
Absolutely. That's the vast majority of children that are in care, and I think that's obviously a really important thing for policymakers to be looking at.
Right. The support services, you provide them, but also when the court mandates support services, is it mandating you to provide them, or do you
we did once have a judge mandate us to provide services, but that was only one time, and really that's not appropriate.
That is simply, I don't think that's sustainable, and I've watched them a lot in the Middle East, Al Jazeera in English. They actually kind of changed their attitude and changed their philosophy many years ago because they were aware of that accusation. But what they do now is it's a different perspective of things, different guests, different commentators, and I find it fascinating.
Well, I do too. That's why I like the BBC as well.
Same thing.
Because they do the same thing, and I think we do export news, but I think of great interest is the news that we import.
And as you probably know, they speak English over there, not as well as we do. But no, I did. It's even then it's difficult. When the first book tour I went on in England, they all think we're idiots. I mean, the Brits. In terms of humor, they think they are way more sophisticated than we are. And maybe they are. I don't know. But they feel that American humor, it tends to be primitive, and they're much more attuned to sarcasm and irony. And again, that may be. But I mean, I went on a book tour. I didn't even remember the.
A non-English speaking country, a non-Western country, a non-liberal democratic country. And if you don't think that's going to affect the way in which the world happens in the future, then personally I think you've been smoking something. And doesn't mean you're from Colorado. So in short, the question we have tonight is how do we understand this mega change, which I believe to be the biggest change for the first half of the 21st century. It'll affect so many things. It will go to the absolute core. It's happening quietly. It's happening persistently.
You've got your basic subjects. You know, you've got your reading and your English language arts. You've got your social sciences, your math, and your science. Kind of the four curriculum areas that are so important to you. But we really believe in Blue Valley, and I think all Johnson County school districts, believe this way, that the arts, the humanities, play such an integral and important part in the education of a young person that we don't want to push those aside at all. We want well-rounded kids.
Do you still get, when I did work for the Department of Education too, but I used to get,
paraphrased in English as the book of nature is written in the language of mathematics. Those of you who speak Italian or who are familiar enough with some Romance language will realize that it was much more elegant in the original. I mean, there's a little bit that you can translate literally, but this phrase misses the image of the grand book that lies continually open in front of our eyes and so on, and also misses the part where if you don't understand the language, you're sent
French as well as medieval English. So when a film company that was about to make a Steve McQueen film in France decided they needed someone to be an interpreter, I actually did not tell them that the kind of French that I spoke was medieval French, and I spent the next several months making up words for things that they didn't know about yet in medieval times. So I did that, and I worked on a series of other American films in Europe, The Return of the Pink Panther and so forth, and I was a lousy interpreter. I always used to say what I thought the people
A lot of people here speak English as a second, third, or even fourth language.
Yeah.
And we see oftentimes children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, little ones, are the interpreter. Literally going in with grandma to a doctor, and the doctor's talking to the child, and the child's talking to the grown-up. It gets back to rights. People may not know that they
of a vast body of knowledge that has resulted in ASL English interpreting becoming a bona fide academic pursuit. What was once a service provided by family and friends is now a recognized practice profession. Of course, the end result of this acquired knowledge is to improve the quality of life for the people we serve. It's been my joy to serve in this dynamic field that has enriched my life beyond measure, and my desire is to give back to the community.
Now, this is tricky, right? Her English wasn't great. She didn't have a high school diploma. Her job skills amounted mostly to singing in a rock band, which turns out there's not a huge market for that, at least one that pays very well. We didn't know how it was going to go, but we needed the money. When we got to the States, when we moved to America, she had 4 job offers in her first month. And she said something to me that was in retrospect, the most conservative thing that anybody had ever said, which was, this is the
and even different across the English Channel, and different for New York. But over time, that builds up. Shipping routes you mentioned, so I won't say it again, even though I just did. Fisheries, Ed talked about. What am I missing? It's the best I can do.
Do you have anything you'd like to add?
No.
Okay, great. Any other questions from the folks here in the room? Because I know we have some from
spoken like an English lit
well,
major.
you know, or through the green fuse drives the flower. It's you know, the older I get, the more I'm just really mystified by life's intricacies and delicacies. It's a natural process. You know, it's full of cliches, but you kind of move from the love of wisdom to the wisdom of love, I think, and you kind of you're taking that really, even though it's just from here to here, this is a very, very long journey from your head to your heart.
And it's something like, the English version is, I am a duck. Okay, so he's in this aria, and they go to this big deal concert at a different high school, Julia Richmond High School, and they travel from the Bronx to there, and he's there, and the rehearsals went beautifully, and the soprano is singing. Carl is right behind her. He comes on stage, and something overtakes him. He can't help himself, singing.
And, you know, I speak the language, English. So I went out there and, you know, kind of in my honor of being out there, we had all these amazing family feasts.
That's so cool.
It was so cool, you know, these all-day feasts. You know, you get there at 12 or 1 on a Sunday and you leave at maybe 9 or 10. You know, you've had about 3 rounds of food and you're just feeling super happy, and tons of black tea in between every meal. And you know, from that, I got to kind of see the favorite dishes.
Tradition, which until I started work on this project, I was much more familiar with. And the English jacket tends to have quite a bit of padding, almost like armor. And as one tailor put it, it gently corrects the defects of the wearer. But the Italians, they take out that padding, and as you probably know from thinking about the Armani suit, which became the kind of uniform of the 90s, the Italian suit jacket is often not only without padding, but in the case of Rubinacci, because of the Naples climate where they're based, they take out the lining. They take out the lining of the jacket as well to give it a more
is really the exploration of all the perspectives, you know, the classical English, British perspectives and the American perspectives and so on. And we, I guess, just tried to pick out, you know, the best perspectives. We're not really known for high profile anthropologists in Holland, I don't think. I mean, part of my Dutch colleagues, but yeah, I think in Holland there is a very good
Coatings was sunk in the British English Channel, and so he drowned. Another George was George Peck, and George Peck was a vulcanizer. He was a rubber producer. Okay. And I never had read about a Vulcan. I knew a lot about Vulcans from Star Trek, but nothing about vulcanizing. And he ran a vulcanizing shop in Fargo, and there's a lot about him in the record about what he was doing before he was inducted. He also never made it to France because
literature and English and the humanities and history. History tells us the great stories too, but I don't think we study history enough these days. We don't learn enough about how we've arrived at where we are. I think unfortunately American culture is very much about the moment. It's about this moment and the next moment, very rarely about the past moments. And we learn so much from the stories of the past. So how to teach people to tell stories, I think it's about exposure at a very early age. How you take an adult who has never
tell people, hopefully in plain English, what we did, what we learned, and why it mattered to them. So that was transformational for me to recognize, too, what an extraordinary privilege it is to be able to go to work every day and learn something about this amazing world in which we live. And to me, that's the fundamental difference between the folks here at AGU who are trying to advance understanding and the destroyers, people who are not capable of building new understanding, not capable of
that's English or Spanish or French, because the legal institutions were set up by the colonial powers and they have never been re-engineered. This is the other sort of amazing thing. The laws have changed. Post-colonial, wonderful embedding of human rights standards in domestic law. But the pipeline that actually delivers those rights is law enforcement, which has been set up by a colonial model and never changed. And so one of the things that that manifests is that you don't have any representation at all, and you do it in a proceeding that is
translated into English. Anybody have any comments on that philosophy?
You started this, so let's go back over to you. So the question is, I don't read Hebrew, so I just trust what he says, that in the Hebrew Bible, it doesn't says, apparently it says in a beginning rather than the beginning. If you,
not Bareshit.
Well, I don't speak Hebrew myself, but in my studies, I've looked at commentary, and again, you're absolutely correct that some versions, and I didn't know that the Hebrew version said this as well, but it is indefinite as to whether there was a prior beginning. That in fact,
coherent, energized, and stable, it must, not in math terms, but we're going to use this word in English, regular language, it integrates the system. Amazingly, and this is what was really disturbing me back in the early 90s, all of my patients came in with either chaos, rigidity, or both. And when I looked at the DSM, I could reinterpret it as every symptom of every syndrome in the DSM could be seen as examples of chaos or rigidity, like the mania of manic depressive illness would be chaos, the depression would be rigidity, or in
English translations are usually great fish or whale, which is what I used in the show. The word used in Hebrew is a very interesting one. Tenin. It means serpent, dragon, sea monster. The Greek word used in the New Testament was ketos, meaning the same thing, a sea monster. The root word of ketos was chasma, a gaping opening or chasm, implying this creature had a huge
French or English didn't seem special. Being good at science did. And people, I mean, I had teachers who said to me explicitly, you know, if you can do science, you have to. And in hindsight, that seems actually a little weird when you think about it. But remember, I'm also the Sputnik generation, right? We were raised to think that it was almost a kind of national duty, a patriotic duty to go into science if you could. And then as a girl of a certain age, I'm just old enough that there was a kind of gender incentive to go into science, that science was just beginning to open up to women, and so there was...
If you're a nerd, you have to take a fair amount of history, English, and all these things. And what is the result? Our nerds have experience with these subjects, and they say, gosh, that was my easiest course. I could get an MBA. And you are sitting in the valley that that attitude made. But more than that, humanities, arts majors, you have to take 3 or 4 science survey classes in college after your prefrontal lobes have kicked in. And
now, the word sacrifice in English has all sorts of complex meanings. But the Hebrew of the word sacrifice is korban, which comes from the Hebrew karov, which means close. When we become close to one another, we become close to God. When we are able to get close to the essence of who we are, that is korban. So when we become close to each other, and we can become
search, but a peculiar feature of the English language, which is that the plural form of a word like Tuesday or Wednesday does actually track my interests. There are actually not that many languages where that's true, where if you say Tuesdays, right, you're already talking about a patterned a set of patterned behavior. So the word Tuesday is not a useful search term for me. The word Tuesdays is. But again, that's an idiosyncrasy of language. As French, I could say, you know, le mardi, and that might help, but it actually wouldn't.
Were either in English, or they were they pictured children that didn't look like the kids that are here. And I learned through other international trips that I've done that it's really important for the local kids to see themselves in the books that they read.
So with the work of volunteers here in Tanzania and many people back in Kansas, we were able to publish our first children's book in Swahili, Chura na Jongo, The Centipede and the Frog. What started out as an experiment has really blossomed into an idea that we really want to nurture and see it grow.
Has taught us to have what the English poet John Keats called negative capability. That is, the ability to live with uncertainty and ambiguity. The students in the class that graduated last year never saw the capitals on the rotunda columns because they were shrouded in black fabric for those students' entire 4 years at the university. Since arriving in 2010,
she's also an English teacher. So we actually looked at this really old video of her giving advice to first-year writers. And so that made her even better, even more attractive, because they felt like they could write to her and get advice with their own writing.
The histories that we know are through letters. So I introduce the importance of letters to Black people throughout history, and then show them, give them examples, and then talk about the importance of letter writing, not
go back to school to get kind of the equivalent of a secondary school education, to get some training in English, to get some training in computer skills and technology. She and I ended up talking a lot. In fact, she helped me kind of, when I was back in the field at one point, kind of circulating community. She is now a local political officer, there's these women's seats in the local district, so she ran for and took and became the kind of women's officer for her local political organization. She has now traveled the world from New York to Peru to
mixing cocktails. I've actually snuck in an English book is around 1915. It was republished all the way through the 20s. Drinks and how they're mixed and served by Paul Lowe was 1904, but was published for a decade. And Apple Greens is around 1916. So between 1862 and 1916, so many recipes were created, and the guests were so familiar with them that the bartenders needed these little sort of cheat sheet books to put.
It to me in English, because the translation had computed at that point, right? And at that point, I said, well, we're gonna have some coffee. We're gonna have to really celebrate this. And he said, yes, but first we should kill an ox. Because that's a logical thing to do when you're pretty excited and you're in Ethiopia and you're thinking, we should have a celebration. But it's the afternoon and these clouds are mounting, and actually grabbing the ox, killing the ox, slaughtering it, cooking it, this can take some time. We were a little bit
interested in improving my knowledge of the English language. And so I spent a year in a high school in St. Paul, Minnesota. And then I went back to Italy and I completed high school in Italy.
And then that, excuse me, after that, on to college. Tell me that story and how you got into the Air Force and ultimately to the astronaut.
Yeah, absolutely. So I debated for a while whether I wanted to study physics or engineering. It was like my two.
Sort of British culture and English culture there. So when times are really bad in that culture, we break for tea. And so we did break for tea. We went, sat under the tree, and I walked back over to this pit. And I stood there staring down into that hole. And I was trying to reconstruct that moment. Maybe 100, 110 years ago, a blast must have just gone off. The rocks are scattered out here. And how could a rock get from in here to over there, back in the high grass where Matthew had found it? And I began to have that hideously ugly feeling that maybe this
Wow, look at the flaw in the English language. Any gender students? Anyway. Value. It goes back to value for me. I think we continue to see that. You see that in value chains, you see that in ecosystems, right? Whoever is in line in the ecosystem, so you have everything from design to manufacturing, to marketing, to deployment, to distribution, to sales and service, depending upon what you do. And in that whole chain, right, we call it a value chain. And it's who's the
there are many people who swim across the English Channel, and they go back again and again, and sometimes there are swimmers that swim 25 or 30 or 50 times even. And I decided that I didn't want to continue to do the same thing over and over again, so I set the goal of swimming across Cook Straits in a straight line between the North and South Island of New Zealand. The distance is 10 miles. And I figured that I would swim this crossing in 5 hours and try to be the
She's a second-year English teacher at Jordan High School in Watts. Last month, she was told her contract would be renewed because she was presenting a biased view, would not be renewed because she was presenting a biased view of the curriculum and indoctrinating her students with Afrocentrism. Her course material included board-approved texts like the writings of Malcolm X and Langston Hughes. Last week, a student took issue with the negative characterization of Salazar's teaching.
She encourages her students to continue on. She gives them the push. She doesn't give up on her students. She says, okay, you're struggling in my class, I will take time off. I will help you after school.
In Berkeley in English and in Spanish for 10 years, and she is a consultant, a writer, as you can tell, and she's been an incredible resource to both parents and educators in the Bay Area and beyond, particularly thinking about both issues of parenting and also who are these children and how does temperament affect who these children are.
Who don't speak very good English being tested against a national standard, and a perfectly good school looks bad even though it's doing a great job because there's no measurement that's reasonable. The correct answer is to radically reduce the Department of Education, cut out all federal regulations, return the money and the power back home to the states. But I would say to the states, it would be good for them to shrink their departments of education and return the power back to the local county boards, and then let parents and teachers and students get back to learning.
Let me try to answer this in very plain English. The first reason is that much of the responsibility for planning public transportation comes at the local level. So in highly congested parts of the country where folks are flummoxed by the amount of just pure automobile traffic, they tend to figure out that they need to come up with some other options, and that
in English as well, and there's been these NGOs who've been taking the content and putting it on, at least just the video content, putting it on DVDs and thumb drives and taking it into villages and whatever else. But the translation, we've just surfaced a lot of the videos that were done, primarily funded with that initial Google grant. If you go to the bottom of any of the Khan Academy pages on the footer, there's a little drop down. It says English, you drop down. There's, I think, 900 videos in Spanish, 900, close to that in Portuguese, Arabic, Bengali, Hindi, Urdu, Russian, French. And so we're starting to get the international side.
All of you favor making English the official language of the United States, which could mean that ballots and other government documents would not be available in Spanish. But Speaker Gingrich, you're sending out press releases in Spanish. Governor Romney, you're advertising in Spanish. Why is it okay for you to court voters in Spanish, but not okay for the government to serve them in Spanish? Speaker Gingrich?
Well, first of all, you immediately jump down to a very important language, but not the only language. The challenge to the United States is simple. There are 86 languages in Miami-Dade College. 86. There are over 200 languages spoken.
Was the English astronomer and pacifist Arthur S. Eddington. In 1919, he saw an opportunity. There was a solar eclipse predicted that would be visible across Africa and into South America. Now, this was an opportunity because he saw that there was room for an experiment if you could get the instruments in the right place at the right time. And this experiment would be a test of Albert Einstein's theory of general relativity.
The oldest English-speaking engineering school in the world, continuously running or whatever. The claim to fame is the inventor of the television, the inventor of the semiconductor, process, the first microprocessor, and all these other, you know, the Brooklyn Bridge, all those other sort of things. And I grew up like an hour southwest of there, so I was always hearing about, you know, how they were in the Mars rover project and all this when I was growing up, and I just.
And I think it's nice that we can share an English film together where, even though we can both understand despite the fact that she doesn't know English. And it's funny because she said in the middle of it that we have similar qualities in appearance. And it's funny because a lot of my friends here are filming, and it would mean a lot to me if I could get a picture with you after all this is over. It'd only take a few seconds, and it'd mean a lot to me.
We can do that.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there another question over here?
Not easy for a family from a foreign country who could speak little English at the time.
My father had a neighbor from Japan who was farming a strawberry farm in Oregon. He and his wife had done very well, and they lived in what we considered a very fine home. Through their compassion and kindness, they invited my whole family of 8 to live in their home. And there were 2 of us, 2 of them.
They're very traditional English homes according to that part of England. What time? We have had quite a few, at this point, 5 incidents where there's been some natural disaster in the proximity of groups of Vastu buildings. And in each time that disaster, such as this forest fire in eastern San Diego County that some of you remember, bypass the Vastu buildings. They stop right at the fences.
To work on their languages out in the world, particularly in places where the English is pretty good, and they get frustrated. And I think a lot of people have either heard or had experiences like trying to learn or trying to work on your Dutch, right, in the Netherlands is really hard, or Swedish and things like that. So where did I start with hyperpolyglots? I've studied Spanish and studied Chinese and always seen these people who are really much better.
I was an English major who got a second degree in computer science, pretty much on the strength of that joke. And now I'm a writer. I don't know, I don't know if I have any. Do you have a great tech joke you want to share here?
I'll share my favorite one.
Okay.
All right. 8 bites walk into a bar. They go up to the bartender and say, "Make us a double."
Man, that would kill. That would. You got.
Project. The English thrashed their students at prep schools such as Eton. What was it? 4 thrashings was a scrubbing. 6 lashes was a Bibling. And Eton. So, I mean, this was the standard of the time. I suspect it was probably not much different in Asia. I mean, unfortunately, corporeal
as an English teacher. Mm-hmm. So there's work disincentives at play. That's part of it as well. But people talk about that the unemployment rate is going down for, in quotes, the wrong reasons. What does that mean, for the wrong reasons? We are creating jobs. Maybe we're creating jobs at the pace that the economy can basically absorb at the current time. But this notion is, yes, that the participation rate's down to a 35-year low. The question is, why does that matter? The mm-hmm. labor market's the labor market. And so we took 90 million people out. They're outside the labor force. It's basically, if you're talking about the airline industry, we've reduced capacity. Well, that.
these nation states weren't themselves the same. Not all English were Anglicans, not all French were Catholics, and so forth. And so there's all this ambiguity, but they try and impose an order. So when the students get this definition in a textbook of it's a study of culture, I would at least scratch my head and wonder who's being included or what's being included and what's being left out. Now, my favorite definition.
Third one.
Third one, okay. It's a bit romantic. It fits with my 10-month honeymoon. Okay.
Considering this knowledge, my English teacher, Dr. Beprin, will now demonstrate how to face a student with hearing loss.
As a teacher, when you're speaking in front of the classroom, you need to make sure that your face is always visible to the student with hearing loss. If you cover your mouth, for example with a piece of paper, a cup of coffee, or your hand, the student with hearing loss may not be able to hear you.
It's taxes and learning English and a lot of steps along the way. So let's be clear about, as those of you who've written in detail about it, what that path looks like. And the President supports the Senate bill.
And on Trayvon Martin, does the President feel justice was done in this case or has been done in this case?
Again, I have no more to add to the President's, I think, very poignant statement yesterday about the verdict and about the pain that Mr. Martin, Trayvon Martin's parents feel, and that we all can
lingual Mopon and English speakers. And I was looking at the construction of a road into this Maya community to see how it was going to affect traditional reciprocal labor exchange arrangements and see if there was going to be cultural destruction, basically, because of a greater integration into the market economy. And I was seeing that it was going to be a disaster, and I was getting really depressed, and listening on my shortwave radio that there was this revolution taking place in Nicaragua, and I said, well, that's where I'm going to go, where there's some kind of hope, where
a skin, which is an English word, so that's an approximation of the idea of skins, which has their own, which has its own terms in the different Aboriginal languages. But the idea of country or plants or animals or people having a skin refers to a sort of internal essence, an internal spiritual essence. And in this part of Australia, there is a system of belief which divides the world into 8 skin categories. So
look what he says to his friend. Now, it's in Old English, so you got to kind of read through some of the stuff, but watch what he says. I trust I shall make my sketch of the progress of geology popular. Old Fleming, Reverend Fleming, is frightened and thinks the age will not stand my anti-mosaical conclusions, and at least that the subject will for a time become unpopular and awkward for the clergy. But I'm not afraid. I shall out with the whole thing, but in as conciliatory a manner as possible. What he's saying is, he wanted to reinterpret Genesis. He wanted to add millions of years to the historical sketch.
Yep. The English Wikipedia has a vibrant community of editors which has created a tremendous amount of quality content. Well, last year, in commemoration of the anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor, the featured article on Wikipedia's main page was the USS Arizona, the battleship sunk during the battle. There were multiple National Archives images used in the article, includes 2 of the images that were digitized on request by staff from NARA's photographic division. That article received over 150,000 views in 2 days, making it one of Wikipedia's most viewed feature articles.
In a permit, we could ask for a permit from English Heritage, who's the government overseeing body, and we could use the metal detector if we wanted. But what we like to do we want to put out a vision to the public that metal detectors are not necessary for us. And one of those reasons is that when people go out there with metal detectors and they just do this, and then they find something, and they dig down, they pull something right out of its archaeological context. Whether you go down a foot or you go down 3 feet, you pull it right out, and we have no information about what's behind this, around, underneath, above, nothing about the context, the stratigraphic unit, I should say, of
Americano. She speaks no English. She speaks a bit of Spanish and Comanche. So they take her and her little baby daughter who's with her, and they take her back to Camp Cooper in North Texas. And they figure out pretty quickly that she's got to be the legendary, you know, Cynthia Ann Parker. And they get a hold of her Uncle Isaac, and he comes out in the buckboard from about 90 miles away. And she listens to him talk to the commander and get the circumstances. And at one point she pops up and hits herself in the chest, say, "Me Cindy Ann, me Cindy Ann." So it was clear who she was.
Minnows is how we say it in English. When there's not enough, when there are not enough mates around, they just become what Darwin called asexual, but we might call it double sexual. They just start reproducing without doing it, and then those reproduced fish are more susceptible to parasites. But then when it rains again and there's a whole bunch of ponds to swim around in and the fish population gets big again, then they go back to sexual reproduction. Crazy. Humans don't do that. I mean,
far, and they're focused on making classic English styles, Scotch ales, red ales. We had a brewer look at us totally straight-faced and tell us that the hop craze is just a fad. It's gonna go away. People will get over it and stop using hops so much, and they'll get back to Scotch ales and brown ales, and you know, they'll just get over it. So that was one of those moments where we were kind of dumbfounded. And I mean, it's kind of great that these people they just do what they do.
And the word error rate for English recognition dropped by 30%.
Wow.
Which is sort of a really huge drop. Like, this is kind of unheard of.
Drop.
Yeah. And, you know, 30% drop goes from like not quite usable to actually quite usable for a variety of tasks. And we're continuing to push on making the models bigger and better. And then a whole bunch of other teams kind of came to us after they saw that success on speech and on some of the image tasks. And now we have about 30 or 40 teams within Google applying these models to all kinds of different problems.
Okay.
Russian phrases and English phrases that they programmed the computer to translate, it looked impressive. It was ridiculous, of course, right? We now know, right? It's like a punch card, right? Then, when IBM's Project Candide came around in the 90s, actually, that was not machine translation, that was statistical machine translation. That was really good, right? Relatively speaking. What they did is they took the Canadian Hansard, the parliamentary transcripts that were translated into both English and into French, and they just let the computer make the inferences of when a word in French, and it would be a useful substitute for the one in English.
These are people who live in non-English speaking countries who don't even know that there is a browser available in their language. So they download the American one. So we're working on that. But this was a problem that we had tools to fix that nobody knew to ask. That's why those leading questions, the open-ended questions at the beginning were so important. So that's it. Companies live or die by that efficiency. How efficient can release engineers make an organization? Well, I've just gone through some of the things we did.
Taught English and all that. Then he also was a big brother. These are great things, right? This is great for it made him feel complete, spiritual. Now, did it help him with career? No. Did it help him with financial? No. He made like $200 a month. But it helped him to feel complete as a human being here on this earth in looking at these areas of goals. So that's why it's so important to really address all these different goals. Now, what does addressing all these goals mean? It means addressing all these goals in career, family, physical, mental, spiritual, because all of those are areas that you want to grow in. So in a
English cucumber. We use an English cucumber today. It has a lot less seeds in the center of it. It's a lot easier to work with. If you have a regular cucumber, it could be all the same thing. Once again, I peeled it, cut it in half, had a spoon, scooped out the seeds. Same thing when I'm cutting this, is I'm going to cut this into 1, 2 equal sizes. Then I line them up. This cucumber is a great thing to practice on, or something like this, because it's long, it's easy to work with, they're not too expensive. You can really work on your knife skills. So the first thing is I grab the food.
And as for the Middle East, even if English speaking on an Arabic background, but the same problem I have in Israel, it's mere puzzlement. And the best I can do in translation into whatever language I know that I'm using is to say, as a few of you have, critical thinking. And then when I'm pushed in a way that people would, as Andrew Carnegie would have been in the 1890s at the Philadelphia Typewriter School, where he said, as our first speaker was saying, he said, "I'm so glad I'm..."
So that book was translated and published in English first by Shambhala, and basically, as I understand it, sort of was the financial success point for that company. So I was really privileged to be approached by Shambhala and asked as a meditation teacher, Zen practitioner, and also a mediator, whether I was interested in working with them to bring something into print. So really, if you think about the word meditation has that root med in it, I think, which is probably Latin. Does anybody know what it actually, how it translates from the Latin? I don't know it.
The first and only work written in American English before the 19th century that has retained bestseller popularity since its release. I challenge you, go to Amazon.com and see how many copies of the autobiography are still selling. How many of us will write anything that anybody would remember, much less be a bestseller 2 centuries later? You know, it's unbelievable. It was the first major secular American autobiography. It was the first real account of the American dream in action, as told from a man who first experienced it firsthand. This form would be...
I know that. He goes, "You want me to sing in English?" I said no. And then he said, "Why again?" And we had a whole conversation. Then he took me to Koreatown and we drank all night. So I think at the end of the day, it's the same as any business. You trust your gut. I think if you talk to any entrepreneur ever, they'll probably say if you trust your gut and your gut over time has been honest with you, you just begin to follow it. And when my gut goes off, I kind of just follow it and see where it takes me.
Follow through. All right, so we have some audience questions. I see some hands. Is there a mic floating around? There's one back there. There we go.
Hi there.
Your Al Jazeera English column, which has a vast readership, and your Twitter feed, which has also a vast,
yes.
What are they called? Tweeps? Followers?
I guess, yeah.
You have a following, a huge following.
Tweets, yes.
And you write on Central Asia, which is what your PhD was on,
yes.
But you also write about the state of higher education in general, social inequality in the US, and a whole host of other topics. So welcome to World 101X, and thank you for having us.
Oh, well, thank you for having me.
So let's get started in terms of how you got into anthropology. What led you down?
Teachers of English language learners and other diverse populations. There's a question here coming to us from Carla Clay, and Carla is wondering about the role and structure of art and science education in our schools. She's wondering how we can capitalize on the programs that have kept arts and the sciences alive in the U.S.
Right. Well, what the president has said to us consistently, and I think Roberto can attest that he's been pushing us all hard, right. Specifically with looking at what we call the STEM.
In which, yes, anyone can go and download them, PDFs, in English. Is that something that they've worked out or tried to talk about in those kind of publications?
I don't think so.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think
if
so.
so, I haven't seen it.
Yeah. Okay.
Kristen, how are we for time?
Yeah, I think we have time for one last question, and that'll be it. Strangely enough, all the hands are men. It's not a gendered topic. All right, back here.
No, man, there's a woman right
Yeah,
there.
we got one. Dorothy, please go ahead.
I was wondering if you guys could speak a little bit more about the military strategy.
Years before he left to pursue a graduate degree in English literature from the University of Oxford. He's a frequent contributor to this Blackwell philosophy series, including Heroes in Philosophy, which he spoke with us a few years ago on the Authors at Google channel, and also Alice in Wonderland, and the very soon-to-be-released Arrested Development in Philosophy. That's it's Steve Holt. That's going to be awesome. He also taught a class on The Simpsons in philosophy at the University of California at Berkeley, so he's very, very in tune to the subject matter. He will be speaking to us today about the girl with the dragon tattoo and philosophy.
Sausages and something that English people used to eat called fried bread. And Jack would get up every morning early and make that for Alan. And he did that every day until the day Alan left for university, for Liverpool University in 1962. Now, Alan was the first person in his family ever to go to university. He made the most of it. He played for the university soccer team. Notice that I said soccer. He saw bands that were hugely famous, but he saw them before they were famous. So, of course, he saw the Beatles and the Rolling Stones.
And finally, a monk flew in from London who spoke English. And I had an interview with him, and I told him what was happening. And he looked at me with a lot of compassion and a little bit of humor, and he said, "Oh dear, you're not practicing mindfulness." He said, "You're practicing impatience and frustration and judgment." And then he said these 5 words that really impacted my life. He said, "What we practice gets stronger." What we practice gets stronger. We know this now with neuroplasticity. Your repeated
love for you to learn American English. And here I was at 3 years old, and I was forced to read American newspapers in front of all my relatives, starting when I was 3 years old, and constantly put in the center. And I learned early to have my voice at such a young age and to public speak. But now, like every child, and especially, I'm making a stereotype, but a large majority of teenage girls go through their insecurity. I went through my own. So in high school, I went to boarding school. I was 14, crying to my sister, who also went to the same school. She was,
which I'm sure you'll know is the ancient English way of counting sheep. And when you get to 15, it's bumfit, I think I'm right in saying, and he spent the entire holiday talking about bumfit. So it sort of both hooked him in an interest in maths and gave him a license to use bad language. So it's kind of perfect. So the new book is Alex Through the Looking Glass. Alex is going to talk for, what, half an hour or so, and then take some questions.
A little bit more than that, but because I want to be very informal, so if there's anything you don't understand or you want more, just shout out, put your hand up. So let's kind of have the kind of Q&A as we go, I think, because we're a little bit delayed.
Perfect.
I'm going to have to
background checks, etc. And so we don't see it as amnesty, and it's the only way to get right this whole system that is, there are people waiting in line. We have to reform the existing system as well. The existing system, the quote, legal system, the problem everybody talks about, because the line is long and it's not very clear how it works. And so that's part of the reform as well.
Well, and I would just add there are economic benefits that accrue to all Americans as a result of passing certainly what the Senate bill passed. You heard the Vice President talk about how it grows GDP. It ends up creating jobs for everybody.
English and to an English media like this, what we're doing right now, that people living in Bolivia, say, don't have, or that people living in the United States who are undocumented immigrants don't have. And so we have a certain access to tell the stories that aren't being told. And we have institutional positions that give us a certain amount of leverage to make things happen, to create alternative kinds of projects, to provide alternative kinds of education to the populations that we work with.
Across this message in one form or another. William Blake, the great English poet, wrote in one of his proverbs, what is now proved was once only imagined.
And of course they thought of him as a madman, you know that.
Absolutely, absolutely.
What do you take that to mean?
I take it to mean that all we have to do is look at history to see that things change, and we cannot possibly imagine at the moment of our existence.
It's probably the only book, at least in English, that goes into this inner dimension of our food choices in this way. So what I'd like to do, I guess, is just to, you know, because the basic dilemma I have in many ways in putting on a lecture like this, the World Peace Diet is available over here at an amazing price. Madeline said it's only $5, so normally it's $22. We do have audiobooks, and we have a special price actually in the audiobooks. If you want to get those as well, you can see us afterwards. It's me basically reading the entire book. It takes 13 and a half hours for me to read the World Peace Diet pretty quickly. And I would like to give
interest of this painting for people in the 18th and 19th century, that it represented English history and it wasn't connected to Germany in any way at all.
So that maybe that's part of what made it palatable at that particular time.
Yeah. It might be just worth saying a word about the way the exhibition's been designed and presented, because when you walk into the first room, it's set out in such a way that you feel that you are in the Augustine collection, because there are screens that are taken from an early watercolour of the founding collection.
Music might have focused on English, but discovered a love of science in high school and then worked hard at it and got into it. So I think that the important thing is, you know, don't believe that you need to be brilliant to get into science, to understand science. And for the parents out there, don't think that, you know, if you didn't have a good background in science and you don't understand it as fully as you'd like, there are a lot of good places that you can go to begin to understand some of the basics. The NASA website actually has a lot of good educational information that's very...
You come here. And he replied in very slow and broken English, I came, he said, because in America, everybody has a chance. Think about the fact. A young man who had been an American for 10 minutes, who could barely speak English, was able to sum up the meaning of our country in a single sentence. America is freedom and opportunity. That's what it is for all of us, and they are linked. There will not be freedom for all if there is only...
Have a secret court that redefines basic words in the English language.
Like what?
The word relevant, for example, as revealed by the Wall Street Journal. The Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court actually redefined the word relevant such that it does not mean anything that is a common understanding of the word relevant. So where relevant would suggest that you would be selective and you would think, is this piece of information relevant? Well, let's weigh it. Let's understand whether or not this is relevant. What they redefined it is to suggest that everything is always relevant all of the time.
Of course.
So the redefinition could basically be rephrased.
There's nothing. There's barely anybody that speaks English, you know, and it's like, nor anyone that wants to speak to you, but you really have to be, you put your trust in these people's hands. So you're not just picking folks that, you know, are like kind of young, you know, kids who you think are gonna be great and you're gonna get great photos of. It's more about you're picking people who you trust and who are your friends and who you know if you know stuff hit the fan that you could trust them and that they could, you know, get your back. So one of the people we brought was Alex Gray, and he's a total lunatic, amazing person. I'm glad he's not here because we can poke fun at him, but he's definitely
app when he's in a non-English speaking country. In fact, he's used it to order a gas mask when he was being tear gassed in Turkey. He can see and talk to his producers back at HQ from thousands of kilometres away and chat with people on social media, all while he's broadcasting. Poole has used Google Glass to cover riots, as I said, in Istanbul, and he covered the Occupy Wall Street protests with it in New York. He can do it all hands-free, which is important when he's in the middle of a violent demonstration or dodging plastic bullets. and can't afford to be distracted by peering into a camera. The viewer sees and hears what he sees and hears in real time. I don't know.
And for those of you who don't speak Old English, let me translate. It means if you work hard, you should make a decent living. If you work hard, you should be able to support a family. Now, we all know the arguments that have been used against a higher minimum wage. Some say it actually hurts low-wage workers. Business will be less likely to hire them. There's no solid evidence that a higher minimum wage costs jobs, and research shows it.
School in this slum where 86% of the girls are at U.S. grade level or better, even though English is their third language. You know, and he says, and it feels to me true, that what they've really brought is this sense of hope, and that hope can be transformative. And that I think maybe that's one way of how we need to think about cycles of poverty and how to break them.
Another inspiring story that I did not expect was the story about Restore Leadership Academy in Uganda and these beautiful, beautiful boys and the students.
Yeah, dad was from Kashmir in Pakistan, and mother's from Wakefield, English. You know, and if two people can overcome the differences, and the challenges there were greater than they are now in some ways, why can't the rest? I'm not suggesting we all get married, but you know, we can have some mutual respect for each other. So yeah, I feel lucky in kind of with my genetic makeup, I suppose.
So relating that to your work then, do you characterise your work, any part of it at all, as British South Asian?
One element, yes.
Asked for it repeated back, quote, this time in English. That's not to beat up on the residents of the White House. That would happen in almost any major company that's not in this space, not in Silicon Valley, but also even small companies, a cupcake stand. It would happen at the White House, it would happen at my house. The second theme leads from this. It's that people matter. Cybersecurity is one of those wicked problem areas that's rife with complexities and trade-offs. And this is in large part not because of the technical side, which often gets too much focus.
South End was about 99.5% white. So I had, all my friends were English and white people, and so I basically didn't know anything else. And I experienced a rude awakening. I became suddenly aware of my skin color, and I describe it in Radical as a way that when I look at people, when I look at you, when I look and talk to people, I don't see my own skin color. I see people in front of me, and I see them as human beings. And the racist is forever seeing me and defining me by the color of my skin, and would view
history, science, English, and even some maths. And we've been developing activities for school kids to undertake in the classroom and here on site. So the site today remains a place of learning and sharing of knowledge, just as it was in the pre-contact times. So although the initiation part of the site no longer exists, the other part of the site has been resurrected. It is a place of learning. It is a place of knowledge sharing. It is a place where people from different parts of the world can come together. It's about alliance making.
If you're an English major or something like that, is there one science course? Why do you think that is? And what do you hope they leave your class with, knowing that they're probably never going to take another science course?
Well, I did that. I came as a business and psychology double major, and I took one geology class and went, this is fantastic. I have to be a geology major. And honestly, that's the way most geology students come to the field. And so, what I hope is that we will draw in those people who had a latent interest and didn't really know much about geology and show them that it's a fantastic career option. But for those who maybe don't want to follow that path,
yeah, Jaeger, we have a lot of non-English speakers here. I think we have quite a few Japanese speakers in the audience. So will you just convert the whole demo? He's just going to choose our sales app, and we just convert the whole thing to Japanese for us. So everything you have seen runs in our 17 languages that we have as well. And I wanted to show that to you. And then while you're seeing that, I was sitting next to Paul here, who kept saying to me, oh, we do that, we do that, we do that. Paul has deployed our Sales Cloud. He's deployed our Service Cloud. He's built 3 custom applications on Force.com. He's also
deaf or hearing impaired if the child has limited English proficiency and a health care plan. A child with medical needs may have a separate health care plan, or it may be included as part of the IEP. A lot has been accomplished when we get to this point in the IEP. We have agreed on the child's needs and services, and it is time to decide on the placement. Placement means the kind of setting in which the child will receive services. Remember that to the maximum extent
dialect, they all speak English, they speak French. I mean, you get my point. We really have to get back to making sure our kids, first of all, stay in school, but particularly begin to get the language skills that they're gonna have to compete in a global economy. And that goes to the core of our manufacturing industry in America is not the old heavy industry. This is a very advanced, innovative. I would challenge any of you to go visit today's steel mill. It looks nothing like what you may think. It is the most high-tech industry you could imagine. So there are jobs there, but to sustain them.
Private tutors, like all that jazz.
I just found out today I'm not done with English yet. So, I think you're done with your sophomore year. We're just finishing up.
No, actually, I'm finishing it up right now.
Oh, yeah, so it's taking our time. It's definitely stressful on us to have school and this tour and album recordings and stuff, but most of our teachers are working with us and helping us get along, so I only need one more class to graduate after my junior year. So
I've been doing my school on the internet.
Okay.
Love the internet.
Do kids speak English here? Is it possible that last time in one whole week she never saw a kid in Bali? She saw the inside of her hotel room, beachside bars, a mountain trail. She saw Gabe standing in a garden, his feet lost in a sea of orchids and gardenias. I don't need help, Jamie tells him, her voice a little sharp. Everyone need help, the boy says, smiling. In fact, he has not stopped smiling. He is tall and he smells like earth and rain. His dog walks at his side like a shadow. It's a skinny pup, some handsome mix.
The word women is not used very much in books in English from 1800s to 2008 until the modern women's rights movement started. What can we learn about ourselves by reflecting the data back to ourselves? So this is the network I showed you, but when the globe spins around, there's still many places where the network is not. This is a serious problem. Lots of talent is not included. 900 million people in Africa are not in the global conversation. It was so exciting to me to see the Oscars, because in the main shots, every time when Ellen was like running around with pizza, you would see people who were from Africa finally in the mix, finally collaborating.
Mandrill that's been trained to understand English and to respond with a keyboard, totally non-existent. There's a lot of teachers use this one. There's the endangered Pacific Northwest tree octopus, a completely non-existent species. So in the book I go into a lot of detail about this, particularly when you're talking about medical information, Googling your symptoms. There are tools that we can use to find out whether the advice we're going to get is going to kill us or help cure us. But I think you have to start by thinking like a journalist or thinking like a detective and not assuming anything and looking for clues.
Prosecutor who, and they spoke no English. I'm talking about 8-year-old children. So I got something that was passed, I believe unanimously in the Judiciary Committee, to change from HHS, the Health and Human Services responsibility on this, to the Department of Justice.
So you both agree that there should be an immigration bill?
Absolutely. Yes.
Differ in what should be in it.
It was one of the few bills to pass in the Senate.
This passed in a very large bipartisan way, and I'm very proud of that process that we did in the Senate. I'm very.
Now keep in mind, who speaks no English? Obama speaks no Chinese. The interpretation is consecutive, not simultaneous. So each gets to speak for 15 minutes in a 1-hour meeting. And who in particular always just sat there and read his talking points. So there was no interaction, literally none. Right? Xi Jinping is more flexible than Hu Jintao is. Frankly, anyone breathing is more flexible, but that's it. I think Obama ought to offer to Xi Jinping.
He is currently a visiting professor of English language and literature at the University of Newcastle upon Tyne. So I would like for us all to give a round of applause as a welcome to Jon York.
Thank you so much for those generous words. I shall begin with a thank you and apology. Firstly, a thank you. I'm hugely flattered to be asked to come and talk here today. It means something very much to me. And secondly, apology, because what I'm going to try and do in the next 35, 40 minutes is tell the whole history and
where she received a PhD in English and American Studies.
Hi. I recently was reading a novel by Charles Stross. He's one of my favorite science fiction writers. And he was talking about a guy who says he has imposter syndrome. And I'd never heard that phrase before, and I looked it up. And it's something that some well-known people have. They feel like they're faking. So I taught software engineering at San Jose State for 20 years, and I don't know anything about programming. I was faking. And I've published 20 novels, and I don't know how to write. I've been faking.
Very sweet, spoke good enough English, and met her, and it was, we were getting to know one another. We were all sitting around in a group. I was staying in a 15-person dorm room, which is about as big of a dorm room I've ever stayed in a hostel, and we were sitting around in a circle, me and a bunch of our other roommates. It was getting closer to the evening, and we were all just kind of sitting around getting to know each other, BSing, having some beers, having a good time, laughing, and the sweet Romanian girl, she was just sitting right next to me, and as we were talking, I was looking, we were flirting a little bit. She started leaning closer to me. She started nuzzling up a little bit, smiling, looking at me. And I thought, this is a great.
She was an English major, and he really had this vision that, they would expand. And so in 1993, they've got these very early reports that about how the internet is expanding and how kind of web protocol is jumping up, vis-a-vis other internet tools at the time. And he starts meeting with Bezos. Shaw and Bezos are meeting weekly to brainstorm the next business for D.E. Shaw. And they're brainstorming a lot of internet ideas. And one of the ideas discussed at the time is Juno, which is one of the first free email services and a predecessor to Gmail.
I've never been a writer. My dad taught English at high school, but I've always wanted to write and never been able to. But I'm curious about how you actually go about writing. It sounds like you're much more structured about how you approach the story. You sort of figure out the arcs and the small arcs, and then you fill in the details. Whereas, for example, Terry Pratchett, I've heard talk, and he said he just goes into his office and he writes 500 words a day, like boom, 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 every day, and just comes up with the story just emerges. It sounds like you're much more structured and planningful.
No, here's what I do. I have to do an outline for a few reasons. Well, whether I'm doing shared world or my own.
Written for the illiterate, and it is perhaps the masterpiece of the English language. Or Luther's Bible, he would apparently hang out in marketplaces to hear how Germans spoke German, being so Latinate himself. But to hear the melodies and to hear the nuances and depths of ordinary speech has been the most fruitful thing that we have done in this civilization in the last 500 years. To respect people, to be attentive to them in a way that makes it so that you actually are using.
We have it in bold letters in English and in Spanish in our headquarters. Sometimes people think our team is a cult because we're constantly reiterating it. And most of us, we've been together over 20 years. Our mission began with finding solutions for families, especially busy moms. We've expanded to finding solutions for people in love and finding solutions for people in business. So when a team member has an idea for a new product, we go to that mission. Okay, it's a great idea, but where's the solution? How does it make her day better? She's going through life, and it is hard. I mean, when I became a mom for the first time,
kind of standard English or literacy, and over time it was extended to English as a second language, which acknowledges in the term that children already have a language and that English adds it, and now adds to it, and now we have the term that prevails, which is English as an additional language, which also acknowledges that there is already an existing language, and that language is a source of learning and socialization and identity for the child, and really should be acknowledged and brought into the learning process in translanguaging activities that we know we can do.
And English language proficiency measures, but also things like what proportion of kids are getting a college-ready curriculum and completing it, what proportion of kids are getting a career technical sequence that meets a set of standards and completing that, things that really matter for life success, what proportion of kids are graduating, what kind of opportunities to learn do they have, are they getting a full, rich curriculum? All of these kinds of things are going, over time, are going to help schools think about the things that matter most. And it's very important for members of the profession to be very involved in that.
37 years old, and I had never heard that name before. The English edition of 100 Years of Solitude, translated by Gregory Rabasa, had been published 5 years earlier, 3 years after the original Spanish edition, but it had not crossed my path. Who is Gabriel Garcia Marquez? I asked my friend, and he looked at me with a mixture of disbelief, pity, and contempt. He is the author of a book you are going to go out and buy right now, he told me. Today, this...
Secondly, I wanted it to stand out as the only passage not in English in the book, in a book in which virtually all the letters are translations into English. And thirdly, I wanted to weave a passage of poetry into the book in a language that many readers would not immediately understand, just as the Indian soldiers had woven poetry into their letters to confuse the censors. I'm not going to try to read it out in medieval Norman French, but I will approximate a translation into English. And my translation, probably not very good, reads, everything starts to decline, everything falls.
Middle school English at the time, so I was just like this dude who had a website that people thought was useful for academic stuff. And so people wanted me to start writing articles for journals because like I was the guy. So I started writing journal articles and people started inviting me to conferences and they were like, oh, where do you work? And I was like, McAuliffe Regional Middle School. And so eventually my wife was like, what are you doing? And then I ended up, after doing kind of academic scholarship, going to seminary for the first time, finishing a degree and did it along the way that way. And now, 2015,
Talks evening with English comedian, actor, and author David Walliams in conversation with Toronto Star's Linda Bernard. So to start the program, please join me in welcoming Bob Hepburn, who's the Director of Community Relations and Communications at the Toronto Star, which is our partner for tonight's Star Talk event. Bob.
Thanks, Tina. Let me just tell you about tonight for the younger readers. So when it comes time to do the question and answers from the audience, get in front of all those.
Prose writing of the English Renaissance, Thomas Browne meditates on the discovery of some antique cremation urns that had been accidentally uncovered by a farmer. The strangeness of finding these urns a millennium after they were buried leads Browne to ponder both the destructive and the revelatory powers of time. In a field of old Walsingham, coincidentally quite near Bunbury's Barton Hall, not many months past were digged up between 40 and 50 urns, deposited in a dry and sandy soil not a yard deep, not far from one another. The treasures of time lie high in
of the English, the French, the and even the Americans to some extent.
Yes.
You can go back to the way Churchill divvied up the Middle East and partitioned it right after World War I. And there's a lot of anger and animosity. This goes back to the whole Sykes-Picot agreement, back in 1916.
Yeah.
And so the roots are 100 years old that are really a fire today. And that's the perspective that I try to bring. And then to bring it into the whole issue of Gog and Magog and why I believe this is the next great war.
Meanwhile, I had left the English department and taken a job at the North Dakota Museum of Art because I still had this very strong attraction to visual art and had actually studied it too in my years back in school. So while I was working at the museum, poetry kind of went by the wayside. I wouldn't say I quit writing, but there's obviously a lot to do at the museum, so you don't devote your days. It takes a certain mindset and attitude, and I'm rambling too much here, but I think one poet said, I have to be in that melancholy mood. For me,
software asks all these questions in regular English, and then behind the scenes, we fill out all the text forms for you. And then e-file it with the government and speed your refund to you, get your refund the fastest way. And for years, and we're the leader in the business, we have 60, 65, 70 share of computerized tax preparation done by individuals. And we got in a mode of just incrementally improving that interview every year. Just make the interview a little bit better. And then we did a leadership change. We moved people around, and we promoted a guy into that job as the
incorporation of the European Convention on Human Rights into English law. He regarded the Human Rights Act 1998 as the Blair government's greatest achievement. He was the first senior judge since Lord Scarman to speak publicly on the incorporation of the European Convention into UK law. His responses, when challenged about his support of the Act, were caustic. He would ask what right the UK could do without. Could the UK do without the right to life, the protection from torture, or for inhuman or degrading treatment? And each time he would challenge the interviewer to explain.
Father said, but you know English. Why do you take it? And my mother, couldn't you just try law? Couldn't you be a lawyer? They would settle for that, but it was really, they were uncomfortable with the whole thing until they finally saw the book, but that was years in coming. So they were just quietly uncomfortable.
How did they respond now? Because you're on, I think it's fair to say, on the cutting edge of what's happening in the world of writing, and your book is read around the world, and everybody's waiting for your next book and your success. Do they focus on that? Does that really come across?
And you can see many of those. So that in terms of the English historical record, one of the best ones is legal cases. Once you're in court, boy, oh boy, you can see the disputes coming out. Yes. You should know this better than I. I don't think there's any doubt that things like that form a valuable record. There are things like diaries, actually, and they go back quite a long way in time. There are all kinds of account books which have all kinds of incidentals written in them. There are even things like receipts. There are the things like this which actually...
We're looking to get the best meaning into English.
Yeah, we relied on our contacts in Norway, and in particular, I have a couple of cousins who are scholars in their own right over there in Norway. And there was one particular phrase, la seg verve, which is, it literally means to allow oneself to be recruited, but it also means to enlist. And so we wrestled with this. Well, how do we use this? Do we go with the literal translation, or do we go with enlist? So in speaking with folks in Norway, we came to realize
education. Over 50% of prisoners have the English and math skills of a primary school child. Many have learning difficulties, but at the moment governors have almost no control over who their education provider is or what is taught. We've only got 4 organisations nationally who provide education in prisons. And the way these services are organised is not producing anything like the results that we need. We're focusing too much on the number of qualifications, regardless of their usefulness, and neglecting the basic literacy and good quality qualifications that are actually going to help these people to find work.
It said free tutoring after school and all your English-related homework. And this is in the Mission District of San Francisco, so most of the kids are from Spanish-speaking homes. And you know, but the one catch was, you know, has anyone been there? Has anyone seen this? Okay, so a few people. It was zoned for retail. So the landlord said, you can open your tutoring center, that's great, but you got to sell something. And we thought, well, that's too bad. We had no experience. We used to have a shop in Brooklyn that we sold taxidermy supplies to the amateur taxidermist. And
it says that every child should learn the core knowledge in subjects like English, maths, and science, because those are the subjects that universities and employers value the most. And it's working. 100,000 more 6-year-olds able to read because of the emphasis on phonics. 65% more pupils taking the core academic GCSEs required to get the E back. Every young person reaching a good standard in English and maths because of the new focus on post-16 study for those.
That war was brought to the New World by Columbus, by the Spanish conquistadors, by the English colonists. And what you find is at a very early point in American law, Chief Justice John Marshall is asked to decide the status of Indian tribes. And what he does is, I like to tell my students, he goes to the S card. He calls them savages who lack the same rights as the white people who came over here, the Europeans, and colonized their land under this, what many Americans might regard as an obscure legal doctrine called the Doctrine of Discovery, but it is still the most important doctrine in American constitutional law.
The Doctrine of
Discovery.
Which holds?
Which holds that when
the 12 years of high school, when your English teacher was trying to teach you grammar and sentence structure, or is it just not being taught anymore?
Right. You know, it's so funny as a teacher, 25 years in the classroom, I don't think about students in this way. I don't think about what their deficiencies are, how their preparation is different or less adequate from the preparation of previous generations. I do try to teach students exactly where they are. And I will say one thing for today's students, they're interested in self-expression and they
Hearing English, Ed leapt across the room and threw himself on the hostage, using his own body to shield him from the bullets. Another enemy fighter appeared, and with his body, Ed kept shielding the hostage. With his bare hands, Ed pinned the fighter to the wall and held him until his teammates took action. It was over almost as soon as it began. In just minutes, by going after those guards, Ed saved the lives of several teammates and that hostage. "You're safe," the SEALs told the doctor. "You are with American forces."
And understand English to read it.
And that's where organizations like yours get involved in connection with the removal proceedings. So for example, the kids in Nogales, at least the ones who stay, they would then be potential clients for your organization?
Right. So kids that are sent to the Office of Refugee Resettlement Shelters, we provide basic Know Your Rights presentations to them, and the kids that are not able to reunify with family, then we take on their cases. Some of those cases we succeed in presenting defenses for special immigrant juvenile status for kids that have a past of abuse of
was Harold Keebles. So Harold Keebles was the English teacher, and I took English from him twice, and he basically taught me how to write. And I think he would be amazed that I have now written 13 books, because that was not foreseeable.
Did he have to nudge you a lot in class?
Yeah, you know, I wouldn't say that he would list me as his prize pupil ever, you know.
That must be great for teachers to hear that you said decades later this latent learning came out?
Yes, because I graduated from Yolani in 1972, and
You know, and my dad was pretty well dressed. He was English, you know, good suits and that kind of thing. He always wore a tie, even to go to the doctor, you know, because he thought it was an act of respect. You know, the doctor knew a lot, and he didn't know as much, and so he wore his tie to show his obedience to or his honor of the doctor. Anyway, the bird, the robin, showed up in the backyard, and it walked right up the back step, and it stuck its chest out and looked at me and said, "What the hell are you up to?" You know? And I thought, I didn't think it was him. I'm not that.
But didn't you kind of hope?
I wanted it to be.
Long, this incredible woman had taught herself to read and write in both Spanish and English. I can still see her in the room that Joaquin and I shared with her, reading her Agatha Christie novels late into the night. And I can still remember her every morning as Joaquin and I walked out the front door to school, making the sign of the cross behind us, saying, "Que Dios los bendiga." May God bless you. My grandmother didn't live to see us begin our lives in public service, but she probably would have thought it extraordinary that just two
and English may or may not be their first language. And this is hardly the image that comes to mind when we think about the stereotypical labor organizer, but they are labor organizers indeed. So despite these assumptions and these realities, there's a very long history of domestic workers who have organized successfully and won rights for this sector. There was a national movement in the 1960s and the 1970s. 25,000, mostly African American women that I write about in my book. They had chapters all across the country.
As my old English teacher used to say, we're climbing the ladder of abstraction. When I say this pointer, this controller, I have a controller that's advancing my slides, that's more specific. When I say I have some tools at home that help me present, that's more vague and abstract. Okay, I think you get the idea. One of the ways to do this is to use nouns from verbs. And, you know, there can be a wondering in your mind. There can be a wonderment in your mind. You'd hear Erickson say, and you think, what the heck? And there's the boredom of the...
You started with morality and sinners. You know, an English friend of mine said to me, look, it's just you and the Irish and the Portuguese and the Spanish. It's all the Catholics screwing up. and I think, you know, you can look at this in the Catholic way or a Protestant way, okay? You can, the Catholic way is confession, and bless me, Father, I have sinned, and we'll do the right thing, and it's all good. And the Protestant way is there's a moral obligation on you to right your ways. So I believe that you can, but I think what I
love the second.
All these things are not just economic; they are deeply, deeply cultural, deeply cultural. And Joe is right.
In the region learn English, the international language of business. And I reiterated that the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which includes 4 ASEAN members, can advance economic integration across ASEAN and set stronger rules for trade throughout the Asia Pacific. To that end, we've launched a new effort to help all ASEAN countries understand the key elements of TPP, as well as the reforms that could eventually lead to them joining. Second, with regard to security, the United States and ASEAN are reaffirming our strong commitment to a regional order where
and medical leave. Now, in English, what that means is that all over the world, when a woman has her baby, she is guaranteed the right, because society understands how important that moment is. She is guaranteed the right to stay home and get income in order to nurture her baby. And that is why I believe when we talk about family.
And I know you want this answered. So this is my vow. English votes for English laws. The Conservatives will deliver it. Now, we've delivered a lot these past 4 years, but we've had to do it all in a coalition government. And believe me, coalition was not what I wanted to do, it's what I
teaching Hungarian Holocaust survivors English. There was no Sesame Street back then, but I learned my numbers on the forearms of survivors of Auschwitz. They taught me how to count. This is an indelible memory, and it set me on the path as a person who began to listen to everything. And I have always believed you can't find your own voice for speaking on behalf of the world or speaking against those who would destroy the world if you can't hear what the world.
An invention. I'm speaking English. That's an invention. I'm wearing a jacket, which is an invention, and a tie, which is, I'm not sure where this came from, but this is an invention. I always wonder, where did this come? Who came up with the idea of wrapping some stuff around your neck in a special way, and that is somehow a signification of respect? It's a kind of a weird thing. But we've invented lots of other things, right? We've invented child-rearing practices. We've invented the concept of the nuclear family is an invention. We've invented good things and bad things, and the good things that we've invented.
One of the reasons that English is the largest language version of Wikipedia is that English is by far the most popular second language in the world. And so what happens is people write something in their mother tongue, and then they'll write maybe a shorter version, a basic version in English, and then from there it gets translated to other languages still. And so that kind of bilingual work is really important. So I travel all over the world and I meet with Wikipedia volunteers all over the world, and one of the funny things that always happens is people will come to me and they start to talk to me and then they say, oh, I apologize for my English.
One sentence, so we would have Slovak, Czech, Hungarian, English, German, French, and then Japanese, Chinese, Taiwanese. That would probably Romanian and Russian, and then I think 3 African languages. And that was just it. I came home and I remember that's what I wanted to do. So yeah, thank you for listening to my story.
That's a good English sentence. John is the subject, Beat is the verb, Mary is the object. Good sentence. Now we're going to move to the second sentence, which says the same thing in the passive voice. Mary was beaten by John, and now a whole lot has happened in one sentence. We've gone from John beat Mary to Mary was beaten by John. We've shifted our focus in one sentence from John to Mary. And you can see John is very close to the end of the sentence, well, close to dropping off the map of our psychic plane. The third sentence, John is dropped, and we have Mary was beaten.
Am I? God speaks in a more formal English, and so one theory is that God was so bored with pondering the puzzle of his own existence that he created the world, just to distract himself. But anyway, so let's forget about God. So we have, take God out of the equation, we have blank plus nothing equals the world. Now, if you're a Buddhist, you might want to stop right there. Because essentially what you've got is nothing equals the world, and by symmetry of identity, that means the world equals nothing. Okay, and to a Buddhist, the world is just a whole lot of nothing. It's a big cosmic vacuity. And,
Some of you have learned English as your second language. You've learned how to ride a bike. You've taken an exam or a class that you thought, oh, I don't think I'm going to do very well at it. And you're telling your brain. And then your brain says, nope, I really want this. I want this bad. And then what you do is you go, okay, I start to make some sacrifices. I put more time into studying on that Saturday. I asked for help. I want this really bad. Oh, I don't get this? I'm not giving up. And you
understood words in the entire English language. And here's the problem. Depression has 2 radically different meanings depending on the context. So in everyday conversation, when people say they're depressed, they use the word depression as a synonym for sadness. It's the normal human reaction to the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. In that sense, all of us know the pain of depression. And yet, in a clinical context, depression is shorthand for a devastating illness. Did I get it?
He was also in the English department, and we very much supported the idea that we should help the students who were producing things, but they were producing things, this is in the 70s and 80s, without any support at all. There was no budget. It's a wonder nobody got electrocuted because they didn't have a tech person supervising the work they were doing backstage. There was no Heidi Coleman here. There was, it was student run, but it was dangerous. And John Boyer certainly deserves an immense amount of credit for seeing that what he could do would be to provide some funding for that. And I went around to the deans and said, well,
Kings of the English comic opera were two gentlemen. The kings of comic opera were two gentlemen, Gilbert and Sullivan. You want to remember them, Gilbert and Sullivan. W.S. Gilbert lived from 1836 to 1911, and Arthur Sullivan lived from 1842 to 1900. As partners, they created 14 different comic operas.
One in English and in Spanish because I'm Mexican, so it's also important to have information in both languages. Sometimes in Latin American countries or in other countries that don't speak English, you don't get all the information, right? You only have access to the English ones, and if you don't speak English, then you don't have that information even about your artists.
We have events happening all over the world. At last count, I think we were at 75, but as always happens, we learn about more after the fact. But that includes
times in English is always present. There are other elements like that which introduce subordinate clauses. So that introduces subordinate declarative clauses. Subordinate interrogative clauses can be introduced by another element. So what correspond to yes-no questions are introduced as subordinate clauses by if. So she wondered if Betsy was going to Peru. So we've got these elements, that and if, and there are other cases as well, which introduce these subordinate clauses. These elements do part
third grade education who didn't speak English. But like Sonia's mother, he had a willingness to work hard, a strong sense of family, and a belief in the American dream. When Sonia was 9, her father passed away, and her mother worked 6 days a week as a nurse to provide for Sonia and her brother, who's also here today, as a doctor, and a terrific success in his own right. But Sonia's mom bought the only set of encyclopedias in the neighborhood, sent her children to a Catholic school called Cardinal Spellman, out of a belief that.
And it's not really interchangeable like how we use in English, because when we say my mom, we're not saying I own or possess my mother. We're saying that I have a bond or a connection, a relationship with that person that I use the word my with. Because when we say my shoe, we're not saying that I have a bond or a connection with that shoe. We're saying that I own or I possess a shoe. And so at this point, I allowed myself to have this kind of awakening, this kind of
to speak to us only in English at home. I am so grateful that she never did that because I don't think I'd be here today. And I've been able to hold on to Spanish, which is, an incredible benefit in my life and a treasure. So it starts with that. Then I became a teacher, and when I became a teacher, I quickly learned that there are the haves and the have-nots. Although I had also grown up in relative poverty.
As they put in English, when the preferences of the economic elites and the stands of organized interest groups are controlled for, the preferences of the average American appear to have only a minuscule, near zero, statistically non-significant impact on public policy in a democracy. This is true. Right, so here's the picture that we had, we were told, of our democracy. There we were, citizens driving the bus. But here's the reality. The reality is, the steering wheel has become.
You can get by without ever speaking English or meeting someone from another culture. Zoom right in, and you'll see some institutions that actually help incubate these divisions. Do you know that in our country there are some children who spend several hours each day at a madrasa? Now let me be clear, there's nothing wrong with children learning about their faith, whether it's at a madrasa or a Sunday school or a Jewish yeshiva. But in some madrasas, we've got children being taught that they shouldn't mix with people of other religions, being beaten.
Revolution that is rooted in the English revolutionary experience of 1640 to 1645. And this is just how significant that was. To conclude, in this struggle against France, where we started, Louis XIV's France numbered 20 million people at the time of the War of the Spanish Succession, and it's estimated that its total manpower mobilization capacity was round about 450,000 men.
Hours recruiting classmates to join her in teaching English to migrant workers on campus and integrating them into their community. We see the power of education in the story of Varsha Thabo, who's also here through the Learner's Voice cohort. Varsha grew up in a rural area in Pakistan where the local schools were often abandoned. But she studied hard. She earned a scholarship to university. With that education, Varsha.
For instance, there were 5 novels published in English Canada by English Canadian publishers, and it was the same in Quebec, a very small number, and a lot of books were imported. So it was very, very small. And
in fact, you were featured. Your partner, Graham Gibson, wrote a book, 11 Canadian Novelists, and you were number 1.
That was 10 years later, because I began with A. They're alphabetically arranged. I edited that book. It was very funny. We were using reel-to-reel tape in those days, and we had a...
And use that as well as, the best practice that's happening in a particular English trust.
Thank you, Lewis, for that. And of course, we can even look to the United States, which is what I'm going to come on to in a minute. So far, yes, but if I'm prepared to go and look at others, where they're going to tell us things. I think the issue actually is how well we use our beds. And one of the things that we are...
George Orwell played this game in his essay, Politics and the English Language. He started with a well-known verse from the book of Ecclesiastes in the Bible. It says, "I returned and saw under the sun that the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, neither yet bread to the wise, nor yet riches to men of understanding, nor yet favor to men of skill. But time and chance happeneth to them all." Now here's Orwell's modern English version. Objective
new, which isn't explained by any of the rules in English. Oh well. In Elvish, no is ista, but new is sinte. Oh well. The truth is, though, that Elvish is more a sketch for a real language than a whole one. For Tolkien, Elvish was a hobby rather than an attempt to create something people could actually speak. Much of the Elvish that characters in the Lord of the Rings movies speak has been made up since Tolkien by dedicated fans of Elvish based on guesses as to what Tolkien would have constructed. That's the best we can do for Elvish because there are no actual elves around to speak.
An immigrant who started in Spanish, then lost Spanish, spoke only Black English and what we would call white people English, then relearned his Spanish. Someone who has lived with great intimacy in the complexity of bilingualism, of language acquisition and language loss, who lives in a community that has often been deeply marginalized and deeply disfigured by kind of slanderous stereotypes versus Dominicans, and someone who grew up absolutely transformed.
Literacy, wrong. English, wrong. Sorry? Funding, no. Salaries of teachers, no. I'm going to take 3 more guesses. Science scores, no. 2 more guesses. Sport? Sport? I don't, maybe it's the soccer standings, I'm not sure, but it's not sport. Internet speed, possible. Some places I go in Australia that could be right, it's not.
How they can learn English to make a difference in their lives, and all of this. So that's great. I mean, you can come with me next Sunday to City Computer Lab. And
got a trip planned for everybody. It's awesome. But yeah, I think about those. The first aid opportunities are coming up with the food packing events for Stop Hunger Now, with the extravaganza here in Mountain View that Alan will be hosting probably the first week of December. Also, we're organizing for Googlers on the Quad campus in Mountain View, an off-site packing event at the food bank. So I think those are great first date opportunities. If you go to the Go link for the
so in English classes, we really think about how to have students be writers and twine their voices with the voices of the literary greats, but also think about being multilingual, not simply as having facility and agility in Mandarin and Spanish, but rather in understanding, the language of different vocations and the language of civic participation and languages of intimacy and, understanding. And so in, history classes, we definitely show
for me. So I prefer to have, that's why I like English shows, I mean, I know those are the real teeth, but, I like how broad they can be and really put it out there. But for me personally, it helps if I have a little something that unusual, like a mole or a hump or wig or something like that, cesarean scar, anything. I mean, I prefer, then I feel like I'm playing. Even if nobody sees it, I know it's there. I know that butt plug is in me. Right, David?
Yeah, I mean, I would concur that it's put
out. But for our students who have English as a second language, or students who don't have good learning strategies, this is really powerful for helping them develop the cognitive skills that they need to manage their learning. This is thinking about what the learner needs, not just putting our documents up in Moodle, because that's not helpful to our students. I'll go through those feedback. What are the future directions? I have no answers to these questions, but this is your homework to think about. Do we need lectures? How can we redesign our learning environments? And
you're not a scientist, you're an English professor here. What's this all about?
So Innovation Works, the Montgomery College Innovation Works initiative, is something that Tacy Holliday, my colleague, and I talked with Dr. Pollard about. Dr. Pollard was interested in increasing our capacity for innovation by looking at innovation as a mindset, as an organizational culture, not just as a specific event or a specific initiative or specific concrete things. We have a lot of specific concrete things that are happening that are innovative and interesting, but as an organization, the question was, how do we...
He can explain things in English, so people who are not as mathematically savvy as me can actually follow him. But what's also great is he has this wonderful passion for translating highly theoretical science into very practical terms. You know, how does this help us solve problems in energy? How does this help us solve problems when it comes to healthcare? How can we improve biotechnical research? So one of the things I love about being president is actually having access to math and science. And part of what we're trying to do in this White House is to really ramp up the emphasis on math and science.
Pursuing English language learners, an English language learner endorsement, so that they stretch out the time and they're able to do more, to kind of be more certified, more qualified in a particular field. Our secondary folks come in for either a year or for 2 years. And the folks who are coming in for a year, it's a really compact, intense program. For the 2 years, there's a little bit more elective room in their coursework, and they also have more opportunities to pursue research. What's common is that there is a balance of coursework and fieldwork. So coursework
that does not have Scots, English, Welsh, and Irish lying side by side. And when young men were injured in these wars, they didn't look to each other and ask whether you were Scots or English. They came to each other's aid because we were part of a common cause.
About all the ways that the internet is degrading the English language. He brought up Facebook and he said, to defriend? I mean, is that even a real word? I want to pause on that question. What makes a word real? My dinner companion and I both know what the verb defriend means. So when does a new word like defriend become real? Who has the authority to make those kinds of official decisions about words anyway? Those are the questions.
I've been in an English-speaking country. All the signs in the airport are all written in English. Too much information all at one time. When I have contacted with several local people here, they were so nice and friendly. I feel a lot more relaxed because I know I can always get help. Students here are really welcoming. I learned a lot on the orientation day from the students here, and also enjoying the MACE program. I had a great mentor. He has taught me a lot of things about the studying life in uni, as well as
most English-speaking countries are former British Empire. The culture is actually fairly similar. The business environment is simpler, and they tend to have high GDP. So the fact that it has nothing really to do with language in some sense, it's a proxy for something deeper. Finally, I think you get better decisions because when you're busy, when you're tired, when you're stressed, is when you can fall back on a role. And that, I think, is the world that most entrepreneurs, most innovators, most executives in major corporations are in. They're too busy. And just like at the end of the day is the time when you're going to fall off the diet,
has to move on. I mean, I love at the moment that English National Ballet are creating a ballet with Flawless, the street dance, and bringing that kind of street entertainment and the pure art of classical dance together. It's trying to look and engage and embrace using new ideas, and I think that as dance and the arts is all about new ideas. Television will have to embrace it. People will want it more and more. And I know
Like, the slaves were not being taught how to speak English. They were not being taught how to read, how to write. And so what happens when you don't speak a language and you are thrust into a country where no one speaks the same language as you, and you are surrounded by black people from all different tribes and countries and nations and families, and suddenly you all have to speak to each other. A new language arises that ends up becoming a mixture of English and their native tongues. And when you actually study AAVE, African American Vernacular English, there are a lot
phrase, God's Friday, the common name for the day among the English and the Dutch, a day that proclaims God's purpose of redeeming the world through the cross of Jesus Christ. Now, as I mentioned, Good Friday is not a universally accepted term. I mentioned a few, but here are even more names for the day. Black Friday, Friday of Mourning, Long Friday, and in the Western Church, a liturgical title that is sometimes used is Friday of Preparation, since Jews use the word paraskue, meaning getting ready for Friday, or Day of Preparation.
Write both in English and our national language, Kiswahili. We evaluated this program a couple of years ago to really understand how it was working in the community, and we were so excited with the results. They were very positive. They showed that the local people's attitudes towards predators had greatly improved as a result of the warriors working with them. The warriors also felt much more socially empowered as a result of this project.
More than 616,000 words in the Oxford English Dictionary, which can be arranged into an infinite number of sentences, paragraphs, Wu-Tang lyrics, or Shakespearean plays. And just as the structure of language starts small, so does how we learn language. And we start very young. The word infant comes from the Latin infans, meaning not speaking. But as early as 4 months, they can recognize differences in speech and start to read lips matching mouth movements with their corresponding sounds like ah, e, I, o, ooh. And even at this age, you gotta watch what you say about kids in their presence, because this also marks the big
see if they had a regional accent compared to a London accent. Come to think of it, a lot of bad guys in American movies have foreign accents.
You have 13 hours in which to solve the labyrinth. This is just the way your father looked before he died.
I can't understand a word you said the whole time.
I think what you are hearing is my accent.
When we hear our own accents, we have a positive bias towards the prosody. That's the rhythm, stress, and intonation of speech. Because you like how someone talks, when you're processing what they say, your brain regions involved with emotion.
5% of people under 30 in Kenya can read and write in English, and she's one of them. So Jacqueline came to us, and then this next slide shows you what she's doing now. She came to us, she had never had formal work experience before. She had to drop out of school because she didn't have enough money to afford the school fees, and she got this job at one of our computer centers in Nairobi about 1.5 years ago. She made enough money to pay her rent, her single mom's rent, and put herself and her sister through school. That's how much more money you can make doing computer-based work than doing basic informal employment. And then she left. And actually the ideal scenario is for us, is for our workers to leave after.
Oubli, or The Forgotten, as its English title is, and that's happening in the concert hall. And it's by Raphael Boitel. This is one of those pieces, it's very hard to define what genre it's in. Is it circus, is it theatre, is it dance? I think it's all of those three. But Raphael, it's her directorial debut. It's like nothing else you'll see. I really recommend it. This year particularly, I'm really excited about Roundabout coming and having a repertory theatre essentially. In a tent in Regency Square. That is
Sure. HarperCollins is the third largest English language publisher. So we have operations in the US, Canada, UK, Australia, New Zealand, India. We have a small office in China. So we cover all of those English language markets, and we have teams, both creative teams, publishers, as well as sales, marketing, and distribution in all those markets. So what's interesting, in the old days, our business was very much country by country based, and now with digital, it's really become language based. So for those in the English language, we publish 3,000 new books per year.
Thursday, we should start with the term Maundy. Now, the English word Maundy comes from the Latin mandatum, meaning commandment. Now, on the last night with his disciples, Jesus is about to confront his betrayal and arrest as he shares the Lord's Supper, also commonly referred to as the Last Supper. According to John's Gospel, Jesus washed the feet of his disciples in an act of servitude, then said to them, chapter 13, verse 34, I give you a new commandment, that you love one another. Just as I have loved you, you also should love one another.
Penelope. It starts with a very basic English sentence. John beat Mary. That's a good English sentence. John is the subject, beat is the verb, Mary is the object. Good sentence. Now we're going to move to the second sentence, which says the same thing in the passive voice. Mary was beaten by John. And now a whole lot has happened in one sentence. We've gone from John beat Mary to Mary was beaten by John. We've shifted our focus in one sentence from John to Mary. And you can see John is very close to the end of the sentence, well, close to dropping off the map of our psychic plane.
Observed by the Aztecs and other native tribal people. Translated to English, the Day of the Dead features caricatures of skeletal and mummified remains in the form of sugar skull cookies and marionettes as families gather to remember lost loved ones by preparing their favourite foods at private altars and shrines known as ofrendas. The imagery of Dia de los Muertos has recently been incorporated into an animated film by Tijuana-born animator Jorge Gutierrez, who worked for 14 years to bring a uniquely Mexican-flavoured full-length cartoon named Book of Life.
Translation of the English version of Euclid's Elements, and this was done in 1570, but it was obviously first written in Greek, and then during much of the Middle Ages, that knowledge was shepherded by the Arabs, and it was translated into Arabic, and then eventually in the late Middle Ages, translated into Latin, and then obviously eventually English. And when I say that he did a rigorous march, what Euclid did is he didn't just say, oh, I think if you take the square of one side of a right triangle, the length of one side of a right triangle and the length of the other side of the right triangle is going to be the same as the square of the hypotenuse, all of these other things, and we'll go into depth about what all of these things means. He says, I don't want to just...
Well, as a rule, women tend to gravitate to fields such as education, English, psychology, biology, art history, while men are more numerous in physics, mathematics, computer science, and engineering. Why should that be? Well, there's no simple answer. But when professors were asked why there was a relative scarcity of female professors in math, science, and engineering, 1% believed that it was because of women's lack of talent. 24% believed that it was because of sexist discrimination, and 74% chalked it up to differences between men's and women's interests. Well, let's delve into each of these explanations. 1% said scarcity of talent.
Pretty big text file with like 140,000 English words, and you'll be challenged to decide on a data structure with which you want to load all of those words into memory and into RAM, and then implement a few functions, one of which is going to be check, whereby when passed an argument, a word, your function check simply is going to have to say true or false, this is a word in the dictionary. But you're going to have some design discretion and challenges when it comes to implementing that. In the simplest implementation, you could certainly implement a spell checker in the underlying dictionary. With what kind of data structure? You just need to store a whole bunch of strings in memory. What's the go-to answer from like week 2, perhaps? You could use an array, and that's not all that bad, but you don't necessarily...
First comprehensive English language publication treating museum theory and practice. Following Kant, Gilman argues that the work of art must be judged not by the indirect worth it may possess, quote, through the grasp it gives us of the world, but the pleasure its simple contemplation affords. While Kant had no occasion to address the general mission of the emergent public museum, Gilman extrapolated one from Kant's aesthetics. The modern museum of art, he wrote, quote, is primarily an institution of culture, an affair of the feelings, of what are called the sensibilities, and only secondarily a seat of...
It's a clean slate for everybody. You know, English is a new language for them, lesson on when we're introducing Mandarin and we're introducing Arabic and Spanish. But what happened with that second year in that class was we start teaching them. It's an immersive environment. We had donors and people come in to view the classes, and they would see all of these adults. This is in Hamilton Heights in Harlem. Kids are learning to speak Chinese from the first day. We had all of these donors and supporters come in to watch these children, and they would say things like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe they're speaking Chinese. That's so hard. Oh my God, these
citizens, they need to learn English. There's lots of things you could do, but you find a path that then they can meet. That's one way. Another way is to restructure our current immigration system. So those that would come here that have ties, most people come here because they have networks. They have family or they have friends or they have job opportunities. Those that have that can find a reasonable way to come. And today the challenge for someone from Mexico or Central America is there's no line to get into, or the line is so long, it would take 20, 25 years to come here, that it's unrealistic. So can we adjust those policies to make it, incentivize them to really wait in line? So I think those are real issues. How
power over the English language.
The Daily Herald Tribune, I thought, synopsized your work. Davis's folksy and humble stage presence, combined with his humorous monologues, made one feel that this was not a concert, but rather an impromptu performance, like you said, from a front porch. You were telling me off camera that you were reading about the homeless.
It is not an easy issue to deal with, because when you say the homeless, you're talking about some folks who simply don't have jobs or a place to stay. Sometimes you're talking about people who've been released from mental institutions.
Yeah, great English Shakespeare.
Not that I know.
Not that you know. Okay. Before we get to Avenue of Mysteries, I am interested in your childhood, because you grew up around the theater, I believe, an amateur theater that your mother was involved with.
I did grow up around a small town playhouse in New Hampshire, which had the added advantage of the fact that the actors repeatedly were townspeople whom everyone knew, and we knew them, of course, in their so-called real lives. Mm-hmm. My mother
to someone, if your language is not English and you want to speak in another language, we have a language bank. We can offer over 130 languages. We have a significant number of staff who are bilingual and medical interpreter trained to be able to provide services in Spanish. And so we can offer that. And you will come in, go to the front desk. You probably will see a counselor who will ask questions about just making sure why you're here, what you need, what's going on. If you're a young person and you're under 15 and coming in for an abortion, you will see a social worker, because we want to make sure you are
pushed in face. So that's going to be in dogs like your pug dogs, your boxer dogs, your English bulldogs, to name a few. Pekineses are another. Then when a dog gets excited or anxious, they tend to pant. And while panting can release body heat to a point, then it's a lot of work and it creates body heat. And that's a part of how they can get overheated. And now they get in this vicious cycle of, now I'm hot, I gotta pant, and I'm nervous and I'm panting, and they can't get enough air in. They can't, because they have a pushed in face. So they're a higher risk for travel, especially, say,
things that will let you understand as a kid how you can have impact on your community. And I think that's what we want to do. We want to be everywhere within the school.
I was asking you before if teachers' unions and public school teachers have been a champion, have been your ally, and your response was interesting.
Well, we really have not had either support or criticism from unions at all. We're somewhat neutral on that topic. And that is primarily because we're here to ensure that the teachers have the tools to do what they
I
I have a BA in English from Harvard College, an MBA in marketing from Wharton Business School. I spent most of my career working for Fortune 500 companies, including Johnson & Johnson, Leo Burnett, and the Washington Post. I've been married for almost 20 years to my second husband, and we have 3 kids together. My dog is a black lab, and I drive a Honda Odyssey minivan. So my first message for you is that domestic violence happens to everyone. All races, all religions, all income and education levels. It's everywhere.
And she is fluent in English and Spanish. She's a naturalized United States citizen. And when she was 17, she had to leave home. Her mother had died when she was young. She came to Los Angeles to work. She sent money back home, supported her family. And she was always there to support her family in other ways. So when I was growing up, I would see her helping her immigrant relatives, cousins, extended family, go with them to the LA County General Hospital, be their interpreter, sit there with them all day. She would go with them to the federal building for their
writing songs. And the first song I wrote was in English, and the second one was in Chinese. 妈妈有个世界，心中有个声音，说风等你来呀，有你有你。Outside your door, the world is waiting. Inside your heart, a voice is calling. The 4 corners of the world are watching. So travel, daughter, travel. Go get it, girl.
Students, so English language learners compared to English language learners. Children living below the poverty line versus other children living below the poverty line. And when you do that, you still see the amazing impact. Despite all the huge, very real challenges that we have to take on around poverty, around hunger, around safety, you still see huge advantages that those children from those difficult backgrounds and upbringings have when they have the chance to go to 1, 2, 3 great teachers in a row.
Mm-hmm. And then also around how our school system is structured, Karen Walren from Texas asked.
Part of my teaching is that trauma, the English word trauma comes from the Greek word meaning wound. And I think, I hate to always say it's as simple as that, because there's nothing simple about trauma, but we sometimes try to overcomplicate it by talking about clinical PTSD and clinical diagnoses and all these things that happen with the brain. And that knowledge is great and wonderful. But as humanitarians, as people who work with others, it really is about understanding that trauma is any unhealed wound. And if the wound remains unhealed, it can fester and continue to cause problems in our lives. And that's a lot of how I teach about trauma and the various ways that
English mustard, 2 heaped teaspoons, the juice of 2 oranges, 200 mils of apple juice, and then bourbon. 100 mils, the alcohol is going to disappear, so don't worry, it's not an alcoholic barbecue sauce, but it's going to give amazing flavour. And then about 4 tablespoons of balsamic vinegar. We'll season it with a little salt. Get that on a high heat, whisk it up. We're going to bring it to the boil and simmer it for about 5 to 10 minutes until it's a nice sticky, claggy, coat the back of a spoon texture, right? And that's what we want. It's a glaze, okay?
Assistance for non-English speaking citizens, something Barbara Jordan fought so hard to provide. Without the pre-clearance provisions of the Voting Rights Act, no one outside the local community is likely ever to hear about these abuses, let alone have a chance to challenge them and end them. Now, it's not a surprise for you to hear.
Right? Everything I said is very plain English, and I want to keep it that way because it's a really important point for most people to say, hey, I want to know why this happened to me. So the second point is, I don't care about most algorithms, and neither do you. I could make an algorithm about my cooking my dinner for my kids. No one cares, right? So I'm not saying we have to scrutinize every algorithm. That's just too much work.
Right.
I want to scrutinize certain classes of algorithms that
Affect public policy.
that affect people.
In terms of what's constraining the design of the algorithms to be.
I think we should. I have an English degree. It's kind of 4 years of learning to criticize stuff, right? It's important to say, I don't like this and this is why, to kind of just start that discourse, to have a discussion. But what I'm talking about that people are doing is less about the criticism and more about the shaming, right? It's the kid who gets on the forums excited because he's read Aragon and it's like he's discovered something that changed his life, and he goes and he posts, I love the fantasy books, I just read Aragon, can we talk about this? And
Yes. He's also very mindful of the fact that his name, Franklin, in Middle English, Frank means free. He is playing with the name. And he would like all Americans to be free men, free Franklins. And these are the things that are necessary to make you free men, to have self-command. So he's talking about freedom from crushing poverty, freedom from the dominion of vice and debt, freedom from stultifying custom.
Could you prove to me that you understand English?
Yeah, I wouldn't bother. When I was in Oxford, many people doubted that I did. I happened to be in a rather snobbish college called Christ Church. And of course, I don't speak English. I never pretended to. I speak a dialect of American, which makes many English people shudder at the thought.
So you said you understand English.
And at the time I was at this very posh English school, a school called Eton College, that had been founded, I think, in 1440 by Henry VI, I think. And this is a school where people like, Prince William and Prince Harry went, and the current British Prime Minister, David Cameron. So I was supposed to be becoming this posh English gentleman, and instead I would go off to gamble in this turf account at this betting shop in Windsor, the neighbouring town next to Eton College. And I had this illicit account because I was only, I guess, 15, so I had an account under a fake name, which was Mike Smith, not a very creative name. And at first I did pretty well.
First, at a time when English is the language of business, science, and a networked world, it's very important that young people have English language training. And that's why today we're launching English for All. This is a program where we're going to bring more English teachers to your countries, including Laos, and bring more of your educators to America for training. And we're going to offer opportunities and resources to help anybody around the world learn English on a new website called englishforall.state.gov.
Found, if that's correct English, it is orienting us or disclosing to ourselves this fact about ourselves, and thus helping us be what we are, but if you like, without feeling lost. Wittgenstein once said that philosophical problems have the form, I don't know my way about. So dancing in a way gives us a perspicuous representation of where we are. Heidegger once said that philosophical problems are bringing what's concealed.
His charisma and the success of the English translation of Paideia, he worked some of his magic here, too, helping to shape our Plato-to-NATO versions of Western Civ, which also re-aestheticized and idealized a few ancient figures and ideas at the cost of other more Dionysian and diverse subjects. In many ways, classics has had to pay for the deeds of this false Perseus for decades afterwards, and it's only in the last 20 years that the field has embraced quite marvelously its history and its modernist legacies. I don't want us to forget that Jaeger and his followers were not
less exposure. Like these students could have sat in those English classes and those math classes, for year after year after year, and they were still going to be learning at 2/3 of a year per year. It needed the cognitive intervention to shift that. And then we've looked at cognitive measures. Again, this was another study done at the University of Calgary in the Brain Gain Lab, seeing changes on memory, auditory processing, fluid reasoning, as a result of the students working on these cognitive exercises. And to me, what's most exciting is the research studies that we started the last year and a half, 2 years ago.
On a summer's day in the English countryside, different for each and every one of us, but I think that we can sort of study that perfect meal, what makes it great, try and extract some generalizations that we can be used in everyday life to kind of nudge our meal experiences in the right direction to be more stimulating, more engaging, more memorable, and perhaps more healthy as well. I was certainly not the first to think about the perfect meal. It's a topic that goes back at least a century. You find some of the first sort of mentions from 1894 from French chemist Berthelot talking about the perfect meal and what it would be like sometime around about today. And for all of the chemists, for the feminists,
all etymology, you always start with the Oxford English Dictionary. But then it turns out that the other thing the Oxford English Dictionary gives you is it gives you the first citations of the word. And what used to be, so when I was teaching at Boulder 20 years ago, and I wanted to look at that East India Company guy's guide to Asia in 1690, I had to request microfilm from some other university. I had to wait till it arrived, and I had to go downstairs into the library basement and read the microfilm. And now it's on Google, and you can search it. So if you look at the book, and you could just look.
Country, English winemakers planted grapes in Herefordshire. There's a burst of cathedral building across medieval Europe. Norse Vikings, of course, famously settled Iceland and then colonized Greenland. Sailed west even to North America. Inca civilization rose to prominence in the high Andes. Polynesian voyaging in the Pacific brought people to New Zealand. Now, these kinds of dramatic changes, not all due to climatic variations, of course, but what we now are more alert to is the way in which climate
comedy product, which was basically an English version of the Michael Moore show before Michael Moore. And Mark is a stand-up who you might know is a bit of a political activist and can get a bit annoying occasionally with his militant setting. But the idea at the time was good. It was like, let's take on MPs and set them up and do kind of stunts. And I think that was the first one, and I was the researcher on that show, and that's where I started off. And then when I was doing early stuff for Trig Abbey, I took that on, and I was attacking Cool Britannia and putting fake Millennium Domes in Peter Mandelson's garden and standing as a teddy bear and stuff. And it was kind of odd, surreal activism.
A little bit. So just like English has changed over time, and it grows and develops, and some words aren't used anymore and new words come in. Same thing with sign language. And so there are different signs that we use. We still do use modern terms throughout. But there are some signs that are done differently as an homage to that time. It's the way we produce the sign. The 1890s was a more uptight kind of an area. So we try to reflect that in the language and sign in a proper manner.
Coffee anyway, and they wanted to learn English. So by reading my book, they killed two birds with one stone. Literally. Huh. Things that you never expect when you write a book.
On my book, it's basically word of mouth and it's social media. My social media outlets are basically a whole bunch of followers on G+ and Twitter, but they're in a specific niche. They follow me because they think I'm going to talk about Android.
So they're buying your book by mistake?
Or not, as it turns out.
Scribble works in English and Chinese, and it knows what language my keyboard has been set to. So with my finger, I can write out a quick message. Ba Dian, or 8 o'clock. Those are just a few of the features of watchOS 3, but of course there's more. Back to Kevin.
To be great at. I became an English major. I just took every opportunity I could to go to Charlotte and spend time in the open mic community, and just decided this was something I wanted to be a part of my life, and I could have never anticipated that it would become what it's become, but I'm very grateful.
Yeah, no, we are very grateful that you visited, the Nuyorican Cafe and the whole nine, because you are very good at it. You brought me back to the movie Love Jones for a while.
Okay.
So.
No need along though.
All right, so kind of you touched on a little bit, right, about impact and influence at Google. Shout out to Google a little.
English and more allow teachers to America to strengthen their English. And I'm proud to announce that an initiative that's very important to me and to my wife Michelle, an initiative called Let Girls Learn, is coming to Laos and Nepal. We believe that the daughters of Laos have just as much talent and potential as your sons. And none of our countries anywhere in the world can truly succeed.
We speak English, but we speak it the way we received it pretty much. But of course, companies like Google make markets. And there are a lot of market-making companies, and there are a lot of markets in the world. So markets, unlike languages, have proprietors, have interested, active groups of users, and are susceptible to design. We can change markets when they're not working the way we want, and we can invent new ones when we see markets that are missing.
And just to fill in a little for the audience, is this idea that you could design economic mechanisms like markets and like matching and other.
Studies English during the weekdays, hopes to save enough money to enroll in college to study information technology. So when you look at the life that the Saads have built, you look at Muslim Americans in this room who've made incredible contributions in every possible field, it's not hard to imagine that these two sisters are going to do the same. So, Hiba and Rauf, welcome to America. We're proud to have you here. And that's what makes this country special. You work hard, you do the right thing.
Partiality is the old English word for racism or prejudice. How long are you going to be prejudiced? Give fair judgments to the poor and to orphans. Uphold the rights of the oppressed and the defenseless. And he says there, rescue the poor and the helpless and deliver them from heartless, evil people. Because the leaders are foolish and they lack understanding, people are living in dark times. And this is the whole phrase I want you to get. All the foundations of society are shaken to the core.
2 centuries earlier, about 1630, at the time of the first English colonies in the New World. The story depicts an incident in the feud between the Puritans at Salem, under their governor, John Endicott, and a rival settlement called Merrymount, founded by Thomas Morton. These two settlements represent different principles, really different stances toward the world. Hawthorne says that jollity and gloom were contending for an empire and that the future complexion of New England was involved in this important quarrel. So just to give a quick overview of the story opens with the people of Merrymount.
An English teacher with little means and no connections, Jack, built Alibaba from the ground up. He was born in Hangzhou, the Chinese city that was made famous by Nixon's visit in 1972. And he learned English by riding his bike to a hotel, I didn't know this, every day for 9 years and volunteering as a tour guide, practicing with tourists. Then on his first trip to the US 20 years ago in 1995, Jack first saw the internet and realized the potential to connect people within and outside.
Carrying works from across the Atlantic world in French,
English to American and foreign customers in Philadelphia. Here's the first of his 72-page catalog of books and other materials that were for sale. Mulhall was particularly interested in scientific tracts. Here's a publication of a book by Isaac Newton along with another 18th century chemistry text. He sold books in English and French, of course, also Latin, Spanish, Italian, German, Dutch. He sold maps, almanacs.
Tools, the kind used by English majors, historians, bloggers, readers of every stripe, including rogues like commenters, trolls, and knee-jerk tweeters, has been elucidated in the way that, in the stuff that I've studied, Baroque audiovisual projects by composers and sound designers. The hallmarks of internet culture come through in experiments like Netflix and Amazon Originals, arguments and reports serialized on Twitter, podcasts like NPR's Serial, and the new media franchises of reality TV heroines. But companies
came to the United States. He went to Boston English High School. He then applied to Harvard. He was admitted to Harvard College, except that they didn't realize he was black. They didn't have that kind of photography or whatever.
No photo included. Or
that was his mistake, quote unquote, because he showed up. And once they saw him, they said, "Oh my God, what are we going to do with you?" So they admitted him, since they had already admitted him, but they wouldn't allow him to live in the dormitory. They wouldn't allow him to eat in the.
Pretty much the way we use them in English, to be aware and to pay attention. But the remembering is different. It's not about remembering what you had for breakfast, or for that matter, even remembering childhood trauma. It's about remembering to be aware and pay attention at each moment of our day. Now, there's a scholar of the ancient texts named John Donne at Emory University, and he raised the following criticism. He said, you know, if you could imagine a sniper poised on top of a building, getting ready to take out an innocent victim, that sniper would be very aware, very attentive, and every time his mind wandered from the task at hand, he'd be.
These kids are English majors that are interested in the marketing, or history majors, or, you know, and I said, you've got to understand basic coding. You just have to. You're just going to have to force yourself. It's like eating spinach when you're 10, you know, and because you're going to have to understand how to integrate the best software tools you have available to reach your customers directly, consistently, and in an engaging way. And I think that's where we're sort of at that period that it's really hard to bring that together, but it's going to happen. I mean, you know, and the other thing I learned about that, not from schools.
Cheerful words in the whole English language, if you ask me. Which are these three words, cup or cone? You can't get more cheerful than that. Now, since I'm here at Google, and I love Google, I thought I would let Google have the last word on this topic. So I typed in dieting is not, and Google came back with dieting is not working, not a piece of cake, not good, and absolutely, definitely not the answer. So Google knows all. So thank you, Google, and thank you guys for having me. I will answer any kind of crazy question you want to ask.
Supposed to represent Edward I, was a 13th century English king. And the figure to the right, Edward III, was a 14th century English king. And they're both wearing English armors of the 16th century. And one on the left is an armor made in the Royal Workshops in Greenwich in about 1575 for William Somerset. And the armor on the right is actually made for Henry VIII and is dated 1538. I think it is now proudly displayed at Windsor Castle. The person who worked hard to eliminate some of the anachronisms from this and to begin to put the...
He didn't speak English, but he liked Don Luce, and Don said he thought he could trust me. And so he trusted with me a map on how to find these tiger cages. And he said, there are hundreds of people there. Not POWs, Kyle, I'm sorry. These are civilian political prisoners, people who had spoken out against the war. Civilians, rounded up and thrown in these cages, beaten, tortured.
South Vietnamese.
South Vietnamese.
By the South Vietnamese.
By the South Vietnamese government. as I found out later, with our knowledge and support, with our taxpayers' dollars. So he drew me a map.
Wall that was thrown up when the Scots trashed the English in 13 something or other. Edward Longshanks ran away, leaving his army to be slaughtered at this hill fort, and this is a very late redefence. And this is a Bronze Age, about 1000 BC, timber fence as part of the rampart. If I go and look at this from the outside, I see something different. And this is to do with human perception and acuity. So when I look at this section from one side, the stones that come towards me from the other side, they have an increased ocular presence.
English for All program. In closing, I'm mindful that this is the last day of my last trip to this region as president. And when I think back to the time that I spent here as a boy, I can't help but be struck by the extraordinary progress that's been made across so much of the region in the decades since, even as there's still a lot of work to be done. And so it means a great deal to me, not only as president, but also personally, that over the past 8 years, we've increased cooperation between ASEAN countries and the United States. It is unprecedented, the breadth.
We replace the clear-cut forest with the beautiful, lush English garden, and then C. diff can't get a foothold, and is effective in 85 to 90% of the cases. So we got involved in a study at Mass General. This was a study where there were 4 healthy donors that treated about 20 patients, and about 18 of those patients recovered. Okay, and especially one of those donors treated 12 patients. Okay. And this was a study that was carried out by Libby Homan, Ilan Youngster, Jenny Sauk over at Mass General, and Dirk Jeevers and Bruce Byrne.
£1,000 a year, they're still doing it, or at least the English universities are. So that was Marat. Marat's science was very strange. He developed a thing called the solar microscope, which put sunlight through a microscope, and he persuaded himself that he could see, if you had a candle, you could see phlogiston or elemental fire being released by the candle. So he thought that this was in fact, that Lavoisier's dismissal of phlogiston was wrong, and that led him to persecute the poor old Lavoisier, and in the end to kill him. And here he is being murdered in his bath. Okay, so all right, so that's the physiology.
In French, but of course in English it doesn't work, which is Colin. Colin. It's like calling off it high, you know.
So delicious sounding though.
Colin, which is also quite confusing because I think there's a part in the Loire when it suddenly means hake or something, so it changes. Yeah. But anyway, so pollock is very, it's a sustainable fish that we have a lot of. It's not, I don't know, it's, you know, it's not one of those fishes that, you know, you grill lightly and then put a bit of extra virgin olive oil and just the merest bit of salt. No, no, no. And
which is why you made a painting out of it.
So I thought...
with no English and completely illiterate. And she spent a year in our intensive centre and then came into a bridging course in year 10 and then into years 11 and 12. I was scraped into university with so little formal education. And she has just completed, just now, at the end of the semester, she's completed her Bachelor of Social Work. And she is thinking of doing law because she actually wants to help people. More than social work can do her. I think she is remarkable. She told me...
You know, everybody speaks a bit of English now. And Yoel and I both also spoke a bit of Dari, which is the language they speak in Afghanistan, and is basically a dialect of Farsi, which they speak in Iran.
Very limited Georgian.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, that's basically how we navigated that.
I'm Abby Swanson. I'm also a Knight Wallace Fellow. I cover food and agriculture for NBC.
Warm little pond.
It's around about the temperature of a cup of English tea.
Sounds nice. And so they tackled the problem at hand, trying to make RNA. Knowing what chemicals it would take, the question was how to cook them together. People have known the ingredients for some time now, but the recipe has not been really working out.
You actually have to be the person that writes the recipe book.
So that means we have to go back to the kitchen and try to combine our ingredients for pot au choux in a new way. Remember the ingredients: eggs, milk, flour, water, and butter. We combined them before with...
Now, as an English speaker, predominantly, I heard him say yes. If I'm a non-English speaker, I'd have heard him say no. So sometimes even very subtle differences in language can send you down paths. So I think the non-New Zealand trained doctor, the non-Australian trained doctor, first has to get the local language, secondly then has to understand the local concepts and philosophy. So I'm not saying it's impossible for an overseas trained doctor to provide a health service to Indigenous peoples. In fact, quite the opposite. What I'm saying is it's very difficult when in fact the only way you're learning is by trial and error.
So what structures are you putting up?
Well fed, clothed, and lodged. And for those of you who don't speak Old English, let me translate. It means if you work hard, you should make a decent living. If you work hard, you should be able to support a family. Now, we all know the arguments that have been used against a higher minimum wage. Some say it actually hurts low-wage workers. Business will be less likely to hire them. There's no solid evidence that a higher minimum wage...
They possessed pitch and tone understanding similar to trained musicians, as opposed to English speakers with no tone base. We don't understand it as easily. So, languages are good for your brain. I think we can all agree. Do you know any other languages? How many do you know? Tell us down in the comments. Make sure you subscribe for more Test 2 Plus. Come back tomorrow, and we're going to talk a little bit about how language evolves and also how they sometimes die. If you want to see that, make sure you subscribe. Also, check out yesterday's episode if you didn't already. This was episode 2 of 5 on language, so hopefully you'll come back tomorrow, and we'll see you then.
To read and enjoy him in English.
While the East, under Byzantine emperors and Baghdad caliphs, developed Greek-Roman culture, the West labored under the obscurantism of the Roman Church. We shall begin to see why in the next episode.
Of whom probably don't speak English.
Even without the language skills, that language barrier isn't as restrictive as one might think in terms of two different people, one person from Syria, maybe one person from Texas, finding commonality. So that's something that I think also the media, whether intentionally or not, tends to overlook.
Right, I think that, of course, the perpetual clickbait is driven by conflict and bigotry more so than problem solving and healing.
And also...
So William Blake said of the greatest religious poem, I think in the English language, Paradise Lost, said of John Milton roughly this. He said, the reason Milton wrote in fetters in speaking of God and heaven and at liberty when speaking of the devil and hell is that he was a true poet and of the devil's party without knowing it. Now that's a wow sentence. It's about Blake's, I don't think this was Blake's considered view, but Blake's flirtation, let's say, with the view that Satan runs away.
Century English political philosopher gave the first clear systematic expression to the utilitarian moral theory. And Bentham's idea, his essential idea, is a very simple one, with a lot of morally intuitive appeal. Bentham's idea is the following: the right thing to do, the just
Now in English we use the word live, not just to mean our bodies working, but to represent experiences like this. It implies that hiding away in a bunker, avoiding risk, is somehow being less alive. But if you really had literal immortality, if you thought you'd survive into eternity, would you live like this? Take those actually quite scary 1 in 2,500 odds every year, knowing that at some point your number will come up? Or do you hide yourself away, never leave a safe bunker, knowing...
The English sculptor Andrew Edwards designed the statue depicting Douglas holding a book, his autobiography, that was published while he was in Ireland.
The statue was conceived in Ireland, sculpted in England, cast in Wales, and is now at home in Maryland.
Erecting this statue and creating this plaza is really important for several reasons. It reminds us of our sordid racial history, of slavery, of segregation, of Jim Crow, and it's really important
as to have the entire English or the entire Spanish or whatever language I speak dictionary built into it, constantly updated. It's probably easier just to send those commands up to some server, Google or Apple or Samsung or the like, and indeed that's what's typically happening. So mind what you say in front of your TVs starting tonight, perhaps. All right, so that leads us then to encryption with a more technical look. And we won't go too deep a dive into this, but this article we looked at did mention something called AES, Advanced Encryption Standard is what it stands for. And it made mention of something juicy, a 256-bit AES key.
Your parents and your siblings and your friends, and produce as output the ability to speak English or Japanese or Swahili or any other language. So what goes into that black box? And I start off more as a theoretician, namely, what could the child be born with that would allow him to do that learning? And then that led to a number of questions in more concrete areas of grammar. How does the child learn endings on verbs and nouns, meaning of words, how to flip the subject and auxiliary to pose a question, and so it was really theoretical.
Well, that's the end of today's 6 Minute English. Join us again soon. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
6 Minute English from the BBC.
Sometimes gets in the way of learning English. I think in some sense the progressive teaching of diversity in 2016 lacks that connection to the American dream that, like you said, you learn English. How do you see gentrification today in the Bronx? Do you see an inclusiveness that is still together a unified Bronx story? And let's get back to those Bronx values. You said they're gonna tell you straight, and I know people who.
So let's say, for argument's sake, that you're this talented English writer and you write the story about a young English boy who goes off to become a wizard at Hogwarts. Hopefully that sounds familiar. When J.K. Rowling decided to write something like Harry Potter, for instance, she decided to initially purpose her narrative in the print medium. But by doing that, she limited her narrative to the reading audience, which is really only one small section of a much larger audience. So J.K. Rowling is actually a really great illustration of what's.
And it's like teaching social studies where English used to be taught. Bring in a different book, move the chairs, right? So these are just tools, and the more you know about them, the more you can do. And that's it. That's really all that's in that template.
What I do is I direct a team of 12 people
who work on our master courses. So we have almost 500 online courses, and we use a master model approach, which means that the instructional designer works with a faculty member and works on the design of that particular course, and then that course.
I'm going to the French toast method, and this is really going to help you to learn English every day. Okay, that's it from me today. Goodbye.
Until it was finally made part of English law. Magna Carta has lived on for 800 years and is echoed in the United States Declaration of Independence and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Perhaps Magna Carta's most important legacy is that everyone, including our leaders, must obey the law. What started out as a document of specific complaints from a group of barons has turned into an international symbol of liberty, without which we might not have the rights we value.
Different, if that's the right English. You know, we plant it, we tend it, we grow it, we harvest it, we process it. And so I just want you to keep that in mind as, you know, I do work through the messages that I do have about the industry that I work in. So moving on to the topic of innovation. So it is a word that we hear a lot. You know, there's reports and departments and conference sessions that all focus on the potential of innovation and that we
to help us build English club, English language centers for young people to be able to be more efficient and seize this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Hey, I think you make an excellent point. Obviously, we have people who are here from Francophone countries or from Portuguese-speaking countries, but what we also want to make sure of is that everybody can participate. And
in a class of 700, the only blemish being the 1 B he earned in English in the 11th grade. So it was, he has been admitted to the University of Michigan School of Engineering, Case Western Reserve University, a prestigious private school in Cleveland, Ohio, and the University of Akron, a public state school also in Ohio. Like many things in life, however, there are trade-offs to consider. First of all, even though the sticker price for the private school was the highest, with the merit scholarships that were offered, the price tag for 4 years would be.
It's an interesting choice for Winterberg to take on this kind of classic of English literature.
It is. I think he said that this is his chance to do a big adaptation where he's working as part of a team with the producers rather than doing a Feston-style thing of his own imagining. And you can see that, but there are touches in there that are classic, almost dogma-esque things. There's a bit where she gets groped over her clothing just before they kiss, which feels quite raw for the setting, and it works as well. And it's this idea that her sexuality is being unlocked by this, by the other characters. And also Kerry Mulligan is great casting this, not just because she's a great actor, but because...
What do you teach?
I teach English at Andrews University over in Michigan.
I thought you were a student. I'm getting old, I'm telling you. All the teachers look like students now. Well, first of all, let me just say that I have been emphasizing STEM education, that's science, technology, engineering, and math. Not because I think the humanities are unimportant, but because we generally have not been producing as many engineers and as many scientists.
A woman by the name of Ada Lovelace, a
an English mathematician. So Hopper, Grace Hopper, was really the inspiration of my character Hopper.
What was your first book?
Which was my first book? The very first book that I did when I was a kid was a superhero book. That's what I did with Jeremy, who I showed you earlier. The first book that I did as an adult was called Gordon Yamamoto and the King of the Geeks. And it was about a young man who gets a spaceship stuck in his nose.
Use English as a first language. And so I said, you know, if Federal Express can figure out how to track a package from the minute it leaves my doorstep till the minute it arrives at the doorstep I want it to go to and every step in between, we should be able to do something better with the visa program. Now, of course, then this led the wonderful folks in the media to say, Christie wants to track immigrants like packages. You know, I went on CNN and they said, are you talking about putting barcodes and chips in people when they come in the border? You know, really, and then the media complains about the level of intelligence in the debate. You know, it's really fascinating for me as a candidate. But
a path that includes passing a background check, paying taxes and a meaningful penalty, learning English, and going to the back of the line behind the folks trying to come here legally. And real reform means fixing the legal immigration system to cut waiting periods and attract the highly skilled entrepreneurs and engineers that will help create jobs and grow our economy.
Certain English political freedom, certain ideas of elegance, that he came here. He traveled very little in his life, really only twice outside of France. 1825, he comes to London. 1832, as we'll see, he travels to Morocco. He may be the first great French artist never to go to Italy. But he comes here in 1825, tries to see Turner, is not able to do so. Turner is traveling, but does meet Sir Thomas Lawrence. Visits Lawrence in his...
Learn English and get to the back of the line, but you know, ultimately join fully our American community. When you've got a law that makes sense, you shouldn't be looking for an excuse not to do it. And I'm going to keep on pushing to make sure it gets done. Am I going to have to do some work to rebuild confidence around some of our initiatives? Yeah. But part of this job is the things that go right, you guys aren't going to write about. The things that go wrong get prominent attention. That's how it's always been. That's not...
Educated, perhaps from who don't have English as a first language. You know, we've looked at this in the Millennium Cohort. So what you're doing by imposing consent actually is disenfranchising selectively certain groups of the population whose information and data then can't be used to inform policy. So I think those issues about transparency and partnership are key. But I do think we need to think about systems and not just individuals, and in particular to think about a different approach to assent and consent that can take into account some of the really big challenges.
Wattle, the Aztec language, or French, or Calo, English, all those things coming together to create this Spanish that we use in northern New Mexico and southern Colorado.
So we have this combination of a language that has 4 or 5 different elements that have been added to it.
I think that preservation of the language is key to preserving culture. The last of culture to disappear is the cuisine.
We tend to share some of the same attributes that northern New Mexico.
You are learning English in the United States, at least. You are, if you're lucky, you're in a bilingual environment. But for deaf children, their parents don't share the same language as they do. So oftentimes, hearing parents who don't have access to ASL or to deaf culture don't realize that a deaf child's natural language is sign language.
And in fact,
deaf children who are born to deaf parents do much better academically, socially, emotionally than the 90 to 95% you just mentioned.
In some schools, this began in the English classroom, in others, in the theater classroom, and still others with an interested teacher or club advisor. This led to an in-school poetry out loud contest that was held just before the winter holidays. 4,124 students and 130 teachers have participated in Mississippi's Poetry Out Loud this year. In February, the school champions represented their schools at one of 3 regional contests held across the state, and from those 3 regional contests, the top 3 scoring contestants will be reciting here.
Great poet, English Orientalist. I'm not sure if he ever came to the Gulf, but he certainly was a great admirer of romantic cultures. Byron made a very famous speech in 1812 in the House of Lords in England, in London, where he defended the Luddites. If you remember, at the beginning of the 19th century, we were on the verge of an equivalent radical disruption of our world. But rather than AI, rather than robots, that disruption was machinery. Machinery was radically changing the nature of labor, what it meant.
Just as we look back on the previous generation of English and American citizens who worked so hard to make this world safer and more secure and more prosperous, and they'll say that we did our part. And that's important. That's important not just here. That's important in the United States as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Right, we've got some questions. We're going to start with a question from the British press. We'll have Chris Shipp from ITV.
The previous generation of English and American citizens who worked so hard to make this world safer and more secure and more prosperous, and they'll say that we did our part. And that's important. That's important not just here. That's important in the United States as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Right, we've got some questions. We're going to start with a question from the British press. We'll have Chris Shipp from ITV.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister.
As an identity. Greek and Latin have no nouns corresponding to the English a homosexual or a heterosexual to refer to an identity. For such words were 19th century creations for the new science of psychiatry that simply wanted a neutral, objective classificatory term. And such an identity is particularly contrary to the Bible's teaching. The Bible never makes disordered human desires markers of human identity, let alone Christian identity. Many, if not most, Christians are tempted to greed. And yes, some
what's happened to his nephew. My mother's mother was a Croatian. She couldn't speak English. I never met my grandfather on my father's side. I'm at the Council of Foreign Relations today. No, I mean, this is not no suck up. This is like a big deal. I'm at the Council of Foreign Relations. I can't even believe it. I'm with the guy that used to be the head of The Economist. I mean, this is really amazing.
Sure, that's what your grandmother dreamed of.
So, she would have been
high school English class and read, "I think that I shall never see a poem as lovely as a tree." Well, that could be my husband saying, as he just loves trees and shrubs. I'm Mary Holm, and today we are visiting with Todd West of North Dakota State University, who not only loves trees and shrubs, but likes the challenge of developing new varieties for this region, too. Welcome to Prairie Yard and Garden.
Thank you, Mary. It's a pleasure to be here.
Todd, tell us about your background and what you do now.
So my background's in horticulture, and I've been
and in social media, in English and in Spanish. Today we face a virus that appears to be linked to devastating birth defects, miscarriages, and complications of pregnancy. For most birth defects, prevention is impossible because we don't know what the causes are. This is not the case with this virus. We know exactly how to prevent the birth defects caused by Zika. We must protect pregnant women from being bitten by mosquitoes that carry the virus.
Writing voice is very influenced by the way English is spoken today, okay, you know, by people and often men, okay, on radio, okay. So you get this like high impact kind of a sound.
You once wrote, and I quote, "My substitute for LSD was Indian food." And by that, you meant lamb vindaloo.
Yes, yes. I've been in a rut on lamb vindaloo. It's a horrible rut.
It's a
40-year rut. No, every time I go to an Indian restaurant, I said, now I'm going to try something new. But no, I must go back to the lamb vindaloo. All I know is it's like an ecstasy for me, the lamb vindaloo.
You know, not only the English language.
Right.
And then I also want to make sure we also talk about, you know, where you are today when it comes to continuing the tradition of your art collection. So, where did you actually take your first job after you graduated?
Well, I had a very interesting experience because in law school, I tended to be scholarly, so I wrote for the Law Review, and so I applied to be a clerk to one of the justices on the North Carolina Supreme Court.
Oh, wow.
And so
So we've inputted into geography, history, English, maths, in terms of not just the respectful relationships piece, because that's what it's about, respect at the heart of every interaction, whether it be online or in face-to-face, but it's also about changing the stereotypes around men and women. So, you know, men in caring roles, women in technical roles, those types of things. And there's some really great work being done through our community education group around that. So I live in hope for that. That's going to be a bit late for my daughter and son. But I think, you know, unless we start, a lot of the things that we see play out because we have
we're going to be able to understand each other. I mean, it figures he's going to speak English, but this is a pretty nuanced set of concepts here. You know, Swami, is capitalism good for my soul? Right? And I saw him coming across this courtyard. It's like this big. It's this room. It was a hot day in May, and he's coming toward me, and I'm thinking, he's got, you know, shaved head and a flowing orange robe. He's looking really mellow. And I'm thinking, you know, how's this conversation going to go? And he gets about this far away, 3 yards away from me, and he stops and he says, "How you doing?" And I said, "Where are you from?" And he says, "Texas."
First language is sign language. English is a second language. And especially I've found in usability testing with older participants, the education system wasn't that great going back 20, 30 years. So a lot of people really struggle with reading, and the effects I see in usability testing is like a sort of main menu where you don't understand any of the options. So it's one of the more difficult ones to deal with, and in general, a good UX process should help with this. But one thing you can take away from this, hopefully, is it's not just about code and text. It's
one day, an English actor named Albert Finney was in New York for the first time, and he saw my father doing that, and so he says, "What's that guy doing?" And he said, "He's table hopping," and they became good friends. And there are 2 pictures of my father in Sardis, 2 photographs, ironically near the bar, and he didn't drink.
But I will end with the story of Michael Riedel, that I was sitting with our late beloved friend Jacques Lesourd at the back table of Joe Allen.
Classic guy.
Great guy. Yes, and we said Michael Riedel has walked in the door. 40 minutes later, he had not made it back to our table yet.
Wow.
Because Michael Riedel was...
I was following your father, going up and down the tables.
You perform a valuable service. There's nobody else who...
And again, you know, he talks in very plain English. He swears, he farts, he does all kinds of inappropriate things.
And he's fantastic.
And he's fantastic. And men love him. But you know what? There's a very serious message.
We all live with a bit of each of them, probably.
Yeah. There's a very serious message underneath, and very, very practical ways to engage men and then point them towards the supports that are available.
Well, I will pick up the manly voice part of all that and throw to the next web question if I can.
Are there workplace programs I can sign staff up to so they can get some training and guidance about how to deal with mental illness in the
As my friend Daniel Hannan compellingly argues in his book, Inventing Freedom, How the English-Speaking Peoples Made the Modern World, it is these institutions which separate the West from the rest. Australia is a free and prosperous nation because we have long respected these institutions. But there is nothing inevitable about this. If we want to maintain our unique way of life, we must pass these values on to the next generation. As much as possible, the education system should facilitate this. Sadly,
person that can speak both English and French, if you can do that, please.
Sure. First of all, in response to the question on the Trans-Pacific Partnership, this is our desire to be part of that negotiation is part of Canada's ambitious trade agenda. As you know, we are currently in negotiations with over 50 countries around the world, including the European Union and Japan and India. So this was obviously a logical extension of our desire, the desire of our government to dramatically broaden our free trade relationships around the world.
Kubrick then hired an English actor named Nigel Davenport who actually came to the set, but he later thought that Davenport's accent was a little too thick, so he decided to leave it to be chosen during the post-production process, where the role eventually went to Douglas Rain.
So he gave the task to his assistant director, Derek Cracknell, who sounded like this. This is what I heard. Dave, better take a stress pill, Dave, all like that. You know, it sounded a bit like, Michael Caine.
And Keir Dullea didn't actually hear Hal's real voice until he saw the premiere.
I thought the computer, when Stanley would finish the film, would be like...
in English, so you just didn't talk at all. So there was this silent sign language, those types of things. But we learned loyalty, we learned how to get around the system. When I was in high school, I don't think I read any books, but I graduated with all A's because I was good with the English language and the teachers liked that. So I hustled my way through high school. But those are the types of things you learn to do, how to survive.
I am speaking English. There are no translation devices, so if you're finding it hard, please just concentrate. To any Aussies in the audience, and I found one, a big g'day. And there's obviously an Aussie back there somewhere as well. And to translate that, it genuinely is a good day, one that can be followed by a better tomorrow. And today I want to talk to you about that brighter future, about hope. Hope in my region of the world, hope in the education.
Associated with edited academic English enables students to produce edited academic English. And this was probably part of my argument. I probably said, Mark, teaching students prescriptive grammar doesn't help them write edited academic English. Yet, in this post, in jest, and yet as a particular kind of ideologically invested gesture, arguably as a kind of dog whistle, though I know he would be appalled that I have thought of it in this way, my friend calls me the grammar anarchist.
War speaks perfect English, French, Italian, all the Renaissance, all the Romance languages. A thoroughly well-versed Renaissance man knows all his opposite numbers. He's bumped into them in the interwar years. And not only that, he's a lay member of the Benedictine order whose monastery he is about to defend in the 4 battles of Monte Cassino. And therefore, I suggest his inner self is full of tensions. He's working for a dictatorship he detests. Ethically, he's a
French, on the other side was English. And if you read those pages, Carol remembers, if you read those pages, you would think they were totally different stories. And they were. The same experiment was tried among Israelis and Palestinians. And the only thing I can tell you is it was worse. There is no settled history.
Paul, your last words? Do you think that we know, is the story of Yugoslavia, the siege of Sarajevo, is that history, do we know what that story?
The Scandinavian settlements resulted in a thorough enrichment of English society.
The Vikings who settled Britain had to fit in alongside other people, but the Scandinavians who sailed to Iceland found an uninhabited land. Here, the Vikings had to build a new nation from scratch, and what they created was unique for the Dark Ages.
Director of the English National Ballet since 2012. Tamara's danced the Scottish Ballet and then the Royal Ballet as principal. She's also on the board of Arts Council East, Dance UK, and is a patron of the Ipswich-based Dance East Academy. Skinder Hundal, who is Chief Executive of the New Art Exchange in Nottingham, a contemporary visual arts space that celebrates the region's cultural richness and diversity. It's the largest gallery in the UK dedicated to a culturally diverse contemporary visual arts scene. There are exhibitions, creative activities for families, young people, film screenings, symposiums, lectures, festivals, live performance, music, dance.
Learning English, then English speakers are learning Chinese. Last I heard, there are 24 universities in China right now teaching all in English. English is taking over. And in addition to that, it's been predicted that at the end of the century, almost all of the languages that exist now, there are about 6,000, will no longer be spoken. There will only be some hundreds left. And on top of that, it's at the point where instant translation of live speech is not only possible, but it gets better every year.
They learn from the English experience of liberty. They learn from ancient Greece and Rome and the republics and democracies that had flourished there. We live in an ahistorical age. We live in an age in which certainly lots of histories are published. Great blockbuster biographies of presidents, 800 pages long. Even have a history channel on television.
Typical English guy, I'm sorry. We musicians, we always get asked to play. They say, will you come and do a talk? And I say, yes, I'd love to, thank you. And they say, oh, and of course we'll bring a piano so you can play too. I often think, well, what if Gordon Ramsay was coming here to talk about something? They wouldn't bring an oven on stage and say, cook us a fucking cake or something, would they? They just... but that's fine. I love playing. It's sad, but it's true. But this thing, it's kind of my best friend.
Oh, English is so fun, and everyone's so happy. But then the person writing the check is saying, oh, well, happy doesn't pay bills. So, right? So ROI, return on investment. You have to be prepared when you go into a workplace to have this conversation, the strategic development of the company. So you're thinking about, okay, here are my employees right now. Here's a skill set that's missing. Okay, so what's the direction of this company? Where are we going? So the strategic piece of it. And the succession planning. You know,
and in the English system, you don't have to leave your kids anything. There's no forced heirship other than by contract, namely the marriage contract, dower and curtsy. So there's a different understanding about family between, you know, the British and the British. You're either black or you're white. You know, and the Europeans, I mean, the continental people have, you know, they have gradations, and it may actually matter that you are, you know, part white or whatever. The French saw the mixed class as sort of a buffer.
He said, beware of dictators that speak very good English. Okay, but anyway, so we walk up and the Karzai is so worried about me and he says, I said, don't worry, sir, you should see the other guy. But the reason I bring that up is that it's just a small thing, but we had White House reporters and photographers on the flight with us, but no one took a picture of me with my black eye. And I found out later why, is that they said, the 3 photographers, they said, oh, we thought we shouldn't do that to you because you've been so good to us. Now, when we landed back in Washington, nobody else had been in that pack, so you can see it. There are
articles from Italian to English, written my own articles, proofread the paper, edited other people's articles, so on and so forth. It's every day brings something new, and it's very, very fascinating.
All of whom are engaged with, on a daily basis, the process of European integration. They're having to deal with the implications of European Union law.
Only through the EUPS program do you have an internship opportunity like that, where I can put on my resume that I have a security clearance from the US government already. That opens doors, if I wanted to, for defense contracting, security contracting companies all over the country.
But if your dog played baseball and it didn't speak, English, and you punish it, you'd be thinking, well, I shouldn't play baseball again. Okay. So humans, unfortunately, in some ways, are a little more complex. That can, we can work those things out. So once again, let me just emphasize: don't use examples of people not doing something, because strictly speaking, they were doing something else during that time. Okay. So, only examples of punishment: is it positive or negative? I run into a pole while texting. It's positive, right?
So he got a degree in English, not because he knew anything about English. In fact, as I recall, the only book he had read, perhaps until he graduated, was either the Babe Ruth story or Black Beauty. Okay? But what he could do is he could write this wonderful stream of consciousness poetry. And that was in vogue, and the professors at Cal State San Francisco liked that, so he graduated. And then he later got a degree or a credential.
We were attempting to program a automatic translation from Russian to English on the ACE computer at the National, which was, if you remember, a very primitive computer. So I took up an interest in the subject and I studied it in Russia, more or less neglecting my statistical studies, which I should have perhaps paid attention to, but were a bit beyond me.
She was an English teacher, loved grammar, was her thing, was a great writer herself. So I think the sort of extra preparation, the idea that she was preparing me for something was very, very big in my life. And so she was a great influence. My father was too, however, because he was the one, I think was probably even more political than she. So he was the one who sort of fostered the kind of debate and discussion quite a lot in our household.
Were history books especially important in your reading lists, or?
Yes, I loved,
political science and English major, and I've probably learned more from reading novels than textbooks. But what it does do is it helps everyone as citizens, even if you don't become a doctor or a scientist or a physicist. It helps you evaluate information in a way that allows you to make good decisions in your own life, but also allows you to participate in the country as a whole.
All English speakers recognize a unique solution: cheese. How about sky bulb high? The answer is light. Now, not all sets of 3 words share a connection, of course, but what's amazing is experiments have shown people can determine whether they do or not in only a few seconds, long before they figure out what the actual association is. This is due to the sensation of cognitive ease. Somewhere deep in the brain, these associations cause a flicker of recognition, which feels pleasant. It's the same reason why people say to go with your gut on multiple choice.
You can't really take your allusions in English literature unless you know biblical references. So you've got to teach children about religion, but to indoctrinate a child in a particular religion and tell a child, I mean, a 6-year-old child, tell a 6-year-old child, you belong to this religion, and therefore you believe in this, this, and this, and not that, that, and that. That's child abuse. Tying a label around a child's neck as belonging to the same religion as its parents is child abuse, yet we all do it. We all, quite happily, we would never...
As we all saw this morning, Matteo's English is much better than my Italian. Michelle and I are looking forward to hosting Matteo and Agnese at tonight's state dinner. But as I believe our Italian friends say, prima il dovere, poi il piacere, which means first duty, then pleasure. Tonight's dinner will be a pleasure. Today we're focused on our duties, our work to advance the security and the prosperity of... Girl or boy in your English class? I don't remember that. We did not have texts. We had to send little notes. And then we used to actually have to go up to somebody if we liked them and talk to them. So that may happen to you someday. Seniors are looking at colleges, taking tests, filling out all the forms. And Malia just went through this, so I know how tough this is for you and for the parents. But as I'm winding down my presidency,
documentation, all of the instructions for our operators are...
Guys who made the coffee, and I remember this one guy who spoke no English, and I would go up to pick up the order to bring to customers, and I would say, Hilario, is this decaf that I ordered? And he would look in my eyes for the answer. Do you want it to? Yes. No, it is, like, what do you want? Yes, no. And that's what I spent my life doing. Like, what will be the thing I can say to make this moment right now as smooth as possible, right? Which leads to just an escalation and snowballing of terrible consequences, right? It makes that moment smooth, and then it makes...
Stepped into the circle and said in English, I can't believe you came all this way to help us. I just can't believe you came. And at that moment, I realized that writing checks isn't enough. You have to go. Somebody has to go. Somebody has to do the work. Somebody has to connect. This past March, I was sitting on the floor, well, on cushions on the floor, of a Habitat family in Jordan. This is part of...
Once home to Hogarth, Dean Street Townhouse is a love letter to the decadence of the famous English painter. The very hip address is still pulling in the creative crowds, and its all-day dining room is surrounded by more contemporary works. The hotel offers great value for such high-end luxury. Alternatively, there can be few places to stay quite as unique as Living Architecture's city dwelling. The boat, perched on top of the Queen Elizabeth Hall, was created to offer guests a place of refuge. Living Architecture have other...
It subsidized the translation into English of Hans Wehr's Dictionary of Modern Arabic, which many of us know and love. It finalized the Library of Congress transliteration of Arabic. It funded the first handbook of anthropological research in the Middle East, and it helped launch CASA, right, the Center for Arabic Study Abroad, based in Cairo. Last but not least, it was this committee which oversaw the founding of MESA in 1966. And it's no coincidence that the Princeton sociologist Mauro Berger chair of this committee ends up as MESA's first president. So in many ways, it played a critical role.
Great English Shakespeare.
Not that I know.
Not that you know, okay. Before we get to Avenue of Mysteries, I am interested in your childhood because you grew up around the theater, I believe, an amateur theater that your mother was involved with.
I did grow up around a small town playhouse in New Hampshire, which had the added advantage of the fact that the actors repeatedly were townspeople whom everyone knew, and we knew them, of course, in their so-called real lives.
And translate that back to standard English for the rest of us, really without losing the subtlety and the nuance in this subject matter. So we are grateful to have him here to speak tonight. So without further ado, please help me in having a big Grand Rapids welcome for Ethan Waters.
Thank you so much for coming out. I've talked around the world about this book. This book's been translated in over 10 other languages. I've gone to Australia and Germany and around the world speaking about it. I've never spoken
terms, English into French into the Berber. And so this is what one of the synthesizers looks like. And what's unique with these synthesizers is that they have the Arabic quarter tones built in. So there's a handful of different maqam, that's the sort of Arabic equivalent of the scale, in it. But the idea is, you can't play a Rihanna song, you can't play a U2 song, but when you open it up, you're good to go with a lot of the material that Nettle was working with. And let's see, there's 4 synthesizers. There's one clapping drum machine, there's one drone machine.
Dark blue. But in English, there's only one color. So if I show you something that's blue, you'll sort it more quickly. So the more binary something is, the faster our brain can make these decisions. The more shades of gray there are, the slower those cognitive processes are. Now, part of what starts to happen is you assume in this binary world that the other doesn't exist. So if I assume that you're very communal, you're a very good team player, I might wonder, are you also willing to drive a decision home? And if you're more agentic, you're more driven, I might wonder, are you also able to be a great team player?
Works. Marina has earned a BA in English from Stanford University. Thank you for coming to Google today.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm here to tell you that we're all middlemen. I'm a middleman, you guys are middlemen. And what I will say is why I say that, and also I'll give you ways to think about how you can be a better middleman. So if we think back to the day when the internet was still in its early years and people were all trying to figure out what's this going to mean for all of us, a lot of people
introduced to these fruits, the English-speaking world called this color not orange, but yellow-red. The first recorded use of the word orange to refer to the color instead of the fruit wasn't until 1512. So the color was named after the fruit, which was named after the tree that it came from. But what's a fruit? Well, botanically, a fruit is a part of a flowering plant that disseminates seeds, like an apple or an orange or a lemon or a grape. In cooking, because they're not sweet, we tend to call things like wheatgrass.
Those Chinese characters are denser in meaning than the English letters, and so both languages have basically an identical reading rate of 380 words equivalent per minute. This suggests that what limits the speed of our communication is not language, but our cognitive ability to process information. But how can you really quantify information? Well, the smallest amount of information you can have is the answer to a yes-no question. Like, have you seen the movie Frozen? Yes. Yes or no, heads or tails, we can represent this single outcome with a 1 or a 0. One binary digit, it's 1 bit.
Problem space when they're working in English.
that it's a much larger problem space. It involves much more experiences built up incrementally over time, in which we're not just learning new labels, in which we're not just learning sort of sets of language tools, but we're also learning the deep concepts underneath those. The other piece, and one thing I'm very excited about the practice guide, is that it does extend into middle school, which is an area in which I don't think we always knew as much. And as we think about that trajectory, as we think about students over time, we have to recognize, of course, that
sensibility, then we could drain the English Channel. And because of this sensibility, we come to the European Union with a frame of mind that is more practical than emotional. For us, the European Union is the means to an end. Prosperity, stability, the anchor of freedom and democracy both within Europe and beyond her shores, not an end in itself. We insistently ask, how? Why? To what end? But this doesn't make us somehow un-European. The fact is that ours is not just an island story.
In English words, Scrabble provides more of those letters, and people guess them more often when playing Hangman. Next time you play Hangman, you can take advantage of this. People will guess more letters incorrectly if you choose a short word that has few different letters. John McLoone ran 15 million computer simulations of Hangman, and he found that the most difficult word for people to guess is jazz. Fantonyms aren't ghostly, undead words. They're words that appear to mean one thing but actually mean something completely different. Innervate sounds like it means to fill with energy.
Until the late 14th century, for English to begin to re-emerge as a literary medium in the works of John Wycliffe and Geoffrey Chaucer. The Bible was only used in churches again in English from the 1530s. By the 1590s, the time of William Shakespeare, Latin was more or less confined to the law, and as the legal language was only brought to an end by statute in 1726, although there was a brief period of legal English during the Cromwellian Republic of the 1650s. No doubt lawyers preferred to retain Latin, since
Prince Rupert, British Columbia, or English television in Chicoutimi, Quebec, but that's not the point. If you've got two official languages, a certain extravagance to make that a real fact by making both languages accessible, not compelling everyone to learn both of them, certainly, is justifiable and was necessary. And look, the transfer payments were very irritating at times, and they were often abused. They were very extravagant, and they got mixed up in outright political, vote buying. But the fact is, it was necessary.
The Oxford English Dictionary has a name for this punctuation mark, and that name is the dog's bollocks. In other words, dog balls. Although other emoticons were definitely used earlier, as far as official dictionary entries are concerned, the very first emoticon with an official name was an emoticon for a willy. This also means that America's Declaration of Independence is, punctuation-wise, covered in dog wieners. 9 of them, to be exact.
And by the late 1940s, after the Second World War, he was probably the most successful, the most famous living English painter. And he continued as a major figure in British art, really until his death at the end of the 1970s. The collection of Sutherland's sketchbooks is one of the important collections of artists' kind of working materials, if you like, in the archive. But also it's particularly interesting because Sutherland has such a strong connection to South Wales, particularly to the sort of coastal inlets of Pembrokeshire, where his imagery originates. What's exciting for me about this?
Trying to speak English as a second language, which means that by using human psychology, the team might have sort of bent the rules. See, tell a panel of human judges that they're dealing with a teenager who speaks English as a second language, and they'll overlook a whole host of mistranslations, grammatical errors, and slightly iffy syntax. Instead of thinking, this looks an awful lot like a computer trying to be human, they'll think, oh, bless him, little Eugene's trying so hard with his English. But whilst it might have been underhand, it isn't really cheating, because a huge part of conversing with humans.
There were various senior English scientists, engineers, and politicians that come to mind that were also fascinating to work with and meet. I was invited to spend a year working in England before in the early 1950s. In fact, my oldest daughter was born while I was working in a laboratory in Great Britain.
Wow. So we mentioned several things in the opening of the show. One was also you had some involvement.
Which actually relates to our English word geometry. It has the same Greek origin. Many people have seen the book of Revelation as directed against the Roman Empire. So when it comes to calculating the number of the beast, this evil figure within the book, many have then presumed that this figure must be something to do with the empire, and in particular its particularly evil leader Nero. So the way that this is calculated from the number 666 is to take the letters of Nero Caesar. But a slight complication is that the letters are actually written in Hebrew and not Greek. The reason for that is it's often in Jewish thought, in Hebrew thought.
Americans spell it honor. The second guy is Samuel Johnson, whose English dictionary is the reason people across the Atlantic, where I usually am, spell it honor. Johnson differentiated two types of honor that are relevant to the question in this video's title. The first is what he calls nobility of soul, magnanimity, and the scorn of meanness. This is honor derived not from achievement at something competitive, but rather from perceived virtuous conduct and personal integrity. But what counts as a virtue?
Than that, but I tend to stick with things that are written in English. Predominantly, my main interest is in the 17th century, and this is because I think it's the most exciting and most vibrant century you could possibly study for English history. As many of you will probably know, it's the era of the English Civil Wars, it's the era of the Protectorate, the regicide of Charles I, restoration of Charles II. It's the era of the Glorious Revolution in 1684, when James II is ousted and the Protestant William of Orange and his wife Mary are given the throne. But it's also really interesting outside of politics. I'm not a big fan of political history.
Penalty. Learning English and going to the back of the line behind the folks trying to come here legally. And real reform means fixing the legal immigration system to cut waiting periods and attract the highly skilled entrepreneurs and engineers that will help create jobs and grow our economy. In other words,
even when they were homeschooling, they were mentored by English teachers, so English
so they were
teachers.
Exposed to all of that.
Yes, and I think, and I'll bring this now already, the music has something to do with that.
Yes.
And I asked that because you play piano.
Yes, I do, a bit.
You say a bit.
Yeah, I enjoy it quite a bit. So it's one of my relaxation hobbies. You know, I play, I play every day and just play a little bit. And yeah, but music is a big influence. And
my mom was an English teacher at the high school, so she was a chaperone for the prom. And the next morning at breakfast, I asked her, I said, hey Mom, did you see me, did you see me dancing at the prom? I was really dancing, I was really going for it, like I can really move, right? And my mom looks at me and she says, Jay, I'm pretty sure that dancing just isn't your thing. And so
background check where they are learning English.
That's the nature of the president's actions. And that's what we're trying to achieve. And there are significant public safety, national security, and economic benefits associated with this action. We have always said that we need to do more to secure the border. That's why the legislation that was defeated or blocked by House Republicans included an historic investment in border security. It's also why we have said that
some English partners and became very prosperous through that. Now, his first wife died young, left him a son named Lawrence, and Augustine had to find a woman for his second wife. And he settled upon, and of course she settled upon him, Mary Ball, to become Mary Ball Washington. And she is one of the most underappreciated women in American history for a lot of different reasons. And
in English, so it's used for several reasons now, but at the beginning, for us anyway, for people with disabilities, it was used for people with visual disabilities. Then I think also many people have taken on more roles in disability, education, disability services, and access. You'll see an ADA coordinator at a lot of universities. You'll see access coordinators, disability services, offices, where it used to be one person wore many hats. Now, usually there will be someone who needs to,
They destroyed the tea, English tea, by throwing it into the harbor. Had they stopped there, had they done no more than that, what we now refer to as the Boston Tea Party would at most be an obscure footnote in American history. But fortunately, they didn't stop there. They channeled their energy in a constructive and productive way. And it took them 14 years, but they went from Boston in 1773 to Philadelphia in 1787. And over that 14-year period, they declared and fought for.
My parents said, "You're Canadians," to me, and you're going to learn to speak English well, and if you're going to learn another language, it's got to be French. So I never learned to speak Japanese. And what it meant was that I never had a conversation, a serious conversation, with any of my grandparents. And I never got to ask. When my last grandmother died, I realized that a whole part of who I am was gone. I didn't know why they came to Canada, how difficult it was to make that 4 to 6 week journey across the Pacific. And what did they find when they came to a very
and trying to do an honest job, we learned that she was translating the English phrase rule of law as socialist legality. Well, we had to see, no, that's not really quite what we mean. It's a little bit different from that. But you see the impact, the imprint culture makes, history and tradition under that communist era. So you can't do a sudden 180-degree turn and wipe away that experience, even though the leaders of those countries after '89 were aspiring to constitutional democracy.
We worked hard at that, and maybe it's because of my English background. And you know, I had been in news writing and some of those kinds of things. And so we tried to pitch our language at 6th to 7th to 8th grade, and possibly high school, but not at a college level, because we were hoping that people would read our reports.
And when you face the legislators or whoever you were speaking to, you're always addressing people with power.
Yes.
And people who might have reason to feel
throughout the English-speaking world. Well, I believe that that the answer lies in two seminal ideas that underlie Magna Carta. First, the sovereign, or in today's parlance, executive government, is subject to the law. It was the articulation of the idea that the king, like his barons, was subject to the law of the land that explains the enduring power of Magna Carta. The second important idea was chapter 14 of the 1215 document, in which the king agreed to obtain the common counsel of the kingdom.
Honour in my language. I'd like to do it in English. It is an honour again to be here, and I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land, both past and present. But also to acknowledge most of the blackfellas in WA, because I see the issues in WA very similar to the issues we have in Queensland, particularly native title issues to the natural resources issues that we face to one extreme to the other. And so every time I come all the way over here, I can't help but think it's a long way to come, but it's just that it's all
country garden.
Studies, English, literary studies, film studies, art education, and so forth, of course, have merged together and have done this for over a decade in different departments around the world to engage in this project of visual culture. And there are three interrelated definitions of visual culture as I see them around this idea. The first suggests, as I said earlier, a cultural condition where human experience is profoundly.
You've also got people for whom English is a second language or whatever language they're being taught in. You have introverts. I do commend to you Susan Cain's wonderful TED talk about the power of introverts. We're forcing them to work in group work. They don't like it. They have to struggle to hear in those situations. And then it was pointed out to me recently in Copenhagen when I was doing a talk like this, ADHD and conditions like that are also real sufferers from not being able to hear. It takes great concentration. This is the kind of effect it has. 65 decibels is pretty loud. I mean,
make way for the present moot hall. Moot is an Old English word for meeting. This new building, designed by William Stokoe, reflects the vogue for a fanciful version of ancient Greek style. The Moot Hall served as the Crown Courthouse, but is now relegated to an overflow since the opening of the new Quayside Law Courts. The coming of the railways brought the high-level bridge in 1848.
English, I was going to throw this at you. But I did, you've obviously got an ear. I spent 5 years living in Scotland.
Yes, it's a Celtic influence or something.
Yeah.
With regard to that study, you were saying that with Woolworths and all the people were coming out saying how remarkable it was. It reminded me a little bit of Jenny Craig. Now, you obviously did a whole of person instead of just concentrating on weight.
Yeah.
And is that probably why that Jenny Craig's.
And so if it would be possible, and perhaps the countries would then give you advertisements, for me to put in a letter in English and have it be returned to me, I would love it. I would appreciate that so much. I would be able to put the dictionary aside. Also, if I may make another suggestion, having just returned from Dubai, there's a tremendous market there. As you probably know better than I do, 80% of those are foreigners. We have huge numbers of our Americans there as bases. There are 80% of the foreigners, the women are not wearing burqas. They are shopping.
Genre, and so I was like steeped in that. I was an English major, yes, because I love Shakespeare, but then when I had my epiphany, I thought, I need to study now, my people, is what I thought. And so then I went back home, and I was like full of it. And so I remember my first day, first week as a high school teacher, I said to my students, we're going to study Chicano history, we're going to study Chicano literature, and like living in the 1960s it seemed, right? I began to get calls at home from parents saying, what is this Chicano stuff you want to do?
Considerable achievements were referred to, placing her at the forefront of English sculptors. The reviewer painted a vivid picture for the magazine's readers. The house was described as, and I quote, deliciously early Victorian, with its delicately wrought iron balconies and shelter over the front door. Her studio was characterised by the writer as, and again I quote, one of the most beautiful and workmanlike I've ever seen, built of white cement and has great windows and doors painted a bright blue. It is so planned that on the darkest of London days, the studio is filled with light. And it was
After about an hour before midnight, I saw a soldier in an English uniform coming towards me. He came and looked in my face. I spoke instantly, telling him who I was and assuring him of a reward. At 8 o'clock in the morning, a cart came for me, and I was carried to a farmhouse about 1.5 miles distant. The jolting of the cart and the difficulty of breathing were very painful. I had received 7 wounds. I was saved by continual bleeding, 120 ounces in 2 days, besides the great loss of blood on the battlefield.
Of the old country or have been driven out for their political views or their religious views or whatever it is, they increasingly find themselves part of an English-speaking imperial community of which Britain is the centre.
I think the British imperialism was far stronger in places like Australia and Canada and so on than it was in Britain. One little bit of evidence of this is that when the Empire Day movement came on, the movements of one day of the year, which was celebrated as Empire Day, it was always rejected in Britain by politicians.
Take these classes, English, math, whatever. I'm like, why do I have to do that? I took my ACTs. I don't even remember what it is. I'm like, I took those classes in high school. Like, why do I have to go do them? They're like, oh yeah, Liz, you've been gone for 4 years. I'm like, oh, so that's some really good advice I would say. If you're ever going to take a semester off, just know it's not going to be a semester. If I could go back and do it again, I would take just one class. And like, if you have to make it a gym class, a yoga class, something that's like no homework, that you enjoy just to keep yourself going, I would totally recommend that. I wish I would have done that because I would have gotten done a lot sooner, but.
Recruits speak English. This is a man with a gambling addiction. He writes in his official report in responding to an inquiry, exactly what meaning is intended to apply to the word gambling, which is construed differently by different persons, he asks. I am at a loss to understand. If by gambling, the act of betting money or risking it on games of chance or contests of speed between horses, and if among games of chance are included that usually known as poker and similar games, my answer is that so far as my knowledge and belief extend, none of the offers
English politicians always do. Jack could say, I don't know, and in answer to questions, he was direct instead of beating about the bush. You bring out an unexpectedly irreverent and funny side to the president.
Yes, he was incredibly funny. I once, at the week of the missile trouble with Cuba, they call it missile here, which for me is either a thrush or it's a very ancient book written by an old monk, but it's not like that at all.
Alex is the Secretary General of Amnesty International's English branch based in Ottawa. This is a position he's held for the past 15 years and has distinguished himself immensely in that role. He is the primary voice and face of Amnesty International in Canada. Alex began his legal career in practice in Toronto, where he worked at a community legal aid clinic in the area of immigration and refugee law. He's taught here at Osgoode, International Human Rights and Refugee Law, and he maintains an affiliation with York's Centre for Refugee Studies. Alex holds a master's degree
in Greek is difficult to translate into English. It means flourishing, and flourishing gives you that sense of like an oak tree that is an excellent oak tree is one that has spread all of its branches and has developed to the fullest of its natural capacities. It should have that connotation. For Aristotle, eudaimonia has that sense of fulfilling our nature. But it's also often translated as happiness. And in the 18th century, in the Enlightenment, when the word happiness becomes a central term of philosophy, there's a very direct awareness that is grounded on this ancient Greek word eudaimonia. And so
familiar. If you have a box and you put in some English sentence and out of a box comes a Chinese translation and you don't know if in this box, I mean it's a Turing experiment equivalent, sits a person who translates or whether it's a computer program, but the question you ask, does this box know Chinese? Mm-hmm. And you say, well, yes, of course it's functional, it translates it. Now I'll construct a torture experiment. You have a box and you build some sensors around it and you can expose these sensors to torture. You can hit them with hammers or heat them up with a blowtorch or do other bad things. And if you
who wants to speak proper English so she can work in a flower shop, right, and a man who wants to teach her in order to win a bet.
Right.
Well, they win the bet, right? She learns. Mm-hmm. And then it turns out he's created her. She's a new person. What's he supposed to do with her? Right. What's she supposed to do
with herself
now that she has all the accoutrements of being an upper class lady, but none of the foundation behind it, you know? So there's a hill beyond the hill, and
also
that's always fascinating.
She's dealing with his incredible contempt.
Right. she's dealing with his incredible contempt and the fact that they actually, in some inchoate way, have feelings for each other, which makes the show interesting.
What about
I went on from there then to teach in an English department for about 10 years. I wrote a couple of books of literary criticism. I prided myself that they were well written. I thought of myself as a good writer, and I think I did manage to avoid the worst temptations of jargon that people in that discipline in particular can fall into. And yet, I would go to academic conferences and people would come up and say, loved your book, and that was great. There was a real sense of communicating with the colleagues, but I would give a copy to my mother.
An article a few years ago for an English newspaper, and I began with the line, as I drive the 1.2 miles to my office every day, the past screams at me from every gable wall. What they did to us, never what we did to them. So as we look to the future, I think we need to ask the question, how do we rebuild our painful, protracted, difficult history?
I came because I wanted to study English literature. You see, as a child, I buried my nose in books, and I thought, why not make a living doing that as an adult? But after I graduated from college and got a graduate degree, I found myself moving from one less ideal job to another. Maybe it was the optimism that I had about America that made me take a while to understand that things were not going to change. The door that I thought was open was actually just slightly ajar. This door of a
degree. I had an English teacher once who said, we're all, and you, I think, concur with this, we're all homosexual to some degree, too.
I think so, yeah. I believe in the scale. I think
people are probably wondering, what high school did I go to? A private high school, a boarding high school that used to not admit women, which is an interesting conundrum.
Right. No, you know what? I do believe that there are people in the world who are totally straight. But at the same time, I believe that's just where they fall on the scale. I don't believe in,
Rap. If you think about it, the English language has written into it negative associations towards the clouds. Someone who's down or depressed, they're under a cloud. And when there's bad news in store, there's a cloud on the horizon. I saw an article the other day. It was about problems with computer processing over the internet. A cloud over the cloud was the headline. It seems like they're everyone's default doom and gloom metaphor. But I think they're beautiful, don't you? It's just that their beauty is missed.
Well, eventually, I learned enough English, and my parents were so happy the day that I got into medical school and took my oath of healing and service. But then one day, everything changed. My mother called me to tell me that she wasn't feeling well, that she had this cough that wouldn't go away, that she was short of breath and tired. Well, I knew that my mother was someone who never complained about anything. For her to tell me that something was the matter, I knew something had to be really wrong. And it was. We found out that she had stage 4 breast cancer, cancer that by then had spread to her lungs, her bones, and her brain.
The English coffee house was crucial to the development and spread of one of the great intellectual flowerings of the last 500 years, what we now call the Enlightenment. And the coffee house played such a big role in the birth of the Enlightenment, in part because of what people were drinking there, right? Because before the spread of coffee and tea through British culture, what people drank, both elite and mass folks drank day in and day out from dawn until dusk, was alcohol, right? Alcohol was the daytime beverage of choice. You would drink a little beer with breakfast and have a little wine at lunch, a little gin, particularly around 1650.
And there's 200,000 books that come out every year in English, and every person's friends tell them that, and then they say, like, why weren't you on Oprah? Like, what's wrong with you? So anyway, but having said all of that, I definitely would love for this to be a made movie, and I've cast all the roles, and Adrian Brody plays the main character. And so for who to make it, I wouldn't imagine it as an animation, just because the whole reason I write near-term fiction is I want this to feel to people like it's the world today. Like, I don't want people to feel it's space opera. I don't need any Wookiees or people feel that. I want people to think like, this is me, this is my life. And I'm going to LA.
Major in college, which is like an English major, only instead of being stuck studying Chaucer for 3 months, we got to read great literature in translation from around the world. And as great as these books were, you could always tell that you weren't getting close to the full effect. But not so with Marquez, who once praised his translator's versions as being better than his own, which is an astonishing compliment. So when I heard that the translator, Gregory Rabassa, had written his own book on the subject, I couldn't wait to read it. It's called, apropos of the Italian adage that I lifted from his foreword, "If this be treason."
Turning it into management reports written in English that look like they've been written by a human. But rather than taking 4 hours for a management report, this will do it in a few minutes. Incidentally, ARIA are here with us today. You might want to go and check it out. I think this is really interesting. Now, on the slight downside, the few successes to date, this is very early days. I would say with AI, we're kind of where robotics was 3 years ago. In the shared services world, there hasn't been much implementation of this yet. Few success stories. I think we'll find in the next year or two, there'll be a lot more. It's not as easy to dip your toe into this as with robotics.
His post. In modern English, that would mean it's a sin to come to any of you who you should talk to dependent on their business card. It's not the post that should count. And according to St. Augustine, it's only God who can really put everybody in their place, and he's going to do that on the day of judgment with angels and trumpets and the skies will open. Insane idea if you're a secular person like me, but something very valuable in that idea nevertheless. In other words, hold your horses when you're coming to judge people. You don't necessarily know what someone's true value is. That is an unknown part of them, and we shouldn't behave as though it is known. There's another source of solace and comfort for all this. When we think about failing,
James Somerset. Now, the common law is the kind of law that English-speaking judges can make when they're not cabined in by statutes or constitutions. And a writ of habeas corpus is called the Great Writ, capital G, capital W. And it's meant to protect any of us who are detained against our will. A writ of habeas corpus is issued, the detainer is required to bring the detainee in and give a legally sufficient reason for depriving him of his bodily liberty. Well, Lord Mansfield had to make a decision right off the bat. Because if James Somerset was a...
So we're doing this in English, but
hopefully I'm being clear. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, Mr. President. I'm very glad to be here, that you are here in my country, in Peru.
Yeah.
And for me, it's an honor to be here in this conference. Well, my question is, what do you think about that European Union have been come together to promote military integration in defense that after the victory?
And we have a model for English where the masculine pronouns are the default and some common names are the default, so the model knows a lot about that, and we're kind of wondering if queries that women like we do terrible on, or worse, or there's some class, except we don't know anything about the people who ask the queries. We've tried really hard not to know. I don't know gender, I don't know income. I could probably get zip code in bulk. So I'm sitting here, I'm trying to think how I'd write a machine learning model that would...
uses a grammar of English to parse sentences, and here there's a pause, and the student has to reflect, understand what's going on, and check the right boxes before they can continue. Students learn best when they're actively practicing. We wanted to engage them, to have them grapple with ambiguity, and guide them to synthesize the key ideas themselves. We mostly avoid questions like, here's a formula, now tell me the value of y when x is equal to 2. We preferred open-ended questions. One student wrote, now I'm seeing Bayes networks and examples of game theory everywhere I look. And I like that kind of response.
That how would they keep up with their English or their math or whatever it is that the conventional school was offering them. It might create such a gap in their education. And what's remarkable about that, if you look across the country at the data we have about schools, is that it turns out they wouldn't be missing very much at all. The data on what kids learn in a given semester or year are not very impressive, and the less a kid likes the school, the less impressive their learning is. So in fact, it's hard for me to understand quite why grown-ups feel so much.
A poem written by a very famous English poet at the end of the 19th century. It was said to echo in Churchill's brain in the 1930s. And the poem goes, high upon the hill of summer, lazy with the flow of streams. Hark, I hear a distant drummer drumming like a sound in dreams. Far and near and low and louder on the roads of earth go by, dear to friend and food to powder, soldiers marching, soon to die. Those who are interested in poetry, the poem is The Shropshire Lad, written by A.E. Housman. But what Housman understood, and you hear
on trains. And the thing you have to remember about the English is, of course, we do have an immensely sophisticated sense of humour. At the time, I didn't understand anything of that. I just cared about the laughter. And actually, as a neuroscientist, I've come to care about it again. And it is a really weird thing to do. What I'm going to do now is just play some examples of real human beings laughing. And I want you just to think about the sound people make and how odd that can be. And in fact, how primitive laughter is as a sound. It's much more like an animal call than it is like speech. So here we've got some laughter for you. The first one is pretty joyful.
Field. Because memes from the English language to rare Pepe are a huge part of the world we live in. Thanks for watching this episode of SciShow, which was brought to you by our patrons on Patreon. If you want to help support this show, go to patreon.com/scishow, and don't forget to go to youtube.com/scishow and subscribe.
Key factors that contributed to this effect. First, dissociative anonymity describes the ability to hide your true identity online. This gives people the sense that their online actions can't be linked back to
It's an ambiguous sound in English. It can also mean the fibers that grow from our head. And if we think of that, let me put the picture up. The fibers represent vulnerability. They yield to the slightest movement or motion or emotion. So what you have is an atmosphere of vulnerability and tension. The hair itself, the animal, not a cat, not a dog, a hare. Why a hare? Because think of the picture, not the word, the picture. The over.
Years ago, I was a high school English teacher, a football and basketball coach in LA, and that summer of 2007, I quit my job. I moved back east to New Haven to live with my now wife, who is in the audience with us today. She was working on her PhD in history at Yale at the time, and now we're back here in Cambridge. She's a resident dean at Lowell House. We got strong Lowell connections across the panel in the room today. Very proud. So anyway, 6 months after I moved back, ESPN made the obvious move to hire me, and
University and the English Collective of Prostitutes. And we form part of a global movement demanding decriminalisation and self-determination. The universal symbol of our movement is the red umbrella. We're supported in our demands by global bodies like UNAIDS, the World Health Organization, and Amnesty International. But we need more allies. If you care about gender equality, or poverty, or migration, or public health, then sex worker rights matter to you. Make space for us in your movements. That means not only listening to sex workers when we speak, but amplifying our voices. Resist those
parts. Algebra finally came into English as algebra, one example among many. The Arabic texts containing this mathematical wisdom finally made their way to Europe, which is to say Spain, in the 11th and 12th century. And when they arrived, there was tremendous interest in translating this wisdom into a European language. But there were problems. One problem is there are some sounds in Arabic that just don't make it through a European voice box without lots of practice. Trust me on that one. Also, those very
Sarah Brown Westling. I am a high school English teacher at Johnston High School in Johnston, Iowa.
Turn to somebody next to you. Tell them what you think I mean when I talk about moves to prove.
I think that there is a difference for teachers and then the concrete reality of it.
Okay, so I would like you to please bring up your papers.
I think what video offers for us is a certain degree of reality. You can't really dispute what you see on the video. And there is a lot to be learned from that. And there's a lot of ways that we can grow as a profession when we actually get to see this.
It's changing. Some people, I've got a friend, an English friend in China, and he said, the continent is sleepwalking into oblivion. Well, maybe that's true, maybe that's an exaggeration. But there's another problem which goes along with this lack of that Europe is increasingly out of touch with the world, and that is a sort of a loss of a sense of the future. I mean, Europe was once, of course, commanded the future in its confident, take the 19th century, for example. But this, alas, is no longer true. If you want to feel the future, if you want to taste the future,
new word into the English language, because it does seem to me that large organizations, including government, of course the largest organization of all, have actually become completely disconnected with what actually matters to people. Let me give you one example of this. You may remember this as the AOL-Time Warner merger, okay? Heralded at the time as the largest single deal of all time. It may still be, for all I know. Now, all of you in this room, in one form or other, are probably customers of one or both of those organizations that merged. Just interested, did anybody notice anything different as a result of this at all?
There's Armenian, Russian, French, English, Italian. So within this structure, one is free. To me, this piece is an ode to the voice, because it's mysterious, as we can see. It's quite spontaneous, and it's primal. So I would like to share this piece with you. It's Aria of John Cage.
Which was the English title that the Scots had put on Sharon Schnitt. And so they brought this over And we did it at Jiva. It was the highest grossing thing we ever did at Jiva up to that point. I was only there for 4 years. Mm-hmm. And I wrote to Marilyn that summer, I said, there is a play that I'm in now that the audiences are eating up. I said, you and I should do this. There's a part for you, there's a part for me. Let's do it at the dinner theater in Lake George, which we both had close contact to. Mm-hmm. And that's how it kind of...
Well, did you share...
He was a moderate English-speaking Pashtun from the majority ethnic group there. And he had... You know, he was a known entity among U.S. diplomats. He had lived in Pakistan as an exile for many years, and he had been involved in the Soviet resistance, in the Afghan resistance to the Soviet occupation in the 80s. So he was somebody who had rather moderate views. He was not a warlord. He didn't have blood on his hands. And so I think
and he tells us to pay, but we don't speak English. My mother comes out and he asks her for money, but she doesn't have enough. She walks 50 blocks to and from work every day just to avoid spending money on bus fare. Then our neighbor pops her head in and she turns red with rage when she realizes that those immigrants from downstairs have somehow gotten their hands on her pizza. Everyone's upset, but the pizza is delicious. It doesn't hit me until years later just how little we had.
Tables, you know, they're all English and a little bit more sustainable. But this is an electrical restaurant. The whole thing is electric, the restaurant and the kitchen. And it's run on hydroelectricity, so I've gone from air to water. Now, it's important to understand that, you know, this room is cooled by water, heated by water, filters its own water, it's powered by water. It literally is water house. The air handling system inside it, I got rid of air conditioning because I thought it was too much consumption going on there. This is basically air handling. I'm taking the temperature of the canal outside, pumping it through a heat exchange mechanism. It's
phrases into English language phrases. And then what this does is it raises the possibility to us that in a world in which we want to promote cooperation and exchange, in a world that might be dependent more than ever before on cooperation to maintain and enhance our levels of prosperity, his actions suggest to us that it might be inevitable that we have to confront the idea that our destiny is to be one world with one language. Thank you.
So in 1781, an English composer, technologist, and astronomer called William Herschel noticed an object on the sky that didn't quite move the way the rest of the stars did. And Herschel's recognition that something was different, that something wasn't quite right, was the discovery of a planet, the planet Uranus. A name that has entertained countless generations of children, but a planet that overnight doubled the size of our known solar system. Just last month, NASA announced the discovery of 517 new planets in orbit around nearby stars, almost doubling overnight.
And I hope there's someone in here from the Oxford English Dictionary because I want to talk to you later. Here's the real definition. Doodling is really to make spontaneous marks to help yourself think. That is why millions of people doodle. Here's another interesting truth about the doodle. People who doodle when they're exposed to verbal information retain more of that information than their non-doodling counterparts. We think doodling is something you do when you lose focus, but in reality, it is a preemptive measure to stop you from losing focus. Additionally, it has a profound effect on creative problem solving and deep information processing. There are 4 ways that learners intake information.
In English literature, and he went to Harvard Business School. And then he went to war. He spent 4.5 years in the Army, serving time on the front lines, including at the Battle of the Bulge, in which some 19,000 Americans died. Joan, a graduate of Sarah Lawrence College, was in the Navy working as a radio operator in Madison, Wisconsin, when she met Peter. They married after 4 dates in 1945 during Peter's 30-day leave from the Army, and they honeymooned in Lake Tahoe. And the rest of the story I leave to your imaginations. With that, let me have Whitney come up and introduce Christopher. Thank you.
H.R. Gibb, who was an Englishman born in Alexandria, was asked late in his career, after 40 or 50 years of extraordinary scholarship, did you find Arabic difficult? And he said, only the first 10 years. So I got a start, enjoyed Arabic, and as I like to tell my students, there is no period, and I will stand by this, there is no period in recorded human history more interesting than the 7th, 8th, and 9th century, because a religion is invented, a people is invented, the Arabs, an empire.
In India, poor women are learning English faster than their male counterparts in order to staff the new call centers that are growing in India. In China, a lot of the opening up of private entrepreneurship is happening because women are starting businesses, small businesses, faster than men. And here's my favorite example, which is in South Korea. Over several decades, South Korea built one of the most patriarchal societies we know about. They basically enshrined the second-class status of women in the civil code. And if women failed to birth male children, they were basically treated like domestic servants, and sometimes family would pray to the spirits to kill.
With only little English and being bullied at school, he escaped into a world of computers where he showed great technical ability, but he was soon being seduced by people on the internet. He was convicted of mortgage and credit card fraud, and he will be released from Wormwood Scrubs jail in London in 2012. Matrix 001, Matrix 001, who was an administrator of dark market, born in southern Germany to a stable and well-respected middle-class family, his obsession with gaming as a teenager led him to
Keats, the Romantic English poet, a very famous quote that I'm sure all of you know. Keats himself had also given up a career in medicine to pursue poetry, but he died when he was a year older than me. And Keats said, "Beauty is truth, and truth beauty. That is all you know on earth, and all ye need to know."
Grade level in English and in math, and 100% living below the poverty level. If our children are not in our classrooms, how will they learn? And if they're not learning, where would they end up? It was evident when I would ask my 13-year-old young man, "Where do you see yourself in 5 years?" And his response, "I don't know if I'm going to live that long." Or to have
He wrote in an English-like language that became COBOL, which is now Java and Perl and all these things, so that more of us could participate, right? But people didn't believe her that was a good idea, but we needed her to do that. So I guess that's my main thing in all my collaboration with Maria. She knows more than I'll ever know about the topics that she knows. And I know some about these things, and if we can work together, we can do extraordinary things, and I think that's true of everybody in this room. And it's really what, back to the president as our kind of community organizer, techie president. He was just in Pittsburgh.
Century, and an odd English scientist named Sir Francis Galton, who wrote a book called Hereditary Genius, who believed genius was 100% genetic. And we still hold on to that belief that, you know, when someone is a child prodigy, like a Mozart playing the piano at age 4 and composing at age 8, we think it must be genetic. In fact, psychologists now estimate that that genetics account for somewhere between 10 and 20% of the genius puzzle. Important, but not the most important. Another myth is that geniuses are made through hard.
I looked at him. He didn't know any other English than that, but we didn't need English. No. We sat there and compared wheels and tires and spokes and tubes. And I looked at his wacky pedal mechanism. He was full of pride over his design. I wish I could show you that contraption. His smile, our glow, as we talked a universal language of design. Invisible to the chaos around us, his machine, homemade, bolted, rusty, comical. My machine, American-made, confident, sleek. He was particularly proud of.
Feel right. The labs were so tedious. I said, this is not for me. So I switched to English. And that was too abstract. And I was like Goldilocks and the Three Bears. This is too this is too that. And then I found psychology, and that was just right.
After earning her degree in psychology in 1965, Hedda Sharapan decided to go to graduate school. In the meantime, she applied for jobs. That's when she met Fred Rogers.
Truly on a lark, I came to our public station at WQED.
And this one is a 4-hole English pendant configuration, and you're literally blowing into the microphone to make the sound. And there's actually a little Chuck script running in here that's detecting the strength of your blowing and also synthesizing the sound. And vibrato is mapped to the accelerometer, so you can get. All right, so let me play a little ditty for you. Little Bach.
But you can trust your English translations. And let's get into now the written word of God. Verses 1 through 3. We're going to kind of go section by section. Verse 1 through 3. Read there. It says, sometime later, God tested Abraham. He said to Abraham, Abraham, here I am, he replied. Then God said, take your son, your only son, whom you love, I've heard that before, Isaac, and go to the region of Moriah. Sacrifice him there as a burnt offering on a mountain I will show you. Well, early the next day, Abraham got up and loaded his donkey. He took with him 2 of his servants and his son Isaac.
Hello and welcome to 6 Minute English. I'm Sophie.
And I'm Neil. I was watching the news the other day, Sophie.
Learn anything interesting?
Yes, actually. UK scientists have been authorised by the government to genetically modify human embryos for research. What they can't do, though, is implant modified embryos into women. They talked a lot about gene editing.
Can you explain to us what gene editing is?
I think this means there are these letters in a code, A, B, C something. I can't remember exactly.
Gene editing is the
a large proportion of
barrier. So the missionaries and volunteers teach English as a second language. One of the teachers, Carlos, is from Mexico, and English is new to him. He arrived about 1.5 years ago. Today, he is proficient in the English language and is passing down his knowledge. Carlos selected the Bible as one of his textbooks. He believes in the power of God to enable even a mute to speak. By using the Bible, Carlos empowers his students for a life of service with the new language they are learning.
The paint is wet when they're manipulating it, different colours. And English artists don't usually work in that way. They put one layer on and they let that dry, and then they put another layer on. So that this is a very talented, energetic artist who's able to really up for the challenge of painting an important portrait of the Queen. We know that this painting has changed over time, and that really early on in this painting's life, there was an early edition, and you can see behind me that there's a crown in the background on the table. Well, that's not painted by the same artist that painted the figure. And I think one thing
in the Latin, which I don't know, so I'll say it in the English, let justice be done though the heavens fall. In other words, Constitution be damned. We don't care how it's done. Slavery should be gotten rid of yesterday. And Lincoln says that kind of attitude does not produce freedom for the emancipated. We have to find a constitutional means to achieve that humanitarian end. right? Which is why there's only one line about the justice of emancipation in the Emancipation Proclamation, which wasn't even his.
Right.
So was it Salmon Chase who suggested it? Lincoln.
Vietnamese or English?
In Vietnamese, of
In
course.
Vietnamese?
Now I won't know what it means, but just a short version, because I got to get going. Go ahead.
Tình hình một mình nhà lầu trình in giàu sang như vua chúa, giật mình sự tình thiệt ra đen đúa. Mà đời vậy là hey, it's been a crazy day. Khi mà ta nhắm hai đôi mắt, Sue mái chèo trời với mây. My name is Sue Boy, by the way.
Well, that was good. See there? That's pretty good. What were you just rapping? What was your verse there?
I was just talking about some people.
When I graduated, I went straight into the English PhD program there, where I studied Shakespeare for 6 more years. I really hated academia passionately, but I had no other marketable skills, so I was kind of freaking out, and I had sort of devoted my life to studying Shakespeare. So I went to a therapist, and she said, I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to answer it off the top of your head. So she asked me, what do you want to do with your life? And I said, I want to be a playwright. And I didn't know anything about playwriting or about contemporary plays or anything. I had no experience. If you're studying Shakespeare
or physics or English or something. But now, of course, psychology is a huge discipline, so it provides most of the graduate students, and so most of the graduate students are have pretty strong background in psychology by the time they get to graduate school, and that really helps them move along through the program.
I know you've been married to your wife for a very long time. Can you tell us something about your wife and your children?
Well, we were married in 1958. That is quite a while ago. And actually...
sites trying to translate the Korean comics into English. So, because the biggest audience for it turned out not to be in Korea, but in the U.S. and believe it or not, South America. So they are actually now distributing comics in English language through new apps. We found a great e-commerce company, and this one wasn't focused on the U.S., but they want to be in the global market. They're kind of creating a Yelp for Chinese tourists coming into Korea. Apparently, I didn't know this, but Korea, one of the biggest...
That she didn't speak a word of English, okay? Made communication a little bit more tricky. Number two, I had a weird flash in my head. I had a thought that I'd never had before, ever, which was, I wonder if I could get that girl to marry me. Now, that really freaked me out, because I'd never thought that before, okay? Now, what was going on? Fast forward to modern studies of the brain. Let me tell you what was going on inside my brain. There's a part of your brain, and part of my brain, everybody's brain, called the posterior cingulate cortex. You don't have to remember that. That's not important.
Card. Meanwhile, do we hand you later in the term a dictionary of English words that have 143,000 words, and you need to come up with a smart way of loading them into memory, or RAM, so to speak, to answer queries of the form, is this a word? Is this a word? Implementing the fastest spell checker that you can, even pitting yourself potentially against classmates to see which of you uses the least amount of time when running your code and even the least amount of memory. Later in term, you actually implement your own web server. So not just a website in a language called HTML and more, but a web server that actually listens to requests on the internet and responds to them. And indeed, this
10 for English material, so it is later than 1537, which, since it's a portrait of Edward when he's relatively young, means it's in period. The tree ring data for this suggests this is from London, Surrey, Hampshire kind of area. It's about 10 millimeters thick, which is very normal. The material is used in green form. There was no concept of seasoning in the 16th century. The tool marks on them, and indeed the warping on them, would be much less severe if they had been let dry properly before they were used. So there's plenty of reasons to...
member of our faculty, the associate professor in the Department of English, Department of Visual Arts, and Committee on Creative Writing. We are very grateful to Hillary for her essential counsel and engagement. I'm sorry she can't be here this evening. She's at Harvard, so we miss her and miss her presence this evening. I also want to thank Alice Schreier, who is the former Associate University Librarian for Area Studies and Special Collections here in the library, who provided important direction and support in the development of the archive. I want to thank Ashley Gosseler, who is our processing archivist in Special Collections. She was the one who organized and described.
Restricting. Silly, I know, because I probably didn't live a very restricted life, but I live a much less one now. I've now got some spots here where I sprayed, which don't look right. So I'll just smooth those out a bit. Getting a bit of a muddy colour here, but when you've got bright colours, you need some soft areas where the colour is a bit not so bright and demanding. You need a few areas of softer, greyer colour to make the bright colours stand out. And I've got it a little bit muddy now, so I think I will.
So I understand that you're an English student at uni.
Yeah.
And you live away from home with some friends, is that right?
Yeah, I live here.
Okay, so you don't live far from the uni. But you say you feel like you live with your friends, but you don't feel like you can talk to them.
Yeah, I mean, they're lovely. I get on really well with them, but I don't know. I just recently, whenever they want to go out or stuff, I don't want to bring them down. They don't understand what I'm going through. They kind of, I don't know, they don't make fun of how I feel, but they don't really understand what it
were doing, what the English were doing, what the French were doing. And after seeing what they were doing, I became quite proud of our project in Zambia. Because you see, at least we fed the hippos. You should see the rubbish. You should see the rubbish that we have bestowed on unsuspecting African people. You want to read the book? Read Dead Aid by Dambisa Moyo, Zambian woman economist. The book was published in 2009. We, Western donor country.
We immediately thought, of course, of the English language and the federal structure of our two societies and a broadly similar legal system. She said, although we've got a lot in common, we don't seem to have had much to do with each other. And I thought that was an anecdote that provided much wisdom. And I've often thought, what was the explanation? I did, I suppose, being a little impertinent, say to him at the time that perhaps one of the reasons why we hadn't had a lot to do with each other was that during
to her excellent English, she also speaks very good Chinese, and I'll be interested to see how the Chinese react to that. Beyond that, there are obviously new leaders all around that we're dealing with here. President Park's predecessor, President Lee, had a proper but occasionally difficult relationship with the Chinese. And so I think one of the greatest steps forward in Chinese ROK relations has already taken place, and that this invitation was accepted, was offered and accepted. And so I think the
Pop is one of my first advanced English teachers. I was lucky enough, I had some teachers. Mr. Finley was one. He played, Nas has a song, you know, whose world is this? The world is yours. And that's sort of a big moment for me as a young African-American kid to hear this rapper tell me that, to ask me this question, you know.
And speaking English badly, but saying, you know, kind of wise things. And that's a really great example of what you're talking about.
Yeah,
too.
Definitely. And I think people are often very surprised by me as well, just in my appearance, also in my credentials, or the way I talk. Very surprised and very confused, and don't really understand that the reasons why they don't see me as a Native person is because
with the King's English,
alternating from prose to poetry in such a flawless fashion with not a single error in enunciation or pronunciation. It's common to think of this great man as simply this powerful orator, this inspirational figure. And he is, and let us never take away from him, all of that. But ladies and gentlemen, he was so much more.
From unreal, the translation to Mandarin back to English, and what's the synonym for unreal? Fictitious. Okay, so that's my theory anyway as to how I got that title. But other than some textbooks in macroeconomics that are probably a little aged, the idea that you have dichotomy, that you have the real sector and the financial sector, is a fiction. And I hope to illustrate that too today by going through actual examples and so forth rather than giving you a lecture on it. And in particular, I can give you some intuition based on some research that was done, among others, by my professor at one time.
As I announced yesterday, the Peace Corps will come to Vietnam for the first time with a focus on teaching English. And a generation after young Americans came here to fight, a new generation of Americans are going to come here to teach and build and deepen the friendships between us. Some of America's leading technology companies and academic institutions are joining Vietnamese universities to strengthen training in science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and medicine.
Who's in the English department. And I also have Josh Zeiss is the other artist who's going to be really spearheading a lot of the art side of the work. And I am working with a gentleman, Chris Deary, who works at the Gladys Ray Shelter and a variety of other places, but he's a veteran as well, and he's been very helpful with outreach and contacts. And then I have several current and former students who are going to be helping us with a lot of the administration and logistical work that we need to do to get everything accomplished in the year. So,
well, what got you interested in this subject matter? I mean, do you have relatives or friends that have been to war?
Yeah, so when my
always looking off into the distance and speaking English badly, but saying, kind of wise things. And that's a really great example of what you're talking about.
Yeah,
too.
definitely. And I think people are often very surprised by me as well, just in my appearance, also in my credentials or the way I talk. I have kind of a California accent, throw in a lot of likes and things when I'm chatting with people. And these are things that are never associated with Native people. So people are often very surprised and very confused and don't really understand that the reasons why they don't.
Written scores or typed feedback or written feedback in English words, that's what we'll use to drive you toward actually writing better code. And in lecture and sections, we'll try to point out as often as we can what makes a program not only correct and functionally good, but also well designed, the most efficient it can be, or even the most beautiful it can be, which leads us to style. Style ultimately is an aesthetic judgment. Did you choose good names for your variables? Have you indented your code properly? Does it look good, and therefore is it easy for another human being to read, irrespective of its correctness? Now, generally, per the syllabus, we score these things.
Portuguese, and we were a little bit Dutch, and we were a little bit English, and probably some Scottish, and maybe some Irish, possibly a little Indian, but nobody knew for sure. It was long, it was complicated, and it was terribly unsatisfying. And then when I was 10, I met my grandfather, my paternal grandfather, for the first time, and it turned out that he looked Chinese. And I was utterly gobsmacked. And I just thought, okay, now this is ridiculous. And I remember pressing my parents with many questions over the years, and in the meantime, I did, I think, what many of us do, and that was I just made.
Spoke little English, but they had a dream of a better life. They worked hard. They went west to California. They started a family and taught their sons that if they studied and worked, if they gave back to this country, that they too could share in America's promise. Today we pay tribute to their son, Leon Panetta, a man who hasn't simply lived up
to read in all the different English-speaking countries. Britain, United States, Canada, Australia and New Zealand all had to have separate readings of Harry Potter. And that's why next month in Morocco a meeting is taking place between all the countries. It's something that a group of countries and the World Blind Union are advocating, a cross-border treaty, so that if books are available under a copyright exception and the other country has a copyright exception, we can transport those books across borders and give life to people, particularly in developing countries, blind people who don't have the books to read.
You're getting them to write lyrics, that's English. You're getting them to use beats, and you kind of come in from different funds. And every time people say there's no money in education, it's not true. There's like inclusion funds, there's Every Child Matters, there's all these things. They're all there. What you need to do is do what I did. One of my friends is a deputy head, and I said, right, tell me how it works. Where does the money go? Who is this? How do you do that? What schools want to do? And the first thing that most schools want to do is show off how good their music is. If every time a school's got to sort of put themselves in public, get the music guys to do something. And when they see this, it's like, oh.
How do you say that in good English? Not that exists, that there are things that we cannot see but that we feel, and that for them it's there. So I wanted also the audience to have that sense. You know, like, oh, perhaps it's real. Oh, Betty, she flies. Oh, yes. Oh, did I see that? Oh, it's gone already. You know. So I wanted this feeling of. I wanted the audience to be part of that community and not look at these crazy people believing in witches on stage.
So you have to then, when you have the room destroyed in that one big scene, they would have felt that room being destroyed. They would have convinced themselves.
Coincidentally, there is
somebody's English class, wasn't he? Do you understand? Really? How annoying would that be? You know? Must try harder. Being sent to bed by his dad to Shakespeare. Go to bed now, to William Shakespeare, and put the pencil down, and stop speaking like that. It's confusing everybody.
For the first time with a focus on teaching English. And a generation after young Americans came here to fight, a new generation of Americans are going to come here to teach and build and deepen the friendships between us. Some of America's leading technology companies and academic institutions are joining Vietnamese universities to strengthen training in science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and medicine. Because even as we keep welcoming more Vietnamese.
Originally from Springfield, Illinois, Jared studied English literature at the University of Toronto. I also want to say a few words about House of Anansi Press and the Walrus and the role both play in fostering Canadian literature. The Walrus was a sponsor of this evening's event, which is why I mention them. House of Anansi started as a small press with a mandate to publish Canadian writers, publishing authors such as Margaret Atwood, Matt Cohen, and Michael Ondaatje, and French-Canadian works in translation from prominent names, including Roche Carrière, Marie-Claire Blais, and Anne Hebert. Today,
the English one was Darlington. It wasn't Exeter. But there are, as it were, equivalents all over Europe. And this is a very interesting exercise because you see across Europe, this is where you begin to see commonality in Europe, that smallish towns operate in similar ways. They are more similar to each other than national governments are to each other. I mean, in France, it's very well known that there's an extremely sharp standoff between the Catholic Church.
In plain English, I'm asking them to recognize that for most Americans, the internet has become an essential part of everyday communication and everyday life. The FCC is an independent agency, and ultimately this decision is theirs alone. But the public has already commented nearly 4 million times, asking the FCC to make sure that consumers, not the cable company, gets to decide which sites they use. Americans are making their voices heard and standing up for the principles that make the internet a powerful force for change. As long as I'm president, that's what I'll be fighting for too.
We will give you a dictionary of 143,091 English words, and you will be challenged to write a program that spell checks documents by loading that many words into memory as efficiently as possible, generally pitting you against your classmates if you opt into a bit of a challenge and leaderboard to see who can use the fewest seconds of running time and the fewest number of megabytes of memory, and actually fine-tuning your programs to be incredibly resource efficient, not just time. Last year, too, we looked at the end of the semester at web programming, and indeed we'll do that again this year with multiple problem sets introduced.
When I look at this, I always think of the famous early English composer Orlando Gibbons' setting of that early part of John's story, where he's preaching and all of Jerusalem and Judea come to hear him. It's called This is the Record of John. And one of the things that he sets is that the line that John preaches to the people, prepare the way of the Lord. He's summoning them to prepare themselves, and some seem more ready to be prepared than others.
And that's actually a very serious message and a quite stern one, and you can almost imagine that reflected in that very kind of composed but almost stern looking saint.
Yeah.
There's something there. And then I'm sort of, my eye.
And it's not that big of an issue because English is very fairly often used. But for other students that maybe are studying here where their first language is not English, they may be required to take a TOEFL or IELTS exam. That takes study time.
Right.
Well, the good news is for LLM applications, you don't need the LSAT exam. So you don't need to just put in the added prep time of having to study for an LSAT. So when it comes to preparation, it's going to depend on the program. You're going to have some programs that will have deadlines in January, February, hard deadlines. Others are going to be March and April. Some are going to be May. So I would do the research, figure out.
The other thing the English will do, and I say this as someone born in England to an Englishman, but the thing that the English will do, it's funny because if you spend any time in New York or London or Toronto, you invariably run into people who come from countries that were English possessions. Possessions, in that lovely phrase that the English, I'm being very hostile to the English at the moment, but the English like to pretend that they were the greatest colonial overseers of all time. And they can say that only because, once again, the bar was so low. When you're comparing yourselves to the Belgians,
I was just going to say that.
That in English we take a very balanced approach to technology. We see it for all the positive and all the negative things, and they appreciate that. I very much like the rubric that ETS has put together, but I am especially partial to the philosophy statement. I think it's not a difficult task to integrate technologies into your classroom and to collect examples of technology integration. I think it's another matter to develop a very thoughtful philosophy about teaching.
5 kids in the school didn't speak English whatsoever, and the teachers were just overwhelmed. They didn't know what to do, and they felt paralyzed. So I'd like to point that out. The second thing I'd like to point out is Canada creates ethnic enclaves of people who segregate from the mainstream. Your own newspaper did a poll, and they asked the readers, is multiculturalism a failed policy? And 66% of respondents said it was. Over in Europe, Germany, France, the UK, and last year Holland declared the multicultural experiment a failure, going with the US melting pot model. And the best-selling author from Trinidad, who came to Canada in 1973, sold a book called Selling Illusions, The Cult of Multiculturalism. It was republished in 2000.
Your business lessons, I thought it was very readable, really good. I was surprised by some of the stuff that was in there. I feel like I've known you for 5 years, but I wasn't aware that your parents split up when you were 6.
Right.
You were diagnosed with dyslexia a little bit after that. Your dad died when you were what, 8?
7.
7. And your father was only 37.
Right, 32 actually.
Really?
I think so.
Wow.
Yeah.
Anyway, I mean, very personal stuff. Did you?
Very well qualified in English literature, doing book reviews, Catholic studies, writing about the Crusades, and so on.
Yeah, well, we're going to get into some of that. And start with, it looks like there's several articles in here about the oil industry in western North Dakota. Can you talk about maybe what's going on, and is there cause for concern out there?
Well, there is cause for concern in the short, certainly in the short term, and that's why about half of this issue is related to oil, and all. And energy, but future magazines won't be thematic like.
Thumb does not occur anywhere in English common law, yet the myth of the rule of thumb lives on. It has been repeated by journalists, scholars, even politicians. In 2012, the State Department warned against the ruling because he said the phrase rule of thumb, it has these historical origins that could be offensive to some people.
You would be a woman hater because it refers to an antiquated law.
Now, some might think that the mistake over the rule of thumb in feminist textbooks is an isolated mistake. It's not. The problem with a lot of research on women is not so much that the authors make mistakes. We all make mistakes.
College level math and English. We implemented a program in partnership with Sacramento State and with all of our feeder high schools in which we put a senior level math class into place. The curriculum was developed jointly by the faculty of all three entities, breaking down those silos in education and trying to get us all working together. And we've now implemented that class across all of our feeder schools. A number of other colleges are now adopting that class and working with their feeder high schools. And that class really takes a high school student from where they are and tries to
physics and history and English. It's out there. It's important, and you need it. You need to be able to communicate it. So, and that's what I try to teach to the kids.
Well, we appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir.
We've been speaking with Tim Smith, who is one of 2 Teachers of the Year for the Elk Grove Unified School District. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
I just left teaching English language development, so I was teaching English to kids who are new to our country, that their primary language is a language other than English.
So you've been teaching for 27 years?
This is my 27th year.
Oh, well, congratulations.
Well, thank you.
That's a long time.
It is.
No,
it's gone by fast.
I bet it has. So in all that time that you've been in education, what are some of the changes that you've seen over the years?
Some of the changes that I've seen over the years are, number one is the partnership.
My real mental work is in English, both reading when I write and writing, but I read other things primarily in English. I do read Italian novels occasionally, but my linguistic ability and linguistic activity is almost exclusively, not exclusively, is primarily linked to English. So I will always be English dominant.
I was going to say, so you don't get blocked, you don't find yourself.
No.
Well, they're wonderful books. Thank you.
Thank you.
In the afternoon when their kids come home, or in the evening, or maybe they don't speak English, or maybe they can't remember how to do, some of the different concepts, especially as your kids get older, you forget.
5th grade math, are you kidding?
That's right. So I know how much the parents love and want to support their kids, and so, I have them 5 days a week, over 6 hours a day. I know that I can do a lot with them too, and I work with the parents on ways that they can help, even if maybe they can't help with, exactly with all of the homework and things like that. They can check their organization, they can provide encouragement.
This may be the only thing I remember from high school English. Beckett says to himself, this last temptation is the greatest treason, to do the right deed for the wrong reason. So let me suggest to you that as you think about being more open and you think about innovating, please don't do it to avoid this doomsday scenario of possibly bad things happening to your institution, please do it to fulfill the sacred trust that you have as a teacher. I'm highly encouraged by this, the prominent place that OER seems to have in this draft of the current strategic plan.
Often don't have strong English skills to start into their workforce and by default into our community, because it's really one of the greatest ways to get integrated into a community is to work side by side with somebody.
So what's the difference between, you know, a refugee and an immigrant?
So the simplest way to think about it is all refugees are immigrants, but not all immigrants are refugees. So a refugee is someone who had no choice but to flee their home because of an imminent threat of violence, death, or torture, or imprisonment, because of their religious beliefs, their
Investigations, the first scientific journal in English, was produced by a group of people who called themselves the Invisible College. And they said, right, we're not going to believe anything that's not true. This is a fairly remarkable attempt, because human beings are not well provisioned with the ability to subject our own ideas to the kind of withering scrutiny that would root out error. We do, however, have a related skill, which is we're very good at subjecting other people's beliefs to the kind of withering scrutiny that would root out error. And so the scientific journal became
this vision of English history that sees a kind of freedom that goes back to the Saxons and that embodies a certain kind of property ownership. Jefferson's republicanism, further, is a deeply agrarian republicanism. And here Jefferson draws on the ancient tradition, but particularly the Roman tradition, that says that virtue is essential for freedom and self-governance. And we've seen this ideology in the Roman writers, in Cicero, for instance. It's very different from a Greek tradition that goes back to Aristotle, and which
except that I don't know is one of the most exciting sentences in the English language, because in the right hands it suggests not ignorance, but discovery. It's the beginning of news reporting, medical research, stage preparation, business creation, legislation. I don't know. I don't know the answer to so many questions. Can Twitter ever be more than dopey haiku? Can the government ever really see beyond the bombastic fog that hangs over Washington? Can family life ever really be egalitarian?
But it's also user-friendly, if you will, because London, of course, is English-speaking. All the signs are familiar to most of the folks, and yet there's a very diverse population in London. But the real purpose is to expose folks to international business as it occurs in the City of London, and we focus specifically on the financial services sector because London is probably the world's center for international financial services. And there's a deep history behind that.
Now I just use the English language to share information and throw in an odd assortment of noises when appropriate or not appropriate. Me, Never Seen a Nevergreen asked, what remote location do you want to go next on a field adventure, and what specimens do you want to go looking for? I don't think there's any particular specimen or species I would go searching for, but I do think it would be fantastic to recreate historic expeditions, like visiting the same regions and ecosystems that naturalists and biologists from 100 years ago researched, to see how things have changed over the last century. In some cases,
Westminster Abbey, which is the place of worship of English monarchs, where most English monarchs were crowned and many of them are buried. And I wanted particularly to look at this image, which is of Richard II, the 14th century English king. And you might wonder why on earth we're looking at an image of Richard II in a series on John the Baptist. And there is a particular reason for that, which is that Richard had an unusual devotion to John. He was born on the 6th of January, which amongst other things is a day on which the church remembers Jesus' baptism by John. And he in fact nearly died, according to
department. I was an English major, and you had certain professors who were continuing to teach the way they taught for 30 years, kind of aging new critics, old new critics, and then you had people who were becoming semioticians, and they wanted to use an entirely different methodology. So the one faction distrusted, they both distrusted each other, and finally the semioticians decamped from the English department and created the program in semiotic studies. So if you were at Brown when I was there, it was like being the child of divorcing parents. You didn't
found that they can communicate even with English. Of course, what our preference would be for them to also immerse themselves in the language and in the culture, but they can actually get by. Germany is an example. Most people in Germany, turns out, they speak English.
They do.
Sometimes better than we do.
Yeah.
It's quite interesting.
Definitely probably better than me sometimes. So, well, okay, so the two of you have both had study abroad experiences, and Nicole, China and Belgium.
Yep, that's
and
correct.
Karan, you are from India.
Yep.
Come to the United States, go off to the UK.
That's right.
Tell us a little bit about your experience.
Woman living in Queens for almost 10 years, speaks not one word of English, gives birth to her third child while her husband detained in some INS prison without money to pay her bills, no groceries, no rent, no money for his defense. And in fact, when 9/11 happened, there was a huge raid in Astoria, Jackson Heights, where Bangladeshi men were detained, right? So a 15-year-old Muslim girl gets raped by an 18-year-old Hindu boy. I love this part. Not in Gujarat, India.
Just seeing how much improvement. I came in as an English major who wanted to be a photographer, and now I'm editor-in-chief. There's so much room for improvement and growth being on the staff. I think it's really exciting to be able to watch. The Daily Eastern News is entirely student-run. We have an advisor who oversees us, but the ethical decisions, the reporting decisions, the editorial decisions are all formed by students. We don't work for the university. Our job is to report what's going on. So I hope that people understand that we're not sort of a PR agency for Eastern.
I was an English major, and
like me.
Yeah, and so after getting involved in that, I started taking some criminal justice classes as my electives, and the more I got into that, and the more I continued to work in the emergency room, I figured out that hey, this might be an interesting job for me. And
so it was in the police academy, or is that part of college?
It wasn't where I went to school up in Michigan, and up in Michigan, basically after you finish your degree, you basically pay your way to go through the police academy up there. And
Asian or black or anybody of any other race, it was mostly public school.
Yeah.
English, white.
Did you go to public school?
No. I was my father was an immigrant. I came from a state school background. There was nothing, no real history of theatre in my family.